On the damp grass beside the rocky cliff, the guardian had been lying in wait for 11 hours. His vision was blurred with exhaustion, but his finger never once loosened its grip on the trigger. The cold mountain wind kept battering his back, while the pale moonlight flickered through the clouds, casting an eerie glow over the desolate landscape. Through the scope, he kept a close watch on the cave entrance 2 or 300 meters away, hidden behind brambles and overgrown weeds. They had paid a steep price to locate this secret spot. Now, it all came down to one final chance. "Hey, man, your eyelids are drooping," the bearded man beside him muttered, binoculars in hand. "Want to switch? You haven't moved since noon. This shot is critical, don't mess it up now." "Shut up and keep your distance," the guardian replied with a frown. "Stay focused." "TCH, we never should have brought that woman along," the bearded man scoffed. "We've chased her to the ends of the earth. Was it really worth it? We're still missing 2 stone tablets, and the task isn't over. Maybe the old man's prophecy was right, and now you're willing to throw away our only chance for a woman?" "Watch your mouth," the guardian said coldly. "If you distract me, you'll answer for it." The bearded man fell silent for a moment before suggesting, "Let me go down and check it out. This place is pitch black. There could be tunnels. Are we just going to wait here forever?" The guardian thought it over and finally nodded. "Go, but come right back. Don't get too close. Whatever's in there, it's not simple. If they're after her, there's a reason." "There you go again with your hunches. They're never right," the bearded man grumbled. "What? You think that thing wants her for the same reason you do?" "Whatever, he'll take a look." The guardian watched his companion vanish into the night, and he couldn't help but remember the first time he met the woman. If not for a foolish bet with this idiot, he might still be drinking away his days in a wine cellar. But if he had to name a reason for risking his life in this chase, love was the only answer. Caesar was already fast asleep beside him. Through the scope, the guardian saw the bearded man reach the cave entrance and pull out a flashlight. Suddenly, a strange black mist surged out of the cave, swallowing him whole in an instant. Without thinking, the guardian grabbed his rifle and rushed down the slope, but crashed into a jutting boulder halfway down and tumbled into darkness. This bizarre story began years ago before any of this happened. He was just an ordinary man, but a single interactive task had dragged him into the abyss. After all, none of us ever truly have a choice. "Let's start from the very beginning," Shiyu muttered to himself, lying on the bed and staring at the mottled ceiling. He couldn't help but curse this wretched place. If he could do it all over again, he would never have made such a foolish choice. The exact timeline had become a blur. Perhaps the greatest irony of dealing with time itself: the harder you try to hold on to it, the more it slips through your fingers. Back then, he was teetering on the edge of misery. Everyone has their own unique way of waking up. Some are roused by a lover's gentle kiss, some by a mother's sweet greeting and the aroma of breakfast, others by the blaring ringtone and shouted curses of a rowdy friend. For someone like Shiyu, whose world was filled with loneliness both inside and out, only the shrill sound of an alarm could shatter his dreams. Each morning, Shiyu went through the same routine, groggily opening his eyes, hurling the alarm clock into the trash as if that could silence its annoying ring for good. Then he would sit motionless at the edge of the bed, letting the worries of real life crowd out the fragments of pleasant dreams. Those 2 or 3 minutes spent in a daze always felt like an eternity to him. To snap out of it, he usually needed a splash of cold water to fully wake himself up before launching into another busy day. "Why does my life have to be so damn exhausting?" Shiyu often asked himself. These unanswerable questions were just his way of venting about life. Deep down, he knew he couldn't change anything, couldn't change himself, and certainly couldn't change the world. In his eyes, he was nothing more than a speck of dust in this dull, empty world, a piece of junk tossed onto a trash heap, or perhaps a lowly creature at the bottom of the food chain. His mother had given him the name Shiyu, but whatever meaning it once held was long forgotten. To him, a name was just a label. When he was busy, he would even forget what he was called, left only with a vague sense of self, a cowardly, pessimistic fool struggling to survive. Though he hadn't had much education, Shiyu often lost himself in grand fantasies of changing the fate of humanity. Even starting an inglorious war, he thought, would at least leave some kind of mark on history. There were many hobbies he wanted to try, but most were out of reach because of his financial situation. So he learned to use his imagination to fill the gaps left by reality. For example, when I want to own a car, I sit on my bed and imagine myself driving along a coastal highway by the sea. Sometimes, the feeling is so vivid it almost seems real. In my room, there are a few science fiction magazines that I picked up from secondhand stalls, or, admittedly, swiped when I had no other choice. I won't say more about that. Sometimes life forces you to do things you're not proud of. I can't claim to be a good person, but at least I still have a hunger for knowledge. Maybe that's the only redeeming quality I have left in my current situation. I work as a cleaner in a Japanese restaurant. Every time I think about this job, I can't help but laugh at myself, a high school graduate reduced to this. My old classmates and friends either avoid me because I'm broke, or they call me a traitor. In these days of blind boycotts against Japanese products, my choice of work really makes me stand out. But survival isn't easy, and I have to make a living somehow. This job is like a broken record, repeating the same motions every day, no changes, no surprises, and certainly no dreams or ambitions. For me, just getting by is the most practical goal. I live in an illegal attic built on top of a three-story building. To call it a room would be generous, it's more like half an attic. There's just enough space for a creaky bed, two battered cabinets, and the patched-up bike I keep downstairs. That's basically all I own. No phone, no internet, nothing worth showing off. Maybe only someone like me, with no right to be picky, could put up with such a shabby place. Every time I go downstairs, I have to deal with the landlord's mangy, mean dog. It always latches onto my pant leg and barks furiously. I curse under my breath. I pay my rent on time, but even this mutt wants to make my life harder. It's true what they say, nice people get bullied, even by dogs. But who can I complain to? In the mornings, I get dressed while stumbling awkwardly down the stairs. I grab my worn-out bag and hop onto my clattering, hand-me-down bike. The only part that doesn't make noise is the bell. I ignore the weird sounds it makes, humming revolutionary songs to myself, sometimes muttering a curse or two, pedaling hard on the worn-out pedals, and that's how I start my early shift. Turning the first corner past the three-story building, I found myself on a street that was neither too wide nor too narrow, just enough for a van to squeeze through. Last night's rain had left the ground muddy and slippery, so I kept my head down and hurried along, the soles of my shoes making sticky sounds with every step. A commotion echoed from up ahead where a small group of young men had gathered by the roadside. Instinctively, I lowered my head and hoped to slip by unnoticed. It wasn't that I was afraid of people, I just didn't want to get roughed up for no reason. Well, look who it is. A shrill voice suddenly cut through the quiet. Isn't this the old bookworm? Off to work for the Japanese again. What's with those shabby glasses trying to look smart? I quickened my pace, pretending not to hear. More jeers followed from behind. Hey, what are you looking at? Got a problem? Don't run off, let me give you a smoke, buddy. These taunts went in one ear and out the other. I was long used to it. This was my daily routine, just a bunch of uneducated troublemakers. Sometimes they'd give my bicycle a few kicks, and honestly, I almost found it amusing. Poor people picking on other poor people, maybe that's its own kind of friendship. At least it meant I wasn't completely alone. There were still people willing to pay attention to me, even if their way of showing it was less than friendly. This group called themselves the Speed Riders, always racing their souped-up bikes through the streets. Their leader, Kuan, was a poor guy from the north who couldn't even make sense of a newspaper. Last year, he got into a fight after being swindled out of his money. It was almost funny, someone like him ending up as their boss. Stranger still, despite having no real job, he managed to afford that motorcycle. Maybe the rumors were true and he really did steal it. This society has gotten so chaotic, it's hard to make any sense of it anymore. As for the rest of those men and women, I can never remember their names. They come and go so often, and to me, their appearances always seem a bit vague and unremarkable. Frankly, what they're called doesn't matter to me at all. The only one I remember is a Khan, who lives in the building across from mine. We're just a few meters apart, so calling him a neighbor isn't wrong. Whenever I'm lost in thought by my window, I always spot him standing at his window too, staring blankly at the street corner. Whatever schemes he's cooking up are none of my business, I'm not interested in guessing. Outwardly, he seems distant and doesn't talk much, but honestly, we interact more than it might seem. Sometimes, he'll flip me off or wave with a cigarette in hand. I guess you could call that a kind of friendship. Maybe he just wants to act tough in front of others, but deep down, he's probably as lonely and pathetic as I am. Maybe I'm just someone who likes to overthink things, and I'm kind of proud of that. At least I never think it's wrong to see the good in people. The restaurant where I work is close to home, just a 5-minute bike ride away. That makes it easy for me to take on side gigs after my shift, saving energy and never feeling too tired. The first thing I do every morning at the restaurant is mop the floor. To put it simply, I mop more than 30 times a day, sometimes even more. The job is tough, but every time my boss sees how hard I work, he'll give me a little raise. For me, earning money through hard work feels right and gives me peace of mind. But what makes me happiest is the beautiful woman who lives on my street. Every morning, she comes to the restaurant for breakfast, always right on time. I don't really get the strange habits of the wealthy, but she always brightens my day. After all, women as stunning as her are rare, and she's exactly my type. Today, she arrived a bit late, 40 seconds later than usual. It was the first time she's ever been late, and I found myself waiting at the door, watching the clock. She's usually our earliest customer, and my boss even told us to make sure she gets the best service. Standing by the door, I steal glances at her beautiful profile. She's never noticed me, not even once, never looked me in the eye. To me, she's a mystery, and I often daydream about what she does for a living. Is she the daughter of a rich family? The boss of some big company? Maybe even a celebrity? I hold on to these little fantasies, hoping that one day I'll get to know her. Honestly, those few minutes when she's around are the happiest and most exciting part of my day. Even though it's all just wishful thinking in my head, it still makes me feel content. Today's shift was especially exhausting. The restaurant was packed as always, especially with young people. Everyone seems to be boycotting Japanese goods these days, but business hasn't slowed down. Besides mopping, I sometimes help out with deliveries, and I was running around nonstop. At noon, the boss asked me to stay after work to discuss something. That made me a bit anxious. I couldn't stop wondering if I'd done something wrong, if I was about to get fired, or if maybe, because I'd been working so hard, I was about to get a raise. My mind was racing, and I was so jittery I nearly pulled my hair out. But it turned out things weren't as bad as I'd imagined. The boss just wanted to acknowledge my hard work and offered me a new position. The restaurant's busier than ever and needs more servers, so he asked if I'd like to switch from cleaning to waiting tables. As soon as I heard that, I couldn't have agreed more. A crisp, clean uniform, a well-organized 8-hour work schedule, and a nutritious free lunch at noon. Such perks are almost irresistible. Who could say no to that? After all, not everyone gets a free lunch in this world. To me, it felt like a miracle, even more unbelievable than the end of the 8-year war, almost as if I would be standing on the Nobel Prize stage tomorrow. I could hardly believe my luck. Had the universe finally decided to show mercy to someone as pitiful as me? On my way home, I couldn't help but let out a few odd chuckles, my spirits soaring so high that I forgot how I even made it back. That night, I leaned my arm on the narrow windowsill, staring blankly into the distance, feeling hollow inside as I zoned out for ages. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Maybe I should try pulling out a cigarette, just like those people I'd seen on the street, lighting it up and taking a deep drag. Maybe that would help me calm down. Outwardly, I might have seemed numb, but inside, my mind was in turmoil. The streetlights had long since gone out, and the night breeze was cool against my skin. Exhausted, I collapsed onto my bed, which creaked beneath me as I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Memories surged like waves, sometimes vivid, sometimes blurry, and even thinking about the future left me feeling uneasy. I couldn't help but remember those classmates from my school days who used to beat me up and make fun of me for sport. Where are they now? Did my curses actually work? Are they rotting in hell? Well, I never claimed to be forgiving, so I suppose I'll keep cursing them. It wouldn't bother me if they ended up in hell. Then my thoughts drifted to those girls with big glasses, the ones who used to look at me with disdain. Whatever happened to them? Did they marry some unreliable guy and have a pack of mischievous kids, sneaking off to laugh at life's absurdities? Honestly, I do miss them. They were some of the only women I ever knew. Even though they insulted me and slapped me, I still cared for them, despite the times they stripped off my clothes and beat me with sticks. Maybe that sounds twisted, but it's just because they were women that I felt something for them. Love might not be the right word, but I genuinely liked them. As someone once said, women are the most beautiful beings in the world, deserving of all a man's tenderness. I loved them almost as much as I loved my own mother. How ironic is that? My mind wandered back to the places I dreamed of as a chilled, vast blue ocean where the sky met the sea on a distant horizon, white sand beaches lined with tall coconut trees. The sea breeze was gentle and warm, and lying in the shade, I could feel a sense of endless freedom and peace. Maybe that's everyone's secret dream. But then my thoughts snapped back to my current reality. My parents abandoned me without warning as soon as I became an adult, leaving me to face the storms of life on my own, all because of a single sentence. You're an adult now. I remembered how no decent company was willing to hire me, all because I didn't have the right degree. My heart sank once again. Images of my meager paycheck flashed before my eyes, and I could still hear the mocking laughter of old friends in my ears. I saw the landlord's cold face when he came to collect rent, and I remembered the scornful looks and harsh words from the restaurant owner, my co-workers, and the customers' waves of humiliation crashing over me. Tears slipped uncontrollably down my cheeks, and my quiet sobs soon turned into heart-wrenching cries. I didn't want to keep dwelling on these painful and powerless memories, but they lingered like an unshakable shadow. No one understood my suffering or the torment I felt inside, and no one wanted to listen. Loneliness clung to me like a suffocating black plastic bag, making it impossible to breathe, no matter how hard I struggled. Even when I tried my hardest to shake it off, it was all in vain. Honestly, the only thing that kept me going was the thought that somewhere in the world, there must be people suffering even more than I am. But if life has already become this hopeless, what's the point of pretending to be strong every day? Why not just end it all and be free? Maybe then I could float up into the blue sky, to be with the people I love, to return to those endless rice fields back home, or to the beautiful coastlines of my dreams, surrounded by birdsong and flowers. Maybe I could even soar to heaven, a place without pain or sorrow, just pure happiness. I don't have a clear idea of what death really means, but I imagine the world after death every day. I'm still here only because I haven't found the courage to take that final step. I know myself, I just can't do it. But how much longer until I get to see that beautiful place with my own eyes? Maybe death is the only choice I truly have. Someone once told me that only cowards give up on life so easily, that giving up the right to live is the act of a weakling. Even if every day feels unbearably hard, we shouldn't give up so easily. There's nothing more precious or important than life, nothing more worth cherishing. As long as you're alive and full of hope, one day the clouds will part and the sun will shine again. I cried and struggled, wondering just how far away that day really is. How much longer would I have to wait for dawn to break? I admit I'm timid, but I refuse to believe I'm a coward. I still want to live, and I'm going to keep trying. Some people say being alive is a kind of happiness, that whatever we go through, life itself is the most precious gift from above. Honestly, I want to shove their heads in a toilet so they can find out for themselves just how happy life can be. No matter how much I think about it, my mind just keeps going in circles with these pointless thoughts. I curse myself for being such an idiot. If I have time to complain, I might as well grit my teeth and keep living. After all, aren't there people out there in even worse situations who are still hanging on? I looked up at the clock. It was almost time to rest. Tomorrow would be my first day working as a waiter. I made sure my uniform was spotless, almost obsessively clean, then took a few sleeping pills and lay down in silence. That night, I had a terrifying nightmare. The person who said being alive is happiness, the very one I wanted to dunk in a toilet, actually appeared in my dream and pushed my head into the toilet. But I just laughed. Luckily, I'd already tasted toilet water before, so this didn't faze me. You might call me crazy, but I'd call you a fool either way. Something like this isn't enough to scare me. At midnight, my soul was trapped in another nightmare. The terrifying scenes were all too familiar, torturing me over and over again. I've lost count of how many times I've had the same dream. Nightmares have become a part of my life, as routine as smoking or drinking is for some people. Maybe no one else in the world has had as many nightmares as I have, each one unique, crafted with a twisted sort of creativity. When I woke up, the last thing I could remember was being chased by a group of people dressed in animal skins, looking like primitive hunters. I was forced to run until they cornered me at the edge of a cliff. I glanced back. Behind me loomed a pitch-black mountain, and at its base, a line of savages stood shoulder to shoulder, holding spears that glinted coldly in the dim light. With no other choice, I leapt off the cliff, plunging headfirst into the void. As I hurtled toward the ground, bracing myself for the inevitable impact, my heart felt as if it would burst out of my chest. Suddenly, a deafening crash and a violent jolt tore me out of the nightmare. My head throbbed with pain, as if I'd been struck by something incredibly heavy. Groaning, I struggled to break free from the nightmare's grip and sat up abruptly. The sharp clanging of metal rang in my ears. It was the alarm clock. I shot an annoyed glare at the relentless thing, silently cursing. Why did I set it for this hour again? How could I forget I no longer had to get up early for that cleaning job? I could have slept for another 2 hours, but here I was, wide awake at dawn, and once I was up, there was no chance of falling back asleep. What could have been a perfectly good day was ruined by this damn alarm clock. What a disaster. Sitting on the edge of the bed with my legs dangling, I rubbed my forehead where I'd banged it against the corner of the coffee table, still clutching my pillow, my palm damp with sweat. I debated what to do with that wretched alarm clock, tempted to just throw it away in frustration, but in the end, I tossed it into the corner of the bed instead. I didn't have many valuable things at home, and if I smashed it, who would wake me up in the future? Forget it. Since I was already awake, I might as well get up and start the day early. Maybe that would do me some good. So, with one eye open and the other half shut, I stumbled out of bed, still groggy. The morning felt unusually spacious. Even though it started off badly, at least I had extra time and wouldn't end up wasting it. I stood by the window, gazing absently out at the street below. There were only a few people out and about, the scene a little empty, but somehow more alive for it. The heavy rain from last night had only just stopped, and the pavement still gleamed with moisture. Water dripped steadily from the eaves, each drop making a soft plinking sound, and the air was thick with dampness, as if another storm might be on the way. I looked up at the sky, where unmoving clouds hung like frozen moments, drifting across the gray horizon. Suddenly, my thoughts wandered back to years ago to a dream I once had. I used to imagine that someday I'd be with the woman I loved, and together with our 2 children, would sit in the sunshine every day, lazily watching the clouds drift by. The kids would run around nearby, while my wife and I leaned on each other, soaking up the warmth of family, living happily in that gentle, peaceful world. Yes, a life like that would be pure happiness. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted downstairs, shattering my pleasant daydream and yanking me back to reality. I pressed myself against the door, listening as my landlord's unmistakably loud voice echoed up the stairwell. I wondered to myself, could that penny pincher be here again with his vicious dog, demanding rent? That Camp Bay just paid him not long ago. Puzzled, I carefully cracked the door open and peeked out. In the dim stairwell, I saw my bald landlord leading the way, looking unusually eager as he carried something in his hands, like a fawning servant. Behind him were 2 young people, a man and a woman, both carrying various bags and suitcases. Their footsteps echoed up and down the narrow stairs. This pair looked even stranger than Cohen from downstairs, who spent all day tinkering with his motorcycle. Both had striking green hair, making them look like 2 blooming cabbages. The man in front was tall and thin, his pallid face made even paler by his hair. He wore a dusty, ill-fitting suit with crooked buttons and had a huge case slung over his back, probably holding some kind of instrument. The woman behind him was just as tall, chewing gum and scanning her surroundings with restless, distracted eyes. She wore fitted, mid-length pants that showed off her long legs, and a circus clown-style shirt with a bow tie, topped with a black vest. The whole look was bizarre and flamboyant. As the three of them looked up at me almost simultaneously, I could instantly sense the arrogance and disdain in the green-haired duo's eyes. I knew right away these were exactly the type of people I was terrible at dealing with. I decided to shut the door and retreat inside, better to avoid trouble. The landlord must have rented out another room again, typical of that money-grubbing leech. But just as I was about to close the door, the landlord lunged forward and shoved his rough hand between the door and the frame, stopping me. I was no match for his strength and could only slump against the wall, covering my face with my hand and sighing, a sense of dread creeping over me. Seeing my reaction, the landlord started shouting, "Hey, hey, don't close the door yet. Wait a second," he barked. "These two are new tenants. They'll be living in the big room next to yours. Keep an eye on things and don't cause any trouble, got it? And don't forget your rent." With that, he turned and headed back downstairs. I cursed under my breath. "I just paid you. You and your stupid dog. Who's going to cause trouble? If anyone's a handful, it's these two. You should be warning them, not me." As I watched the landlord leave and move to close the door, the green-haired man suddenly darted into my room so quickly I didn't have time to react. I stared at him, baffled. What was he doing? Was he going to start causing trouble the moment the landlord left? Even though I kept asking, "What are you doing?" he didn't even glance at me. Instead, he turned to the woman and said coolly, "Hey, what do you think of this room? Looks about the same size, maybe even better airflow. Want to switch and live here instead?" As he spoke, he tugged at her sleeve, and the two of them strutted right into my room. "What is this? Did anyone ask me? Do they think I'm invisible? Move in here? No way, not even for money." I fumed inwardly, waving my hands in protest, though I wasn't even sure what I was saying. The woman didn't say much. She just kept avoiding my gaze and dragged the man out like she was hauling a dead dog. Outside the door, the two of them whispered to each other, heads almost touching. When she finally turned back, the look she threw at me was like I was something filthy, and that instant glare set my anger off. In just a few minutes, my already bad mood hit rock bottom. What did I ever do to deserve this? Did I owe you people something in a past life? I muttered as I half-heartedly straightened my rumpled clothes. Before leaving, I checked the door 3 or 4 times to make sure it was locked, only then feeling safe enough to head downstairs, planning to grab a quick breakfast from a street vendor. But as soon as I stepped outside, a Kuin and his gang roared past me on their motorcycles. It had rained last night, and their tires splashed muddy water all over me. The worst part was that my brand new work uniform was ruined. And today was my first day on the job. I stood there on the sidewalk, completely stunned. A few minutes later, I snapped out of it. Breakfast was out of the question now. I needed to find somewhere to clean my clothes fast. Knowing my boss and his obsession with cleanliness, if he saw my new uniform in this state, I'd be dead meat. This miserable morning from those unwanted guests to a Kuin and his crew was pushing me to the edge. I'd hoped the new uniform might bring me some good luck, but it turned out to be pointless. I kept my head down and hurried along the street, hoping no one would notice how pathetic I looked. Life is like a never-ending chess game, with everyone stuck in their own role. Take me, for example. I'm just a pawn, always doing the hardest, dirtiest work. If there's something dangerous, it's my turn. If there's something good, it never comes my way. I can't blame anyone for it, not my parents, not anyone else. That's just my fate. I know perfectly well that other people's lives are their own business. Even though I wake up from nightmares every night, curse my own failures every morning, feel inferior because no girl is interested in me, complain about how cold society is and how expensive everything has become, wish I could find a place to hide from everyone, fantasize about the end of the world, and wonder where people go after they die. I don't know who to ask about any of it, and I'll probably never get any answers. Thinking about all this, I felt small again, like I was gradually fading away into the fog inside my own mind. As I approached the restaurant, I slipped in quietly and unnoticed. The most important thing right now was to clean my work uniform. After all, it was my first official day as a waiter, and I couldn't let trivial matters interfere with my duties. In the restroom, it took me a full half-hour to get my clothes clean. Standing in front of the dryer in nothing but my underwear, I caught the curious gaze of the new janitor. He leaned on his mop, a faint, inexplicable smile on his lips. I ignored him, staying focused on the task at hand. Once my uniform was sorted, I took extra care with my hair and got ready for work. The job transfer had come with a decent pay raise, but I had also lost a small source of happiness, not the grueling floor mopping, but the chance to be the first one in the restaurant and catch a glimpse of that beautiful girl who passed by around 8 every morning. As a waiter, I didn't start until 9, so that little regret would have to linger. Dressed neatly, I took my place behind the bar, making sure not to get my uniform dirty. As I looked around, I couldn't help but think of the unusual guests I had seen that morning, a pair with matching green hair. Were they a couple or married? The woman, if she swapped her striking hair for something more natural and wore a white dress, would be a real beauty. Even though her current style and attitude left much to be desired, her looks were on par with the girl I always looked forward to seeing. The busy morning flew by. I was adjusting to the new job pretty well, though it involved less physical labor. Now I had to stand with a smile on my face all day, something that might leave my facial muscles cramping by night. Lunch was a pleasant surprise, though. I got to enjoy some leftover authentic Japanese food from the kitchen with a few colleagues. Those who used to give me the cold shoulder now greeted me with warm smiles and showered the boss with praise for his good judgment. Such is the way of the world. After a short lunch break, I took a quick nap in the staff room, wiped the drool from my mouth, and got back to work. The afternoon brought a noticeable increase in customers, which gave me a new source of enjoyment. I could now openly admire the attractive women coming and going, something ID never dared to do when I was busy with chores. As evening approached and business slowed, a luxury sedan pulled up outside. Out stepped an elegant lady, radiating wealth and sophistication. She was either a rich heiress or someone kept by a wealthy man. My eyes followed her involuntarily as she walked into the restaurant. She sat by the window, leisurely sipping her coffee, her eyes fixed intently on her phone. I couldn't help but let my gaze linger on her long, fair legs, a smile playing at the corners of my mind. Just then, the boss voice thundered across the room. "Hey you, are you here to work or just stand around staring?" I jolted in surprise, my heart skipping a beat. Was he talking to me? Did he want me to take the coffee over to her? The thought sent a wave of excitement through me. Wasn't this the perfect chance to get a closer look at her? I couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, thinking, well, looks like I'm in for a treat. Carefully, I took the tray from the boss, forced a smile, and made my way toward her. She was still absorbed in her phone, occasionally glancing out the window as if waiting for someone. I didn't care who she was waiting for. My eyes were drawn to her low-cut top, my heart racing at the sight. The curve of her chest was accentuated by her clothes, and I imagined I could almost catch a whiff of her faint perfume. As I got closer, she suddenly looked up, and our eyes met. For 2 long seconds, it felt as if her deep gaze was pulling me in, making those moments stretch into an eternity. But then, out of nowhere, she let out a sharp scream that startled me so much my knees almost buckled. My hand shook and the coffee spilled, its hot liquid splashing right onto her chest. Steam rose instantly, filling the air. She leapt from her chair, crying out in pain as she frantically tried to shake the scalding coffee from her pink shirt, her heels clicking loudly on the floor. I stood frozen, watching the beautiful woman before me transform into someone furious. She bit her lip, grabbed the tray from the table, and brought it crashing down on my head. I never saw that coming. I didn't fight back, just instinctively covered my head and crouched on the floor, letting her vent her anger. I had no idea how long it lasted. It wasn't until my coworkers and the boss rushed over to apologize that I dared to look up. I was left bewildered. What just happened? Was my gaze that obvious? Did I really come across as some kind of creep? All I did was look at her a bit longer, and it led to this outburst. I stood there, lost in thought, 1,000 questions swirling in my mind. While I was still dazed, the boss stormed over, grabbed me by the collar, and dragged me behind the counter. Without warning, he slapped me hard across the face and kicked me twice while cursing, "Useless idiot." Before I could react, he yanked open a drawer, slammed a fruit knife down on the table, and glared at me. I stared at the knife, completely at a loss. Was he really going to hurt me? I couldn't understand why he was so furious. Suddenly, he roared, "Just die already. You worthless piece of trash. Why don't you just kill yourself? Look at you, you're disgusting. Why don't you just die right now, right here, in front of me? Hurry up." The boss' eyebrows shot straight up, his face flushed red, and spit sprayed across my face as he shouted, "I tried to give you a raise and a promotion, but you're just a thankless idiot. Just go die already. Do it." I lowered my head, not daring to meet his twisted expression. Part of me thought he looked ridiculous, but I didn't laugh, not even a little. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my co-workers, some pretending to be busy, others openly watching the scene unfold. Not one person spoke up for me. Outside the restaurant, the street was emptying out, and the wind had picked up. Through the window, I saw people rushing past, not caring about what was happening inside. When I turned back, all I saw were cold, indifferent stares. Silently, I picked up the meat-cutting knife, my fingers shaking as I gripped the handle. Maybe this should have ended a long time ago, I thought. I pointed the blade at my wrist and hesitated for a second. The boss' words echoed in my mind. Maybe I really am useless. I wasn't good at school, so I have to work myself to the bone just to get by? The boss tried to help me out, but I just can't do anything right. It's humiliating. I'm supposed to be a man. Maybe I should just die to prove my worth to him. With a sudden resolve, I pressed the knife to my wrist. Just as the blade was about to break the skin, the boss grabbed my arm. I let out a breath, thinking maybe he hadn't meant what he said, that he didn't actually want me dead. "What the hell do you think you're doing? You want to die here? Get out. If you want to die, do it somewhere else. Don't make a mess here for someone else to clean up. You're worthless. Just get out. You're fired. Don't ever come back. Get lost now." I looked around, but my co-workers all avoided my eyes. I'd grown up using silence to fight against unfairness, and once again, I chose not to say a word. I didn't defend myself. I didn't even want to. Less than 5 minutes later, I was kicked out of the restaurant where I'd worked for almost 2 years, along with my pile of worn-out clothes. I stood next to a trash bin on the street, watching the sky grow darker, feeling as if I'd been thrown away like garbage. A light rain started to fall, the drops cool against my face. I was out of a job again. Pain surged through me like a rising tide. I wanted to let it out, more than anything, but I had nowhere to go. I wanted to cry, but I didn't even know what for. I wanted to talk to someone, but there was no one who would listen. In a burst of anger, I grabbed a brick from the sidewalk and smashed my old bicycle, the one that had taken me everywhere. The bell gave a final, mournful ring. I wouldn't need it for work anymore. I walked home in the rain, each drop hitting my face and chest, feeling like spit from people who looked down on me. The sky was a sickly, grayish green, heavy and threatening, as if it might collapse at any moment. My mind was unraveling, dangerously close to breaking. I was scared of everything around me, of the way people looked at me, of the rain soaking through my clothes, of the muddy water splashed up by passing cars. Panicked, I didn't know where to run. I looked around like a fugitive, tense and jumpy. People passed by with colorful umbrellas, their bright patterns standing out against the gray sky, making me feel even more out of place. I started running, then screaming like someone gone mad, my face twisted, pupils wide. When I noticed people staring at me as if I were a rabid dog, I finally stopped. My legs wouldn't move. I was shaking uncontrollably, my mind completely blank. What am I supposed to do? I knelt on the wet ground, crying out in anguish. Someone please help me. Mom, where are you? People passing by glanced over, some with contempt, others quickening their pace to avoid me, but I no longer cared about their reactions. I knew they saw me as nothing more than society's refuse. But at that moment, I was completely overwhelmed by my emotions. I stomped my feet in desperation, my twisted expression only making the bystanders more fearful as they hurried away. In the midst of the deafening noise and angry shouts, I finally collapsed onto the rain-soaked pavement, my consciousness fading. In a haze, I glimpsed my mother's figure. She stood not far away, a gentle smile on her face, with someone beside her whose features I couldn't make out. Mom, can you hear me? I called out desperately. Why won't you answer? Where are you going? Why are you leaving me? I watched helplessly as she grew more distant, her laughter still echoing in my ears while everything around me slowly faded and darkened. I tried to run after her, to grab her hand, but invisible chains held me back. All I could do was watch as she disappeared from sight. I knew it was a dream, just a wishful illusion. I would never see her again. A cold wind finally jolted me awake from the dream. Rain still beat down on me. I opened my eyes to see the stars flickering in the distance. The world around me was empty and silent. Soaked to the bone, I felt no cold. I staggered home, moving like a robot, fumbling for keys, unlocking the door, and finally collapsing onto the floor. I don't know how much time passed. In a daze, I tried to get up, only to slide back down against the wall. Curled up on the ground, hands clutching my head, I tried desperately to piece together what had just happened, but my thoughts were a tangled mess. Looking around, the darkness of the room was impenetrable, as if I were lost in a thick fog, the suffocating atmosphere all too real. Suddenly, a clear bell rang out, and the sound brought an inexplicable calm to my heart. It was like the memory of waves breaking on a beach, or the distant call of seagulls at the harbor, fleeting, yet stirring something deep inside me. I waved my hands, trying to clear the mist before my eyes, and finally saw a light glowing in the distance. I didn't know where it was, but instinctively, I wanted to go toward it. I struggled to my feet and began to walk mechanically toward the light, my legs numb, moving forward on nothing but instinct. No matter how far I walked, that glimmering light seemed forever out of reach, yet it continued to shine. At last, it stood before me, a towering lighthouse, quiet and steadfast on the edge of the cliff. A weathered, low wall separated this ancient structure from the outside world. Exhausted, I summoned the last of my strength to climb over the wall. Staggering to the front of the lighthouse, I looked up to see the wooden door, streaked with dried mud. With a heavy arm, I knocked weakly on the door a few times before my legs gave out. I collapsed onto the stone steps at the entrance, the cold, damp surface oddly comforting against my skin. The air was thick with moisture, but in that moment, it felt strangely soothing. I gazed out toward the distant horizon beyond the cliff, hoping that dawn would arrive as promised. I longed for a hint of rosy light to break through, to warm my face and drive away this relentless rain. But fatigue quickly overtook me, and with a fleeting sense of peace, I drifted into sleep. A chilly breeze brushed across my face, making me shiver. When I opened my eyes again, it was already noon the next day. The rain hadn't let up, and the sky remained dark and heavy, without a trace of sunlight. Only then did I realize the hope I'd placed in the lighthouse was nothing more than another empty dream. In this small southern town, endless rain was just part of daily life. I sighed deeply, got to my feet, and curled up in a corner of the room. The harshness of reality was impossible to escape, and unpleasant memories clung to me like shadows. My name is Shiyu, given to me because I was born during the Qingming festival. My mother hoped I would be as gentle as rain, yet as strong as water carving through stone. But now, am nothing more than a penniless full lecher at that. I swore I would forget these memories, but they haunt me like invisible ghosts, never letting go. For an entire day, I didn't eat or move. I just sat in the corner, staring at the ceiling. Only when night fell did hunger finally snap me back to reality. The burdens of this body reminded me how small and fragile I truly am. Clinging to a sliver of hope, I forced myself to my feet and began searching the cupboards for something to eat, desperate to find a bit of comfort for my empty stomach. I didn't turn on the lights. Instead, I opened the glass door of the cupboard and fumbled in the darkness until my fingers brushed against something hard. The familiar musty smell told me it was a piece of bread, probably bought when I got paid last month, maybe even earlier. I'd lost track of time. In the dark, I couldn't see a thing. I just forced myself to shove the moldy bread into my mouth. As I struggled to chew the disgusting food, a deep cello note suddenly drifted in from outside the door. The music was so mournful, it felt like all the world's injustices were pouring out to me. My hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and tears welled up, soaking the bread until it slipped from my grasp and fell to the floor with a soft thud. The melody felt like the final chapter of my Lithia movement, drained of all energy, ready to end at any moment. I crouched on the floor, clutching my head, unable to bear the weight of that sorrowful tune any longer. Stop, please stop, I whispered over and over, and then, as if possessed, I bolted out the door in search of the music's source. The moment I pushed open the door, I realized the sound was coming from the room next door, where the new couple had just moved in. Forcing myself to calm down, I gently nudged their slightly open door. It creaked softly, revealing a narrow gap. Through the crack, I saw the woman, but she looked completely different from before. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a flowing white dress. Barefoot, she sat on a chair, her slender fingers playing a pure white cello. There was a melancholic expression on her face that I had never seen before, a beauty so striking, it felt almost unreal, like something out of a dream. As I stood there, transfixed, a gust of wind pushed the door wider. Our eyes met, and for a moment, it felt like time stood still. Flustered, I turned to leave, but then I heard a gentle voice behind me. Why are you just standing there? If you want to listen, come in. The door's open, isn't it? Her voice was impossibly beautiful, as if silk were brushing against my ear, soft, yet with a hint of weariness. I never imagined someone could speak to me in such a tender, exhausted tone. I shivered, then numbly turned and stepped into the room. She was alone, still seated on that worn wooden chair, her gaze never leaving me. As I stood there awkwardly, she suddenly spoke. Why are you so dirty? What have you been up to? Has work been hard on you? Take a look in the mirror, your face is covered in dirt. As she finished speaking, she smiled a gentle smile, warm as spring, that instantly reminded me of the way my mother used to look at me when I was a child. She gestured for me to turn toward the large mirror inside the room, and I did as she asked. The reflection startled me, a face so unsettling that I quickly wiped at it with my sleeve. She burst into laughter, bending over with delight, but her laughter somehow made me feel uneasy. And so, an unexpected conversation began in the midst of this awkward encounter. My nervousness and clumsy greeting probably suited my personality, but her cheerful laughter helped ease my tension, at least a little. So, what made you decide to come listen to me play? She asked while wiping down her cello. At first, I thought you were a bit odd. Ever since you moved in, I've hardly seen you leave your place. I even wondered if you were some kind of weirdo hiding in the attic. But now, you seem pretty normal. Is that so? I stammered. Actually, I just lost my job yesterday. In fact, the same day you moved in. Ah, I'm sorry, did I scare you? I tried my best not to tremble, but still came off as awkward. Lost your job? That's not such a big deal. She shrugged it off. I don't have a job either, and look, I'm doing just fine. But if it goes on like this, I'll starve, I muttered, sneaking a glance at her before quickly looking down again. Starve? She shook her head, still smiling. You're a grown man, don't talk like that. Look at me. I'm a woman, and I'm doing perfectly well, aren't I? You're playing, it's really beautiful, I said, trying to change the subject and finally mustering the courage to ask my first question. Where's your husband? Why isn't he here? Husband? She laughed, covering her mouth. I'm only 20. Where would I get a husband? That person living with you isn't? Oh, that's my brother. He works as a singer at a bar, she said, looking me over. You do talk a bit strangely, but you're not as bad as I thought. Much better than our first meeting. I realized, embarrassed, that I'd just asked another foolish question, but I pressed on. So you're not married? Not seeing anyone? Someone as beautiful as you? I stopped myself mid-sentence, my hands trembling even more. Married? Of course not. Her tone suddenly grew serious. As for relationships, if you'd ever felt that kind of heartbreak, you'd understand why I choose to be alone. Judging by the look on your face, I'm guessing you haven't been through that. A trace of sadness flickered across her face. I could never quite grasp the sense of hurt or sorrow she spoke of. Just then, her cello began to play again in the quiet night. I closed my eyes, trying to imagine myself in the scenario she described, but still, I couldn't feel that sadness. Maybe it was because I hadn't experienced such pain myself that gave me a reason to keep going. There were still so many unknowns in life waiting to be explored. How old are you? Are you from around here? She asked, watching me curiously as she played her cello. I never seem to see you coming or going. I am almost 30, I replied, a little nervous. I come from a small village up north. As for why you never see me, well, it's because I never see you either. She laughed. That's a funny answer, like when a teacher asks, if you're not here, raise your hand. So where are you two from? What brought you to such a remote place? My brother and I are from Shanghai, she said, gently plucking the strings. We've traveled to many places. I write songs, and my brother sings for a living. We've just drifted here, there's no special reason. It just seemed like somewhere we could call home for a while. I see you really are unique artists. Don't flatter us, she shook her head. We're just street performers, that's all. By the way, what's your name? If you'd rather not say, that's fine. My name is Shiryu. It's a pretty ordinary name. I'm Zining, and my brother is Ziqiang. It's nice to meet you. Your name is beautiful. Not at all, yours is quite unique, too. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. I really like your music, I said sincerely. I'm glad I got to meet you. Not many people are willing to listen to such melancholy music, she said. But if you want, you can come by any time before my brother gets back. Thank you so much. Your brother should be back soon, so we'll head back and get some rest. If fate allows, maybe you'll see you tomorrow. I said goodbye in a hurry, almost fleeing back to my room. I shut the door behind me and leaned against it, breathing hard. I didn't understand why I said see you tomorrow. Did I really want to hear her music again? If not for that music, I might have already given up on life. Maybe meeting this mysterious woman was fate's way of giving me a turning point, though I had no idea what lay ahead. Without realizing it, I had abandoned my thoughts of ending everything, though I couldn't quite say why. If I had to explain it, maybe it was out of guilt toward life itself. The next night, I was completely exhausted. I hadn't eaten in almost 2 days and couldn't even muster the will to buy food. I just sat in the darkness of my room, listening to the endless rain outside the window, waiting for night to fall. I really don't understand why I'm doing this, why I keep waiting. Maybe it's simply because I long to hear her play those beautiful notes again. My heart needs a reason to keep going, even if that reason is just a cowardly escape. Still, I hope that before I die, I can hear that angelic hymn once more. Thoughts like these tangle and torment me in waves, pulling at me as if steel wires are wrapped tightly around my neck, cutting deep into my bones. With the swinging of the clock's pendulum, the ticking sounds like the distant roar of a train, echoing endlessly. Finally, at the stroke of midnight, time seems to stand still, and the melody returns, still low and melancholic, yet so breathtakingly beautiful. I remember a fairy tale I heard as a child and imagined angel wings unfurling from her back. She must be an angel, she looks just like one. As these fantasies take shape, a small plan forms in my heart. I decide to entrust my fragile soul and my life, which could end at any moment, to her. I want to wander the world with her, wherever she goes. Maybe I can't do much or offer her any help, but as long as I can stay by her side and see her beautiful smile, I will be content. Gradually, I realize that this must be longing, but why does it feel so overwhelming? It's just a wall between us, yet it feels like an endless distance. Why is that? Am I losing my mind? I sit there, listening to her wonderful music, my spirit carried away by the notes into her room, keeping her company, laughing with her, gently caressing her lovely face. As time slips by, a thought flashes through my mind, maybe I should give myself a chance to start over. I take a shower, change my clothes, and quietly sneak into the landlord's kitchen to eat something I can't even identify. As I pass by her room, our eyes meet. I smile at her, and she returns a gentle smile. In that moment, my heart surges like the tide, and I feel an incredible joy. I can't help but laugh out loud, overcome by this happiness, just like when I was a child on the eve of a holiday, filled with anticipation. Time passes quietly, but my mind remains stuck in that instant, in the moment the first note sounded. I lean against the wall, imagining her on the other side, leaning against it just like me. Through the cracks, I can almost feel a faint warmth, as if from her embrace, filling me with safety and happiness. I know I want to be with her. I'm fully aware of every thought in my mind. I want to go to her, hold her tight, and never let go. I stand up, straighten my clothes, try to keep a smile on my face, and gather my courage to walk to the door. But when I open it, I freeze. The person standing there isn't her. It's that man, the one she calls Gidge. He stands at the door like a barrier, separating my world from hers. I stare at him, lost in the emptiness of his gaze, a look that seems to push me far away. The pressure is so intense I can't move, as if I'm completely bound. Suddenly, he narrows his eyes and gives me a faint, mocking smile. In that moment, I feel utterly insignificant, like an ant in his eyes. His smile doesn't make me angry, it only fills me with a deeper fear. At that instant, it's as if I've been struck by a bullet, all my strength drained away. The door finally closed, and the music abruptly stopped. In the darkness, I could clearly hear 2 voices echoing over and over. "Brother," her frail whisper, quickly followed by a hysterical shout. "Shut up." I slid helplessly to the floor, my back pressed against the cold doorframe. My whole body shook uncontrollably, my chattering teeth so loud it seemed the sound could reach downstairs. A numbness, like an electric current, spread from my feet all the way up. I'd always known I was timid, but I'd never experienced such bone-deep terror. The chill in his eyes, that mocking smile as if he were passing a death sentence, made me realize just how small and pathetic I must have seemed to him. After that terrifying night, I locked myself in my room for days. I never heard her music again. My mind kept wondering whether they had moved out already, and deep down, I even hoped they had. At least then I could go back to my old life, erase those unrealistic fantasies, and pick up the broken pieces of my existence. I curled up in my room like a madman, losing track of day and night, neglecting even the most basic needs. My mind kept circling around ways to end my life. I mocked myself for being so cowardly that I couldn't even decide on a way to die, insisting on finding a method that wouldn't hurt too much. As I wanted to end it all, I still found myself sneaking leftovers from the kitchen, ones the landlord probably meant for the dog. Eventually, I settled on the simplest way: sleeping pills. I emptied my pockets for enough money to buy a whole bottle. But just as my hand touched the doorknob, the terrifying images from that night flashed before my eyes, and that icy, electric chill swept over me again. My legs felt like they were filled with lead, terrified that I'd open the door and see those hollow eyes staring back at me. After a long hesitation, I finally forced myself to crack the door open, trembling the whole time. The hallway was pitch black in the evening, but I saw a figure sitting quietly on the stairs. As my eyes adjusted, I recognized the outline of Ning. When she heard my footsteps, she turned around, tears glimmering on her cheeks. Seeing her like that, a wave of sadness washed over me, but all the words I wanted to say caught in my throat. You saw my brother, didn't you?" she asked softly. "I know he must have scared you. I'm sorry." Her question left me speechless for a moment. Finally, I managed to whisper, "Yes, I saw him. But he wasn't as frightening as you think." I stubbornly said something I didn't really mean. For days, I had been sitting here, hoping for a chance to apologize to her. Today, I finally saw her in the stairwell. "Did you find a job?" I asked, testing the waters. "Not yet." She shook her head. "But why did you say you wanted to apologize?" "Because I stopped playing the piano for you." I looked straight into her eyes. "I can tell that, like me, you're not really a happy person." The honesty in my words seemed to freeze the air for a moment. I wasn't sure if she truly understood how I felt, or how to continue the conversation. I thought that maybe this awkward moment would be the end of it, so I could finally move on, but fate decided to rekindle a spark of hope right then. "About those songs," she hesitated. "Never mind, it's nothing." Silence spread through the stairwell. She leaned against the wall for a few minutes, then suddenly spoke. "Let me tell you a story, a sad one. If you cry, I won't laugh at you. There's no one else here anyway. But you have to promise you'll never tell anyone, okay?" "Of course. I promise I'll listen carefully and never tell a soul." I slowly sat down on the stairs, keeping a bit of distance between us. I glanced down at her bare feet, my dirty slippers, and the half-eaten green apple on the step, preparing myself to listen to her sad story. Deep down, I knew that stories no longer made me cry. 2 years ago, there was an 18-year-old girl who got accepted into a prestigious university, she began. She had an older brother who loved her dearly. Their parents had died young, so her brother raised her by himself. They depended on each other. I nodded softly. She went on. "The day she got into university, her brother gave her a special gift that tattooed his name on her back, and on his own arm, he tattooed her name. Isn't that a bit much?" I couldn't help but interrupt. "Can you let me finish?" "Sorry, go on." I looked away. The girl did well in college and eventually fell in love with her English teacher. The teacher loved her too. That year, she was truly happy. "That sounds pretty good," I said. She let out a bitter laugh. But one afternoon that autumn, the girl went home to visit her brother, wanting to share her happy secret with him. The house was empty, except for a note on the table. "I want to take you to a place where we'll be together forever." The girl, clutching the note, ran frantically to her lover's house. And when she opened the door, she found herself in a living nightmare. At this point, her voice broke. "If you're feeling down, maybe we could switch to a happier story." "No, I want to finish." Ning's voice was trembling as she continued to describe the suffocating scene. The moment the girl pushed open the door, her whole world shattered. The person she loved was hanging from the ceiling by a thick rope, tongue protruding, body covered in blood, clothes disheveled. What made it even more chilling was her brother sitting calmly at the edge of the bed, a cigarette between his fingers, eyes narrowed as he watched the scene, a twisted smile on his lips. The girl collapsed to the floor, her legs utterly numb. Fighting through the pain in her chest, she crawled inch by inch toward the cold body. When she finally reached it, she saw 4 bloody characters carved into his chest, for life and death. I noticed Ning's tears silently falling to the floor. "No, I'm not crying," she insisted, struggling to keep her emotions in check. "It's the girl who's crying." She asked her brother why he did it, but he just sneered and left, tossing out a cold "he deserved it" as he closed the door. The story continued. The girl was forced to drop out of school, losing all desire to speak. Under her brother's threats, she was dragged along as they fled from the police, running and hiding until exhaustion overtook them. After hearing all this, I felt a chill run through me. I couldn't stop myself from trembling as I asked, Is this your story? Is that girl you? Xining didn't answer. Instead, she silently pulled down her collar, revealing her right shoulder. I watched her tears trace a path down her lips and neck, finally falling onto a scar etched with a name. I turned away, staring at the distant porch light, fighting to hold back my own emotions. After a long silence, I managed to say, Talking about it, does it help? Was this the first time you've told anyone? Yes, she replied calmly. But saying it out loud actually feels like letting go. I'm glad, I whispered. Honestly, I've never told anyone my story either. I don't really have much to say, but don't worry, I'll never tell anyone about yours. I would never go to the police. I suddenly stopped, clapping a hand over my mouth. Maybe, she said coolly, it's that you don't want anyone to know your story. No, really, there's nothing to tell. Most things, I've already forgotten. After that, we both fell silent. I understood clearly then. She hadn't confided in me out of trust or affection, but simply because she needed to let it out. I was just someone to listen. But maybe that's a kind of salvation, to reminding me that those who suffer aren't far away. They're right here, so real, so close. I told myself I had to stay strong, to fight for everything I longed for, and then let that happiness shine into her world as well. But more likely, I might just become her brother's next target. She tried to warn me with a story, urging me to stay away from any possible danger, because I had already taken a step I shouldn't have. On the surface, her words were meant to save me. But to me, she was an angel. In that moment, her gentle light softly illuminated my fragile soul. Silence settled between us again, and time seemed to stand still. Look, the streetlights are on. Her words pulled me out of my thoughts and back to reality. The lights were glowing outside, and I realized that time had quietly slipped by. I sighed, smiled, and said, You really shouldn't cry anymore. Your brother will be back soon. If he finds out you told me all this, he might just want to get rid of me, haha. Let's just drop it for now, we can talk later. I tried to joke in a light-hearted tone, hoping to ease the heaviness in the air. Okay, I won't bring it up again, she replied quietly, her voice cold as she turned to leave. Wait, I called after her, from now on, don't treat yourself like this. Promise me. I looked up at the ceiling as I said it, speaking as much to myself as to her. I knew nobody wants to be cruel to themselves, but fate grips our wrists so tightly, forcing us to pick up the blade and turn it on ourselves. There's no way back, and no way to let go. In the face of fate, we're utterly powerless. After a simple goodbye, I went down the stairs and pushed open the door. A cool breeze hit me, carrying a hint of autumn. As I silently counted the marked days on my calendar, I realized summer had quietly slipped away, and the biting chill of fall was setting in. I shivered, pulled my sleeves tighter, and walked toward the other side of the street. I stepped into a small tea shop and found my usual seat in the corner. The place was simple, just a few stools and two tables under a huge umbrella. An elderly woman, probably in her 60s, stood under the dim light, running the little shop by herself. She had seen me sitting here alone so many times, always lost in thought, but never asked any questions. She would simply bring me a cup of hot tea, set it in front of me with a smile, and never charged me for it. I hardly noticed her, just sipped my tea absent-mindedly, my mind still replaying the story she had just told me. Strangely, after hearing it, I felt an inexplicable sense of relief, something I couldn't put into words. All my worries suddenly seemed unimportant. All I wanted was to sit quietly, repeating her words in my heart. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. The wild outburst after I lost my job, the fear I felt hearing her music at night, that haunting look in her eyes, all of it was still vivid, yet now it all seemed to blur together. For a moment, I even wondered if I should call the police and save that poor girl from that bastard, but the thought felt almost ridiculous. Night had completely swallowed the sky, and the streets were nearly empty. The tea shop was just as quiet as always, business unchanged, with only me sitting there. I lifted the hot tea to my lips, but stopped. What am I to Xining? And what is she to me? If I could save her, I'd give my life for it. But how could I possibly save her? Her brother is always the most important person in her heart. Even if he killed the one she loved most, she would still follow him, without a word of complaint. If I took him away from her, what would she think of me? I realized I couldn't save her. I couldn't save anyone. I thought of my father's thin, worn face, his tears that once broke my heart. But I couldn't save him either, nor could I save myself. She's an angel, and I should protect her, but if things don't end the way I hope, what then? I might not care about my own life, but I can't drag her down with me. The chaos in my heart nearly overwhelmed me. My thoughts tangled together, words and feelings unable to form a clear picture. My mind grew hazy, and I suddenly felt a coat draped over my shoulders. The old woman from the tea shop had quietly covered me while I slept at the table. I hadn't even realized I'd dozed off. Clearly, I was truly exhausted. In my haze, I heard the sound of wood knocking together. When I opened my eyes, I saw Granny Chop hacking up her stall. She noticed I was awake and greeted me with her usual gentle smile. I stood up, and a chill immediately swept through me. Cold wind seemed to cut right through my clothes and into my bones. I helped Granny Cha pack up for a while, the wooden cups clinking together with a crisp sound, and then I turned and headed home. The biting wind cleared my mind. I had never felt so brave. I had already made up my mind. No matter what happened, I would try to save her. If my life really meant nothing, I was willing to trade it for just one of her smiles. When I got home, the light on the stairwell was on, casting a wavering glow on the wall. I knew someone was back, but it definitely wasn't the landlord. As I climbed the stairs, the sounds from the neighboring room grew louder, voices raised in argument, shouts tangled together. A sense of dread crept down my spine, cold as a ghostly hand. Step by heavy step, I forced myself up the stairs, each one feeling as if my legs were weighed down with lead. The sounds from inside became clearer until I stood between two doors and could hear everything. Xening's sobs, her brother's angry insults, and the dull thud of something striking her. It all happened so suddenly. I stood on the stairs, jaw clenched, fists so tight my knuckles turned white, my whole body shaking uncontrollably. Over and over, I told myself, do something. You have to do something. Hurry, please, just move. Don't just stand here like an idiot. But my body wouldn't budge, frozen in place. I hated myself for hated my useless hands and feet, hated how I couldn't move in this moment. Deep down, I knew I was afraid like I'd never been before. On the other side of that door was a real-life killer, a man capable of anything. I clenched my teeth to keep them from rattling, struggling to lift my hand and push open the barrier between us. Damn it, just a little higher, just a bit more, come on. Do something, you coward. I screamed at myself inside, shaking as Xening's screams filled my ears, tears brimming in my eyes. But in the end, I let my hand fall. At the last moment, I chose silence. I chose to be a coward. I lowered my head as tears dripped onto my slippers, leaving tiny dark stains, then slowly and quietly walked to my own room. Just then, the door next door swung open behind me. A figure, backlit by the room's light, appeared in the hallway. I froze, trembling, unable to turn around, until I heard a voice, cold and sharp as a scalpel. You'd better mind your own business, you little bastard. That voice was icy and cutting, as if it sliced right through my chest. In that moment, I couldn't even describe what I felt, humiliated, yet completely unable to speak up. I knew Xening must be looking at me with pleading eyes, while to him, I was nothing but a pathetic coward, all bluster and no courage. I don't know if it was some strange thought that suddenly struck a nerve, or if it was just the last bit of pride inside me being touched, but somehow, all the fear I felt just vanished. In its place, a rush of adrenaline surged through me. Clenching my teeth, I spun around and glared fiercely at the man behind me, his face obscured by the dim yellow light. I spat out, you'll get what's coming to you. Sooner or later, you'll pay for what you've done. I tried to steady my voice, forcing down the trembling in my jaw, desperate to appear strong. Karma? What's that supposed to mean? He shot back coldly, his tone completely flat. I stared hard into his eyes, those same indifferent eyes that made me feel worthless, filling me with disgust. But I knew I couldn't afford to be afraid anymore. At this point, even if it cost me my life, I couldn't back down. The moment the words left my mouth, I knew there was no going back. You'll pay with your life. That's your karma. My voice was unwavering, as if all my fears had been burned away in that instant. Deep down, I knew I was a coward, but right now, I had to resist. I couldn't let myself be intimidated, especially for Xening's sake. I had to stand my ground. My life. You think I care? He sneered, his smile as cold and sharp as a blade, scorn slicing across his emotionless face. The contempt in that brief smile sent a chill straight to my core, and I broke out in a cold sweat, my body trembling uncontrollably. That's right. You'll pay with your life. You're a monster, a murderer, a sadist, a lunatic. Just wait, the law will catch up with you. I blurted out every insult I could think of in one breath. But he just stared back at me with the same icy look, completely unmoved. Then, in a low voice, he said, if that's true, I think you'll get what's coming to you first. Last warning, get out of my sight. With that, he turned and slammed the door behind him. I stood frozen on the landing, mind blank. My chest heaved as I gasped for air, sweat soaking through my clothes while chills racked my body, leaving my hands and feet numb. I have no idea how long I stood there, every cell in my body under unbearable pressure, my mind as empty as my lips. It was the first time in my life I'd ever felt so helpless. 2 hours later, when I finally came to, I found myself curled up in the corner of my room, wrapped tightly in a thick blanket, biting down hard on the edge of it, eyes barely open as I stared out the window. Outside, the wind had pushed the clouds away, and the stars were shining clear and bright. I didn't know if I was thinking or just remembering. For a while, I wondered if there was something wrong with me. Now I was sure. Maybe I really was what people called crazy. But can a crazy person fight back? Can they think? Can they love someone? Can they cry? Just like I was now, a wave of bitterness washing over me. Frowning, I whispered to myself, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice and self-blame. I felt like a complete failure, as if fate was playing a cruel joke on me. Every last bit of hope had been snatched away, forcing me into a corner. Why take away even my last shred of hope? What did I do to deserve this? Was I really meant to leave this world? Memories came flooding back, pain boiling up inside me until I started hitting my own head, desperate to make them stop, but it was no use. Against fate, I felt so small, helpless, powerless, with no choice at all. In the end, all I could do was put on a brave face, while inside, I felt nothing but emptiness. My disappointment in this world ran deep, and I knew I'd let everyone down, too. The intertwining of dreams and reality. All my life, I've been obsessed with dreaming daydreams when the sun is up, and dreams that carry on into the night. I've always wondered if what some people say is true, that the things that happen in dreams will one day come to pass. If that's really the case, then at least the stories in my dreams feel a bit lighter than reality. That night, a tide of guilt swept over me, threatening to drown me. I tossed and turned in bed, not even sure when I slipped back into sleep. In my dream, a few childhood friends appeared before me. Their lips curled up, as if they were smiling at me, but there was a hint of mockery too, as if they were laughing at my weakness. Their faces were blurry, shrouded in mist, making it impossible to tell who was who. I found myself standing on the peak of a mountain, looking down at my childhood hometown. Winter snow blanketed the entire village, dazzling white, and I could almost feel the icy sting of snow cupped in my hands. I reached out, trying to grasp that familiar scene, but no matter how hard I tried, it was always just out of reach, separated by some invisible barrier. Suddenly, I caught sight of my mother's silhouette in the distance. That familiar outline made my heart skip a beat. She walked away slowly, her figure growing smaller and smaller. I tried desperately to catch up, but my legs felt heavy as if filled with lead. The cold cut through me, and I was dressed in nothing but thin clothes. Each breath I took sent a sharp pain through my chest. I wished with all my heart that she would turn around and hold me in her warm embrace, but her figure faded like smoke, dissolving into the darkness and leaving behind nothing but emptiness. A damp breeze brushed across my face, and I jolted awake, feeling a sharp pain. My vision was tilted at a strange 90-degree angle, and I realized I had fallen out of bed, my head pressed awkwardly against the side. The wind had blown the window open in the middle of the night, pulling me out of my nightmare. Another long, dark night had come and gone. I didn't get up right away. Instead, I lay there on the cold floor, twisted in that awkward position, unmoving. The wind whipped away what was left of my blanket, but I didn't care. I stared at the dust on the ground, watching as it was lifted by the wind, swirling through the air before settling back down. Morning sunlight filtered through the window, turning each speck of dust into a tiny, sparkling world. The way they danced in the light reminded me of a miniature universe, like sand slipping through an hourglass, making me dizzy. For some reason, I suddenly started to laugh, at first a soft chuckle, then uncontrollable, hysterical laughter. My fists pounded the hard floor, my knuckles turning white. I asked myself, is the world in my dreams really better, or is reality just that much harsher? Compared to the sorrow in my dreams, reality felt even more unbearable. I began to doubt the existence of any gods. If there really were gods, then humanity must be nothing more than a discarded plaything, left to rot and decay while they no longer even bother to look our way. What a pitiful fate this is. In that moment, I was sure I had lost my mind. I lay there on the cold floor, laughing one moment and crying the next, unwilling to do anything, not even to think about dying. I had never felt so exhausted inside, as if I'd been hollowed out, chilled to the bone. Time slipped by in a haze, hours passing without notice. Suddenly, there was a faint but persistent knocking at the door. At first, I ignored it, thinking of myself as a broken puppet lying lifeless in the corner. But the knocking didn't stop, its steady rhythm finally dragging my consciousness back from oblivion. I struggled to my feet, breathing heavily. I hadn't eaten in so long that my body felt weak, and only the last bit of willpower kept me moving toward the door. My trembling hand unlocked it, and I slumped against the wall with the door, making a dull thud. Turning my head, I looked at the figure standing outside with empty eyes. The moment our eyes met, tears streamed down my face, soaking into the wall in wide, dark streaks. I knew it was her the moment I heard the first knock at the door. This was the first time I'd seen her face in daylight, and I was surprised by how pale she looked, almost as lifeless and colorless as my own reflection. She stood quietly at the doorway, her gaze lingering on my face for a long moment, as if she was just as surprised as I was. After a brief silence, she lowered her head and spoke so softly I could barely hear her. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to let me in?" My temples throbbed, as if someone was hammering at my skull. I let out a deep sigh, avoiding her eyes in shame, and replied weakly, "Oh no, that's not what I meant. If you want to come in, please do. It's just, the place is a bit of a mess." I was out of breath, each word costing me what felt like all my remaining strength. She glanced over my weary face. "You look exhausted. I know you haven't eaten much lately. I saw you sneaking food in the landlord's kitchen downstairs last time." As she spoke, She brought her hands out from behind her back and held out a bright red apple. If you don't mind, this is for you. I took the apple, its glossy skin gleaming in the sunlight, almost like the forbidden fruit from Eden. You seem to really like apples, I said, feeling its weight in my hand. I do, she replied calmly, though there was an emotion in her voice I couldn't quite place. But I don't like red ones, so this one's for you. Staring at the apple, I couldn't help but think of the fairy tale of Snow White and the poisoned apple. I almost wished that taking a bite would let me sleep forever and put an end to those damn dreams. With that thought, I took a big bite, letting the sweetness fill my mouth. By the way, about yesterday, I'm really sorry. My brother, her voice faltered. Never mind, I don't want to talk about him. It's just I think I heard you crying last night. She was still standing at the doorway, unmoving, her eyes distant as if she was looking into another world. You know we're really not that different, are we? I said tiredly. Forget it, let's not dwell on it. Why are you still standing there? Come in and have a seat. Sorry, I don't even have a chair to offer. She didn't respond, just walked straight into the room and stood by the window, gazing quietly outside, completely ignoring my presence. I sat on the edge of the bed, facing away from her, eating the apple and taking deep breaths of fresh air, hoping to regain some strength and clarity. After a few minutes of silence, she suddenly spoke, her voice urgent. Let's go. Let's leave this place together somewhere no one can ever find us. I froze, unsure if I'd heard her right. Leave together? Go where? Did she mean to die together? To me, only death could truly make someone unreachable. When I didn't answer, she raised her voice, sounding even more desperate. Promise me, okay? Just the two of us, somewhere nobody knows us. You can tell me your story, and we won't have to cry about any of this anymore. She twisted the hem of her dress nervously, her eyes shining with an unreadable light. But her suggestion stunned me. Couldn't believe what I was hearing. It sounded like something out of a fantasy. I may be a little crazy, but am not naive enough to believe in something like this. Good things never happen to people like me. I knew exactly what she meant. This was just a way to run away. If it wasn't me, she'd say the same to anyone who seemed kind enough. If I were in her place, I'd probably cling to the only lifeline I could find, too. But I knew I wasn't capable of running away with her. I could barely take care of myself, let alone escape from everything with her. I have no savings, no job, and nothing to brag about, not a single skill except for doing hard labor to scrape together a meager income, just enough to keep my household registration. The truth is, I get by shamelessly, eating free meals and running up tabs wherever I can. To most people, I'm just a good for nothing, someone with nothing admirable about him, except that I've never committed any truly terrible crimes. She's just mocking me. Since I left my hometown, I've barely been anywhere except this small place. Faced with all these difficulties, money seems to be the only real obstacle I can't get past. Seriously, someone as useless and cowardly as me, how could I possibly be your savior? Her words snapped me out of my silence, and I realized I'd been anxiously running my hands through my hair, looking every bit the helpless fool. No, I just don't know what to do. I dropped my head in embarrassment, my voice stumbling. You suddenly say something like that, and I just can't quite believe it. No, please, don't be upset. I'm not saying I don't want to. It's just, well, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. My mouth ran on without control, rambling so much that even I couldn't follow what I was saying. I bet you think I'm just joking, right? You probably figure that any minute now I'll burst out laughing and tell you, silly, you fell for it. How could someone like me ever run away with you? That's what you're thinking, isn't it? No, I never thought that. I interrupted anxiously, my mind a mess. It's just that I don't know how to answer you. You suddenly brought this up, and we've only known each other a few days. Even though your story really moved me, in my eyes you're so beautiful, so dignified. I caught myself rambling again, realizing how ridiculous I sounded. I'd always assumed she was making fun of me, turning me into a joke, but I couldn't bring myself to face the truth. She was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. Well, maybe it's too sudden for you. Maybe I shouldn't dream about something so impossible. But I just wanted you to know from the moment I first saw you, I could tell you were kinder than anyone I've ever met. In this world, kindness is all I care about. If you feel like a failure and can't accept my offer, I won't force you. With that, she turned to leave. Wait, please. I hurried after her, my voice shaky. Just let me think about it, okay? I understood what she meant. Is there really anything in this world more precious than kindness? If that's the measure, there are probably plenty of people nobler than me. Still, I couldn't make up my mind. The decision felt overwhelming. I kept telling myself to choose, but when it mattered most, my mind went completely blank. Suddenly, I remembered what I'd told myself the night before, that I'd do anything for her, even risk my life, just to see her smile. But now, why am I still so hesitant? I really am a coward, completely useless. Maybe this is just my fate. After saying that, she turned and brushed past me. From her weary expression and downcast eyes, I could sense her deep disappointment, as if I could see straight through to a soul thrown into a dark abyss. In that moment, it hit me. She wasn't lying to me. Someone good at hiding their feelings would never let themselves be seen through so easily. Wait, please. I called out anxiously. You know, honestly, I'm pretty useless. I can't do anything right. I've never even had a proper job, and I've never used a smartphone in my life. So what? She spun around abruptly, her hands pressing hard against my shoulders, her voice almost angry. Does any of that really matter? Just because you haven't had something before, does it mean you never will? Do you really believe you're destined to be a loser? That you'll never be good enough for someone like me? I I don't. I stammered. I want a good life too. I want to live in a big house, drive a fancy car, wear gold, have a beautiful wife, and never worry about money. But even as I spoke, I knew deep down these were just fantasies. I never truly dared to hope for a life like that. Really? She stared into my eyes. Because to me, it seems like you don't actually care about any of that. What really matters to you are those pure, white things. I hope I'm not wrong about you. Her words struck me like a hammer to the chest. It was true I never cared much for material things. My heart was filled with too many simple, pure dreams, and now, she had become one of them. All right, you win, I said, taking a deep breath. If that's the case, then I'll risk everything for you. I don't care if it costs me my life. As long as I can take you with me, I'll do whatever it takes. She stopped walking, but didn't turn around. The cold wind lifted her hair, and the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Really? Her voice was barely more than a whisper. Really? Even if it costs me my life, I won't hesitate. Even though I still doubted my own abilities, my voice was unwavering. I stood up and took her cold hand in mine. It was the first time I'd ever touched skin so cold. Grab whatever you can, we're leaving now. The only things I can bring are myself and you. At that moment, everything became crystal clear. I knew the road ahead would be a frantic, exhausting escape, but the sense of responsibility rising inside me wouldn't let me stop. I tore through drawers and closets like a madman, tossing a few clothes onto the bed and stuffing every bit of money I could find into my pockets. Finally, my eyes met hers, brimming with tears. She bit her lip, and the two of us clung to each other like a pair of lunatics. Let's go? Let's go now. If the story ended here, most people might think it was just another cliché tale of lovers on the run. But real life is rarely so romantic. Sometimes, things are doomed from the very start, long before you ever have a plan. The moment we resolutely pulled open the door, time seemed to freeze again. It was as if the pendulum, about to stop, suddenly hung motionless in midair. The air was filled with the dull, dragging sound of rusty gears grinding against each other. That unmoving pendulum felt like a sledgehammer striking my mind, instantly shattering all my previous struggles and efforts. Everything returned to the very beginning. Time appeared suspended in that single second. Even the dust in the air seemed frozen in place, until a sharp metallic clang sliced through the silence. The sound of paper rustling mingled with the sizzle of a cigarette being lit, and the pungent smell of smoke quickly filled the cramped room, making my head spin. I clenched my teeth, my throat dry as I swallowed, even feeling my lips twitch involuntarily. The person standing before me sent a chill straight to my bones. His face was the very one that had haunted my nightmares over and over again. And now, he was standing right in front of me once more. My hand, tightly gripping hers, began to tremble, and I was on the verge of collapse. I couldn't stop shaking, staring at this beast-like figure before me. As I swallowed hard again, a wisp of smoke drifted past my temple, making my sweat-drenched skin tighten. Suddenly, a heavy punch crashed into my right eye socket. In that instant, I felt as if I had become a meteor knocked off course, sent hurtling through the air. I really did fly, as though I'd stepped into a dream, or like a slow-motion scene from a movie. My grip on her hand slipped away, my arms flung helplessly behind me, and the back of my head slammed into the mirror behind us. The sharp crack of shattering glass exploded in my ears, and the entire mirror broke into countless jagged shards. A second later, I crashed to the floor, the impact sending a dull pain through my bones as if they were splintering. Shit! I growled, my voice thick with pain and anger. In reality, only a few seconds had passed since we opened the door, but now I was already sprawled on the ground, my head spinning as the world before me warped and twisted, like it had been splashed with dirty water. Instinctively, I reached up to wipe my eyes. My palm came away hot and wet, covered in fresh blood. My brow was split open. Oddly enough, seeing the blood seemed to awaken something primal inside me. I threw my head back and laughed wildly, almost like a beast, roaring as I staggered to my feet. I yanked Zining behind me, shielding her, and charged back at the devil who was staring me down. I wanted to get closer, to see for myself what kind of expression twisted a murderer's face, to discover what lay hidden in the eyes of a killer. But before I could reach him, he kicked me away again. This time, I crumpled to the floor like a rag doll, my arms instinctively wrapping around my stomach. The pain made my breathing ragged and my face contort uncontrollably. I wanted to act tough, to shout at Zining to stay away from him, but the words wouldn't come out. I could only grit my teeth. A few seconds later, I suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, bright and hot as it quickly spread across the floor. Gasping for air, I tried to lift my head by sheer willpower, but everything was a blur. Through the haze, I saw a figure lunge at me, and a flurry of heavy punches and kicks rained down on me like a violent storm. Under that relentless assault, my consciousness finally shattered. I collapsed heavily to the floor. I had fought with everything I had, but this time, I could no longer feel the faint, cool breeze from the window. When I woke again, I had no idea how much time had passed. The first thing I felt was a splitting headache, followed by waves of nausea and the ache of a body that felt like it had been run over. I forced myself to turn my head and look around, only to realize the room was unfamiliar, yet there was something strangely familiar about it. This wasn't my room. My face felt uncomfortably sticky. It was dried blood. I tried to get up, only to realize I was tightly bound to the bookshelf with coarse rope. No matter how hard I struggled, it was useless. Looking up, I saw a tall man sitting on the edge of the bed, fiddling with his phone and staring out the window. Zening was curled up in the corner, deliberately avoiding my gaze. Noticing that I was awake, the man turned to me with a sneer. His voice was rough and low as he spoke. Awake, huh? Didn't I tell you to stay away? Why can't people like you ever listen? What? You're interested in her too? You think you're good enough? Tell me, where do you plan to take her? So what if I am? Why should I tell you? Of course, I'd take her somewhere you'd never find. If you've got a problem, let me go and face me, leave her alone. I forced myself to fight back. He stood and walked over. Only then did I realize how intimidating his size truly was. Let me show you just where you can go that I can't find you. Before I could react, his fist was already swinging toward me. Please, don't hurt him anymore. Zening suddenly broke down, sobbing uncontrollably as she collapsed to the floor. Shut up, the man roared, turning on her in fury and pointing an accusing finger at his sister. I struggled desperately to break free, but his heavy boot crashed into my face, slamming me back into the bookshelf. The wooden frame splintered, and books tumbled everywhere. Blood spurted from my mouth. I couldn't even feel the pain anymore. I just stared dazedly as the blood began to soak into my pants. The bright red blood, Zening's pure white dress, the man's long black hair, everything felt painfully real. The man shouted, "You're pleading for this piece of trash? Did you forget what you promised me? You swore never to tell anyone the truth. You've betrayed me." He lunged at Zening, grabbed her by the wrist, and waved the knife from the bed in front of her face. My vision began to blur, one eye refusing to open, but I fought to stay conscious, barely making out his furious shouting in the background. Damn it. All that talk about forever, about someplace no one can find, huh? The man's voice was sharp as a blade, each word slicing through the air. Say it again. Go ahead, say it so I can hear it. They'll take you there right now, and make sure no one ever finds you again. Fine. Do it. Kill me. Zening screamed, veins standing out on her face. Cut me up and throw me into the ocean too. If you don't kill me, we'll tell the whole world what you've done. You monster. You murderer. She struggled desperately, her nails raking bloody lines down his arm as she fought to break free from his iron grip. The man let out a cold laugh, a flicker of madness in his eyes. Great, just great. What a joke. All those promises about being together forever, just lies, all of it. All of you lied to me. His voice rose, his face contorted with rage. You filthy whore. I knew you'd betray me one day. Go ahead and curse me. Zening's eyes burned with hatred. You'll get what's coming to you, I swear. If you don't kill me today, they'll kill you. None of us are getting out of this. They'll get revenge for the one I love, you bastard. Before she finished, she lunged forward and bit down hard on his arm. What was truly chilling was the man's lack of reaction. He simply stared at his sister as she sank her teeth deep into his flesh. Blood streamed down his arm, dripping onto the floor, but he seemed immune to the pain. His grip on Zening's arm didn't loosen in the slightest. All right, they'll give you what you want, he said suddenly, his voice eerily calm, which only made it more terrifying. I knew you were just lying to me from the start. After everything I've done for you, you still betrayed me. His lips twisted into a grotesque smile. Looks like today's the day we end this. His tone was firm, almost mocking, as if he were telling someone else's story. Then, dragging the struggling Zening, he turned and walked toward me, each step steady and resolute, the blade in his hand glinting coldly in the dim light. Before I could react, a wave of coldness swept through my body. In seconds, the knife was buried deep in my shoulder. Oddly, there was no searing pain, just a numbing chill spreading from the wound, quickly swallowing my senses. Please let go. I'm begging you, please. Zening's voice was sharp and desperate. Let him go. Don't hurt him anymore. This is between you and might has nothing to do with him. Her voice broke with tears. I don't even like him. I was just using him to escape. Please, don't hurt him. I'm begging you. Please, just let go. Even as my consciousness faded, I could still just make out Zening's voice. She was screaming herself hoarse, pleading for my life, her cries growing more frantic and hopeless. Suddenly, my world spun, my body convulsed, and everything went black. I couldn't tell if I'd fallen asleep or if I was already dead. Is life really this fragile? Was it really over so quickly? Strangely, death didn't seem as painful as I'd imagined. Somewhere in the haze, I heard Zening sobbing, pleading for something. I wanted to say something, to tell her not to worry, but my mouth wouldn't obey, not a sound came out. Is this what it feels like when your soul leaves your body? No, that's not right. I wasn't dead yet. I could still feel the numbness in my fingers, the throbbing pain in the back of my head. My mind was cloudy, but I understood I was passing out from blood loss. I couldn't sleep. I absolutely couldn't. If I did, I knew I'd never wake up again. Although I had repeatedly contemplated ending my own life, in this moment of life and death, I refused to die in such a humiliating way. If the next victim was Ning, I could never forgive my own weakness, not even in the afterlife. This thought suddenly brought a sharp clarity to my mind. Ning's heart-wrenching cries grew louder and clearer in my ears. Forcing myself to lift my head, which felt as heavy as lead, I leaned with difficulty against the broken corner of the bookshelf behind me. Blood kept bubbling from the corner of my mouth as I gasped desperately for air, like a dying person's final struggle. Facing everything before me, I decided to take one last gamble. But all I received in return was an even more brutal beating. I clenched my teeth, no longer trying to escape. Instead, I lowered my head and let him do as he pleased. At least this way, he wouldn't torment that poor woman. Even if I was destined to die here today, I wanted to face it bravely. This might be the last thing I could do for her. Just as I thought I was about to be beaten to death, a voice suddenly broke through the chaos. If you touch him again, he'll jump right now. Ning's voice was filled with determination. 10 meters, do you think that's enough to smash me to pieces? You lunatic, you devil. Jump, then. Go ahead, I dare you. He sneered, raising the knife in his hand, this time aiming it straight at my throat. My eyes widened, trying to etch his hateful face into my memory so that even in death, I could seek revenge. But before he could finish speaking, a figure drifted down outside the window. Her skirt billowed in the wind, creating a scene that was almost surreal. I tried desperately to shout, but my throat felt blocked, and only blood and tears streamed uncontrollably down my face. Time seemed to slow. I saw the man drop the knife and rush frantically toward the window. He reached out in vain, grasping at empty air before crashing to the floor, letting out a howl of despair. As he crawled toward the windowsill, a rumble of thunder split the sky. Torrential rain poured down, and as the raindrops hammered the earth, time seemed to resume its normal pace. I could no longer contain the rage and despair inside me. I completely lost control. Frenzied, I bit at the rope until my teeth were on the verge of coming loose. At last, I managed to break free and stumbled toward the window with all the strength I had left. Kneeling at the edge and looking down, the scene below seared itself into my memory, tormenting my soul forever. The once vibrant life now lay motionless in a pool of blood, completely lifeless. Her head had been shattered by the impact with the ground, her face unrecognizable and twisted in pain. The rain mercilessly washed the blood away, letting it spread across the ground. Her white dress fanned out around her, which should have looked as delicate as fallen petals in the rain, but now it was soaked in blood and stained with dirt. I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to bear the heartbreak of that scene any longer. I called her name over and over again, my fists raining down on the man's face with all the strength I could muster. Each punch was fueled by everything I had, yet he remained motionless, like a statue, slumped on the floor with vacant eyes, as if his soul had already left his body. It wasn't until my arms could no longer lift that I finally collapsed beside him, utterly exhausted. My anguished cries echoed through the room. The irony was bitter at that moment. We were no longer rivals, just two broken men, as lifeless as corpses, each drowning in his own endless pain. Why did fate mock me so cruelly? Why take away the last shred of happiness I had? If that was the case, I might as well destroy everything with my own hands. Fumbling, I picked up the blood-stained knife from the floor, letting out a guttural, almost crazed scream as I pinned the man down. He offered no resistance, just stared blankly out the window at the sky, as if waiting for me to end it all for him. I raised the knife and roared, but my arm trembled uncontrollably. I tried 2 or 3 times, but in the end, I couldn't go through with it. The knife clattered to the ground. I gazed up at the ceiling, screaming in anguish, my fists pounding the floor in a frenzy. Unable to bear it any longer, I staggered out of the room, blood covering me as I stormed wildly down the hallway, destroying everything within reach. Suddenly, I missed a step and tumbled down the stairs, crashing hard into a dark corner on the first floor, and lost consciousness once more. This time, my sleep was eerily peaceful, the first dreamless rest I'd had in more than a decade. When I finally struggled to open my eyes, I found myself lying on the first floor. My gaze drifted up to the ceiling. There, to my surprise, was a dusty mural, exquisitely painted with angels and doves. After all these years living here, I had never noticed this corner before. I checked my body. Though the pain was intense, nothing seemed broken. The rain outside grew heavier, and suddenly, a terrified shout pierced the air. Someone jumped off the building. The sound yanked me back to harsh reality. Fighting through the pain, I crawled to the door and peered through the crack. At first, there were only a few passers-by with umbrellas, staring from a distance at the tragedy at the corner of the street. Gradually, more people gathered, their voices rising in anxious discussion. I couldn't watch any longer. I closed the door and leaned against the wall, tears streaming down my face. All my strength seemed to drain away as I sank heavily to my knees, a guttural, heart-wrenching cry tearing from my chest. I didn't know who to turn to. All I wanted was to hide away by myself. As usual, I slipped into the bathroom. Gripping the edge of the sink with both hands, I forced myself to stand up, gasping for breath. When I looked up at the mirror, the reflection staring back at me was a face battered and bloody. But even more relentless were the gruesome images flashing through my mind. I waved my arms wildly, screaming at the top of my lungs in a desperate attempt to banish those horrific scenes, but they were already seared into my memory. I suddenly twisted the faucet open, plunged my head into the sink, and splashed my face over and over with freezing water. But no matter how many times I tried, the chilling images wouldn't wash away. I lost all control, lashing out at anything within reach, kicking and punching, howling to release the pain. Then, out of nowhere, a single thought cut through the chaos. I had to end this. I couldn't go on being useless. I would take down the monster who stole Ning's life even if it meant my own. Frenzied, I searched the cramped bathroom for anything lethal, cursing in ways I never had before. My mind was consumed by one idea: kill him, rip out his heart, and see what color it was. The filth and stench around me were unbearable, and I even found myself wanting to destroy the bystanders gawking on the street below. Unable to find any suitable weapon, I smashed the mirror with my fist. Numb to the pain, I sifted through the shards on the floor until I found a jagged piece of glass. Clutching it tightly, the sharp edge sliced into my palm, the pain only fueling my rage. I kicked open the bathroom door, a surge of strength propelling me up the stairs. The faint sound of curious onlookers outside only made my anger boil over. I slammed open Ning's door and charged inside, roaring with fury. But the sight before me stopped me cold. The monster, the one who had taken Ning's life, was already sprawled lifeless on the floor. A deep gash cut across his neck, the torn flesh still oozing blood and foam. Cold wind blew in through the window, spreading the metallic scent of blood throughout the room. In his hand, he still gripped the knife Head used to slash his own throat. As I stood there, clutching the shard of glass, ready to risk it all, he used his last ounce of strength to glance back at me and sneer. Then, his eyes bulged, his jaw locked, and with that chilling, twisted expression, he stopped breathing forever. My hands began to tremble violently, and my legs went weak. I wanted to end it myself, but even that final chance was taken from me. The cruelest part was that, staring at his corpse, Isaac a coward started shaking with fear all over again, and the shard of glass slipped from my hand, clattering to the floor. My whole body was trembling as I clutched my head and screamed uncontrollably, then rushed inside in a few frantic steps. I collapsed to the floor, my fingers digging into the clothes of that damned corpse, my fists pounding his skull over and over. His head swung limply, like a broken clock pendulum, but his face remained unchanged, his empty eyes fixed on a corner of the ceiling, as if he could see something no one else could. I tried to lift his head, opened my mouth as if to bite down hard, but in the end, I stopped myself at least my sanity hadn't completely deserted me. Despair washed over me like a tide. I didn't want to do anything anymore. I slumped against the cold wall, my body limp and powerless. A senseless laugh bubbled up from deep in my throat. Maybe, at this point of collapse, I wasn't even human anymore. What difference was there between me and the loathsome corpse beside me? Both of us had lost our humanity. While my thoughts were in chaos, a harsh noise suddenly erupted from the front door downstairs. The landlord's gruff voice pierced through the floorboards. "Hey, anyone here? Where is everyone?" Someone just jumped off the building out front. After a brief pause, his voice sharpened. "Hey, damn it, where's all this blood from? What the hell are you doing up there? Who's there? Come out and talk." The landlord and his dog started yelling, their voices growing louder. Heavy footsteps thudded up the stairs, and his bulky figure appeared at the doorway. In that moment, I had never seen such fear on his brutish face. He was trembling almost as much as I was, pointing a shaking finger at the corpse, his terrified eyes darting between the body and me. He stammered, "More, murder, there's been a murder, murder, there's been a murder." I threw my head back and roared, "Damn it, even you get yours today? So what if there's been a murder? I can barely move right now otherwise, I'd deal with you too." I watched as the landlord dropped to the floor, scrambling backward with his legs flailing until he was cowering in the corner. He kept glancing between me and the phone he was fumbling out of his pocket, his fingers trembling so badly he couldn't even dial the police. I slowly got to my feet. The landlord's face twisted as if he were seeing the devil himself. I staggered toward him, my voice weak but determined. "Damn it, I didn't kill him. If you want to call the police, go ahead." As I drew closer, he suddenly leapt up like a startled rabbit. Downstairs, the dog barked furiously but made no move to protect its pitiful owner. The landlord shrieked, "Don't come any closer, Dot. I'm calling the police, I'm calling." I knew he was bluffing. His outdated phone had already tumbled down the stairs to the first floor. I laughed at his cowardice and kept advancing, repeating, "I told you, I didn't kill him." Still, the landlord kept retreating, his eyes wide with fear. Then, suddenly, he lost his footing and fell backward. Instinctively, I reached out to grab him, but only managed to catch his pant legs. We tumbled down the stairs together in a tangled heap. I never expected things to turn out like this. The vampire landlord who had always exploited me was now lying at my feet, serving as my human cushion. Blood from his head was spreading quickly across the floor. Although I could still hear his faint breathing, I no longer cared whether he lived or died. Struggling to my feet, I spat in his face before turning to kick that hateful dog several times. The animal let out a shrill, miserable howl, then stumbled out the door and vanished into the pouring rain. I burst into wild laughter, the sound tinged with madness. It was finally time to put an end to all of this. Yet the way this farce was ending felt utterly absurd. Staggering, I rushed into the wrecked bathroom, faint shouts from the street echoing in my ears. The police are here. The police are here. The cold, indifferent cries pierced my eardrums. A wave of dizziness swept over me. I steadied myself against the wall, my eyes landing on the murky surface of the toilet water. Suddenly, I remembered that dream. Rather than waiting for someone else to end it all, I might as well finish it myself. Without hesitation, I plunged my head into the toilet, frantically pressing the flush button. I squeezed my eyes shut as the icy water washed over my face, refusing to see another thing in this world. Silently, I pleaded, God, if you really exist, please make all these horrors disappear. If it's possible, let me be the only one left in this world. I'd rather be alone forever than endure this torment any longer. At that moment, the toilet suddenly exploded with a deafening roar, shards flying in every direction. The broken pipe thrashed wildly like a crazed serpent, spraying cold water that quickly turned red with blood. I slumped weakly against the wall, feeling my life slipping away. Yet the death I expected never came. I could still see everything around me, but the world had fallen into an eerie silence. I don't know how long it lasted, but to my shock, feeling slowly returned to my body. First my fingertips twitched, then my arms, my torso, and finally my legs as if every cell had been reborn. I braced myself against the wall and stood up, staring in disbelief at my hands. Though they were still stained with blood, the wounds had healed, leaving behind only faint bruises that throbbed dully. What was happening? Was this what the world after death was like? With confusion and fear swirling in my chest, I rushed out of the bathroom. The first-floor hall was eerily silent, the bloodstains on the floor still starkly visible, but the landlord who had been lying there was gone. Had he been taken away by an ambulance? I raced up the stairs again, feeling so light it was as if my feet were treading on clouds. The moment I pushed open the guest room door, I froze. The room was empty. The body that had been lying in a pool of blood had vanished without a trace. My heart pounded, my mind spinning. The police must have followed procedure and cleaned up the scene, never realizing I was passed out alone in the bathroom. Am I a fugitive now? The thought was so absurd I shook my head, then hurried to the window and looked down. The rain had stopped, which wasn't unusual in this city. Showers always came and went with the wind. But what made my eyes widen was that Xi Ning, who had just been lying in the rain, was also gone. Looks like the police took her body away too, I muttered to myself. Wait, something was off. I stood in the center of the room, suddenly dizzy and weak in the knees. My thoughts were a mess, but I was slowly piecing together fragments of the past, pulling them in a single direction. In a daze, I realized that every moment that had just passed was coming back to me, scattered images rearranging themselves in my mind. That plea, the one I made to the gods. Had the God who never cared for me, the one I never truly believed in, really heard my desperate cry in that split second? Why that moment? Why, after ignoring every little wish I'd ever made, would that wish be granted, the most tragic one of all? Are you mocking me? My voice echoed through the empty room. Or was this always meant to be my fate? It had to be a cruel joke. How ridiculous, of all things, for this wish to come true. My knees buckled and I collapsed to the floor, clutching my head, mumbling to myself. No, get a grip, think rationally. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down. There has to be an explanation. It's just a coincidence. The police came, took away the bodies in the chaos. The landlord must have died too. The police and the coroner took away all 3 bodies, and in the confusion, they just missed me passed out in the bathroom. That's it. That has to be it. I kept reassuring myself. The people outside must have been terrified. 3 deaths. This house is now a crime scene no one wants to go near. Besides, it's not a holiday. The rain stopped, and after the commotion, those cold-hearted neighbors would have gone back to their own business. That's all it is. There's no such thing as gods, and even if there were, they wouldn't play such a cruel joke. I forced myself to stand, legs trembling, and made myself walk around. On my way downstairs, each step felt like I was sinking into cotton. I pushed open the front door, and a cold gust of wind hit me, making me shiver. The street was deserted, not a soul in sight. Hey, is anyone there? I started shouting, my voice echoing down the empty street. I killed someone. I did it. Arrest me. I'm the killer. Yelling all the way toward the tea shop, my voice grew hoarse, but no one answered. The houses lining the street looked abandoned, windows tightly shut, doors locked. They must be scared. I'm a murderer now. I thought, slowing down as fear crept up my spine. What am I supposed to do? I can't face the law. I didn't kill anyone, but I can't even die. What the hell is going on? I stood like a madman beside the deserted tea house, both hands clamped tightly over my mouth, staring in terror at the abandoned belongings on the tablier leather bag, a cell phone, and a bowl of tea still steaming gently. None of it made sense. Even if someone had run into a murderer, they wouldn't have fled so desperately as to leave everything behind. I kept running through the empty streets until I reached the square. Shops, supermarkets, barbershops, food stores, restaurants, every single one was empty. The sense of despair was even stronger than when I discovered Xening's body. A chill shot from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. Helpless, I wandered the streets, pushing open door after door, calling out, shouting, but never getting any response. Cars were abandoned haphazardly in the middle of the road, as if people had fled in a panic at the end of the world. As night fell, I stood alone in the cold wind, and finally had to admit it. There really was no one left. All of this was the result of that damned vow I made. It had brought about such horrifying consequences. I couldn't tell if what had happened was reality or a nightmare. And so, a bizarre story began at that very moment. Once I accepted the reality, frustration and helplessness followed me everywhere. Although only a day had passed, it felt like a century. Still, I was always the type to adapt quickly. It reminded me of something customers used to say when I worked in a restaurant. This food is awful, but since I ordered it, they'll just hold my nose and finish it. After Xening and his sister's bodies disappeared, along with my landlord and those annoying neighbors, I realized the curse wasn't flawless after all. The biggest evidence was that I had tried to kill myself several times, but found I simply couldn't die. After hiding out in the empty apartment for a few days, I ran out of leftovers in the kitchen. That's when it hit me, there was still plenty of food to be found in this abandoned city. But reality quickly shattered that naive hope. The food in the restaurants had already spoiled and was swarming with flies. After some trial and error, I discovered that only packaged food from supermarkets and convenience stores was still edible, though I had to pay attention to expiration dates and whether it needed to be cooked. So, hunting for food became my only daily routine. I pushed a little card ID taken from the tea house, scouring every small supermarket within a 2-kilometer radius, and hauling all the edible supplies back home. But soon, the problem of storage became obvious. My shabby attic had no fridge, and the one in my landlord's place was tiny. It took me a week to realize how stupid it was to keep hiding out in that little attic. If I was going to survive on these free resources, why not just move into a place with plenty of food to begin with? Ever since this idea took root, I devoted all my energy to setting up my brand new living space. I abandoned all those bags of instant food in my old room and rushed into a fairly large supermarket. It used to be open 24 hours, with shelves stocked with everything from food to daily necessities, but now it was completely deserted. Like a greedy scavenger, I gathered up all the essential staples: chairs, tea sets, bedding, pillows, even things I'd never used before or didn't know the purpose of. I hauled everything into a small office at the back of the supermarket. Carefully, I arranged each item, turning the cramped room into my temporary shelter. For now, it was the only thing I could do. When I finished setting up the space, a faint sense of accomplishment welled up in my chest. I didn't want to see the sunlight outside, so I used a bedspread and some tape as makeshift curtains. At first, I thought about finding a TV to kill time and distract myself from my wandering thoughts, but reality set in. If there are no people left, what TV shows would even play? I sat in front of the office's security monitors, staring at the frozen images, unable to calm the helplessness in my heart. One day, I went a little crazy and started messing with everything on the supermarket's counters and shelves. I even stood in front of a mirror, holding up women's underwear against myself. Suddenly, anger surged up inside me, and I kicked the mirror until it shattered. The broken pieces scattered across the floor, reflecting my twisted expression. I stuffed my mouth with snacks I'd never tried before, and washed them down with every flavor of drink I could find, feeling for a moment as if I owned the whole world. No one's ever going to judge me again. No one's ever going to boss me around. I can do whatever I want now. The whole world is mine. I shouted, my voice echoing through the empty supermarket. But why was I crouched on the floor, mouth full of chocolate, crying uncontrollably? Why? A few days later, I found a bicycle abandoned on the street and rode it through the city center's commercial district. It was much better than my old bike, and the sound of its wheels turning was one of the few signs of life in this dead city. I imagined how great it would be to drive a car, but after peeking inside a few of the lifeless vehicles parked along the street, I gave up. I'd never driven one before, and there was no one left to teach me. Walking through the once bustling shopping district, I remembered coming here a year ago. Back then, I was broke and too embarrassed to face people's scornful looks, so I never came back. It had rained again last night, leaving the plaza's pavement slick and reflecting the gray sky above. I tossed the bike aside and dashed into the largest shopping mall. What surprised me most was that the giant screen on the first floor was still playing ads on a loop. Could the power really still be on? Although I didn't quite understand why, the entire city still had power. Maybe it was like a giant battery, with enough reserves to last a while longer, or perhaps the power stations were fully automated and didn't need anyone to operate them. That thought gave me a bit of comfort, at least for now. Everywhere I'd been, from my house to the small supermarket, was still lit up. But the idea that the electricity might suddenly go out one day sent a chill down my spine. The big screens in the mall were still looping commercials. Watching the people talk on screen, I suddenly burst out laughing. No, I hadn't lost my mind. It was just that I hadn't heard another human voice in so long. Afraid I'd forget how to speak, I started repeating the lines from the ads over and over, my laughter echoing through the empty mall. As I wandered, I caught a glimpse of myself in one of the mirrors and jumped covered in dirt. I looked absolutely dreadful. After a fit of wild laughter, I stripped off all my clothes in the mall's main hall and ran into the surrounding fashion stores, frantically trying on outfits. All those luxury brands I could never afford before were now mine for the taking. It didn't matter if they fit. If I liked how something looked, I'd put it on. I pushed a suitcase I'd found, raiding the stores like someone had suddenly struck it rich. Clothes, accessories, if I liked it, it went into the case. I grabbed 50 pairs of socks alone, stuffing them in while thinking I'd never have to patch up old socks again. I laughed and cried at the same time, not even sure what I was feeling anymore. Then, suddenly, a sharp crack sounded behind me. I froze, turning to see a vase smashed on the floor. Who was there? Was everyone hiding in the shadows, watching me make a fool of myself? Were they all secretly laughing at me, running naked through the mall? Panic swept over me. I abandoned my overflowing suitcase, covering myself with my hands, and looked around, trembling. How's there? Come out. My voice echoed through the empty mall, but there was no answer. Just then, another noise came from behind me. I nearly collapsed in fear, turning to see a metal clothes hanger rolling across the floor. In the mirror opposite, I caught a glimpse of a dark shape moving toward me. I shook with terror, grabbed a nearby hanger, and spun around. It was only a stray cat. I let out a long breath and shook my head. That's when it hit me. Aside from humans, other creatures were still out there, like the birds I used to watch absent-mindedly. Dragging my suitcase full of loot, I looked for a car to take me home. But as I stood in the empty street, I suddenly stopped. What a joke! Now the entire city, no, the whole world belonged to me. Why should I bother going back to that tiny place? Across from the commercial street stood the city's most upscale residential complex. In addition to the towering high-rises, there were rows of standalone villas. I only learned the term villa later from books. At first, I simply called them houses where rich people live. I stood outside the villa community, trying to open several locked gates, but none would budge. Growing impatient, I climbed over the wall and landed in the backyard garden of one of the villas. I picked up a paving stone near a flower bed and easily smashed open the back door. Looking back, this act seems almost ironic after all. I no longer cared if anyone came to steal things, or even to take my life. Inside, I couldn't help but think, so this is what a wealthy person's home is like. Aside from the spacious rooms and spotless bathrooms, life here wasn't so different from that of ordinary people. The kitchen still required you to cook for yourself. Still, there were a few things that truly satisfied me. An enormous TV, an entire wall of DVDs, a juicer for fresh fruit, and a freezer stocked like a supermarket. I nearly emptied out the local bookstore, piling all kinds of books on the first floor. For myself, I chose the room upstairs with the best view. It offered beautiful scenery and came with a private bathroom, very convenient. Apart from watching movies, I spent most of my time reading by the window. These two activities became my main sources of knowledge. In a short span, my understanding of the world grew rapidly. Only then did I realize just how vast and complex this world truly is. Once, I thought the world was no bigger than that attic, with its borders ending at the small mountain village where I was born. Looking back, my perspective was incredibly narrow. From that day on, I gradually adapted to living alone, and my emotions settled. Every morning, I would get up on time, carefully grooming myself in front of the mirror. Even with no one around to see me, I insisted on maintaining a proper appearance. Maybe, when the day came to face death, I wanted to leave as the last witness to this world, with dignity. One day, I was surprised to notice subtle changes in my reflection. My once thin frame had grown stronger, and the features behind my glasses had become more defined. I often lingered in front of the mirror, raising my arms and turning to admire the muscles that had appeared almost overnight. This filled me with both surprise and excitement, and sparked a desire to do something meaningful. Recently, I've developed a new habit. I take a book and wander the streets, lying down to read or nap wherever I feel tired, eating whatever food I come across along the way. I even learned to smoke. After all, cigarettes can't kill me. In fact, besides cigarettes, there's nothing left in this world that can take my life, not even myself. It's been almost a month since humanity disappeared. Once talkative, I've become quiet and withdrawn, as if I'm a different person altogether. The memory of last weekend is still vivid. I fought off a pack of huge stray dogs on an empty street, all for a carton of yogurt. What started as a way to kill time unexpectedly showed me a newfound strength both in body and spirit. One particularly gloomy night, I lay alone on the sofa, mechanically counting the days since people vanished. The movies playing on TV no longer interested me, and I started to wonder what I should do next. In some strange way, this bizarre reality felt like an answer from God to some foolish remark I once made, a miracle that should have been impossible. In the silence, a new idea slowly took shape. If the whole world now belonged to me, why stay trapped in this small town? There was no one left to judge me, and money was no longer a concern. The thought sparked a longing to travel, to see places I'd never seen, taste foods I'd never tried, and explore the world like a true adventurer. Even if I only had 50 or 60 years left, maybe I'd die somewhere far from here, or stumble upon something extraordinary. Anything would be better than being stuck in this empty city. With that in mind, I started packing, just like I'd seen in movies. I spent an entire day carefully filling my suitcase with essentials. Before leaving, I went back to Xening's room and found 2 large duffel bags. It struck me then how my grief over her death had completely faded away. I didn't dwell on the change. I simply took a comb and a harmonica from her room as mementos. And so, without looking back, I left my home behind, letting the wind slam the door shut. Finally, I stopped by the familiar tea shop. The owner's warm smile existed only in my memory. I'd never even learned her name. After a moment's pause, I left all the money I had in my pocket on the counter. Carrying cash had become a pointless habit in a world where money no longer mattered. Those unpaid tea bills became my final farewell to this city. Turning the corner, I spotted something familiar: Akun's motorcycle, parked downstairs. Days of rain had made him extra cautious. Had covered the entire bike with a thick sheet of plastic. I hurried over and yanked off the cover, seeing the machine up close for the first time. It really was a beauty. The metal gleamed coldly under the dim sky, and the body felt surprisingly smooth to the touch. The bike was larger than I'd imagined. I swung my leg over the seat, and instantly, my view widened, as if I were already speeding down the road. No wonder those who call themselves riders are so obsessed with these machines. A thought formed in my mind: to check out Akun's place, driven purely by curiosity. Like me, he lived in the attic. I climbed the stairs slowly. The hallway was pitch black, the lights long broken, making the place seem even more run-down than mine. The old wooden steps creaked under my weight. Feeling my way to the top floor, I pushed open the unlocked door and stepped into Akun's private world. The room was a mess: trash, old magazines, and food wrappers scattered everywhere. Motorcycle posters plastered nearly every inch of the walls. The central table was piled high with intricate models and all kinds of tools. In the corner, the single bed was a tangle of blankets, giving off an unpleasant odor. Slippers and dirty clothes littered the floor, and a few empty bottles lay strewn about. Looks like when the curse hit, Akun was still happily dreaming, I thought, wondering how he would curse me in another world if he knew I was the one behind it. I sat down at the table, setting down my bag and suitcase, and took a closer look at the models. They were unexpectedly detailed, far more delicate than I'd ever have guessed from someone as rough as Akun. Maybe everyone has a hidden side, I chuckled. I always knew he was just like me, pretending to be someone else, that bastard. Sitting quietly for a while, I found myself wondering if Akun had also been transported to a world of his own. How would he live there? Would he just hang on to all this junk? As dusk fell outside, I decided to find somewhere else to spend the night, definitely not here. I didn't want to touch anything or disturb this frozen moment. In a way, I felt that if Akun were still around, we might eventually have become friends. As I got up to leave, I took one last look around and noticed 3 thick books by Akun's bed. Their elegant covers stood out among the clutter, like treasures kept safe for years. Flipping through a few pages, I was surprised to find they weren't ordinary books. They were his journals, written in neat, fluent handwriting, a stark contrast to his rough exterior. This guy hides himself well. I laughed again, stuffing the 3 journals into my bag, along with a motorcycle manual for good measure. After all, if I was going to travel far, I'd need a way to get around. The roar of those engines had always set my heart racing. Maybe not today, maybe not now, but one day I'd need it, and that was reason enough for me. I walked downstairs and gently closed the front door behind me. The motorcycle was still parked quietly where I had left it. As I placed my hand on the back seat, I could almost feel the lingering warmth from when Akun had sat there. I patted the seat twice and whispered, "Good luck, brother." Then, carefully covering it with the plastic sheet again, I hoisted my heavy luggage onto my back and set off toward the deepening twilight. This was my first night away from the city. On the empty highway, I was the only traveler. The portable compass I'd found at a camera store was my only guide, since I hadn't managed to find a proper map. Those I picked up near the tourist area were just simple city sketches. I walked and stopped, occasionally setting down my bags to fiddle with the small digital camera I had just bought. I'd chosen the most compact model to lighten my load, but forgot to bring extra batteries. Before darkness had fully settled in, the camera ran out of power. Continuing north along the highway, my pace was painfully slow. All sorts of vehicles were abandoned in the middle of the road. At first, curiosity had me checking each one, but after searching for nearly 3 kilometers, I found nothing useful except a fruit knife. The night grew darker and the wind colder, so I put on a thick winter coat. By the time my watch showed 11, my feet had completely given out. I regretted not bringing shoes suitable for a long journey. Sitting slumped by a roadside ditch, I shone my flashlight on my feet. Blisters covered them, and I knew tomorrow would be even harder. Still, the thought of giving up never crossed my mind. After a quick meal of 2 cans of beef, I lay down against my suitcase. As soon as I closed my eyes, a wave of regret hit me. Hadn't I chosen a spacious car to spend the night in? But it was pitch black, my feet were swollen and aching, and going back to find a car would mean a long walk. Forget it. I wasn't willing to take even one step backward. The night wind was biting. Whether it was bad food or a chill, I couldn't sleep and soon doubled over with stomach pain, as if my insides were being twisted apart. Those damned cans must have expired. Grabbing my flashlight, I headed farther off the road, looking for a large tree. About 50 meters out, a sudden flurry of wings sounded overhead, as if a flock of flying creatures had stirred. I quickly shone my light upward, but saw nothing. After nervously scanning the area and confirming it was safe, I clutched the flashlight in one hand and toilet paper in the other, found a tree, and squatted down. The pain had become so intense that I couldn't care about anything else. Maybe there were wild animals in the woods, but right now, I just needed relief. After that ordeal, I finally felt alive again. I started thinking, in the days ahead, I'd probably face situations like this more and more often. Even if I managed to find free food, it would only get riskier as time went on and things spoiled. If I wanted to survive, maybe I really needed to find a place to start farming for myself. Right then and there, I made up my mind the first stop of this journey would be my hometown. It was still the same as I remembered, endless fields, and most importantly, it was the place I knew best. Not long after I had this fleeting thought, I was pulling up my pants and heading toward the pile of luggage when, all of a sudden, a sharp gust of wind sliced past my head. I felt something razor-sharp graze my scalp, sending a searing pain across it. When I reached up to touch the spot, my hand instantly came away wet with blood. Grimacing in pain and confusion, I wondered if this was related to the strange noises I'd heard earlier. Could it have just been a bird flying by? As I tried to make sense of it, another rush of wind whistled past my ear, followed immediately by a much stronger impact from my right. With no time to react, I instinctively ducked. My right arm brushed against my clothes, and the fabric of my jacket was suddenly torn open. "Oh my God!" I yelled, spinning around and sprinting toward the luggage pile. The beam from my flashlight flickered wildly as I ran, making it nearly impossible to see the uneven, rocky ground ahead. Every step sent jolts of pain through my foot, making it hard to focus. But the howling behind me only grew louder as if something was relentlessly pursuing me. Gasping for breath, I pushed myself to run faster, but my foot suddenly slipped, and, with a sickening crack, my ankle became wedged in a crevice between the rocks. I crashed to the ground, sprawling out in all directions, nearly knocking out my front teeth as my flashlight went skittering away. Gritting my teeth, I struggled to roll over and grabbed at my throbbing ankle. Thankfully, it didn't feel broken. But before I could gather my thoughts, I sensed a massive presence looming overhead. I couldn't believe the situation I was in. Everything since leaving the city had happened so unexpectedly, with no warning at all. There was no time to think. I yanked down my jacket zipper and desperately shoved my head inside, just as a deafening rush of wind bore down on me. It felt as if countless steel needles were stabbing into my body, each blow bringing a new wave of burning pain. The beating of wings was so loud it was almost deafening, like an immense force smashing against me. Helpless, I could only curl up on the ground, covering my head and rolling, letting out broken cries for mercy. Every touch sent a fresh jolt of agony through me. I flailed, kicked, and swatted wildly, desperate to crawl toward the luggage and find the fruit knife, anything to fight back, even if it meant risking my life. But the more I struggled, the fiercer the attacks became, their biting and clawing nearly pushing me to the brink of unconsciousness. I don't know how long it lasted. Finally, when I was completely spent, the attacks gradually subsided. Whatever they were, they seemed to lose interest, abandoning me as if I were nothing but a lifeless corpse. The wind died down, and after a few minutes, I managed to lift my head from the dirt, propping myself up on trembling arms and coughing violently. My mouth tasted metallic and bitter, undeniably the taste of blood, just like after being beaten up by Ning's brother. I tried to crawl back to the roadside, but every inch of my body throbbed with pain. Each tiny movement sent fresh waves of agony through my skin and muscles, making it almost impossible to breathe. After dragging myself forward a few more feet, I gave up, my arms collapsing uselessly beneath me. I took a deep breath, hoping to regain a bit of strength, but instead, I felt my consciousness slipping away, until finally, everything went black. A simple thought crossed my mind. Was sure I was done for this time, that I was going to die. Even while I was unconscious, my mind stayed relatively clear for a while, but my body wouldn't move at all. Instinctively, I guessed that I'd been attacked by a flock of giant birds. But why would such creatures be found so close to the city outskirts? I'm no zoologist, so I couldn't make sense of it, but one thing was clear. After being attacked by a group of massive wild animals like that, the chances of survival were almost zero. So I figured, might as well just close my eyes and accept whatever came next. I had no idea how long I lay there, half asleep on the ground, until a sharp birdsong rang out, and I groggily opened my eyes again. The moment I heard it, I curled up instinctively, but when I looked up, I didn't see any giant birds circling above as I feared. Sure enough, I was still alive. Not only that, but the intense pain I felt all over my body had vanished, leaving only a lingering tiredness and hunger. I grunted, pushed myself up from the muddy ground, and brushed off the thick layer of dirt on my clothes. Looking around, I saw that daylight had fully arrived. The sun streamed through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. I must have slept straight through the night. What made me laugh and shake my head was seeing my pile of luggage lying quietly just a few paces away, as if mocking my panic from the night before. I looked down to check my clothes and shoes. There were clear marks left by massive claws and beak-torn fabric, dried bloodstains. It was proof that what happened last night wasn't just a nightmare. But why were my wounds almost completely healed when I woke up? Could this be connected to that terrifying curse? Just like when swallowed a whole bottle of sleeping pills, but still woke up right on time the next morning. Back then, thought the pills were just a scam. Clearly, there are still too many secrets in this world I don't understand. Where exactly am I? Is this still the world I once knew? Is this a curse or some kind of salvation? Or maybe I've been abandoned at the edge of another universe, left to survive on my own, however I can, completely alone. I searched my bag for anything edible, grabbed my luggage, and started walking, chewing on a piece of stale bread. Finally, when the midday sun was beating down, I spotted a car parked in the middle of the road up ahead. Without a second thought, I dragged my heavy luggage over, flung open the door, collapsed into the passenger seat, and buried my head in the soft cushion. Staring through the windshield at the endless road ahead, I let out a long, deep sigh. That afternoon, I decided to slow down for a bit. After hitching a few rides and finding some bottled water, I made up my mind not to leave the safety of a car again until nightfall. As darkness settled, I spent the evening flipping through Akun's diaries, looking for stories to pass the time. Switching on the reading light inside the car, I idly leafed through the yellowed pages, only to stumble upon a surprising coincidence. Akun and I were actually from the same hometown. The place names in his diary made my heart skip a beat. It was a small village not far from where I grew up. Until then, I'd only guessed from his accent that he was probably from the north, that familiar dialect, but I never imagined we were from the same place. This discovery caught me completely off guard. Slowly, my thoughts drifted back to those icy, snow-covered days at home, following Akun's notes as the images in my mind drew closer to his life's path. Gradually, I began to piece together a complete outline of his story. Compared to me, Akun really was a rather unfortunate soul. His real name was Dongming, a gentle-sounding name. Who knows why he gave himself the nickname Akun? So, whenever I talked about him after that, I always insisted on calling him Dongming. Dongming's father became seriously ill after years of heavy drinking, leaving him bedridden and unable to care for himself. The only hand he could still move was used either to hit and curse his wife or to lash out at his son. Dongming's mother, an illiterate farmer, worked from dawn to dusk in the fields, barely managing to hold their broken family together. To look after his irritable father, Dongming often went hungry, sitting by the bedside for days without a proper meal. Yet he never complained about his life. The family couldn't afford his school fees, and his mother, focused solely on keeping him fed and clothed, never considered sending him to school. As a result, he became the most ostracized child in the village, and he and his mother endured the scorn and isolation of their neighbors. This experience mirrors my own. Both of us tasted hardship and humiliation from a young age. But we made very different choices. While I chose to silently bear it, Dongming fought back, using his fists to keep the bullies at bay. Even so, we were both destined to be lonely. He may not have suffered the same indignities I did, but he didn't have any real friends either. As I closed the diary, I couldn't help but wonder, if Dongming had lived next door to Xening instead of me, maybe it would have been her brother lying in a pool of blood. The thought made me laugh for a long time. I began to talk to myself. If only I had a brother like Dongming, maybe I wouldn't have been bullied. Perhaps that's why people like to play in groups. These diaries cover his life from age 18 to the present, mostly filled with everyday events and memories of the past. Although his childhood memories have faded, what puzzles me most is where he received his education. In fact, my own memories are just a vague outline now, except for those unforgettable people and moments that remain vivid as ever. Late at night, I came across this entry. Friday, clear and windy. I'm still thinking about those old days, just like yesterday. Things finally had to come to a head. My mother and I couldn't stand his torment any longer, so we locked him in the woodshed, hoping to force him to quit drinking. That night, he howled like a mad dog, so loud it seemed he would tear the roof off. My mother and I were terrified, and with nothing to eat in the house, we simply sat in silence around the fire. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep without realizing it. When I woke up, it was already morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, but the familiar smell of breakfast was missing. I anxiously searched the yard for my mother, but she was nowhere to be found. When I pushed open the door to the woodshed, a faint scent of blood hit me. Streaks of blood on the floor caught my eye, and the mad dog was gone. Mom, Mom. I ran out to the yard, calling for her at the top of my lungs, but all I got in return were mocking or gloating looks from the villagers. No one told me where my mother was. They just watched coldly, as if it were all just a show. Just like that, my mother and that drunkard vanished without a trace. For the next 3 days, I survived on roasted sweet potatoes stolen from the neighbors. On the third morning, the village chief barged into my house with a few adults and scolded me harshly. From their scattered words, I learned that the drunkard was dead and my mother was missing. What made me furious was that they were actually there to divide up our belongings. Luckily, the house was bare, and they left empty-handed. At first, they discussed in front of me what to do with a child nobody wanted. Eventually, they simply locked me in the woodshed, leaving me without food or water for an entire day. In the end, I was driven out of the village. At 13, with no way to support myself and nowhere to go, I wandered south, begging and stealing just to survive. During half a year of wandering, I begged for food while searching for news of my mother. Finally, I heard the truth from a villager in a neighboring village. That night, after I fell asleep, my mother used a hatchet to kill the drunkard, tossed his body in a deserted field at the edge of the village, and then disappeared without a trace. Some said she might have been killed by wild animals, but I never believed it. If word had spread this far, it meant she was still alive somewhere. And so, I set out on a long journey to find my mother. In the blink of an eye, I am now almost 20, and I have lived in this unfamiliar city for nearly a year. Although all clues about my mother have long since disappeared, I don't feel lonely. Here, I have friends who share my struggles, brothers and sisters who feel like family. None of us are doing well, but we still hold on to our dreams. I decided to live for my mother, and for these friends who have suffered just like me. Someday, I will return home in glory, and the people who once looked down on me will see me in a new light. I want to build a gravestone for that damn drunkard, so he can see what I've achieved from the afterlife. Wherever my mother is, whether she's alive or not, I only hope she finds happiness. At this point, I closed the diary again. A wave of sadness washed over me, as if Dong Ming were my own brother living in another world. Even though the diary never mentioned me, our similar backgrounds made me truly understand how he felt. If he were here, I know he would understand exactly what I'm experiencing right now. Another new dawn arrived, and once again, there were no birdsongs to greet it. The chill had quietly seeped into the season, and the sound of wind rattling the car windows was sharp and clear. I turned the key, trying to start the engine, but it only sputtered weakly, nothing like the effortless scenes in movies. After several tries, I gave up. My stomach growled in protest. There was barely any food left in my bag, and I'd already tossed the expired cans far away. As exhausted as I felt, common sense told me I needed to move on. Staying too long in one place would only hold me back from whatever came next. Less than a kilometer away, I found a pair of cotton slippers under the back seat of another abandoned car. I tied them securely to my feet with some old shoelaces, immediately feeling much more comfortable walking. After changing into a few fresh clothes from my bag, my load felt lighter. In a nearby sedan, I discovered a few packs of vacuum-sealed crackers and a Swiss Army knife, precious finds. I had never driven before, nor had I ever sat in a car just to admire the scenery along the road. Only now did I realize how far apart cities really were, and how empty the roads had become. I made a silent promise to myself. If I ever reached the next city, I would treasure every resource I found there. At the very least, I'd try to secure a decent means of transportation. Even a tricycle or a bicycle would do. This rushed departure had been a miserable experience. I traveled in fits and starts, resting by the roadside whenever I got tired, and spending the nights in the nearest car I could find. By going through the personal belongings left behind, I could more or less guess the owner's gender and age. Some cars were a complete mess, littered with trash, while others were so tidy that the scent of perfume still lingered. These traces of other people helped me recall vague faces from my memory, making me feel as if I still had some connection to this empty world. On the fifth morning, I finished the last of my food, and a sense of despair began to creep in. My only hope was to rely on the little surprises I found in abandoned vehicles along the way. To stretch my supplies, I cut back to just one meal a day. Strangely, my body became unexpectedly strong. I could go a day or more without eating and not feel overwhelmed by hunger. Usually, by the next morning, the feeling had faded. My plan was to head north, not only to return to my hometown, but also to visit the place mentioned in Dong Ming's diary, to fulfill a wish on his behalf. That evening, as the sunset cast its final glow, I looked back one last time at the outline of the small town. I raised my hand in farewell. Goodbye, Xening. Goodbye, little attic. Goodbye to everyone I once passed by, and to everything and every life that once belonged to me. Farewell forever. Just when I thought I'd finally settled in and everything was going smoothly, I ran into another unexpected problem. Out of nowhere, a torrential downpour turned the sunny skies into a deluge. I huddled in my damn convertible, cursing my own stupidity as I frantically searched for anything that could keep me warm, but came up empty-handed. Standing on the rain-soaked seat, I shouted at the pitch-black sky, "Are you seriously trying to kill me? If you're not going to let me die, could you at least let me live in peace?" The heavens answered with even heavier rain, drenching me to the bone. In the darkness, I sprinted down the highway in my soaked cotton slippers, my flashlight growing dimmer by the second. I must have run a full kilometer without seeing a single car. With no other choice, I returned to the convertible, dug out a pitiful blanket from the trunk, wrapped myself up tightly, and curled up under the seat, enduring the wind and rain. Luckily, I'd eaten enough chocolate earlier to keep my energy up, or I might have frozen during that endless night. As I hid under the blanket, I looked up at the sky. Through the pouring rain, I could just make out a few stars, and for some reason, I started laughing. Right then, I promised myself that when I reached the next town, I'd buy a weather almanac, no more getting caught off guard like this. When morning came, things were even worse than I'd imagined. The blanket and my clothes were soaked, and my luggage along with all my food had been ruined because I'd packed carelessly. Thankfully, the sun came out, giving me a chance to dry everything, though the morning chill still made me shiver uncontrollably. Worst of all, my feet were a mess. Blisters had burst from being soaked, and every step sent a jolt of pain through me as blood and pus stuck to my skin. But what really broke me was finding the car's manual in the glove compartment. There, in plain language, were the instructions for raising the convertible's roof. Like an idiot, I'd thought the car didn't even have one. I'd brought this misery on myself. Still, luck was on my side. Once I figured out how to close the roof, I found a first aid kit in the trunk. The disinfectant and gauze eased the pain in my feet, and for once, I was grateful for that manual. Lying on the back seat, I finished my last bag of cookies and stared at my only bottle of water. Watching the birds soar freely in the sky, I couldn't help but wonder, how much farther until I finally see signs of civilization? Just then, something came to mind. I rummaged through my bag and pulled out the telescope I always carried with me. Climbing onto the seat of the convertible, I carefully scanned the distant horizon. What I saw reignited a glimmer of hope. After all my misfortunia, sizable village could be faintly seen at the end of the wasteland on the right side of the highway, several kilometers away. In contrast, the winding road ahead led only to desolation. I weighed my options quickly. Though I'd have to trek through a large stretch of forest and barren land, it seemed possible to reach the village on foot within half a day. Only then did I realize a fatal mistake. I had no map and no idea where I was. I knew nothing about the village, barely visible in the distance. Relying solely on intuition had left me stranded and uncertain. After some thought, I decided to head to the village to rest and resupply. Without waiting for my damp clothes and shoes to dry, I dragged my more exhausted body toward the village. What I had estimated as a 10-kilometer journey turned out to be far more grueling than I expected. My feet, wrapped in bandages, throbbed with pain, and water squelched from my sandals with every step. After more than 3 hours, I finally collapsed onto the ground, unable to move another inch. My luggage lay discarded beside me, and I didn't even have the strength to reach for it. The wind whipped dust across my face, as if determined to bury me right there. Despite the endless road ahead, I refused to give up. In this latter half of my journey, I was almost crawling forward, inch by inch. To lighten my load, I abandoned most of my belongings along the way, keeping only a bottle of water. By the time I finally dragged myself into the village, the sun was already setting, and my clothes and shoes had finally dried, offering a bit of comfort. As soon as I spotted the first wall, I leaned against it, gasping and grinning foolishly, eyes closed as I savored the last warm rays of the day. It felt strangely wonderful. I don't remember how I stumbled into the first house behind me, or how I fell asleep. When I woke up, it was almost midnight. My entire body ached with discomfort, dizzy, as if I'd suffered severe oxygen deprivation, racked with nausea, gnawing hunger, and muscle soreness. I rubbed my eyes and lowered my stiff legs to the floor, only then noticing the door was wide open, letting in the cold wind. Through the open gate, I slowly recalled how I had staggered into this place. With that thought, I grabbed the bottle of water beside me and drank the last of it in one go, feeling just a little better. My whole body felt icy cold, and the only thing I wanted right now was to eat something. The room was so dark it seemed ready to swallow everything, with only a faint moonlight streaming through the window, just enough to make out the shapes inside. Although this was a remote village, the furnishings didn't look old at all. Every appliance you could need was there. The fridge wasn't far from me. I thought everything would be simple and calm, but a sudden change in the yard outside sent me into a panic. I clutched an empty water bottle, my eyes drifting unconsciously to the window. The shadows on the courtyard wall grew clearer and clearer. At first, I thought I was seeing things, or maybe I was just too tired and groggy. But when I rubbed my eyes hard, I realized those shapes were real. They looked like silhouettes projected onto the wall, and as I craned my neck, the shadows stretched, as if some unseen force was pushing them toward me step by step, closer and closer. more and more terrifying. Fear swept over me, a chill shooting from my spine to the top of my head, numbness spreading through my body like an electric current. I stumbled backward, slamming into the wall, and shouted, "How's there? Who are you?" But the shadows in the yard didn't respond. They just loomed, silent and menacing, like a row of butchers closing in with knives. My mind raced to those who had disappeared. Were they hiding somewhere, watching me from the dark? Or was this fate, with those people acting as examiners to see if I was cheating? No, that couldn't be. I even started to wonder if something was wrong with me, if my eyes were playing tricks and I just couldn't see anyone else. But what kind of illness would cause that? There had to be an explanation, but I still didn't have an answer. As these chaotic thoughts swirled in my mind, I suddenly noticed the shadows outside had started to creep inside. They grew sharper, now stretching across the floor like twisted claws reaching into the room. My whole body froze, fear threatening to swallow me whole. Images from the shadow puppet show's ID scene as a child flashed through my mind. The shadows seemed to be pulled from the wall, sliding onto the floor, then slowly inching toward the door. My heart was pounding like a drum, fear and despair nearly driving me mad. I was used to living alone. Loneliness was no stranger to me, but that didn't mean I could ignore these inexplicable things. Waves of terror crashed over me, and it wasn't death that filled me with despair, but the knowledge that I couldn't escape this unknown torment. Suddenly, I hurled the empty bottle at the shadows outside, shouting, "Don't come any closer. Stay away. I told you not to come near me. What are you? What are you?" It hit me then. Shadows are darkness, the absence of light, the darkness within the soul. My thoughts became jumbled, but a single idea surfaced: I needed light. As long as there was light, the fear in the darkness would fade. I looked around and saw the bulb above me glowing weakly, my gaze drifting to the switch by the door. But the shadows had already crept into the room, slipping in through the door and windows, steadily invading my space. At the same time, I started to hear faint sounds, strange, indescribable noises I'd never heard before. They made my heart clench, like the indistinct conversations you hear half asleep in a train station, or the static from a radio stuck between stations, broken, intermittent, barely there. It sounded like whispering, small and blurred, impossible to make out, yet growing ever closer. It was as if voices from the underworld were murmuring to me, filling me with a fear I couldn't begin to describe. I was so terrified that my back pressed tightly against the wall, my hands flailing wildly across the bed. My voice trembled as I pleaded, "No, please, don't come any closer. Who are you? What are you talking about? Please, just leave me alone. I haven't done anything. I swear, just let me go." But no matter how loudly I screamed, the shadows kept moving toward me at a steady, unhurried pace. Their fragmented whispers sounded like they were drifting up from the depths of hell, creeping closer until they reached the edge of my bed. Suddenly, I felt a heavy pressure above me, like something was weighing down on my head. My shoulders felt as if they were shackled with iron chains, growing heavier by the second. Then a cold numbness swept over me, as if some invisible force was pushing down on my skull, nearly suffocating me. I was on the verge of losing it, my hands desperately searching for anything I could use to fend off these monsters. Out of nowhere, my right hand brushed against something metallic. The chill of it made me pause. It rolled beneath my fingers, and I grabbed it tight. I snatched it up and realized it was a flashlight from my pocket. God, of all things, it had to be this, right now. My hands shook as I fumbled with the switch, but nothing happened. Panic clawed at me as I silently begged, "Come on, work, please just turn on." I suddenly remembered the flashlight had gotten wet in the rain yesterday, though it had still worked afterward. In my desperation, I started banging it against my palm, the sharp sound echoing through the empty room. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered, and a faint beam of light emerged. Even though the light was weak, it did nothing to dispel the horror in front of me. The pressure on my head kept building. I twisted around and saw the wall behind me was now crawling with twisted shadows, as if huge arms and sharp fangs were sprouting from the plaster, racing up toward the ceiling. Worse, the heads of those shadows began to split away from the wall, curling and twisting in the air like paper figures, slowly pressing down toward me. I was paralyzed with fear, frozen in place by the nightmare unfolding before my eyes. My hand, almost numb, kept slapping the flashlight, my palm stinging with pain, but I didn't care. All I wanted was that beam of light. Damn it, come on, just work already. At the very moment when I was about to give up hope, as the shadows closed in on my face, I felt the flashlight's contacts connect again. In the next instant, a bright beam shot up to the ceiling, followed by a deafening crash. My whole body was engulfed in the blinding light. A piercing shriek rang in my ears, like a flock of crazed crows screaming. The shadows that had been closing in on me suddenly scattered at incredible speed, surging along the floor and walls like a retreating tide, vanishing into the corners of the room and along the garden wall outside. Even though the terrifying shadows were gone, I still gripped the flashlight tightly, swinging my arm wildly around the room, sweeping the beam over every wall and corner. Under my breath, I cursed, "Bastards, come on. Come back if you dare." am not afraid of you, will fight you all. No matter how much I cursed, those shadows never returned. The beam of the flashlight grew weaker and weaker until it nearly went out, and finally, after that endless night, dawn arrived. I spent the entire night curled up in the corner, trembling as I waited for daylight, my body and mind stretched to their absolute limits. What were those eerie shadows, really? Could they have been manifestations of the darkness within myself? No, that couldn't be. I wasn't dreaming, so how could my inner demons take on such a tangible form? As the morning light streamed in, I struggled to my feet with the help of the wall. Though I felt a little stronger, the intense hunger still gnawed at me. After some observation, I noticed a strange pattern. Whenever the sun came up, my wounds would slowly begin to heal and my exhaustion would ease, but never completely. Life-threatening injuries seemed to heal only during some special kind of sleep, while minor things like blisters on my feet needed regular time to recover. Maybe that's why I couldn't die, no matter what happened, but had to endure endless pain. Limping toward the fridge, I opened the door to find a pile of moldy, spoiled leftovers inside, reeking terribly. In the door shelf, I spotted an unopened glass bottle and twisted off the cap, desperate for a drink. The moment I took a gulp, I nearly choked. This wasn't water, but strong liquor. Coughing violently, I cursed under my breath. Who puts liquor in the fridge? As I bent over, still coughing, I noticed a carton of eggs neatly stacked on the lower shelf. This felt like a lifesaver. I quickly stuffed a few into my pockets and gulped down 4 raw eggs, which took the edge off my hunger. In a back room, I found a pot and set the rest of the eggs to boil. While I waited, I decided to explore the village to see if I could find any more supplies. At the gate, I stumbled upon a pair of green-soled liberation shoes. They were a bit big, but definitely better than going barefoot. By now, the blisters on my feet had mostly faded, so I could finally walk normally again. At the center of the village was a square paved with blue bricks, probably used for gatherings. All around were simple farmhouses, many with wells in their yards. The cool, sweet well water was a welcome surprise. In one tidy courtyard, I found a pile of sweet potatoes and scooped up as many as my shirt could carry. An hour later, I was savoring boiled eggs and roasted sweet potatoes, then wandered back toward the village center. The horrors of last night felt like a distant nightmare. Looking up at the sky and feeling the gentle breeze, I couldn't help but long for a life of freedom. That thought gave me new energy, and I spent the rest of the morning searching the village. Eventually, I found an old motorcycle in one of the courtyards. It wasn't as flashy as Dongming's, but it looked sturdy enough. A small, nimble scooter was parked in front of me. After climbing on, I carefully examined the English labels on the handlebars and control panel. Thanks to a few days at driving school, I could recognize the basic terms, but no matter how I turned the key in the ignition, the engine wouldn't start. Turning the key lit up the dashboard indicators one by one. I tried repeatedly until I finally realized I had to squeeze the brake lever at the same time to get the engine going. The moment the engine roared to life, a surge of excitement rushed through me. But it didn't last long before I knew it. I accidentally crashed the scooter right into the wall by the entrance. For the next while, I kept failing and learning as I figured out how to ride. Gradually, I realized that apart from going faster, riding this thing wasn't all that different from riding a bicycle. By the time the moon had risen, I could finally handle the scooter with confidence. After a day of struggling, I was dirty and sore, but at least I didn't have to sleep outside again. I found my way back to the second-floor bedroom of the house I'd stayed in the night before, where a neatly made double bed awaited. Before sleeping, I curiously browsed through the belongings the room's owner had left behind. Although I still felt uneasy and left the light on all night, at least no frightening shadows disturbed my rest. The next day, I didn't wake up until noon. Sunlight streamed through the window, bounced off the wooden stool by the bed, and warmed my face. My plan to leave early was out the window, but I didn't mind. I checked myself over. My foot was fully healed, only my shoulder ached a little, but otherwise I felt fine. In the yard, I found 2 spare cans of gasoline. I used a clothesline to tie a blanket to the back seat, changed into some rough country clothes, and packed a sack full of supplies and food. This scooter had become my only companion on the road. Along the way, the highway was lined with all kinds of abandoned cars and motorcycles. As I weaved between them, I couldn't help but wonder what the owners had felt as they left and where they had gone. With the engine's roar in my ears, my mind began to drift, leaving only the endless road ahead. There were no birds singing, no wind, just silence. For a moment, it felt as if I'd been swept into an invisible whirlpool, unable to escape, yet never reaching the bottom. This strange sensation lingered for a long time, until I slipped into a state somewhere between wakefulness and sleep. As evening approached, I drove to a remote gas station. After filling up the tank, I smashed open the glass of a vending machine with a roadside stone and grabbed all the food inside. Once I had eaten, I hit the road again, not realizing that this decision would soon become one I deeply regretted. Less than 2 hours later, a violent storm struck. The rain was even heavier than before, forcing me to stop my car on a steep downhill stretch of highway. Pressed close to the vehicle, I wrapped myself tightly in a blanket, keeping a wary eye on my surroundings, afraid that something or someone uninvited might approach. Eventually, exhaustion got the better of me, and I drifted off to sleep in the biting cold. When the chill finally woke me, I was stunned into silence by what I saw. It felt as though I had spent the whole night lying in a river. Everything below my chest was completely submerged. My motorcycle had toppled over nearby, swallowed by the rising water. In the distance, I could just make out a few cars that had been swept off the highway into the roadside ditch by the flood, with only their roofs still visible above the water. I sprang to my feet, shivering violently. It was the first time in my life I had witnessed nature's fury so directly. What puzzled me most was how the storm could toss cars off the road, yet leave me lying there unharmed. Maybe fate was toying with me again. At the very least, it had managed to take away the vehicle I'd just gotten. After surviving that disastrous typhoon, I had no choice but to continue on foot. The cold wind, rain, exhaustion, and a growing sense of frustration made it clear I was far from prepared for any of this. The finish line seemed as distant as ever. 3 days later, I found myself sitting in a riverside cafe in an unfamiliar city. The decor reminded me of European aristocratic mansions I'd seen on TV, even though I'd never been to Europe, and my impression was based on little more than vague assumptions. The city was vast and bustling, with a beautiful river winding between a network of roads and bridges, creating a stunning urban landscape. Over those 3 days, it felt like the rain had followed me all the way here. Even now, thick clouds hung outside the window, making the air heavy and oppressive. But after that painful lesson, I had become much more cautious. Whenever it rained, I would hide inside a parked car, enjoying music and the warmth from the heater, sometimes finding food that was still edible. What excited me most was finally mastering a skill that most people take for granted: pressing the brake, turning the key, and starting a car. For someone so broke that even taking the bus is a luxury, I can't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. I still vividly remember the night the typhoon hit. I curled up at the bottom of a slope by the highway, narrowly avoiding the disaster that the raging wind and rain might have brought. If I'd actually spent the night in the car, I shudder to think what might have happened. Reminding myself of this decision brings a bit of comfort, at least proving I wasn't completely foolish. Back to reality. I arrived here just 6 hours ago, and now evening is approaching. After a long, exhausting day, nothing feels more satisfying than spending the night in an upscale cafe, especially since I got here on a free bicycle. Every time I think about it, I can't help but smirk. I never realized I could be so resourceful. That brand new bike parked outside is proof enough. At least in this city, it's come in handy. This cafe looks straight out of Europe. The lavish and luxurious decor exudes an air of elegance. Just sitting here makes me feel like my status has been elevated. The main hall on the first floor is spacious, with beautiful oil paintings covering the walls and a ceiling painted in rich European style. Leather sofas line the walls, looking both sophisticated and comfortable. Between every two sofas sits a small table, stacked with books, magazines, and half-finished drinks. In the center of the hall stands a tall bookshelf, neatly filled with books and decorative items, creating a palace-like atmosphere. Who knows what kind of people usually come here? Just glancing at the astronomical prices on the menu is enough to make me swallow hard. I doubt anyone comes here just to read, but here I am, not spending a single cent. Looking up at the ceiling, a huge chandelier hangs overhead, sparkling with countless glass ornaments so dazzling, it's almost blinding. I'm sitting in a leather chair tucked in a corner, my head turned toward the window, my usual spot, where I feel most at ease. My hand absent-mindedly stirs the coffee in my cup, watching the liquid swirl. It reminds me of the days I worked in restaurants. Now, making coffee is the only skill I have left. The spoon in my coffee cup gently tapped against the side, producing a faint, tinkling sound. I gazed out at the scene beyond the shop window, my thoughts drifting aimlessly. A vague, indescribable sense of foreboding lingered in my chest. Perhaps it was just a reaction to the lavish decor, or maybe it was a quiet mockery of how, in the end, these were nothing more than ordinary tables and chairs. Yet that subtle unease refused to go away. I raised the cup to my nose and sniffed, pretending to savor the aroma, then down the contents in one gulp. Honestly, if it weren't for the need to stay awake, I wouldn't touch this stuff at all. It felt like drinking a cup of scalding mud. By now, the sun had completely dipped below the horizon, and heavy clouds pressed low in the sky, casting an eerie hue over the world. Distant thunder rumbled at the edge of the sky, warning of an impending downpour. It struck me then that there might not be another soul on this planet lonelier than I was. I couldn't remember the last time I'd spoken to someone else. All that remained was my endless monologue. Just then, something flickered in the darkness outside the window, instantly catching my attention. I set down what I was holding and pushed the window open to look outside. The damp river breeze swept in, carrying raindrops that landed on the tip of my nose, and the rain quickly intensified. Beyond the curtain of falling water, everything was pitch black. A sense of dread surged up inside me, bringing back memories of previous rainy nights. Ever since that typhoon, heavy rain would fall every evening at sunset, lasting through the night. After encountering that strange shadow in the village, I would drive with the headlights on full, gripping a crowbar, anxiously enduring the long, dark hours. Now I finally remembered whenever I was about to drift off, the car would start to shake for no reason, the motion growing more violent each time. Back then, half asleep, I blamed it on the wind and rain, and the interior lights made it impossible to see what was happening outside. Luckily, once dawn broke and the rain stopped, the strange shaking would cease as well. I had just closed the window when a heavy thud sounded from the window across the wall. I spun around and shouted, "Who's there?" but saw nothing. Just as I started to think I was being overly nervous, something slammed hard against the window behind me, producing a piercing, metallic crash. Startled, I stumbled backward, knocking over my coffee cup. Standing a few steps from the window, I stared outside, wide-eyed and unblinking. After a few seconds, everything fell silent again. I knew with absolute certainty that this was no illusion or coincidence. Something was definitely out there. Maybe those strange shadows had followed me all the way here. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, every window in the room began to shake violently, as if countless hands were pounding on the glass, filling the air with a chilling, crackling noise. A bolt of lightning split the night, illuminating the world outside for a split second. In that brief flash, I saw a sight that nearly stopped my heart. Countless hands, hammering wildly on every window in the pouring rain. When the lightning faded and darkness returned, the frenzied pounding did not stop. I kept backing up, step by step, until I was pressed against the bookshelf behind me. My mind was racing, desperately searching for anything I could use as a weapon. But in the cafe, there was nothing but tables, chairs, stools, and that annoying pile of cups. Out of options, I grabbed a thick hardcover book, its solid cover reassuring in my grip. If anything burst in next, this book would be my only defense. My eyes were fixed on the violently shaking window, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst from my chest. The storm outside raged on, thunder rumbling in the distance, making the empty cafe feel even more hollow and oppressive. I was so tense I could barely breathe, convinced the window could shatter at any second and those uninvited guests outside would come crashing in to take my life. It finally dawned on me why heavy rainstorms always seemed to come at night, and why every downpour brought with it an invisible sense of menace. Maybe the appearance of these monsters was the answer to it all. I was surprised by how calm I managed to stay. The old me would have collapsed in terror, curled up under the table, waiting for the end. But now, I knew with absolute clarity. I wasn't going to die, at least, not yet. I was just going to suffer. As I was trying to figure out what to do next, the lights inside the cafe suddenly went out, plunging everything into darkness. Instinctively, I looked up just as the window was hit with a violent crash. The glass shattered instantly, scattering shards across the floor. The sound of the storm outside mixed with the breaking glass, sending chills down my spine. But what truly made my heart race was the terrifying sight that followed. As the room was swallowed by darkness, I finally saw them clearly, a group of strange creatures slowly crawling in through the window frame. Their movements were slow and awkward, but their outlines were unmistakable. They stood upright like humans, with 4 limbs, but their forms were nothing like human beings. Each of them was only chest high, their bodies semi-transparent, so much so that I could barely make out any distinct features. Their limbs were blurry, as if made from flowing water, and the sight of them made my skin crawl. The tops of their heads and the tips of their limbs were rounded, making them look like monsters formed from shifting droplets. I realized at once that these things probably had no thoughts or souls, just mechanical beings of some kind. But it didn't matter. They were definitely here for me. I started to understand that all of this was connected to the nightly storms. Every time the rain fell, these things would quietly appear, bringing with them an irresistible threat. I didn't know what they were, but I knew they would never let me go. If becoming one of them was my fate, I'd rather be dead. As I stood there, paralyzed by fear, a few of the half-human-sized monsters had already reached the window closest to me. They were less than 2 or 3 meters away, their limbs twisted and movements heavy. My whole body went numb, my heart nearly stopping. But this was no time to be afraid. I took a deep breath, gritted my teeth, and with all my strength, leapt forward, swinging the book down hard at the head of the closest creature. But the result was completely unexpected. When I swung the book in my hand, it felt like hitting a bundle of cotton, and at the same time, it was as if a basin of water had been knocked over. With a loud splash, both my hands and the book were instantly soaked. The monster in front of me was decapitated, not just beheaded, but its head shattered and dissolved into a puddle of water. Even though I had summoned more courage than ever before, fear still overwhelmed my resolve to fight these unknown creatures. The monster whose head I'd just smashed kept coming at me, undeterred, and behind it surged a countless horde of its kind, moving together like a living stream of water. I backed away, desperately flailing the now-soaked book at them. The nearest monsters lost limbs when I struck them, but that didn't stop them. They just kept crawling forward. Rain from outside was being blown in through the windows, drenching the room and adding to the spray from my frantic attacks. My clothes were almost entirely soaked, and the book in my hands had become so heavy with water it was hard to swing. If I stay here, he'll die for sure. I might as well try to escape, I thought. I hurled the wet book into the swarm of monsters and turned to run toward the back of the dining room. At that moment, the wind burst open all the windows on either side, and even more water creatures poured in, twice as many as before. As I ran, I grabbed anything within reach, vases, cutlery, decorative pieces, and hurled them at the creatures. But none of these improvised weapons made any difference. They just clattered uselessly to the floor. The monsters, formed entirely from rainwater, ignored my attacks completely. What are these things? I wondered frantically as I ran. First the shadows, now these ridiculously. Even in such a life or death moment, I caught myself trying to name them shadow people, rain people. That was as creative as I could get. I picked up my pace and darted behind the bar, spotting a half-open door. While running, I fumbled in my pocket for the powerful flashlight, then shoved the door open and dashed inside. The room was pitch black, but the beam from my flashlight revealed it was the kitchen. A narrow passage led deeper in, lined with metal shelves covered in stainless steel pots, pans, and dishes that gleamed harshly in the light. I was so focused on my surroundings that I forgot about the danger behind me. When I finally thought to close the door, the small water monsters had already followed me into the kitchen. Damn it! It was too late to shut them out. I didn't want to let them touch me, so I kept running. In my panic, I slipped and crashed to the floor, sliding sideways until my back slammed into a metal rack. The entire shelf toppled over, sending a chaotic pile of kitchenware crashing down right onto the nearest row of monsters. When the heavy objects hit them, they immediately burst into puddles of water on the floor. A blessing in disguise, I thought, scrambling to get up, only to realize my legs had gone weak from fear and adrenaline. Damn it, I cursed myself. Aren't you supposed to be a good runner? Why won't your legs work now? Get up. It was only then that I noticed the kitchen floor was already covered in water, and I could hear the sound of running water nearby. Propping myself up on a still-standing shelf, I instinctively aimed my flashlight toward the noise. I saw that the faucet in the corner sink was running at full blast. Apparently, when this damned curse descended, the dishwasher had still been working. Great, just what I needed right now, I muttered. My flashlight swept frantically through the darkness as my mind raced to find a way out. The only exit I could see was a small door at the far end of the room. But behind me, those monsters were slowly reforming in the water, relentlessly closing in. A sudden realization struck me: shadows are afraid of the light. Could these water-dwelling creatures be tied to the puddles on the floor? Was it the water in the kitchen that allowed them to follow me here? Water is formless, and it seemed they were using its omnipresence to hunt me down. I hastily grabbed a long kitchen knife from a nearby shelf. It probably couldn't really hurt them, but it gave me a shred of reassurance. I swung the knife wildly at the monsters, just enough to slow them down, then turned and sprinted toward the small door. But it was locked. In a panic, I hacked at the lock with the knife, desperately trying to break it. Just then, the monsters reached my legs, and a bone-chilling cold shot up through my body. I ignored the fear and kept smashing at the door until the lock finally gave way. I kicked the door open, stumbled inside, and water from the hallway rushed in after me. The monsters were right behind me. I quickly slammed the door shut and braced it with all my strength. Clutching my flashlight in my teeth, I scanned the room and saw stacks of waist-high burlap sacks piled against the walls. Pressing one leg against the door, I reached for the nearest sack. After a few tries, I managed to drag it over and heave it in front of the door, buying myself a little more time. I hurried to pile more sacks against the door, building a makeshift barricade. The bags were filled with coffee beans, their rich aroma filling the air. The burlap might soak up water, but the beans inside wouldn't. I couldn't help wishing the sacks were filled with flour or sand instead, but after all, this was a coffee shop. For the moment, the threat was held at bay, but I was trapped. There were no windows in this storeroom, and I had nowhere left to run. I knew all too well that once these sacks became waterlogged, the monsters would seep through and take form again. When that happened, I'd truly have nowhere to go. In that critical moment, my survival instincts completely took over. My hands moved rapidly, grabbing burlap sacks from the storage room and stacking them against the door one after another, sealing it tightly. The surge of adrenaline gave me a strength I never knew I had. But as I stood there, breathless and scanning the room, a chilling realization struck me: here was a metal ventilation duct hanging from the ceiling. It might be my last hope. I dragged a shelf over and scrambled up, using both my hands and feet. Gripping the mesh grate at the duct's opening, I pulled with all my might. The grate wouldn't budge, and the sharp edges cut painfully into my palms. Behind me, I heard the door rattling, forcing me to change tactics. I quickly took off my shirt and wrapped it around my hands, then tried again. At last, with a harsh screech of tearing metal, the grate gave way and fell. I lost my balance and crashed to the floor, a jolt of pain shooting up my back, nearly knocking me out. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself up and climbed back onto the shelf. I reached into the duct and found it just barely wide enough for me to squeeze through. With every ounce of strength, I crawled inside, the metal supports groaning ominously under my weight. I held my breath, flattened my body as much as possible, and prayed the fragile duct wouldn't collapse. By the dim beam of my flashlight, I could clearly see what was happening below. As water seeped through the gaps between the sacks, those small, twisted creatures began to coalesce from the puddles, quickly filling the storage room. Fear and exhaustion overwhelmed me, and before I knew it, I drifted into unconsciousness. A sudden sensation of falling jerked me awake. The duct was making dangerous noises. In the now faint light of my flashlight, I saw that the monsters had vanished. My watch read a little after 9 in the morning. It seemed that with the sunrise and the rain stopping, those bizarre beings had disappeared as well. Getting out of the ventilation duct was a struggle, but I managed to grab the shelf and avoid another hard fall. When I cleared away the pile of sacks, I noticed the restaurant's power had come back on, and light from the kitchen flooded in through the door. The world around me was nothing like the one I used to know. I still couldn't make sense of its rules, but at least I had learned some crucial lessons about surviving here. As I walked out of the kitchen, I instinctively picked up the kitchen knife lying on the floor. The main hall outside was still brightly lit, with sunlight streaming through the shattered windows, creating a strange interplay of light and shadow. The street outside the cafe was deserted, as if the horrifying events of yesterday had never happened. The sound of the river hitting the embankment reached my ears clearly, steady, and unbroken. Suddenly, I recalled the dream I had last night. In my sleep, a blinding white light appeared before my eyes, transporting me to a world that felt both unfamiliar and deeply familiar. There were rolling plains, lush hills, tall pine trees, and thick snow blanketing the ground. What comforted me most was the simple, genuine smiles on the faces of the locals. These scenes had appeared in my dreams more than once, and they weren't imagined. They were real places I had once experienced. It was my birthplace, a place long forgotten, yet buried deep within my memory. Humans are creatures who dream. I can't say for sure whether animals do as well, but I know that our dreams are closely tied to our thoughts. The images that emerge in our dreams often come from fragments of real memories and experiences, unconsciously mixed and rearranged into something new. As the saying goes, what you think about during the day, you dream about at night. This simple observation actually touches on a scientific truth. Dreams are inherently unpredictable and beyond our conscious control. Even in moments of intense fear, I could still dream of the warmth of home. That's the mystery of dreams. This very phenomenon remains a significant barrier in scientific research. These insights about dreams weren't my own discoveries. They came from the Interpretation of Dreams, a book I read before leaving, written by the renowned Jewish psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud. The book felt magical to me, opening up a realm of knowledge I had never encountered in over 20 years. It made me realize that perhaps I should seek out more knowledge in my lifetime, even if, in my current situation, no amount of learning seems to make a difference. The morning wind, cool and damp, brushed against my face. The broken windows rattled in the wind, knocking erratically against the walls. White curtains billowed in the air, swaying like ghosts. The sun had risen, but was hidden behind heavy clouds, its presence barely visible. After making sure all signs of danger were gone, I hurriedly left the cafe I never wanted to remember. I got on my bicycle and rode aimlessly forward. At that moment, I had no idea what I should do or did I want to do anything. All that remained inside me was the emptiness and restless anxiety born from fear. Around 11 in the morning, I stood on the rooftop of an anonymous high-rise, gazing out over the vast city below. The view was breathtaking, something I had never experienced before in my life. The wind howled across the rooftop, so strong that it seemed to sweep away the torrential rain I had anticipated, as if the world had decided to play by a different set of rules. The scene reminded me of something someone once told me. There are so many firsts in a person's life, and each one feels completely different, but they always arrive unexpectedly, catching you off guard. The wind tangled my hair and brushed past my ears, drawing my body temperature closer to the warmth or perhaps the chill inside me. I pulled my jacket tighter, closed my eyes, and let myself relax completely. Just like that, I wished I could return to that world of the past, to connect what was then and what is now, to welcome back all the memories I had forgotten or tried so hard to forget. Let them all return. Whatever is meant to come will come. Leaving the towering skyscraper behind, I wandered alone down the empty streets. Before I left, I grabbed 2 bottles of drinks from the service desk refrigerator in the building's lobby. Looking at the small glass-doored fridge, I couldn't help but recall how I once wished I could afford something like that. Now, even if it were given to me for free, I wouldn't have any way to take it with me. The streets were lined with imposing buildings, all with sleek glass facades. Clearly, this was once the domain of self-proclaimed business elites. In my mind's eye, I could almost see the men and women in suits, carrying briefcases and laptops, weaving through the concrete forest. Now, though, it was nothing more than a hollow ghost town. At a traffic light on a street corner, I came across a deep blue scooter. I grabbed the handlebars and gave it a good shake. Hey, there was still gas in the tank. With practiced ease, I swung onto the seat, turned the key, and with a roar from the engine, set off on an impromptu tour of this unfamiliar city atop the vintage-looking bike. The truth is, I had no idea where I was going. I thought about heading north, but the aches and pains all over my body started acting up again, a classic case of my chronic procrastination. No one knows me better than I do. If I weren't desperate for food, I'd probably be too lazy even to find a job. I've never cared much about money. All I've ever wanted is an easy, leisurely life, reading books and daydreaming my days away. But in most people's eyes, someone like me is a hopeless case, a textbook example of what not to be. As I rode the scooter slowly through the city, my mind wandered. I had begun to form some vague theories about this cursed world. Since leaving the small town, every terrifying incident I'd encountered happened at night, specifically after sunset. By that logic, the daytime should be safe. At least so far. Aside from that one time I fought stray dogs for food in broad daylight, I hadn't run into any trouble. After turning a few corners, I stopped at another intersection. In the distance, it looked like a commercial street, with colorful shop signs vying for attention. Just like in the movies, there was always a bustling shopping district near the office towers. It seemed I had reached the heart of the city. After twisting the throttle a few more times, I parked the bike casually under a streetlight and rushed into the nearest store. Although the sign above the entrance was in Japanese, the way the shelves were arranged made it instantly clear that this was a supermarket. The bright lights were still on. A few crumpled 10 yuan bills lay scattered on the counter, and stacks of cash were neatly organized in the open register. It was obvious that someone had been checking out just before everyone vanished. I glanced at the money but felt no interest at all. Instead, I turned and opened the cooler, grabbed a bottle of cola, and took long gulps as I walked. I wandered between the aisles, taking a good look at the dazzling variety of products. In the end, I only stuffed a few packs of batteries into my pocket, grabbed some bags of beef jerky and chips, and picked up 2 bottles of milk. I sat down by the window at the front of the store, tore open the snacks, and started devouring them. Through the glass, the street outside was completely empty, with only the traffic lights still switching between red and green in their usual rhythm. My mind started to wander. What kind of life would I have had if I were living a normal life in a big city like this? After thinking for a long time, the only answer I could come up with was beggar. Just looking at the price tags on the shelves, it was clear that my meager salary wouldn't even cover a week's worth of food here, let alone allow me to find a decent job. Ironically, I had this curse to thank for being able to enjoy all of this without restraint. But who could possibly understand the fear that crept in every time night fell? Once ID filled my stomach, I took out the small notebook and pencil ID found at the gas station. I wanted to record this extraordinary experience, see if this nightmare ever ended. This diary would surely become a worldwide bestseller. After all, no one else had ever lived in an empty world. But whenever I tried to recall things clearly, my memories would blur, leaving only those chilling scenes behind. I wrote the word raven in the notebook, the first terrifying attack ID experienced, when flocks of unknown birds had crazily assaulted me. I wasn't sure where ID heard the name, but it fit perfectly. Then I carefully recorded my encounters with the shadow creatures and the rain men, determined not to miss a single detail. With every word I wrote, those memories sent a chill down my spine and raised goosebumps on my skin. But I had to force myself to adapt. There was no one left in this world to save me. My only savior could be myself. As I took notes, my thoughts began to expand. Staring at the notebook in my hand, I couldn't help but reflect. If I were the creator of this world, why would I choose to make it so dull? In that moment, I felt like a marionette, abandoned on an empty stage, performing a bizarre yet genuine one-man show. This idea struck a chord with me, prompting me to dig up long-buried memories and capture them in detail with my pen. Even if I am just a puppet with no say in the script, at least I can revisit the scenes of my own life. My memories drifted back to childhood, as if carried by the wind. I was about 4 years old, living with my grandfather and parents. My grandmother had passed away many years before. My grandfather was a war hero, had fought against the Japanese and participated in the Korean War. Yet, he chose to stay home and farm, living a life of hunting and herding. That decision always seemed puzzling, and the reasons behind it remain a mystery. My father worked at a mine in town, one of the few ambitious young men from our village. Although his job paid well, it meant being away from home for weeks at a time. Whenever he returned, he always brought surprises, new toys, delicious treats, or stories about strange happenings in town. To my young mind, the town was a magical world, and both my mother and I eagerly awaited his homecomings. My mother also worked in town, serving as a housekeeper for a wealthy family. She came home every 3 days, always bringing enough food for my grandfather and me to last several days, and sometimes clothes either secondhand or handmade by her. In my childhood, she was the person I relied on most, but as I grew older, a distance quietly grew between us. A certain expression faded from her face, building an invisible wall between us. Maybe that's the innocence of childhood, sense change, but can never predict what lies ahead. And so, my grandfather became the closest person in my life. We lived in a mountain village blanketed in snow all year round, harsh and isolated, with only a few old hunters and stubborn elders remaining. Despite the hardships, my laughter never ceased. Every morning, I woke to my grandfather's hearty laugh and the warmth of the stove. We would smile at each other, as if nothing existed but pure happiness. Looking back, perhaps I was the only reason he stayed in the mountains. Our days followed a familiar rhythm. I would carry my grandfather's old hunting rifle and sit on a sled pulled by our big dogs, racing through the snowy forests with him. Grandpa would sometimes sing work songs I couldn't understand, his powerful voice echoing for miles through the valleys. And I was always that child, grinning from ear to ear. The thrill of hunting is something I'll never forget. Each time, I would crouch behind a rock or a tree that Grandpa had carefully chosen, covering my ears and holding my breath. My eyes would be fixed on the prey ahead, waiting for Grandpa's signal the sound of his gunshot. The moment the gun fired, I would dash out with our big dogs, racing toward the fallen animal like an arrow released from a bow. Sometimes it was a wild rabbit, other times some large bird I couldn't name, and if we were lucky, even a foolish roe deer. Grandpa was a remarkable shot. Thanks to him, I never went hungry. Although our family was never short of food, I knew he just wanted me to be happy every day. Life went on peacefully like this until one winter night, when fate dealt me a heavy blow. That night, the howling wind woke me with a sudden, frantic knock at the door. Through the haze of sleep, I heard someone shouting outside. Grandpa told me to stay in bed and wrapped himself in a thick cotton coat before opening the door. The icy mountain wind rushed in, filling the house. It turned out that someone from the village had come with urgent news. There had been a collapse at the town's mine, and the situation was critical. Many workers were trapped underground, their fate uncertain. The villagers knew our family had someone working at the mine, so they came to inform us. Lying in bed, I listened to every word and watched Grandpa's determined face. He glanced at me now and then, nodding and shaking his head, his eyes filled with emotions I couldn't quite understand. That night, after making sure I was settled, Grandpa left with the messenger. Before he went, he repeatedly promised he'd be back within 2 days, told me to stay home no matter what, not to open the door for anyone, and that the big dogs would keep me safe. Hearing his words, I was overcome with a strange sense of loneliness. Tears welled up in my eyes, but I stubbornly refused to let them fall. From Grandpa's gaze, I understood. I was now the man of the house and needed to take care of it. As I watched Grandpa disappear into the night, it suddenly felt even colder. In the days that followed, I counted the sunrises and sunsets, hoping Grandpa would come back soon, maybe even bring Mom and Dad home with him. But that was just wishful thinking. From that moment on, my wishes never seemed to come true. In the end, Grandpa couldn't keep his promise. It was the first time he ever let me down. A few days later, one afternoon, the door finally opened. I rushed over, excited, only to find my mother standing there alone. She remained silent, saying nothing as she hurriedly packed my clothes and some dried food before taking me away from home. As we were about to leave, I asked if we could bring Grandpa's hunting rifle, but my mother firmly refused. Her resolve left no room for argument. It suddenly dawned on me that perhaps I would never be able to come back. In the end, I locked the door myself, buried the key in the soil outside, and let the dogs guard those loyal companions who had spent countless days and nights with Grandpa and me. I thought they could finally be free. However, they still lingered at the door, watching me walk away, barking as if calling out to me. My memories faded for a moment, and I realized the sky outside the supermarket had darkened. Night was quietly falling. I knew I had to find a safe place to spend the night as soon as possible. Experience had taught me that ignoring this could have serious consequences. I grabbed 2 bags of food and some water from the shelves, hopped on my motorcycle, and left. After passing through 3 straight streets, I saw a large building up ahead, probably another supermarket, maybe even a huge hypermarket. My hunch was right. Inside, there was plenty of food and water, almost everything one would need to live, and even some protective gear. As I rode past a bus stop, I noticed a backpack left on a bench. I picked it up, stuffed the food ID brought inside, and, without even glancing at the original documents and papers in the bag, tossed them aside. A few minutes later, I drove into the supermarket and parked the motorcycle in a hidden spot near the elevator on the first floor, carefully checking my surroundings. If anything urgent happened, this would be the quickest escape route. The supermarket was huge, and I wandered through it several times. Just as I thought, there were 3 floors, fully stocked with everything imaginable. I grabbed some essentials and tossed the food from my backpack aside. By around 9 in the evening, I changed into comfortable, loose clothes on the second floor, kicked off the worn-out shoes I'd been wearing for days, and slipped on a pair of brand-name sneakers. Other than my old watch, which had been with me for years, I felt like an entirely new person. Pushing a cart full of food through the clothing section, I stopped at a corner lined with televisions. Here, I could watch looping TV programs and even relax in a leather massage chair. It seemed like the perfect place to spend the night. So I sat down, pulled out my notebook, and, munching on vacuum-packed beef, let my mind wander back to the days after I left home. Not long after we left, my mother and I arrived in town and temporarily moved into a house she was looking after for another family. I thought she would soon take me to see my father and grandfather, but that wasn't the case. The owners rarely came home, So my mother and I stayed in the attic on the top floor of the three-story villa. The attic was so cramped it was almost impossible to stand up straight. Aside from me, hardly anyone could move around up there. The space was so small, it was almost comical. Looking back, it seemed like I was destined to live in attics. That's how I ended up there, temporarily settled, spending every day watching people rush by through a tiny window, seeing cars I'd never seen before, and watching carefree children on the street. I didn't want to leave that tiny room. In fact, I couldn't, and I stayed there for more than half a year. That New Year's was unbearably lonely. No grandpa, no dad, not even mom. No fireworks, no laughter, not even a single smile. While fireworks exploded and crowds filled the streets outside, I sat like a block of wood, staring blankly out the window. My personality began to change in ways I didn't even notice. By the following spring, I had already started to adapt to life here. Every morning, I would get up early, walk through the narrow hallway, and begin a day of work. The long staircase gleamed under my constant scrubbing, while the bed sheets and clothes my mother had washed hung in the yard, swaying gently in the wind. I became quiet and mature, no longer the innocent, carefree child I once was. When children my age ran past the gate, laughing and playing, I simply kept my head down and continued with my chores, my heart numb and void of longing. News about my father and grandfather felt like memories deliberately locked away. I didn't dare ask, and my mother never brought them up. I knew that mentioning them would only bring silent tears. A year passed by in the blink of an eye, and another spring arrived quietly. I had grown taller, but thinner, my figure growing more frail. The courtyard felt like a cage, and aside from my mother, I hardly spoke to anyone. The laughter of the owner's children and the scolding of the adults became the constant background noise of daily life. I learned to protect my mother with my silence, and to support myself with resilience. When autumn came, my mother finally collapsed from exhaustion and illness. She was so thin that she was little more than skin and bones, lying in bed like a withered leaf. All the household chores fell to me. I had to work and take care of her as well. While other children my age had already started school, I could only continue my hard labor here, but I never complained. The afternoon that changed everything came without warning. I had just finished preparing my mother's medicine and was heading upstairs with the bowl when I heard the master of the house speaking in the attic. His business had recently failed, and the family was about to move away. Only he would remain. I stood outside the door, the bowl of medicine warm in my hands, listening to the conversation inside. It looks like there's no way out this time, the man said, his voice laced with threat. The truth is out, and the government is going to shut down my mine. I don't want any more trouble now. If you dare say anything about what happened, I promise you'll never see your son again. I'm not joking, and I don't care if you think I'm threatening you. If you don't want any more accidents, just do exactly as I say. But you promised me. You said if I did those things with you, you would save my husband. Were you lying to me? You were lying, weren't you? Why are you hurting my son too? I'm begging you, please let us go. You didn't even spare my husband's father, even at his age. I'm begging you this time. Please, just let my son and me go. Please. I really didn't understand what my mother meant. She had never spoken to him so humbly before. Even when the master of the house insulted us, she never acted like this. My hands started to tremble uncontrollably. A terrible suspicion was growing in my mind, but I didn't dare believe it could be true. I stood there, gritting my teeth, listening to their conversation. After a moment of silence, the man spoke again, his voice cold. Don't bring up those things again. Weren't you willing anyway? Look, I'm in trouble now. My family has already moved in with relatives, and this house will be seized by the government soon. I can't let you expose what happened, so I have to take you and your son with me. Remember, it's best if you stay silent forever. Don't say a word. Pack your things before tonight. That's all I want to hear. He fell silent again after speaking. My mother didn't respond, just kept quiet. I couldn't understand what was happening in the room. After a few minutes, the man walked toward the door. I hurried to straighten my clothes, lowered my head, and tried to steady my trembling hands. The door opened. I didn't dare look up at him, just stood there with my head down, waiting for him to pass by. I didn't know if he even noticed me. I only heard him say, in a flat voice, just stay quiet for the rest of your life. And with that, he went downstairs. My hands were shaking even harder than before, and my legs felt weak. My whole body trembled, and tears streamed down my face. I just sat next to my mother, silently watching her. We both cried, but neither of us spoke a word. When night fell, my mother whispered to me, pack your things. We'll stay at your father's co-worker's house for a while. But the tension in her voice made me uneasy. I was still lost in fear and confusion from what the man had said, my heart in turmoil. My mother warned me carefully, when we leave, be very careful. Don't let anyone see us go. I nodded, understanding what she meant. So, at midnight, I carefully helped my sick mother as we quietly left our home, crossed the small town, and headed into the mountains. At this point, I closed my notebook, feeling heavy-hearted. I knew these things would have to be faced sooner or later. Everyone has a past, and those memories never truly disappear. They're just buried deep, never spoken of again. A commercial was playing on the TV. A young couple held their child's hand, walking across a lush green field under the bright sun, birds singing, flowers blooming. The whole scene full of peace and happiness. Everyone was smiling, looking so content. I stared at the screen, my vision blurring. Suddenly, I grabbed the soda can next to me and, in a burst of anger, hurled it at the TV. With a loud crack, the screen shattered and white smoke began to rise. I stood there, cursing, "Shut the hell up. What are you all smiling about?" I didn't even know why I was so angry, whether it was because of my current situation or the pain of my memories. My frustration was overwhelming, and all I wanted was for someone to appear so I could take it out on them. At the same time, I almost hoped no one would ever show up, that I could just live alone, never having to face those faces and expressions that made me so furious. I thought, if anyone comes in front of me again, I won't hesitate to lash out without a second thought. After days of pent-up frustration with nowhere to release my emotions, I wanted nothing more than to smash everything in front of me to pieces. But exhaustion kept me from moving. I tossed the notebook in my hand aside, folded my arms, and sank deep into the massage chair, closing my eyes in hopes of finally getting some rest. Yet my mind remained restless, waves of unease surging beneath the surface. Suddenly, the light in front of me seemed to dim, as if the power had gone out. Instinctively, I opened my eyes, only to be startled by the sight of a man standing before me. His short hair was disheveled, his head hung low, and his wide, unblinking eyes stared straight at me, cold and devoid of emotion. Without a sound, he slowly leaned forward, arms outstretched, reaching for my neck. A jolt like an electric shock shot through my body, my limbs jerking as if seized by cramps. I grabbed the edge of the massage chair, kicked hard at his chest, and cursed, "What the hell are you?" There was a dull thud, as if my foot had struck something solid. The man didn't react at all. His arms remained rigid, and his neck stiff, as he toppled backward and crashed heavily onto the floor. I shot upright, scanning the room, and snatched a steak knife from the small table nearby, ready to defend myself. Only then did I realize that a crowd had gathered around me, without my noticing. Men and women alike, their faces blank and lifeless, their eyes empty. Each one mirrored the same pose, arms stretched out, unmoving, closing in on me step by step. As I looked closer, a wave of shock hit me. They weren't people at all, but plastic mannequins, the kind used to display clothes, lifeless, hollow figures. The man I had kicked was one of these mannequins, slowly pushing himself upright with stiff arms. Furious, I kicked him again. He crashed to the floor and slid away. But the other mannequins on either side watched me with a predatory focus. Seeing my resistance, they immediately surged forward. I gripped the knife tighter, shouting, "What the hell are you? Stay back. I'm warning you, come any closer and you'll regret it." But I knew my bravado was empty. As they drew nearer, my legs began to tremble and I backed away faster. The mannequins closed in from both sides, giving me barely any room to breathe. What secrets was this world hiding? These bizarre events kept happening, again and again, and I was at my breaking point. The only thought left in my mind was to run. No matter where I went, it seemed impossible to escape these monsters that haunted me every day. I began to doubt if my plan to head north had any chance at Aller if I'd vanish forever in some dark corner long before I ever got there. I swung my knife and kicked at the oncoming swarm of puppets. These eerie figures seemed to be forged from bronze and iron. Each kick landed with a jarring thud, and even the blade could only scratch their surfaces. Although I knew I could heal at sunrise, recovery took time. If I suffered serious injuries, especially if I were torn apart by this relentless, unbreakable horde, there would be no coming back. These monsters were far more dangerous than the rain men I had faced before, making me even more cautious. As the fight dragged on, my will to survive only grew stronger. Days ago, I had already abandoned all thoughts of giving up. This world, filled with unexplained mysteries, fascinated me. I longed to uncover its secrets. But today, my seemingly foolproof plan had unexpectedly unleashed these terrifying creatures. Lost in thought for just a moment, I left an opening. Two puppets seized the chance, their cold fingers brushing against my cheek. I could only raise my arms in a desperate attempt to block their blows, feeling as if countless iron rods were battering my body. My arms throbbed with pain. As I stumbled backward, my back slammed into a massage chair, my knees buckled, and I collapsed heavily onto the seat. The puppets surged forward. With aching arms, I barely managed to fend them off while frantically kicking, trying to climb higher onto the massage chair. Their heavy blows rained down on my head, shoulders, arms, and stomach, sending waves of pain through my body. Twisting with all my strength, I finally broke free from their grasp and tumbled to the other side of the chair in a desperate escape. But the ordeal wasn't over. As I clutched my aching stomach and struggled to my feet, another group of puppets marched out from between two rows of massage chairs. I had no choice but to keep moving, my eyes darting to the sports equipment stacked on a nearby shelf. I needed a new weapon, since my kitchen knife had been lost in the chaos. I vaulted over the last row of chairs and leaped with all my might, only to land on something unexpected. My body spun half a turn in the air and crashed to the ground. My left elbow struck first, accompanied by a sharp crack and a jolt of pain that shot through my entire body. Gritting my teeth, I crawled forward a few steps and pulled myself up using the counter. My left arm was completely numb, and any movement sent agonizing pain shooting through me. Looking down, I saw a half-empty bottle of cola rolling on the floor. It was the one I had tossed aside earlier. It seemed my bad habit of littering had finally come back to haunt me. The group of puppets advanced in neat formation behind me. Ignoring the searing pain in my left arm, I gripped it tightly with my right hand and sprinted toward the shelves diagonally ahead. Although the puppets weren't as fast as I was, their movements were eerily synchronized, swaying with each step as they steadily closed the distance. As I hurried along the shelves, I scanned my surroundings for anything useful. A cycling helmet caught my eye. I snatched it up and shoved it onto my head, but fastening the chin strap with one hand was nearly impossible. Pressing my head against the edge of the display, I managed to secure the helmet well enough. I grabbed a dumbbell bar nearby, tested its weight, and immediately gave up on it. It was far too heavy, more of a burden than a weapon. Without looking to see if it hit its mark, I hurled the bar at my pursuers and kept running toward the escalator. Dodging between the shelves, it struck me that searching for a weapon was pointless. These puppets were made of the toughest plastic. Ordinary tools wouldn't even scratch them. Even if I managed to find something like a hammer or a club, there were simply too many of them, and with one arm out of commission, I didn't stand a chance. My only option was to escape, and fast. When I reached the escalator, I glanced back and saw the puppets still weaving slowly through the aisles. By now, my left arm was throbbing with numb pain, and my wrist was noticeably swollen. On the counter, a few cheap silk scarves were on display, styles only an elderly person would wear, but right now, they could save my life. I quickly grabbed one, tied a knot with my teeth and right hand, and made a makeshift sling to secure my injured arm around my neck, finally freeing up my right hand. I rode the escalator down to the first floor lobby and, turning a corner, spotted the old motorcycle ID found earlier. Checking my watch, I saw it was not yet 11. Rushing out now might be even more dangerous. Since there were no threats here besides the puppets, maybe I could outlast them until morning in this massive supermarket. Once daylight came and my arm had some time to recover, those monsters would have nowhere to hide. Just as I reached the dead-end across from the first floor escalator, a heavy crashing sound erupted behind me. Instinctively ducking, I turned to see the puppets tumbling down the escalator from the second floor. For a moment, I naively thought the fall would shatter them, but as soon as they hit the ground, the puppets began to twitch and slowly pulled themselves upright. Some had lost arms, others only had half a head left, but like zombies, they kept coming, inching relentlessly toward me. I swallowed hard and looked around. This was the supermarket's food section, where a row of deli counters along the wall had become breeding grounds for decay. The food behind the glass was rotten beyond recognition, and what used to be vegetables had turned into a foul liquid that had congealed into a hard, dark crust on the floor. What drew my attention most were the two metal doors behind the deli counter, both slightly ajar. Acting on instinct, I rushed inside, quickly shut the door, braced it with my shoulder, and fumbled with the lock. Each door had a small square window, just big enough to give me a glimpse of what was happening outside. I found myself in a connected prep room, laid out much like a kitchen. I couldn't help but give a bitter laugh. These past days, I'd either been dealing with hospitals or hiding in kitchens. If I'd known, maybe I should have become a chef. To strengthen my barricade, I dragged a metal table over and wedged it against one of the doors, then toppled a four-tiered rack on top. Only then did I finally slide down to the floor, leaning against the other door as exhaustion washed over me like a tide. My head felt heavy, my vision blurred, my breathing grew ragged, and the pain in my arm became unbearable again. Outside, the footsteps of the monsters gradually faded away. I let out a shaky breath, clutching my injured arm, and stared up at the peeling ceiling. My mind was awash with questions. Where exactly am I? What is this place? How did things end up like this? What kind of cruel joke is fate playing on me? From my jacket pocket, I pulled out the notebook and pencil I'd managed to keep hold of during the chaos. A small stroke of luck in all this misfortune. I opened the notebook, and the handwriting inside drew me back to an old memory. On a pitch-black night, I was helping my increasingly frail mother make her way through the mountains. Only the faint starlight guided us, and we kept going until we collapsed from exhaustion. We helped each other crawl a little further, finally coming to rest against a large tree. Seeing my mother close her eyes in pain, I couldn't hold back any longer. I asked the question that had been weighing on my heart. Mom, where did Grandpa and Dad go? Why haven't they come back? What happened with the house owner? You must know. She gave a bitter smile and said, there are things you won't understand just yet. I just hope that one day you'll have a real home, someone to take care of you. I'm just not sure I'll live to see that day. I wiped away my tears, gritting my teeth as I looked up at the stars, overwhelmed by uncertainty about the future. Just then, a commotion broke out in the distance. Hurried footsteps, people shouting, and the barking of dogs. The noise grew louder, until finally the beam of a flashlight pierced the darkness. I knew something was wrong, so I turned around and desperately shook my mother awake. Before she could react, I grabbed her wrist tightly and dragged her up the mountain, running as fast as I could. My mother struggled, trying to stop, but I ignored her and kept running forward. Tears blurred my vision and streamed down my cheeks as I bit my lip to keep from making a sound. When my mother began to stumble, I bent down and, using all my strength, hoisted her onto my shoulder. The sounds of our pursuers grew louder, and their shouts became clear behind us. My chest burned with pain, and my legs felt as heavy as lead. Finally, when I couldn't go any further, I collapsed to the ground, with my mother falling into the grass beside me. This time, I didn't even have the strength to lift my head. The pursuers caught up and began to beat me mercilessly. Half conscious, I saw two people grab my mother by the arms. She stood quietly beside one of them, neither resisting nor looking back at me. Soon, they took my mother away into the darkness, leaving me alone in the grass. The world before my eyes turned blood red, and a biting cold crept in from all directions. Maybe I was already dead, which was why they hadn't bothered to take me. I closed my eyes and lay still, no longer feeling pain, only a deep, bone-chilling cold. In that icy darkness, a faint warmth slowly emerged. In a daze, I seemed to see the soft glow of candlelight illuminating the room around me. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in a large bed. The room was built of wood, with a candlestick beside the bed, arranged much like my old home. As my mind cleared, a sharp headache and pain throughout my body hit me all at once. At that moment, a couple entered from the other end of the room, about the same age as my mother. They smiled kindly, and the woman was holding a bowl of steaming soup. Seeing my confusion, the man spoke up. "You must be Lao Shi's son. You look just like your father. You've never met me, but he used to talk about you all the time. How did you end up like this?" "Oh, right. I'm your father's co-worker. Everyone calls me Lao Tong. You've been sleeping for 3 days now. Here, have some soup." I couldn't quite understand how ID ended up here, but the warmth of the room slowly eased my guard. With the man's help, I sat up and took the bowl of hot soup. Staring at my pale reflection in the broth, I suddenly remembered my mother, and tears streamed down my face once again. The woman sat down beside me and gently pulled me into her arms. She didn't say a word, simply stayed by my side as I cried. My tears soaked her collar, and for a moment, it felt as if time had stopped. During my days recovering at Uncle Tong's house, my wounds gradually healed. A few days later, I was finally able to get out of bed and walk on my own. Though my steps were still unsteady, I could manage the basics of daily life. Uncle Tong and Aunt Tong took good care of me, but rarely asked about my mother or our past, as if deliberately avoiding the painful memories. While they went to work in town during the day, I stayed home to rest. Although they repeatedly told me to take it easy, I couldn't just sit still. To drive away those lingering painful memories, I started helping around the house, tidying up and doing what chores I could. Time passed quickly, and the cold grew sharper. On a deep winter night, I sat by the bed, watching Uncle Tong splitting firewood. The sight reminded me of my father, and just as I was about to speak, Uncle Tong spoke first. "Your father was an honest man," Uncle Tong said, his voice choked with emotion. "He was well liked at the mine, always willing to help others. Everyone respected him. But I betrayed him. I did something I can never forgive myself for." He wiped his eyes with his sleeve. "My conscience torments me every day. That's why I promised your mother I would raise you and repay your father's kindness." I was stunned, unsure why Uncle Tong was suddenly telling me all this. At that moment, Aunt Tong entered the room and quietly sat beside me, tears streaming down her face. Uncle Tong continued, "When I first arrived at the mine, your father looked after me. He was already the team leader, and I was a newcomer who didn't know anything. I made a lot of trouble for him, but he never complained." When he spoke about the day of the mining accident, Uncle Tong's voice began to tremble. "That private mine was never safe. Your father tried many times to get the owner to improve safety measures, but he was always turned down. Your mother worked for the owner's family, and he didn't want to put her at risk, so he just warned us to be careful." His voice grew even softer. "When the tunnel collapsed, your father and several workers were trapped inside. I was the only one who made it out. The owner gave me 2,000 yuan and told me to keep quiet, promising he would arrange a rescue. I took the money, knowing it was wrong, and left your father and the others behind. I can never forgive myself. I don't deserve to be alive." After a bout of heart-wrenching sobs, his voice broke as he continued. "Back then, I was hoping for a miracle, thinking the boss would send someone to save them. But he didn't. Since that day, I've been tormented by guilt and pain, haunted every moment by what happened. Not long ago, I ran into your mother in town. She asked me to look after you, to take you in and let you live with us. She even gave me all the money she had managed to save over the years. I failed your parents, and this is all I can do now. I'm willing to spend the rest of my life making amends. Maybe you'll never forgive me, but I hope you'll let us raise you, let us give you a home." Every word felt like a knife twisting in my heart, leaving me breathless with pain. I never imagined things would turn out this way, nor did I expect that this couple had been hiding such a devastating truth from me. I sat there in a daze, numb all over, clutching at my pants, unable to say a word. A few minutes later, Aunt Tong took my hand, her voice trembling as she revealed even more that I could barely accept. "The night it happened, your grandfather and the villagers rushed to the mine. Most of them were miners' families. When they learned the boss wouldn't send help, they grabbed their own tools and started digging, desperate to save their loved ones. They dug all night. The next day, the boss finally sent his men not to help, but to cover up what happened. He was afraid the truth would get out, so he sealed everyone inside the tunnels they dug themselves. Aunt Tong broke down, unable to go on. I already understood how it ended, and I didn't dare imagine the consequences. For me, it wasn't just grief over losing my family. It was knowing that no one would ever seek justice for them, that those who suffered would never have their names cleared. And I was just a helpless child, powerless to change anything. The shock and turmoil inside me made my head spin, and in the end, I lost consciousness. When I woke up, it was already the next evening. The only thing I could feel was hunger. I didn't dare think about what had happened the night before. I just wished none of it had ever happened. Struggling out of bed, I fumbled for something to eat. With every bite, I reminded myself, the past can't be undone. If I want to survive, I have to be strong. I couldn't blame anyone, not Uncle Tong, not Aunt Tong, not anyone else. I could only blame this cruel world that pushes people to the brink and still refuses to let them go. Just then, the door burst open. Uncle and Aunt Tong rushed in, their faces tense. Without a word, Aunt Tong began frantically packing, shoving food and money into my hands. As she did, she said urgently, "Take these, hurry up and get ready. We have to leave now." I stood there, a half-eaten bun in my mouth, completely bewildered, with no idea what was happening. Uncle Tong stood anxiously at the doorway, his face etched with panic. He glanced back at me, eyes filled with fear and worry. "Shiyu, you're old enough now. It's not safe here anymore. You have to run, as far as you can. Head south, or anywhere else. They already know you're staying with me, and they'll find this place soon. There are more opportunities out there. People as poor as us can't survive here. Go, make something of yourself. Don't end up like us, trapped and powerless." As I listened, I understood I had no choice but to flee, yet my heart was heavy with reluctance. Though they had wronged my father once, they had also saved my life. While I hesitated, Aunt Tong suddenly rushed forward and shoved me out the door. Tears streamed down her face. "Run. Your father and grandfather will watch over you from above. Don't let us live with more regret. If trading our lives could bring your father and grandfather back, we'd do it in a heartbeat. Please, child, go. Don't leave us to suffer like this any longer." Aunt Tong collapsed to her knees, clutching the doorframe, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing her, I remembered my mother's face from years ago. Gritting my teeth, I squeezed my eyes shut and ran up the mountain without looking back, stopping only when I reached the tallest old locust tree. When I turned to look from the mountaintop, Uncle Tong's house was already engulfed in flames, the fire lighting up the sky. Everything was being reduced to ashes in the flickering blaze. I sank to the ground, the pale moonlight washing over my face. In that moment, I finally understood the harsh truth. This world was never meant for people like me. We small, insignificant ones are nothing but extras, easy to discard. If I wanted to survive, I had to let go of everything, even myself. Suddenly, a violent shaking yanked me from my memories. Behind me, countless hands were pounding on the metal door, filling the air with a deafening noise. I felt myself being shoved away from the door by a forceful push. In a panic, I stuffed my notebook, the only record of my earlier life, into my jacket pocket. It might be the only proof I ever existed. I braced myself against the ground with my right hand, pressing my body against the iron door, legs straining with all their strength, but the pressure from outside kept growing. The door was about to give way. The other door on the left was blocked by a metal shelf, safe for now, but in this tiny room barely a dozen square meters, there was nowhere else to hide except behind the counter and the shelves. As I cursed under my breath, desperately holding the door shut, a cardboard box under the counter caught my eye. A sliver of light was shining through behind the bright glare of the supermarket's main hall. It was only 3 meters away. With my injuries, a heating fight was impossible. This was my only chance. Just then, a sharp crack sounded above me. Small glass window in the metal door had shattered. Instinctively, I raised my arm to shield myself, but shards rained down, slicing open my right forearm. Blood began to pour out instantly. These damn monsters are really pushing me to the edge. Pressed against the iron door, every muscle in my body was tense as I braced myself against the violent pounding from outside. I couldn't help but wish I had a chainsaw or any decent weapon at hand. If I did, I'd fight these beasts to the bitter end. But now wasn't the time to act tough. My top priority was to find a way out. Planting my hands on the ground, I waited for a lull in the battering, then dove forward in a sudden roll. The moment I moved, the iron door crashed down behind me. Without looking back, I dashed into the room, grabbed a wheeled metal table, and shoved it across the entrance to serve as a makeshift barricade. Next, I dove to the floor, ignoring the searing pain from the wound on my right hand, and dragged a foul-smelling cardboard box out of the way. The stench of rotting flesh nearly made me gag. Sure enough, behind the box was a human-sized air vent, its opening covered with a wire mesh. Rolling onto my back, I aimed both feet at the mesh and kicked hard. With a loud crash, the wire came loose, scraping harshly across the tile floor outside. Not wasting a second, I braced my feet against the table legs above and slid through the vent. Behind me, the puppet-like monsters had already swarmed into the room, scrambling over each other in a mindless frenzy to reach the vent. I scrambled to my feet and bolted along the wall toward the stairs. A quick glance at my right hand showed blood soaking my sleeve, but I was far past feeling pain. Suddenly, the puppets blocking another doorway spotted me and lunged in my direction. I picked up speed, just as one puppet reached out, clawing for my throat. I cursed "Screw you," and swung a hard kick into its stomach. My foot struck its hard torso, but the momentum from my run was enough to send it sprawling. The backlash nearly knocked me off balance, but I managed to steady myself after a couple of stumbling steps. Dodging the rest of the monsters, I kept sprinting for the stairs. As I ran, I glanced at my watch. It was already 3 in the morning. The sun would rise in a few hours, and there was no way I was giving up now. With that thought burning in my mind, I shot up the escalator like an arrow, making my way back to the supermarket's second floor. From a distance, I saw the monsters downstairs regrouping once again. Their movements were stiff and unnatural, like puppets frozen in the wind. Their cold, emotionless eyes were fixed on the escalator as they slowly moved toward it. Suddenly, I remembered that there should be a control switch for the escalator, so I quickly began searching around the top. Sure enough, I found 2 buttons on the floor, each about the size of a coin, one red, one green. Without thinking much, I pressed the red button. The escalator came to an immediate halt, while the other one beside it kept running. A thought flashed through my mind. The monsters' movements were so rigid, and earlier, they had all tumbled down the escalator one by one. If the escalator kept running, would they even be able to make it up at all? Without hesitation, I pressed the green button. To my surprise, the escalator, which had been moving upward, suddenly reversed and started going down. This unexpected change filled me with a burst of excitement. Maybe these monsters really wouldn't be able to climb up after all. I couldn't help but feel a surge of pride at my quick thinking. Determined to make the barricade even stronger, I pushed the discounted merchandise carts from both sides to block the entrance to the escalator, sealing off every possible path. Then, I locked the wheels in place using the built-in latches beneath the carts, completely blocking the top of the escalator. For a moment, it felt like I had everything under control. Still, I didn't dare let my guard down. Ignoring my injuries, I climbed up the nearby ladder and slowly made my way up the tall shelves. At last, I lay flat on top of the shelving, covering myself tightly with a thick tarp, leaving only a small opening so I could secretly watch what was happening outside. If anything went wrong, I could escape along the top of the shelves. Time crawled by, my heartbeat pounding in my chest. After about 10 minutes, I suddenly heard the sound of monsters crashing to the floor at the base of the escalator. Moments later, I caught sight of one monster desperately trying to climb up the downward moving escalator. It struggled fiercely, but its plastic feet had no traction. As soon as it reached the barricade of carts I had set up, it lost its balance and tumbled back down with the escalator. Seeing this, I finally let out a sigh of relief. A faint smile appeared on my face, feeling the tension ease a little. Yet the monsters didn't give up. They kept trying, but after several failed attempts, none managed to break through my defenses. At last, I felt truly safe. My watch showed 5 o'clock. Through the supermarket's massive glass windows, I saw the first pale light of dawn, and the entire city seemed to fall into silence. Lying on the top shelf, I held my breath, feeling the oppressive air closing in, my mind going blank as if I'd forgotten everything that had come before. The supermarket was as silent as a graveyard, the only sound the ticking of my watch. Time passed slowly, and suddenly, daylight broke. Before I knew it, I'd slipped into a brief, dreamless sleep. I had no idea how long I'd been out until a violent jolt woke me. Looking out the window, I saw the sun had risen. Sunlight streamed through the glass into the empty supermarket, floating dust motes giving this hellish scene a touch of melancholy. I tried sitting up, rolling my sore shoulders. Miraculously, my previously broken left arm had healed. It was still stiff and ached a little, but the intense pain and swelling from the fracture were almost completely gone. The wounds on my right arm, though still faintly visible, had closed up. I let out a long sigh, grateful that the night was finally over. Thinking back, I realized I had confirmed my theory. The monsters couldn't hide once the sunlight appeared. Jumping down from the shelf, I stretched my legs and swung my arms, immediately feeling much lighter. My body didn't feel weak, like someone recovering from a serious illness. Instead, a restless energy surged through me, filling me with a sudden urge to fight. At the same time, a dull ache started in my stomach, a growing hunger I couldn't ignore. As I walked toward the escalator, I caught a glimpse of the mannequins at the first floor entrance. Once lined up neatly, they now lay scattered on the ground like lifeless corpses. The eyes that used to swivel with uncanny realism had lost their shine. Bathed in sunlight, these mannequins no longer seemed eerie, just empty shells of plastic, stripped of all menace. I stepped onto the escalator, stomping over the fallen mannequins, anger and disgust boiling inside me. Every step felt like an act of defiance against the things that once terrified me. I cursed aloud as I made my way to the supermarket entrance, sunlight streaming through the glass, warm and blinding on my face. Stretching, I felt as if I'd been reborn from the depths of a dark abyss. Suddenly, an impulse overtook me. I shouted at the sky, "You want to take me down? Not a chance. He'll show you who really owns this world." Then I burst into laughter, a wild, manic sound that surprised even me. I didn't know where this feeling came from. Maybe everything had always been leading to this moment. I used to think I was nothing more than a piece of trash in this ugly world, but now I felt transformed, powerful in a way I'd never known. Looking back, the memories that used to fill me with dread no longer frightened me. I once wore a fake smile, pretending for the sake of others, but now I no longer needed to hide or suppress my emotions. Nothing outside me could bind my heart anymore. Maybe, in some sense, truly coming back isn't about returning to a certain place, it's about returning to your truest self. The fears of my past could no longer shake me. My laughter grew louder, almost uncontrollable, and although it felt like everything was only just beginning, to me, this was the start of a new life, me greatest release. Now that I think about it, I haven't even described this city yet. For me, the beauty of Shanghai is almost beyond words, at least, before the world fell apart. Its original splendor was breathtaking. This city always felt to me like a gentle, graceful woman from the south. On the surface, she seemed calm and serene, but beneath that lay an indescribable allure. Her beauty drew you in, left you breathless, and rendered you speechless. Even now, scarred and covered in dust and fallen leaves, stripped of her former glory, if you gazed into her eyes, you'd find yourself silently marveling at such perfection and realize that no words could ever do her justice. That's my tribute to Shanghai, the Pearl of the Orient. By the way, this is actually my first time here. I walked alone along the banks of the Huangpu River. There were no pedestrians passing by, only cars of various sizes parked along the roadside. The city's silence was unsettling. There was no roar of engines, no laughter, not even the sound of ship horns in the distance. All those sounds that should have been there existed only in my imagination. The only things I could hear were my own footsteps and breathing. Everything seemed unusually harmonious, quiet, and orderly, as if in my own kingdom, where every chess piece was resting peacefully. I took off my blood-stained shirt and slung it over my shoulder, lowering my head as I continued walking. A gentle breeze ruffled my hair as I wandered aimlessly, with no destination in mind and no idea what I should do next. Yet, the sense of freedom I felt never faded. It was the first time I'd felt so relaxed since leaving my hometown. As noon approached, I made my way through a maze of narrow streets. On either side, shops stood in rows, showing that this city wasn't just beautiful, but also vibrant and modern. It was the largest and most advanced place I had ever been. I had never imagined what it would feel like to live in such a sprawling city where everything seemed far away and almost everything felt expensive. Yet now, I found myself holding a carton of milk I'd never tried before and a piece of free cake, both of which had always seemed far beyond my reach. One by one, I pushed open the doors of different shops, going inside to take whatever caught my eye or seemed necessary. After all, I still had unfinished business and plans to carry out. Lingering here to admire the city wasn't wise. I knew all too well that when night fell, even the most beautiful city could become as dangerous as hell. I still had places to go and wishes to fulfill. At some point, I realized something. My glasses were no longer perched on my nose. When had I lost them? Where had I dropped them? I had no memory of it. Was it when the curse struck, or during the beating I took from that thug? Strangely, I could now see everything clearly, just as my mind felt clear. Everything around me seemed transparent and easy to understand. But so what? Being able to see without glasses had been a dream of mine for years. As odd as it was, after all the bizarre things that had happened lately, I was no longer surprised. Not only was my vision better, but I could also feel my body growing stronger, with more defined muscles on my arms. After eating just enough to satisfy my hunger, I wandered into a random drink shop and sat down. I sipped a cup of hastily brewed tea and flipped through an outdated magazine, glancing at the glossy photos of models while quietly enjoying my tea. My mind remained calm as I thought about how to continue my journey, what I still needed to learn, what I should have, and what I ought to understand. Since there was no teacher to guide me, I decided to teach myself. After all, the only teacher left for me was the world itself. An hour later, I was browsing through the shelves in a video store, looking over the cluttered merchandise and trinkets. I used the store's equipment to play a few adventure movies, hoping to pick up some useful skills for the future and to fill the awkward silence with a bit of background noise. Unlike my time in the small town, I started to enjoy living quietly on my own. I was learning to adapt, to stop complaining, to fight against fate, and to survive. In my mind, I was working out a plan. When night fell, even if no terrifying monsters appeared to threaten my life, the world itself remained unpredictable and dangerous. In a city this vast, with so many resources, the risks were just as great as I had already learned. What I need to do is seize every opportunity during the day, quicken my pace, and keep moving toward my goal. At night, I have to prioritize safety and avoid any deadly threats. Even if I manage to reach my planned destination, what comes next? Will I be trapped in this terrifying, cursed world forever, caught in an endless cycle? This question feels like a thorn lodged in my heart. The thought makes me pause, unsure of how to continue with my current plan. It seems I have no choice but to take things one step at a time. Fortunately, while rummaging through the clutter in the back storeroom of a shop, a scene from a movie I once watched suddenly came to mind and grabbed my attention. In that moment, it felt as if fate had started to turn, changing the course of my journey. By the time the sun began to set 3 hours later, I was speeding down the highway, heading north. There was no finish line in sight. It felt like a solitary race with no competitors. I never doubted my ability to do what I set out to do. When and how I learned to drive isn't important. What matters is that cars are easier to find and handle than motorcycles. I can't recall the movie's name, but one particular scene is etched in my memory. In less than an hour, I taught myself how to drive, following those simple yet effective steps. Start the engine, shift gears, release the handbrake, lift the clutch, press the gas, repeat. I remembered every detail, having watched that scene over 40 times. Maybe I'm not a genius, but in a world without geniuses, I became one. I have to admit, after everything I've been through, I'm stronger than anyone else. At the very least, I'm still alive. The sun rises and sets, over and over again, as I race down the highway. When one car runs out of gas, I switch to another. When I get tired of driving stick, I find an automatic. It's hard to describe how I feel mostly. I'm just numb. My mind is a tangled mess of scattered thoughts, and my head feels heavy. All I can do is keep driving, not daring to stop for even a second. The scenery on either side of the road flashes by, but I have no time to take it in. Every night brings unexpected dangers, but luckily, none have threatened my life like the large, upright walking felines, the fanged birds, or those strange, furry creatures. They don't scare me anymore, or maybe they never really did. Day after day, I continue down this road, utterly exhausted in body and mind. Most of my meals are instant food, and if I'm unlucky, I might go hungry for a day or two. Water is another constant challenge. At every gas station, I stock up on bottled water, and sometimes I'm forced to drink rainwater with a strange taste. The endless journey makes me forget what it even means to be alive. My soul feels disconnected from my body. I've lost track of how many days and nights have passed, or how many times I've replayed old memories in my mind. Those memories seem to fade, growing more distant and unclear. Staring at the reflection in the rearview mirror, a face with cracked lips and vacant eyes, I suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. I couldn't recognize the person staring back at me. Who am I? Who is this person? Finally, on a sunny afternoon, I pulled my car over at the edge of an unfamiliar city. Exhausted, I let my head drop heavily onto the steering wheel and drifted into a deep sleep. At that moment, I didn't have the strength to wonder where I had ended up. I'd passed through countless cities, big and small, but none had given me a reason to stop. Aside from the occasional stop to grab food or pick up useful items, I never left my car. Each night, I'd seal myself inside, grabbing brief moments of rest. During the day, I drove on relentlessly, almost like I was running from something. I called this routine of speeding through cities by day and locking myself in at night the city hopping operation. As I slowly entered this city, a strange feeling washed over me. It felt like my own version of the North, or maybe the border between two hemispheres. Technically, the area north of the Yangtze River is considered the North, but to me, this city was the true symbol of it. It held a special meaning, much like the small path I used to take home as a child. This was Beijing, the place I'd longed to reach in my dreams. With the sun already sinking, I decided to stay in the car for the night, not wanting to risk anything after dark. When I woke up the next morning, my eyes were stuck together, and I was disoriented. Outside, the world was pitch black, and condensation covered the windows. A sudden chill made me aware of how much the temperature had dropped. It was almost winter in the north, after all. I pulled on the thick jacket I'd packed in my bag and tried to start the car, but it refused to turn over. I realized, with a wry smile, that I was out of gas. Just my luck. With no other choice, I got out to look for help. The streets were swept by a biting wind and shrouded in darkness. The streetlights were long dead, and only my dim, flickering flashlight lit the way ahead. A thin fog hung in the air, making it hard to see. Frustration grew inside me, and I had nothing to rely on but my sense of direction. After walking for about 2 hours, I finally saw the faint glow of signal lights a few kilometers away. It looked like the power plant was still running. As I walked, I stuffed whatever food I had in my pockets into my mouth, all the while searching for another vehicle. I came across a few cars, but they were either completely dead or locked tight. I had no choice but to keep moving, realizing that these setbacks might become more common from now on. After more stops and starts, hunger and fatigue taking their toll, I finally found a van that still worked around 3 in the afternoon. It was a rough ride, but at least it moved. I kept going, switching vehicles a few more times along the way. Near midnight, I finally reached the city center. The city was much larger than I'd imagined: bright lights, bustling streets, but not a single person in sight. It looked lively, yet felt eerily silent. I didn't care much about where ID ended up. The only thing that mattered was whether there was anything to eat here. The answer is obvious. Ever since leaving the town, not only have I stopped wearing my glasses, but even my sense of smell has become much sharper. I pushed open the doors of one restaurant after another, only to be hit by the overwhelming stench of decay that made me frown and step back. In the end, I had no choice but to rummage through food stores and convenience shops, searching for anything still edible. Like a hungry animal, I stuffed snacks into my pockets as I walked, constantly feeding myself. This was a survival instinct I had picked up on the road. It wasn't until my stomach felt like it might burst that I finally stopped eating and collapsed onto the soft leather sofa of a dumpling shop by the roadside. Gasping for breath, I picked up a cup of freshly boiled water and gazed out the window. A thin layer of frost covered the green plants outside, and the northern chill swept in a wintry feeling I hadn't experienced in a long time. The silence around me was unsettling. I grabbed a radio from the kitchen counter and turned the dial, but only static came through. Annoyed, I tossed the radio onto the floor and sank back into the sofa. Sleepiness washed over me, and I decided to just give in and rest. The cold grew stronger, and a dull ache spread through my stomach. I had things to say but couldn't find the words, unfinished business, but no energy to face it. A hint of loneliness and fear of the unknown night crept in, but my exhausted body refused to dwell on it. All I wanted was a good night's sleep. Curling up tightly, I wrapped myself in hopes of warding off whatever unknown dangers might be lurking. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind slammed the shop door open. I jolted awake, shivering all over. Instinctively, I pulled my clothes tighter and looked toward the door. The cold wind howled inside, and in the pitch-black shop, the sound of the swinging door echoed like a coffin lid creaking. Clutching my aching stomach, I struggled toward the entrance. There was no mirror, but I could feel the pain etched across my face. Yet, the sight outside made me forget all discomfort in an instant. The street was eerily calm, not a trace of wind. Snowflakes drifted down slowly in the multicolored lights, each one like a tiny mirror dancing through the air. I stood there, completely transfixed, barely remembering to breathe. After so many years away from the north, seeing snow again, what were these fluttering pieces? Angels, perhaps? They felt both near and far, gently enveloping me. At some point, tears had begun to fall silently. This time, it wasn't from pain, but from a long-lost warmth that stirred something deep inside, aching nostalgia that pulled me back to the past. I remembered that old saying, if seeing snow still excites you, it only means you are still a child at heart. But good dreams never last. Just as I was lost in the warmth of childhood memories, a sudden change shattered the moment. In the narrow alleys across the street, shadowy figures began to move in a strange, unsettling way, like creatures lurking in the dark. Instinctively, I looked closer, and a chill crawled up my spine as if something had silently drifted past me from behind. I spun around, only to find that the cozy dumpling shop had completely vanished. Thick snow had piled up into a solid white wall, completely blocking the entrance without a single gap. I glanced at my watch. The hands pointed exactly to midnight. Damn it, my backpack and all my belongings were still in the kitchen, and now I was empty-handed with no choice but to run. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed an ominous feeling creeping in. The crowd of shadowy figures was closing in. I couldn't make out what they were, but the sense of danger was suffocatingly real. I didn't want to know what they were, and I definitely didn't want to confront them. So I turned and ran without hesitation. The snow-covered ground was slick and treacherous. I hadn't gone far before I slipped and fell hard. Heavy footsteps pounded behind me, as if something unnameable was chasing me. Ignoring the pain in my knees, I scrambled to my feet and kept running. I rounded one corner, then another, glancing back every few steps, but I could never quite see what was chasing me. The feeling of being watched was so intense, it was as if countless eyes were staring at my back from the darkness. All I could do was keep running aimlessly, through this snowbound city, uncertain when this nightmare would end. Just as I was about to collapse from exhaustion, a police station appeared in my line of sight. I mustered the last of my strength to dash inside, quickly shut the door behind me, and locked it. I dropped to my knees, gasping for breath, my stomach churning until I doubled over and vomited. Can I just get a break? I muttered between breaths. I was finally getting some decent sleep in that nostalgic little place. After ID finished retching, I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, feeling a little better. Maybe ID gotten used to these sudden, bizarre events, or maybe ID just accepted the basic rules of this strange world. Compared to the night attack ID faced right after leaving my hometown, I wasn't nearly as scared now. My heart wasn't even pounding as much. Leaning against the door, I checked to make sure the lock was secure before slowly moving over to the window. I carefully peeked outside, trying to see what had been following me. The police station was a small, standalone building. I hadn't even noticed how many floors it had in my rush to get inside. There was a small yard out front, with 2 police cars parked there and a police motorcycle leaning against the wall. The large iron gate at the entrance to the yard was standing wide open. The main door was a double-layered security door, with one side fixed shut and the other side, which ID just locked, now closed tight. On each side of the entrance, there were windows that could slide open horizontally, fitted with iron bars thicker than my fingers. I gripped the cold metal and cautiously looked out. Everything outside seemed quiet now, which was a relief. Unless something unexpected happened, it looked like I'd be spending the night here. To be honest, I'd never been inside a police station before except that one time I went to get my ID card. Even when I'd gotten beaten up a few times, I'd never called the police. It was odd. With all the uniformed officials gone for so long, I'd never even thought about checking out a place like this, or a hospital, or a government building. I guess I'd been too busy finding food and killing time wandering around supermarkets. But maybe it was for the best at least today. I finally satisfied a bit of my curiosity. Wait a minute. I suddenly thought, should I go out and lock the main gate of the courtyard first? After all, I have no idea what I might be dealing with tonight. Just as I was unlocking the door and about to step outside, an image flashed through my mind. A massive, bloody mouth dropping from the roof, biting off my head. The gruesome vision made me instinctively shrink my neck, and cold sweat broke out down my back. Oh God, it felt so real. I didn't dare make another move. I quickly locked the door and drew the curtains tight. Until morning comes, I have no intention of setting foot outside this room. All the lights were on at the police station, so it seemed they weren't concerned about electricity at all. I turned around and carefully surveyed the reception hall on the first floor. Directly opposite the entrance was a counter, similar to those in banks, with several small windows spaced unevenly along it. The counter was even higher than those in banks. It reminded me of the high thresholds in old government offices, as if it was designed that way on purpose. It was not only tall, but also shielded by metal bars and thick glass. Were they afraid of something? There were 3 chairs behind the counter, but the desk was blocked and nothing was visible. Against the wall, a metal cabinet was crammed with miscellaneous items I didn't recognize. Beside the cabinet, a heavy iron door leading to the back offices was firmly shut. I continued down the passageway beside the reception windows. The corridor was narrow, with a row of plastic chairs along the wall, the kind you'd see in supermarkets or fast food restaurants. A wall was covered with portraits of police officers, both men and women, probably 50 or 60 faces, but I didn't bother to study them. None of them were here now anyway. At the end of the hallway, a staircase appeared. The stairs were wide, and in the corner underneath, 2 filthy mountain bikes had been abandoned, as if someone had just tossed them there. Next to them was a half-open wooden door leading to the restroom. Across from the stairs were 2 office doors, one locked tightly, the other slightly ajar. I gently pushed open the door that was ajar. There were no lights on inside, which suggested either no one was there or light wasn't needed. I felt along the wall for the switch, and the room lit up instantly. It was an ordinary office, for desks facing each other, their surfaces cluttered with file boxes and stationery, and filing cabinets lined the walls. One cabinet door was open, and a stack of documents had been scattered across the floor, as if someone had just rifled through them. I walked around the room, but didn't find anything useful. Then I opened the door on the west side, which led to another office, this one right behind the reception counter. The room was small and simply furnished, with a water dispenser against the wall, still plugged in. I pulled out a paper cup, filled it with warm water, and sipped as I took in the details of my surroundings. Just as I lifted my glass, a sharp, metallic screech suddenly echoed from outside. My whole body tensed, and I quickly set the glass down on the table. The sound seemed to come from behind me. I grabbed my baton from the wall and cautiously pushed open the door, retracing my steps. When I reached the entrance to the main hall, I carefully peeked out. Everything was silent, but from this angle, I noticed a detail I'd missed before. Tucked away in the corner beneath the stairs, hidden behind 2 battered bicycles, was an inconspicuous little door. It must have led to a side yard outside the police station. The strange noise just now most likely came from there. Tightening my grip on the baton, I crept toward the side door. The icy wind howled, rattling the glass set into the door. I scanned my surroundings, alert for any movement. When I was just a few steps away, a sudden, thunderous crash shattered the glass, and several blurred figures darted past in a flash. Startled, I spun around and bolted, but before I could get far, the side door behind me exploded inward with a tremendous force, letting a blast of freezing wind roar into the building. Panicked, I raced toward the reception hall entrance. As I rounded the corner, I couldn't help glancing back, and that's when I got a clear look at the intruders. A handful of furry creatures stood not far away. If the room hadn't been so brightly lit, I might have thought someone had played a prank and left a bunch of strange snowmen inside. These creatures looked more like walking furballs, their bodies covered in dense white fuzz, none of them as tall as an adult. Their short, stubby arms were almost comical. Their heads were unusually large, with no noses and 2 jet black, glassy eyes that glinted coldly. But the most disturbing thing was their mouths, several times bigger than a person's, twisted into eerie, unsettling grins. The bloody images from before flashed through my mind, sending a chill down my spine. I was in a dangerous spot. The iron door behind me led outside, but there could be more of these monsters lurking in the yard. Gripping my baton, I weighed my options: fight my way out, or try to escape into the open. With no time to hesitate, I decided to make my stand right here. I lunged forward and swung at the nearest furble-like creature. With a dull thud, it felt like hitting a sack stuffed with cotton, and the monster collapsed limply to the floor. Seizing the chance, I darted past the others and sprinted toward the stairs. To my surprise, the creatures didn't chase me. Instead, they gathered around their fallen companion, doing something I couldn't quite make out. I gripped the stair railing and stared from a distance at the horrifying scene unfolding before me. Several furry, ball-shaped creatures were frantically devouring the bodies of their own kind with gaping, bloody jaws. Beneath their shaggy exteriors, the flesh was as red and hot as any human's, spraying everywhere as they tore into one another. Organs were strewn across the floor, still steaming, while the creatures continued to ravenously feast. Within seconds, they had completely consumed the corpses of their companions. Then, something even stranger began to happen. The monsters' bodies stretched upward, their snowman-like forms gradually transforming into something more human, with arms and legs. Inside those gaping mouths, I caught a glimpse of jagged, newly formed teeth. I rubbed my eyes hard to make sure I wasn't seeing things, then spun around and bolted up the stairs, the heavy thud of footsteps close behind. Of the 4 creatures that had broken in, only 3 remained after their cannibalistic frenzy, but each one was now much stronger than before. I raced up to the second floor and began frantically searching every office, rifling through cabinets and drawers. This was a police station. There had to be a gun somewhere. That thought flashed through my mind, filling me with hope. If I could find a firearm and enough ammunition, my chances of survival would increase dramatically. The 3 creatures had already followed me to the second floor, and we began a deadly game of cat and mouse. Holding my breath, I hid under a desk in the office to the left of the stairs, watching as they crashed through the door. With no noses or ears, these monsters relied solely on their 3 pairs of pitch-black eyes to hunt. As they turned away from me, I crawled low to the ground, slipping from one desk to another, weaving around filing cabinets, and silently slipping out of the office. I crept up to the 3rd floor as quietly as I could. Situations like this would have terrified me before, but now I had almost grown used to it. On the 3rd floor, only 2 offices were open. I tiptoed into the one by the corridor. As I flicked on the light, the sight nearly made me gasp out loud. A handgun lay on the floor beside a half-opened safe, with several bullets scattered on the desk. The sheer luck of it was almost unbelievable. Could today really be my lucky day? I rushed over in 2 quick strides, picked up the pistol, and recalled scenes from movies as I quickly loaded the magazine. There were 7 rounds in total without spare ammo. This piece of metal wouldn't be much use, but it should be enough for the monsters in front of me. The holster had been tossed onto the couch. I grabbed it and clipped it to my waist. With my left hand gripping the baton and my right hand resting on the pistol at my hip, I pressed my thumb against the safety. Peering through the crack in the door, I tilted my head to keep a close watch on the hallway, straining my ears for any sound outside. The footsteps outside grew clearer. The 3 monsters were slowly making their way up the stairs from the 2nd floor. My heart pounded wildly, as if it would burst out of my chest, and a numbness spread through my body. My mind was a mess. I hadn't even had time to plan how to confront them. Just looking at their forms, I could tell they were far more menacing than the fuzzy creatures they'd been before. The footsteps drew closer, my heart almost leaping into my throat. In the dim stairwell, I saw their shadows creeping up the wall, like demons out of a fairy tale, their evil eyes fixed on me. Clutching the gun tightly, I flipped off the safety, eyes locked on the top of the stairs. As soon as the first monster's head appeared, my nerves snapped. I lunged out, raised the gun, and fired. The shot went off unexpectedly, hitting the ceiling far from my target. Instantly, the 3 monsters spotted me. They bared their gaping jaws, shrieking, and lunged with bony hands outstretched. Without thinking, I adjusted my aim and fired 3 shots at the closest monster. The bullets struck its head, bursting it open in a spray of blood. Its body collapsed, dragging the other 2 monsters down the stairs with it. Adrenaline surged through me, my heart racing even faster, but in my excitement I acted recklessly, not even checking the monster's condition before rushing down the stairs and emptying the last bullets at them. Except for the first monster, which ID hit at close range, most of my shots missed. The pistol's recoil was stronger than ID expected. I couldn't control it, and the bullets went wild. The 2 remaining monsters used their fallen companion's body as cover, emerging unscathed. Furious, they tossed the corpse aside and split up as they charged at me. My hands started shaking violently. This was my first time facing these creatures heat-in, and fear and tension made every nerve in my body tremble. With the monsters closing in, I was on the verge of panic. As one of them reached the top of the stairs, I shouted, "Screw you." Then, I hurled the now empty pistol at the monster. It instinctively dodged, and the gun clattered to the floor, skidding into a corner. At the same time, I grabbed the baton in my right hand, leaped down the stairs, and kicked the monster in the forehead. I wrestled with it as we fell, pounding its head with the baton and cursing, "Damn it. They'll fight you to the end. Die, die." Each swing of the baton was fueled by anger and desperation, landing squarely on the monster's forehead. But this time, it felt different. Its skull was much tougher than before. Every blow made a dull thud against its skin. I could feel the hardness. It was nothing like the previous creatures with their soft flesh. Clearly, these monsters had evolved into something even more terrifying. The monster I had struck heat and lashed out in a frenzy, swinging its withered little arms and clawing at my eyelids. Instinctively, I covered my eyes with my hand. In that brief second, the creature lunged, its mouth full of jagged teeth clamping down hard on my wrist, the same hand gripping my baton. A surge of pain shot up my spine like an electric current, and I cried out as the baton slipped from my grasp. Even so, I refused to give in. With my left fist, I landed a heavy blow to the monster's face. As soon as it loosened its bite in pain, I yanked my arm free and sprang to my feet, kicking it twice in the face. The whole sequence took only a few seconds, each move flowing into the next. After the relentless assault, the monster finally lost its strength. Its head lolled to one side, and it collapsed by the wall at the stairwell landing. I was just about to check my injured wrist when I forgot about the other monster lurking behind me. In a flash, it lunged from behind, sinking its sharp teeth into my left shoulder. Those rows of tiny, triangular teeth looked just like a piranha's fangs, enough to make anyone sick just at the sight. Agonizing pain numbed my entire body again. I swung my elbow back, aiming for its soft underbelly, but my foot slipped. The monster and I tumbled down the stairs together in a tangled heap. Luckily, it cushioned my fall. Otherwise, I might have cracked my skull open. We rolled all the way down, crashing straight into the office across from the stairwell. I slid inside, while the monster came to a stop at the doorway. Flat on my back, my vision blurred, and pain radiated from the wound in my shoulder. As I struggled to get up, the monster at the door suddenly sprang at me again. Instinctively, I raised my leg to shield my head, hoping to kick it in the face. But it was too fast. It dodged and sank its teeth into my left ankle. It bit down on the worst possible spot. With almost no muscle to protect it, my ankle was instantly engulfed in searing pain, as if it might snap in the next second. Fury surged through me. I scooted backward, kicking at its jaw with my right foot, but the damned thing refused to let go. Its mangled claw now, just 2 fingers clinging to my thigh, as if determined to bite my foot clean off. "You think I'm that easy to kill, you bastard?" My body was still sprawled on the floor as I desperately scrambled backward, flailing my arms wildly at my sides. Suddenly, I yanked open the drawer beneath the right side of the desk. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a porcelain mug with a handle. Without thinking, I grabbed it and smashed it down hard on the monster's head. With a sharp crack, its skull split open, blood spraying everywhere, and the mug shattered, leaving only the curved handle clenched in my fist, a unshipped shard of porcelain. The monster finally loosened its jaws. Ignoring the pain from my wounds, I flipped myself off the floor, gripped the porcelain handle tightly, and, without hesitation, drove it straight into the creature's eyes. There was a piercing screech as I blinded it, and its body convulsed violently before collapsing. In its dying moments, it lashed out, swinging both hands at my face. One punch landed squarely on my eye socket, sending my head spinning and my vision swimming with stars. I crashed back down, hitting the floor hard. The room began to shake violently, the walls swaying before my eyes. Everything spun around me, but strangely, I no longer felt fear, just a wild, surging adrenaline. At that moment, I realized I had already taken down 3 of these monsters on my own. My body was battered and bruised, but my fighting spirit was still burning. Panting heavily, I struggled to crouch down and opened the drawer beside me. This time, luck was on my side. Inside was a black sheathed dagger, the polished emblem of the National Police gleaming on the scabbard. I didn't care what it was. I unsheathed the blade, spun around, and grabbed the monster by the throat. Fury blazing in my eyes, I stabbed the dagger straight into its forehead before it could react. Damn, this blade was sharp. The steel skull gave way with barely any resistance. Blood splattered everywhere, and with that final strike, I collapsed onto the floor, completely spent, my body too exhausted to move. Sitting there, I muttered under my breath, "Is this really how the capital welcomes people? Where's the welcome to Beijing they promised? Damn it, I never want to set foot in this hellhole again." It hurts like hell. Grumbling, I rolled up my sleeves and pant legs to check my injuries. Fortunately, though the monster's teeth were sharp, they weren't long. The bites were wide but not deep, missing any vital spots. After a little bleeding, the wounds had already started to clot. They looked more like the bite marks I used to give myself as a kid. After catching my breath, I finally managed to stand up. Every muscle ached, but I could still move. Just as I was about to step over the monster's corpse and leave the office, a strange noise echoed from the stairwell, an eerie, creaking sound that sent chills down my spine. In that instant, cold sweat broke out all over my back, my heart pounding faster and faster. Gripping the dagger tightly, I cautiously peeked toward the stairs. The moment I looked up, numbness washed over my entire body and a sense of dread hit me like a wave. On the wall, The shifting light cast a clear silhouette of the monster. The one I thought I had knocked out wasn't dead after all. It crouched there, mercilessly devouring the corpse of its companion. What shocked me most was the grotesque transformation underway. The monster's back and shoulders bulged as if two massive lumps were about to burst out. Its arms grew freakishly long, and tufts of thick hair sprouted from the once bald scalp, covering its upper body. The sight was horrifying. Its stubby head began to stretch and swell, taking on an elongated, club-like shape, with horns protruding from its forehead. Even more terrifying, its nose and ears were now fully formed. Its gaping mouth revealed double rows of razor-sharp fangs, threatening anything that came near. Standing on the stairs, the monster towered over me at nearly 2 meters tall, its cold, deathly eyes fixed on me. I could feel it, ready to pounce at any moment and snuff out my life. I was terrified. The strength of the creature before me had far exceeded anything I could have imagined. On top of my injuries, escaping was now my only option. I scrambled to my feet and, stumbling, dashed toward the stairs, desperately running for the first floor. Just as I rounded the corner into the first floor lobby, a deafening crash erupted from above. Dust filled the air in an instant, and the violent tremor nearly knocked me off my feet. I glanced back and drew a sharp breath. Unbelievably, the monster had smashed straight through the second-floor ceiling and landed behind me, as if it had fallen from the sky. What was even more horrifying was that it held in its jaws the corpse of the third creature, the one I had stabbed in the forehead with my knife. Frozen in place, I watched as it tore its companion's body apart and devoured it, blood dripping from its menacing fangs. As soon as it finished feeding, the monster let out a thunderous roar, sending a wave of foul, bloody air crashing toward me. The force was so intense that I had to clamp my hands over my ears, stumbling backward uncontrollably until I collided with the windowsill by the door. This time, the creature's transformation was even more terrifying than before. Its body swelled rapidly, soon pressing against the first-floor ceiling, and its massive head even poked through the hole it had just created. Its forearms grew thicker, and, more disturbingly, 2 bone blades each over a meter long sprouted from either side of its lower arms, like a pair of sharp swords extending along its fists. At that critical moment, a sharp clatter sounded behind me from the windowsill. Looking down, I saw a white police motorcycle helmet had fallen to the floor. My gaze was immediately drawn to the motorcycle leaning against the wall in the yard. This sudden discovery sparked an idea. If the helmet was here, there was a good chance the key was still in the ignition. Without a second thought, I sheathed my knife and bolted outside toward the motorcycle. Sure enough, the key was still in the bike. But just as I tried to start it, no matter how I turned the key, the engine refused to come to life. Whether it was because the bike hadn't been used in a long time or the weather was too cold, I couldn't tell. Inside the house, the massive creature had already begun to move. Every time these things evolved, there was always a brief pause. I shook the motorcycle hard to make sure there was enough fuel in the tank, then kept frantically pressing the starter. Just as the monster reached the doorway, the engine finally roared to life. I slammed it into first gear, twisted the throttle all the way, and quickly released the clutch with my left hand. The bike shot forward like a wild beast breaking free. At that exact moment, the monster crashed through the wall, sending up a deafening boom and clouds of dust all around. Nerves made me twist the throttle too far, and the rear wheel fishtailed violently, nearly throwing me off. Relying on what little experience I had, I gripped the handlebars for dear life, my body swaying with the bike's wild bucking until I finally burst out of the courtyard. The wind howled past as I sped down the empty street, shifting gears and accelerating, while the small building and courtyard wall behind me collapsed, narrowly missing me close enough to make my heart nearly stop. The thunderous sound of the falling debris drowned out the engine's roar, and I pushed the bike even faster, desperate to put more distance between myself and the chaos. The snow on the ground made the tires slide from side to side, and I almost lost control. I managed to escape, but the sky was still pitch black, and dawn was a long way off. All my luggage was left behind in the restaurant, but luckily I was wearing a thick coat, which kept the cold at bay. The bike tore down the deserted streets, and as I picked up speed, the monster's roar finally faded into silence. I debated my next move: should I find a place to hide, or keep riding through the night to escape this ghost town? Luxury cars lined both sides of the street, but I didn't dare stop. Instead, I just kept speeding ahead, darting through the city in no particular direction, afraid something even more terrifying might appear behind me. Under the streetlights, I spotted a 24-hour supermarket up ahead, its lights still on. Relieved that I couldn't hear the monster anymore, I slowed down, planning to grab some essentials before moving on. But just then, something unexpected happened. From a side street on the left, a sudden gust of wind whipped up, and a huge figure lunged at me. Luckily, I reacted fast, jerking the handlebars hard, stomping on the rear brake, and skidding the bike sideways. As the tail swung out at a 90-degree angle, I quickly countersteered, released the clutch, and gunned the throttle, sending the bike surging forward in another wild burst. As I leaned low into the turn, a dark shadow flashed overhead, icy wind brushing past me. The next moment, I heard a heavy thud. Glancing up, I realized the right mirror had been cleanly sliced in half. Before I could recover, another loud crash sounded behind me. In the mirror, I saw a streetlight pole get sheared off at the base and crash to the ground. Cold sweat drenched me, my heart pounding wildly. I froze for an instant, then did the only thing I could, kept accelerating, pushing forward as fast as possible. The giant monster was now right behind me, its thundering footsteps closing in with every second. I was already going as fast as I could. The speedometer showed ID past 130 kilometers per hour. But my helmet wasn't fully enclosed, my vision was starting to blur, and I couldn't shake the monster by simply speeding up in a straight line. I had no choice but to slow down, take turns, and zigzag through narrow streets, hoping the tall buildings would slow the monster down. But to my horror, the creature didn't even try to follow my path. It just plowed through the walls of the buildings on either side, charging straight at me, getting closer and closer with every moment. But the monster before me wasn't the only thing that left me stunned. As I raced my motorcycle down the wide, straight road, a massive, gaping fissure suddenly appeared ahead. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching as I skidded to a stop right at the edge. Peering down, I saw a bottomless abyss of pitch-black darkness, as if it could swallow everything whole. I couldn't see the bottom at all. The crack was wider than the Yangtze River, stretching as far as I could see. The sight shattered my understanding of reality. How could a place like this exist in Beijing? But then again, with unnatural creatures roaming the streets in broad daylight, maybe this kind of anomaly wasn't so surprising after all. Behind me, the ever-evolving monster was catching up fast. It barreled forward, gnawing on something and making a sickening, crunching noise. That's when it hit meth. Falling snowflakes were actually its own kind, and it was devouring them, growing stronger through brutal survival of the fittest. Now the creature had grown to the height of a 3-story building. Its 2 forearms looked like the crossbeams of a giant crane, each ending in a gleaming bone blade sharp enough to slice anything in half. Its sheer size was beyond anything I could comprehend. Yet, to my own surprise, facing this hopeless situation, I found myself laughing. To hell with it. If I'm going to die, I'm taking you with me. I twisted the throttle, charging straight at the monster. The engine roared, my speed soared, and the beast let out a furious howl as it lunged toward me. Just as it swung its bone blade down, I pulled off the move I'd used before, a sudden sideways skid, dropping the bike as low as possible, my knee nearly scraping the ground, and slid right underneath its legs. With a thunderous crash, its blade smashed into the road, carving out a deep crater, while I slipped into a narrow alley nearby. ID dodged a fatal blow for now, but the chase was far from over. I weaved through a maze of city streets, darting through residential blocks and skirting plazas, constantly trying to outmaneuver the hulking beast. The horizon was already turning pale, the first light of dawn creeping in. Normally, these monsters would vanish before sunrise, but exhaustion, sleep deprivation, and terror were pushing me to my limit. In my rearview mirror, I could see the monster still growing at an insane rate. Who knew what it would become? Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind. Desperate, and maybe a little crazy, I spun the bike around and headed back the way I came. Everywhere I passed, chaos followed in my wake. Broken bricks whistled through the air, smashing into my back and head more than once. If it weren't for my helmet, I would have been knocked out cold before the monster even caught up. I gripped the handlebars tightly and kept accelerating. Up ahead, the outline of the massive chasm was coming into clear view. The creature was right behind me, just as I expected. Come on, keep up, I shouted in my mind, twisting the throttle as far as it would go, racing straight for the gap. The monster's roar was deafening, and its footsteps pounded the ground like sledgehammers. A huge shadow loomed over. Might was right on my heels, and the edge of the chasm was only a few dozen meters away. If I'm going down, you're coming with me. I gritted my teeth and pushed for even more speed. But just as the motorcycle was about to shoot off the cliff, a thought flashed through my mind. No, I can't die here. If I die, it's all over. In a split second, I leapt off the bike. My body hit the ground hard and spun, sliding toward the edge. The motorcycle soared into the air, and the giant monster followed close behind. I kicked and clawed at the ground, desperately trying to stop my slide. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw both the monster and the bike's headlight disappear into the bottomless chasm. Die, you bastard! I screamed silently. You're still a long way from beating me. Just as I was about to go over the edge myself, I pulled the knife from my belt and stabbed it into the cliff face. My fall finally stopped. Clinging to the knife, I gasped for breath, my heart pounding like a drum. A few minutes later, I managed to climb back up. The sky was already turning a milky white. The terrifying night was almost over. I staggered along the edge of the street, barely making it to a jeep before collapsing inside. Hugging my head, I panted for air and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. When I woke again, it was already 11 in the morning. The exhaustion in my body was a stark reminder that last night's desperate escape was all too real. After running from the police station and spending the night locked in a deadly game with that unthinkable creature, my wounds had finally healed, but the fear still lingered. It was time to leave. A few hours later, I loaded the car with food, water, and 5 jerry cans of gasoline. I changed into more practical clothes and heavy winter gear. Besides my police issue knife, I also took a crowbar ID found in another car. My trip to the capital had been a disaster, adding yet another nightmare to this journey through a world of my own imagination. And the end of this nightmare was only the beginning of another. After leaving Beijing, a city that had left me with little more than a sense of emptiness, I resumed my journey homeward. What should have been a trip of just over 1,000 kilometers turned into a grueling trek that lasted 5 days and nights, all thanks to a series of wrong turns and relentless challenges. When the familiar mountain from my childhood finally appeared on the horizon, surrounded by endless stretches of forest, I nearly collapsed over the steering wheel in relief. If it weren't for my hazy memories, which I checked against the map again and again, and a few lucky guesses, I doubt I would have ever found my way back. The dangers along the way were far beyond anything I'd imagined. This isn't an exaggeration. More than once, I narrowly escaped death. In China, there's a unique way of thinking about regions. Most people understand that the real north doesn't begin until you cross Shanhaiguan and head further up. Strictly speaking, Beijing is considered part of North China or the Central Plains, not the true north. Only people from the south would call it that. The distinction is practical. In a vast country like this, whether or not you have central heating in winter is the clearest dividing line between north and south. The early part of my journey after leaving Beijing went relatively smoothly. The high-end SUV I was driving handled well at first, and the onboard GPS easily mapped out my route. But not long after I hit the road, the navigation system inexplicably stopped working. I guessed it was a satellite issue after all. In this deserted world, there's no guarantee that high-tech devices will work as expected. With no GPS and no usable paper map, I had to improvise. I tore a sheet off a street-side advertisement and spent over 2 hours hand-drawing a map from the car's navigation screen, carefully noting road names and obvious landmarks. This crude, homemade map became my lifeline in case the car broke down along the way. Once I left Beijing and got on the highway, I soon crossed into Hebei province. I passed through Tangshan, then turned toward Qinhuangdao, and finally entered Liaoning from Hebei. The highway was in surprisingly good condition. Even though no one was clearing the snow and the roads weren't closed, mine was the only car out there, so I didn't have to worry about the usual traffic hazards. In today's world, there are far more dangerous things than car accidents. I encountered occasional snow flurries, but fortunately, the wind wasn't strong. The temperature dropped sharply, but it wasn't yet enough to threaten my health. About 100 kilometers from Qinhuangdao, I stumbled upon a real treasure in an abandoned car by the road's idea slingshot, a bag of steel pellets, and a dozen packs of dried beef. Finding these simple supplies nearly brought me to tears. With the slingshot, I managed to hunt wild game for the first time while staying overnight in Suizhong County. At first, I felt completely lost handling the animal carcass, but to my surprise, I did much better than I expected. Besides roasting a pheasant, I also prepared a few baked sweet potatoes as emergency rations and packed everything into the car. Just as I was feeling hopeful and in good spirits, having just crossed into Jinzhou that night, things took a turn for the worse. I had planned to use my old tricks to catch some wild game for myself, but instead, I encountered an unprecedentedly bizarre event in a park that was neither too big nor too small. That evening, as I lit my campfire, it seemed to attract some uninvited guests. A group of humanoid creatures, each only about half the height of an adult, surrounded me completely. The most chilling part was that these beings, which I later referred to in my journal as half-men, were not only capable of speech, but also displayed remarkable intelligence. They skillfully handled a variety of tools and devices, communicating in a language utterly foreign to me, and their teamwork was both precise and terrifying. The fight that broke out was brutal. Despite their small stature, the half-men's eyes gleamed with malice, and their astonishing coordination gave me a tough time in direct confrontation. I suffered 2 deep wounds to my abdomen, so severe that my intestines were exposed. In the end, I only managed to escape by making it to a nearby hospital, temporarily shaking off their pursuit. Inside the hospital, I was forced to perform a crude, almost barbaric surgery on myself. Staring into a mirror, I gritted my teeth, pushed my intestines back into my body, and stitched up the wounds on my own. It was far from any proper medical procedure, but at least I added another survival skill to my repertoire. Strangely, the relentless half-men stopped at the hospital entrance, as if some invisible barrier prevented them from coming any closer. The rest of my journey was relatively uneventful, with just a few odd incidents here and there. A gas station inexplicably exploded. There were unidentifiable screams in the middle of the night, and twice some of my belongings mysteriously disappeared. These events were unsettling, but compared to what I had already endured, they seemed almost trivial. I originally thought my destination was Wuchang City, but it turned out I was completely mistaken. The small county town I remembered from my childhood, where my grandfather once took me, was so obscure that its name couldn't even be found on a map. After nearly 300 kilometers of detours, I finally arrived at my true destination, Dadadingzi Mountain. This mountain, whose name is a transliteration from Manchu, is the highest peak in all three northeastern provinces. It rises like a giant steamed bun shrouded in mist, with the summit forming a broad plateau covered only by low-growing flowers and grass. In winter, the snow-covered peak is especially magnificent, and the base is surrounded by endless forests. This place was once my childhood paradise, but returning now, I couldn't shake a profound sense of unease. I can't remember exactly when it started, but it seems like my world has always been covered in snow. Maybe it was after I left the border, or perhaps it began with that heavy snowfall in Beijing. The snowflakes have never stopped since. The roads are slippery, the drive is tough, sometimes the snow falls thick, sometimes the sun breaks through, but the cold always wins out. Temperatures have plunged from just above freezing down to -20 or 30 degrees. When I finally reached the foot of the mountain, the car broke down, just as I'd expected. I knew this would happen. Once you get into the mountains, a car isn't much help anyway. What I needed most at that moment was some warm winter clothing. I never thought that after living in the South for so long, a true northerner would become so sensitive to the cold. If someone were to ask me whether people from the Northeast are afraid of the cold, I'd answer without hesitation yes, absolutely. Why else would we have invented central heating? But really, who would bother asking such a silly question now? I rested for a moment, leaning on the steering wheel with my eyes closed. When I checked my watch, it was exactly 11 in the morning. If I was lucky, I might make it back here before dark and maybe find another working car in town. Whether I'd head back or spend the night in town would depend on how things went. I got out and walked for 20 minutes before finally reaching the town. To be honest, coming back was a real eye-opener. The place where I grew up had changed beyond recognition. The old dirt roads had been replaced by smooth asphalt, and the simple bungalows and two-story houses had given way to 3- or 4-story brick buildings. Even the neighborhoods were covered with greenery. As for the images in my memory, there was hardly a trace of them left. Looking around, I wondered if this was really the same town I remembered. I wandered through the town with 3 things on my mind. First, I needed to find some warm clothes to prepare for the journey into the mountains. Second, I had to do something about the hunger gnawing at my stomach. Third, I wanted to gather as many clues as possible about the pot, at least enough to figure out which way to go to find the small village hidden in the mountains. But I wasn't even sure if that village still existed. Life in town seemed to go on as it always had. People's routines didn't seem to have changed much. Because of the cold, the shops closed surprisingly early. It looked like everyone had already gone home to rest. All the shop doors were tightly shut. Helpless, I picked up a shovel from the roadside, slung it over my shoulder, and knocked on the shop doors one by one before boldly stepping inside. When I found food, I'd sniff it first, and if it seemed edible, I'd eat it without hesitation. If not, I'd stuff it into my pockets. Thanks to the local climate and eating habits, a lot of preserved meats could be stored for a long time, which helped me stock up on supplies for the journey ahead. I had hoped to find some local clothing, especially those sheepskin coats and fur hats, but after searching the whole town, I came up empty-handed. In the end, I only managed to find a fox fur hat and a cashmere scarf in the security room of a factory. The town's only decent clothing stores displayed nothing more than ordinary long-down jackets, with nothing particularly special. As I stood in front of the mirror in the security room, adjusting my outfit, thoughts of my father surfaced. His face and voice had long faded from my memory. It had been years since I last saw him. Staring at my reflection, I felt my eyes well up with tears. "Father, I hope you are at peace in another world." Before leaving, I boiled a kettle of water in the security room and took both the thermos and a large high-powered flashlight from the windowsill. These items were clearly meant for the forest workers, a sign that people here often ventured into the mountains. Just as I was about to leave and plan my route, I heard a few faint barks from the distance, but when I listened carefully, the sound had vanished. I didn't pay it much attention and continued mapping out my way into the mountains. I set off along the town's only main road, heading toward the nearest logging camp. Although there were plenty of tractors and forklifts parked around the factory, I preferred to walk and take in the scenery. The town still bore traces of its past. The main road ran parallel to the mountains, and at noon, the mountain shadow fell across the center of the street, just as I remembered. Years after the curse had descended, the town was now in ruins. Snow and trash piled up along the roadsides. The windows of buildings were coated in grime, and cracks scarred the walls and ground. Occasionally, a plastic bottle tumbled by in the wind, adding to the sense of desolation and discomfort. Without looking back, I pulled on my warm clothes, slung my pack over my shoulder, and cradled the warm thermos in my hands as I passed through the dense woods to the foot of the mountain. Looking up, the clouds seemed almost within reach. I tore off a piece of dried beef and stuffed it in my pocket before beginning my ascent of Dadadingzi Mountain. The slope was gentle, and I reached halfway up without much effort. Looking down, the town had shrunk to a scattering of black dots. Beyond the surrounding forest, I could see the flat summit, still about 800 or 900 meters above me. After a long climb, exhaustion and a lack of oxygen began to set in. I rested against a large tree, gasping for breath. The cold had frosted my nose, chin, beard, eyebrows, and eyelashes, but inside, I felt a burning determination. Just as I was about to unscrew the thermos for a drink, the pine tree above suddenly shook loose a pile of snow. Instinctively, I rolled aside and dove into the snow, narrowly avoiding being buried. When I looked up to find the cause of the falling snow, a deep rumble echoed from the distance. In the stillness of the mountains, the sound carried far. Could it be that the vibrations had shaken the snow from the tree? Suddenly, the tall trees around me began to shake off the snow from their crowns, accompanied by a rhythmic, thunderous rumble. The sound grew louder and closer. I spun around, and about 300 or 400 meters away, I saw a dark figure hurtling toward me at an astonishing speed. Instinctively reacting to the danger, I quickly grabbed my binoculars from the side pocket of my backpack. What I saw made my blood run cold. A massive brown bear was charging at me, sprinting like an athlete. By the time I lowered the binoculars and snatched up my backpack to run, the beast had already closed the distance to less than 150 meters. With thick snow underfoot, especially halfway up a mountain, there was no way I could outrun such a powerful predator. If it caught me, I'd be torn to pieces. But there was no time to think. I could only run for my life. The bear was relentless, following my tracks and closing in with every stride. After about 3 minutes, I was gasping for breath. Desperate, I threw away my bag, even my hat, and sprinted forward with everything I had. I didn't dare look back, but the animal's foul, musky scent filled the air, and its roars echoed right behind me. This is it. I'm done for, I thought. Finally, I risked a glance over my shoulder. The bear was almost on top of me, its drool splattering onto my shoulder. Just as I braced myself for the fatal bite, my foot slipped, and I tumbled down the mountainside. My face, head, back, and thighs slammed into jutting rocks as I fell. Through the agony, I could feel my thigh bone snap and my ankle twist the wrong way. Blood gushed from my mouth, my vision blurred, and I began to lose consciousness. In a dizzying tumble, I plunged over the edge of a cliff. I died. A blaring horn shattered the darkness. I jolted awake, gasping for air. Looking up, I realized I was sitting in a car, my head resting against the steering wheel. Was everything that just happened the frantic escape, the terror, all just a dream? Had I been here in the car the whole time, never leaving at all? Was any of it real? Even that bear? I glanced down at the hands of my watch. Exactly 11 o'clock in the morning. The car's CD was still playing that album of English hits from the 90s, and my backpack was untouched beside me. I took a deep breath, my fingers trembling involuntarily. It seemed that everything just now had only been a dream, but why did my body still ache? Why did those sensations feel so real? The image of the bear from my dream remained vivid in my mind, impossible to shake off. Was this place really haunted, even in broad daylight? I shook my head and decided to get out of the car and walk into town. A cold wind howled as I tightened my collar and pulled my backpack strap snug. I tried to plan what to do once I got into town, but the scenes from my dream kept replaying in my mind, as if guiding my every step. With each stride, I was overwhelmed by a sense of déjà vu, as though I'd lived through all of this before. The moment I set foot in the town, my heart began to race. The scene before me was exactly as it had been in my dream: dilapidated buildings, shop fronts locked tight, piles of garbage, and dirty snow everywhere. Almost unconsciously, I walked to the corner behind a utility pole and picked up an iron shovel, as if I'd always known it would be there. This time, I didn't go smashing open every storefront blindly. Instead, I deliberately broke the locks on just 2 shops. I found boxes of preserved and dried meat stacked in a corner, along with thick winter clothes. Finally, I made my way to the factory's gatehouse, boiled some water, grabbed a fox fur hat and a strong flashlight, filled my thermos, and set off again. Now I began to wonder, was it really just a dream? If so, why did everything from the dream match reality so precisely? Had I suddenly gained the ability to foresee the future? No, that couldn't be it. Maybe this was another layer of reality in this strange world? But why had I never experienced anything like this before? I mulled over the puzzle as I headed toward the forest station. On the high-voltage wires strung between the poles, a few crows stared at me with eyes as black as voids. Strangely, this scene hadn't appeared in my dream at all. As the crows fixed their gaze on me, the sound of barking dogs echoed from somewhere in the distance. I turned to look, but the noise stopped. When I turned back, the crows had disappeared. As I ventured deeper into the woods, flashes of those nightmare images kept intruding into my mind. Climbing halfway up the mountain, I leaned against a tree, dizzy and ringing in my ears, but unlike in my dream, I didn't sit down to rest. Instead, I forced myself to speed up, determined to reach the summit and see if the village where Grandpa and I had once lived still existed. After climbing another 300 or 400 meters, I was nearly exhausted. The sensible thing would have been to sit and recover, but I knew that if I stopped, I might never get moving again. So I gritted my teeth and pushed on. Just as I broke through the dense woods and reached the edge of a wide slope, a series of howls nearby made me freeze in my tracks. Cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck, and every muscle tensed. I knew that sound all too well. 20 years ago. Right here, I used to fall asleep beside my grandfather listening to it every night. Back then, I never felt afraid. But now, the last thing I wanted was to run into them. Wolves. Wolves never hunt alone. As the lead wolf howled, the others answered in chorus, their cries coming from somewhere not far away. I couldn't understand their language, but instinct told me I was the center of their attention, their midday meal, as far as they were concerned. This time, I didn't run. Once I was sure that everything happening before my eyes was real and not a dream, I crouched down and quietly pressed myself into the snow, burying myself as deeply as I could. Only the white tip of my fox fur hat and a pair of watchful eyes remained visible as I silently observed my surroundings in the biting cold. My cheeks were so numb from the freezing air that I couldn't feel them anymore, a physical reminder that this was no dream. This was real, tangible fear. I wasn't facing some unimaginable monster, just a pack of man-eating beasts. When I was a child, my grandfather would have told me exactly what to do in a situation like this, but he was gone now. Still, a hunter's blood ran through my veins, and I couldn't let myself be defeated by these animals. Stay calm. Think. What should I do? I repeated to myself over and over. Gradually, the sounds from the distant forest became clearer. A dark mass of shadows emerged from between the trees, gathering together before following the lead wolf, slowly moving in a formation meant to surround me. The wolves had clearly noticed my sudden disappearance, but my scent still lingered in the snow. They were tracking me, relying on the faint traces ID left behind. I felt like a guerrilla fighter hiding in a snow trench, spying on the enemy's movements during a sweep. The wolves drew closer and closer, and I could hear my own heartbeat racing in my ears. What should I do? At this rate, ID never escape. Desperately, I tried to come up with a plan, but nothing seemed to work. In a panic, I slowly began to roll sideways through the snow, inching my way back in the direction ID come from, doing my best to keep out of the wolves' line of sight. Just as I was struggling to slip out of their search area, the lead wolf suddenly let out a chilling howl. My heart skipped a beat. I thought they had found me, and I quickly lifted my head from the snow. But to my surprise, the rest of the pack was turning around, fleeing into the depths of the forest as if terrified by something even more frightening. They ran fast, clearly abandoning their hunt for me entirely. Rubbing my frozen hands together, I struggled to stand upright and stared in shock at the wolves disappearing into the distance. That's when a thunderous roar, like the crashing of ocean waves, erupted beside my left ear. I turned toward the sound and instantly understood why the wolves had run. A massive wall of snow was surging down the mountainside, unstoppable and overwhelming, ready to swallow everything in its path. An avalanche, the last thing I ever wanted to see. It was already too late to do anything. I'd barely taken a few steps when the roaring wave of snow crashed over me, burying me in an instant. The force slammed into the back of my head, robbing me of consciousness and the ability to move. I tumbled helplessly through the snow, dragged down who knows how far, until everything faded away. I don't remember how long it took before I slowly regained consciousness. At first, I felt a warm sensation enveloping me, and then I started hearing a familiar sound in my ears. It almost resembled music, though I couldn't be sure. When I finally opened my eyes, still groggy, I was startled to find myself back in that same old Jeep, now broken down by the side of the road. The CD player was playing classic English hits from the 90s, my backpack was still safely on the passenger seat, and my watch showed exactly 11 o'clock in the morning. What's going on? I rubbed my eyes in confusion. Am I dreaming again? Or was everything that just happened a dream within a dream? The whole situation reminded me of those absurd movie plots, dreams layered within more dreams. Something wasn't right. The more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. My mind raced, but I couldn't make sense of anything. All I could feel was that some invisible force was preventing me from returning to the beginning of the story. My gut told me that no matter how hard I tried, reality would keep pushing me back to this same starting point, trapping me in a dead end I couldn't escape. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, my knuckles turning white. If this was really happening, why had it never happened before? Based on what I could figure out, it had to be something about this place, maybe some kind of strange magnetic field causing this unprecedented loop. One thing was clear, the time I ran into that bear was definitely real, and the encounters with the wolves and the avalanche weren't dreams either. These were fragments of memories from my childhood, the beginnings of my life as a hunter, the start of my tragic fate. Everything felt so surreal now that I couldn't tell where reality ended and memories began. This place is just too bizarre. I slammed my fist against the steering wheel. What happened here? What could have trapped me in this endless cycle, always keeping me from reaching the best part of the dream? I wasn't about to let this curse control me. Fueled by frustration, I threw open the car door and got out of the Jeep for the third time. This time, I strode into town, ignoring the familiar sights around me, heading straight for the utility pole. I grabbed the shovel leaning behind it and marched directly to the shop stacked with cured meats. This time, I decided to change my approach. Instead of repeating what I'd done before, I packed up all the food I could carry into cardboard boxes and loaded everything onto the cart behind the door. I hauled it all back to the Jeep and stuffed it inside. Then I jogged over to the clothing store, put on as much as I could, grabbed a few bags of clothes, and tossed those into the car as well. As I returned to town for the third time, that eerie barking echoed once more much clearer than before. I was planning to head straight for the mountains, but suddenly changed my mind. Dog barking? Could there actually be someone here? I stopped and listened carefully. On my journey across most of China, I'd only ever come across stray dogs or mutated creatures that barely sounded like dogs at all. But what I was hearing now was unmistakably the bark of a domestic dog. Months had passed since the curse descended. How could it have survived without anyone to care for it? Driven by curiosity, I followed the sound. Unlike before, the barking didn't stop when I approached it. It came again, almost as if guiding me forward. I climbed over 2 garden walls, listening intently, and confirmed the sound was coming from a small door ahead of me. Strangely, as I got closer, the barking grew faint. How had it sounded so clear from so far away? Forget it. I smashed the lock open with the shovel and kicked the door in. The room was pitch black, and my eyes took a moment to adjust. I pulled out my flashlight and swept the beam around. Debris was scattered everywhere. Planks of wood, tables, chairs, and bits of scrap metal. I shoved aside everything in my way, moving faster and faster. Maybe it was just that I'd been alone for so long, but even the sound of a domestic dog was enough to fill me with excitement. I stumbled forward, pushing aside every obstacle in my path until a door appeared before me. The darkness around was absolute, as if I had reached the end of a corridor lost deep within the shadows. I glanced back, but the beam from my flashlight couldn't pierce this blackness. I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. The air was thick with an oppressive silence that made it hard to breathe. A wave of inexplicable fear washed over me, sending a chill through my body and making every hair stand on end. Though I could still hear a dog barking somewhere ahead, the sound wasn't enough to make me hesitate for long. Taking a deep breath, I summoned my courage, kicked open the door blocking my way, and slowly stepped inside. The room was both narrow and empty, shrouded in darkness. I lifted my flashlight, trying to cast its weak, flickering light as far as possible, but the battery seemed nearly dead. Moving with caution, my heart pounded in anxious anticipation. The barking was now so close it felt almost deafening, adding to the growing sense of pressure. The path ahead was swallowed by unknown shadows. I cautiously felt my way forward with my foot until I finally touched a large metal cage, covered by a tattered tarp. Pulling the cover aside, a cloud of dust billowed up, the musty smell making me cough. I bent down and shone my flashlight inside the cage. There, curled up tightly, was a brown dog. It looked frail, trembling slightly, as if it hadn't eaten in days. The large bowl nearby was completely empty. Even as I approached, the dog remained motionless, only looking up at me with helpless eyes. In that moment, I saw a familiar loneliness in its gaze, one that reminded me of myself. I crouched down, set the flashlight on the ground, and reached out to open the cage door. The dog still didn't move, its eyes hollow and desperate. My heart ached, so I pulled a piece of dried meat from my pocket and tossed it onto the floor. At first, the dog stared blankly, then slowly struggled to its feet, and, with what little strength it had, crept toward the food. After a few seconds, unable to resist any longer, it began to eat. Watching it eat so hungrily, I couldn't help but smile. I gently picked it up, wrapping it in my jacket to keep it warm. The dog was small, but its frame felt fragile and impossibly light in my arms. Still crouched on the floor, I looked down at the dog. Its large eyes met mine, the same loneliness reflected back at me. In that instant, I felt a kind of comfort settle in my heart. Lowering my head, I pressed my face gently against its head, hoping to give it a sense of safety, to let it know it didn't have to tremble anymore. Its fur was soft and warm, as if reminding me that there were still things in the world worth cherishing. In that moment, holding it close, I drifted off to sleep. Time slipped by, and before I knew it, the entire afternoon and night had passed. It wasn't until the next morning that I was awakened by the dog's tongue licking my face. Opening my eyes, I realized I was still sitting beside the cage. I hadn't moved all night. The old tarp was still draped over us, as if I'd unconsciously pulled it up for warmth. Glancing around, I saw the room was still warm, and the dog beside me had finished every bit of dried meat from my pocket. I had thought that, now full and rested, the dog would want to leave and return to its own world. But to my surprise, it stayed by my side, moving ahead like a loyal guide dog. Every so often, it would look back and bark softly, as if reassuring me it knew where I needed to go. Its steps were light and lively, its expression full of energy, and in that moment, it felt like we had become partners, bound by a silent understanding. This time, the path we took up the mountain with the dog was different from the previous 2 trips. Instead of following the main road through the forestry station, we chose a secluded trail. Although we lost our way several times, we unexpectedly stumbled upon a fork in the road that I remembered from my childhood. The wind on the mountain grew stronger, howling through the trees. I walked ahead, hunched over as I pushed against the wind, glancing back from time to check on the dog behind me. I named him Caesar, because when he stood tall, he exuded the commanding presence of an emperor. At this moment, Caesar trailed about 20 paces behind me, struggling against the cold wind, his fur blown in all directions. Seeing him shivering from the cold, I took off my thick scarf and tied it around him with a piece of rope. He looked up at me with unwavering eyes, as if to say there was no need to worry. We encouraged each other and kept moving toward the summit. Maybe this wasn't the best route, but every step we took was our own choice, just like the paths fate lays before us. After rounding a large bend halfway up the mountain, we finally reached a flat area at a higher elevation. Ahead was the small village where my grandfather and the hunters once lived, but now everything was buried under a thick blanket of snow, and even the road had disappeared. This place couldn't be found on any map. Even the locals barely knew of its existence, let alone outsiders. Perhaps now, I am the only one in the world who remembers it. We walked for another 10 minutes or so before faintly spotting some outlines in the snow. Remnants of houses collapsed under the weight of the snow. Judging by the lay of the land and the spacing of the trees, I was almost certain that this ruin was my childhood home, the scene that so often appeared in my dreams. I ran over excitedly, and Caesar followed, sharing in my excitement. He might not have understood the significance of this place to me, but he could sense my emotions. Yet, after the initial excitement faded, the cold reality hit. His was no longer the warm home I remembered. The little house where we once lived was gone. I took out Dongming's diary, remembering the promise to leave it somewhere special, but I wasn't even sure if this was the right place. After searching the ruins for a long time, I finally found the iron box we had buried under the floorboards years ago. It took me 2 hours to dig it out. The moment I opened the box, tears streamed down my face. Inside, everything was perfectly preserved: me grandfather's sheepskin coat, his notebook from the war years, a photo of my grandmother, pictures of my father and me, and mementos from his time in the army. Most precious of all was the rifle, still gleaming coldly, a witness to those turbulent times. I packed everything that could still be preserved into my backpack, leaving behind only the moldy, decayed clothes. These things are proof that I once existed. If humanity were ever to vanish from the earth, I hope to leave traces behind for future beings, evidence that I once walked every corner of this world. I wiped down the rifle, then found a large piece of canvas in the box. Using my knife, I cut it into several pieces and wrapped the rifle tightly, just like my grandfather taught me when I was a child. I wound the canvas securely around the gun, making sure every inch of metal was covered, then tied it with a sturdy strap and slung it over my shoulder. Nearly 200 rounds of ammunition were packed, one by one, into a cloth bag, which I fastened to the side of my backpack. Its weight was a constant reminder of what I carried. I placed Dongming's journal carefully back into the metal box, covering it with both hands and burying it in its original spot, erasing all traces with earth. Time was running out. I had to make it back to where the car broke down before nightfall. Jogging down the mountain, dry leaves crackled under my feet. Caesar followed close behind, occasionally darting ahead to sniff the air. Back at the car, we managed a relatively peaceful night. There was enough food and water. Caesar curled up in the back seat, while I half-dozed behind the wheel, my fingers resting now and then on the knife at my waist, making sure it was always within reach. At dawn the next day, I found enough gasoline in an abandoned factory nearby. I dragged the metal drum back to the car, the gasoline sloshing as I poured it into the tank. When the engine roared back to life, Caesar sat alert in the passenger seat, ears pricked, eyes scanning the world outside the window. And just like that, we were ready to leave this place behind, heading for new worlds and incredible adventures. The old rifle wrapped in canvas on the back seat wasn't meant for courting danger. It was a silent tribute to my grandfather, to the hunting blood that runs in my veins. Goodbye, hometown, I whispered, turning the steering wheel in my hands. I might never return here, and there was nothing left to keep me. Ahead lay endless horizons, unending exploration, and unpredictable challenges. Time slips by like smoke, appearing still but always slipping through your fingers. By the time you notice, the faces, voices, and scenes that once seemed so close have already faded into distant memories. Our lives are swept along by this invisible current of time, wave after wave, like dust scattered in the air. No one knows where it will end up. We don't get to choose, and there's no point in complaining. All you can do is embrace everything it brings, joy or pain. If you don't learn to accept it early, the ending will only be harder. But then again, what else can we do? Life has no inherent meaning. It all depends on how you choose to see it. It's been 3 years since that terrible curse fell on this land and changed the world forever. Since leaving the town, I can't remember a single night of uninterrupted sleep. For more than 1,000 days and nights, I've endured all the twisted gifts this cruel world has to offer, either facing unspeakable horrors hidden or trembling in some dark corner. And I, too, have become one of these monsters. Now, the moon has just slipped behind the misty sky, and the sun has not yet risen. For me, it's just another ordinary morning. No hope, no future, no desire, and no destination. All that's left is to survive, clinging to life like a runaway horse, crashing through whatever lies ahead, feeding on whatever I can find. Yet here I am, far from home, feeling not a trace of longing or attachment. This indescribable sense of alienation makes me feel like a story without a beginning or an end, doomed to repeat the same nauseatingly dull routine day after day. Even so, these uneventful days could still claim my life at any moment. Right now, I gaze up at the sky through a narrow gap in the heavy canvas wrapped around me. The eastern horizon is already turning pale, signaling that dawn is near. In just over an hour, they'll finally be able to sleep safely. Tonight, I've been lucky nothing strange has disturbed me, thanks to the survival skills I've honed over the past few years. Though the night is giving way to morning, thick fog still shrouds the entire city, reducing visibility to almost nothing. Since I arrived here a few days ago, this has been the norm. Sometimes the sun doesn't break through at all, as if the city is trapped under a perpetual gloom. In the distance, the clock tower has just struck 6, its chimes still echoing across the bridge and the nearby buildings. I've never cared much for keeping track of time, and I especially dislike those enormous clocks looming over the city. Still, I can't help but notice the lingering resonance of the bells these past few days. I'm sitting with my back against the base of a massive statue, wrapped head to toe in a thick gray canvas, leaving only a narrow slit for my eyes. This is my perfected survival trick, learned during my years on the run. It lets me blend seamlessly into the concrete jungle. Even in this relatively safe position, I keep myself awake through the night. As a hunter, I have to stay alert, always protecting my most important companion. My dog, Caesar, is curled up under the canvas beside me. Every so often, his tail brushes lightly against me, as if checking that I'm still there and awake. Whenever he does, I gently pat him to reassure him. We've survived like this for over 2 years now, afraid of losing each other or letting our guard down and falling into mortal danger during the night. As for where I am now, I'd guess somewhere in Central, maybe slightly Western, Europe. That's just my rough estimate as an incompetent traveler. Last month, I lost 2 navigation devices while crossing the Baltic Sea, which made the rest of the journey much harder. Before that, I had just left Minsk, crossed a section of Lithuania, and reached the border between Russia and Poland. Facing the Baltic Sea, I decided on a whim to set out by boat, only to run into several near-fatal storms and lose much of the gear I'd collected in Russia and Belarus. As for this city, I can only guess my general location by relying on my instincts after crossing the currents twice. I don't even know its name. The architecture resembles that of other European cities, but here it feels unusually grim, with a fog that lingers even during the day. Although I've only been here for less than a week and haven't even settled in, I'm already itching to leave. If it weren't for the lack of enough food supplies to support a long journey, I would have escaped this suffocating place long ago. Everywhere I look, there are old, crumbling brick roads and a maze of intersections that make my head spin. The uneven streets feel even more eerie under the thick fog, and it's easy to lose your sense of direction. To make matters worse, there's the cursed right-hand drive, which is driving me crazy. Besides food, I'm missing a lot of other travel essentials. After years of drifting from place to place, I've definitely become more picky. If I had to choose the next most important thing I need, it would be a navigation system. Right now, I'm clutching a map, but have no idea where I am, let alone how to plan a route. Then again, even if I knew my exact location, it probably wouldn't make much difference. At this point, some people might be confused. Didn't I just leave Beijing and make a trip back to my hometown in the Northeast? How did I suddenly end up in Europe, mentioning the Baltic Sea? This isn't some bizarre dream. It's been 3 years since that curse began, and I've known Caesar for 2.5 years now. After crossing northern China, we made it to Russia. I spent over 2 years in Russia and Mongolia. Although the language barrier led to plenty of awkward moments, it also forced me to pick up a new language, at least enough to handle written communication. It was only recently that I decided to keep heading west, even though I still don't have a clear destination. As for crossing the Baltic Sea, you might wonder, did I swim across? Of course not. Other than by boat, what other options are there? Flying was another possibility, but that would require mastering complicated piloting skills, finding a suitable airport, and getting hold of a single pilot plane not exactly easy. Compared to that, finding a well-fueled cruise ship was much simpler. As for how I learned to steer a ship and got my hands on one, it happened as naturally as learning to eat or walk, some things you just have to figure out when you have no other choice. It turns out that many things seem much harder than they really are. Most people just lack the chance or the courage to try. When you actually give it a shot, you realize you're capable of much more than you imagined. When you have no one else to rely on, you might just discover how close you are to being a genius. Of course, having no one to depend on also means you're free from a lot of extra baggage and obstacles. The hands of my watch pointed to 6:40, what I had come to think of as the safety threshold. Although ID faced danger after sunrise before, that incident was unique. If I ever get the chance, I'll tell you what happened. For now, though, everything around me was eerily quiet, yet I couldn't sleep. Even with my eyes closed, exhaustion wouldn't take hold. Ever since I arrived in this godforsaken place, I hadn't had a single good night's rest. It felt as if something was gnawing at my nerves, leaving me restless, though I couldn't put my finger on the reason. Maybe it was the damned fog. heavy and disorienting, who could say for sure? I sat quietly, my back against a stone foundation, going over plans for tomorrow in my mind. If I still couldn't find food, I'd have to move on. Experience had taught me that the longer you stay in a place like this, the more harm you do to yourself. Besides, even if I could endure the hunger, I didn't want to see Caesar go hungry too. Life over these last 3 years had changed me in ways I never expected. Sometimes I wondered if I even remembered who I used to be. There were days when I felt like a stranger to myself, and memories of my past seemed to belong to someone else entirely. These days, I rarely looked in the mirror. Whenever I did, I hardly recognized the face staring back, worn and far too old. If beards could record the passage of time like tree rings, mine would mark 1,000,000 years. The thick stubble on my jaw made me look like a man in his 40s. My body was stronger now, but new scars had joined the old ones. Time itself had lost all meaning for me. I had more of it than I could ever use, yet most of it was spent simply trying to survive. The rest was filled with pointless thoughts, drifting aimlessly. Maybe I thought too much. Sometimes it felt like I was on the verge of losing my mind, tangled up in a mess of thoughts with no clear direction. I don't know how long I stayed in that half-awake, half-asleep daze. The sky above began to blur, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth. It was then that I caught the faintest trace of a rhythmic sound, drawing closer and growing clearer, though I couldn't say when it had started. It rang out sharp, distinctive, the kind of footsteps I hadn't heard in ages. Even though I knew what it was, the sound still startled me. Who could it be? Those were human footsteps. But could it really be? After all this time, after crossing half the world, I hadn't seen another soul. I turned the thought over and over in my mind. It couldn't be, I told myself. I must be dreaming again. I tried to ignore it, closed one eye, and attempted to force myself to sleep. But the unease wouldn't go away. My mind kept replaying the question. What was it? Could it be a hoofed animal passing by? Some bird tapping on a tree? Maybe a piece of abandoned machinery? Possibilities tangled together in my head, a mix of hope and anxiety pulling at my nerves. No matter how hard I tried to ignore it, the sound kept coming closer and closer until I could clearly hear the crisp strike of leather boots on the ground, the unmistakable echo of horseshoes on stone. The footsteps grew louder, and I could almost hear someone's hurried breathing. A chill ran through me. What was going on? Was I dreaming, or had this world finally gone mad? What would happen next? Almost without thinking, I found my hand gripping my rifle's trigger, the bullet already chambered. Still, I didn't look up or open my eyes. I simply focused on the sound, waiting in silence. My heart pounded, every nerve taut, but my body remained perfectly still. All I could do was wait for the unknown presence, creeping ever closer. The moment that voice stopped in front of me, I quietly opened my eyes and peered through a narrow gap in the canvas, carefully observing the figure before me. In the dim light, the shadow seemed unnaturally tall, and I could hardly believe that what stood there was a person. Although I had encountered all kinds of strange creatures before, none had ever looked so close to human. Was it really a person standing in front of me? As the light grew clearer, I finally made out the figure. The outline of a tall man gradually emerged, exuding an almost unbelievable presence. Biting my tongue, I took a deep breath, trying to keep calm and convince myself I wasn't dreaming. Just then, he reached out a long arm, as if about to lift the canvas covering me. Without hesitation, I slipped my gun through the gap and pressed the barrel against his forehead with a sharp click. Don't move. If you don't want your head blown off, stand right there and put your hands up. As I shouted, I slowly got to my feet, keeping my voice harsh and steady. Still, I couldn't be sure if this being could even understand what I was saying. Was he human, or something else entirely? I was in Europe, half a world away from home, and I couldn't be certain of anything. My fingers stayed tight on the trigger as I kept my rifle trained on him, refusing to let my guard down for even a second. At that moment, Caesar woke from his sleep and sprang to my side, growling low and ready to leap at my command. I glanced at him out of the corner of my eye and shook my head slightly, signaling him to hold back. Caesar slowly retreated and stood behind me. I turned my attention back to the figure before me, my heart pounding in my chest. Finally, in the pale light of dawn, I got a clear look at him. He was a tall, middle-aged man with a Western face, a long, narrow face covered in a thick beard, and two upward curling mustaches. His eyes weren't large, but were deeply set under heavy brows, giving the impression he was staring straight at me. He wore a strange smile and raised his hands high in the air. His outfit was odd, a long black coat, dress pants, black leather boots, and a top hat perched on his head. Even though he looked peculiar, I kept my gun fixed on him, not relaxing my grip for a second. He smiled as he stepped back, signaling he meant no harm, but I still didn't lower my weapon. He stopped, pointed at my gun as if asking if I could put it down, but I remained wary, my jaw clenched, not letting down my guard. Step by step, he approached through the mist, his features growing clearer with every stride. I had no intention of backing down. I kept my grip tight on the gun, aiming it directly at him, my heart pounding a little faster. But to my surprise, he suddenly spoke up. Whoa, take it easy, my friend. How should I put this? I think I'm feeling pretty much the same as you right now. Running into someone else out here. It's almost too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Honestly, I really thought I was the only one left. Come on, can we put the gun down and actually talk? It's been over 2 years now. More like 3 years. I haven't spoken to another person in that long. Please, don't look at me like that. Just lower the gun, and let's have a proper conversation. His Mandarin was thick with a Beijing accent, which was completely at odds with his Western features. I blinked, momentarily confused. What was going on here? What did he mean by what he just said? 3 years. Was this really just a coincidence? ID traveled all around the world without meeting a single other person. How could I run into someone here? Could there really be a flaw in this curse? But even if he was human, how could a European speak such perfect Mandarin? I shook my head, still unwilling to make any sudden moves. My gun stayed trained on him as my eyes darted between him and Caesar at my side. Caesar stood alert, not picking up on my unease. The man in front of me had a slight smile in his eyes, but there was a hint of challenge in it too. Despite raising his hands high above his head and wearing an almost exaggeratedly innocent expression, as if to show he meant no harm, my own hands had started to tremble, the grip of the gun growing cold in my palm. After a long silence, I finally couldn't help but speak in a low voice. Don't come any closer. Who are you? Now what are you? If you try anything, or if you're up to something, they'll shoot you right now. And if you're some kind of monster, you'd better get lost. Just so you know, I won't miss. He didn't seem bothered by my threats at all. He kept his hands raised, swaying them slightly, grinning even wider, pulling a few silly faces as if none of this was worth worrying about. Of course, I'm human well. Maybe not entirely, but close enough. You're so tense you're making me nervous too. Can't we just sit down and talk for a bit? Meeting you like this feels like a gift from above. I've got so much I want to say. Still, I didn't lower my gun. My mind was full of confusion and unease. Everything in front of me felt like an unsolvable riddle. Who was he really? His words carried a calming presence, and gradually, I let down my guard, convincing myself to accept what was happening. Though a trace of doubt lingered deep inside, reason compelled me to trust the reality before me. Suddenly, my hands began to tremble uncontrollably. I realized my mental defenses were quietly crumbling. A wave of nausea hit me. My head felt swollen, and I was on the verge of vomiting. I dropped the gun, bracing myself against the ground. After the sickening sensation passed, I slumped down, letting the gun fall carelessly aside. The world spun around me, leaving my mind completely blank. No explanations, no questions, no words left. All I knew was an overwhelming urge to cry, a suffocating sadness and frustration that I couldn't even explain to myself. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably, racking sobs wrung from deep inside as I tried to release every pent-up emotion. Seeing how inconsolable I was, the middle-aged man crouched beside me and gently patted my shoulder, his tone a mix of kindness and helplessness. Hey, hey, it's all right, my friend. You are making it hard for me to know what to say. I can't exactly sit here and cry with you, can I? Sure, our meeting was a bit unexpected, but maybe that's all the more reason for us to celebrate. There's no need to just sit here and break down, right? Did I scare you by showing up so suddenly? Hey, that really wasn't my fault. But look, at least now there are two of us, right? Oh, wait, I didn't notice your friend there, so that makes three. Isn't that even more reason to celebrate? Come on, don't cry. I get how you're feeling. Trust me, everything's going to be okay. He sat down beside me, his warm hand resting gently on my shoulder. The familiar yet long-lost sensation made me feel dazed. After so many years, to feel someone's care again was both strange and undeniably real. God truly has a twisted sense of humor, though this little joke nearly cost me my life. I wiped the tears from my face, trying to steady myself. Turning to the middle-aged man next to me, I forced an awkward smile. He leaned back against the concrete base, hands cradling his head, a calm smile on his lips as he gazed up at the sky, looking utterly at ease. By now, daylight had fully arrived. Even though the sun was still hidden, visibility was much better. I looked around, still unable to make sense of what all this meant. Clearing my throat, I began to ask, "Can you tell me who you are? Why are you here? When did you notice me?" The man kept his eyes on the sky, answering lazily, "Who I am doesn't matter, just like I don't care who you are. As for why I'm here, I've always been here, never left. It's been that way for the past 3 years. As for you, I wasn't paying special attention. There was just something unusual here today, so I came to check it out." His answers were vague and did nothing to clear up my confusion. I pressed on. "What I mean is, why are you in this empty world? I thought this place was like this because of my casino. One else was supposed to exist here. But your presence completely overturns everything I've believed for the past 3 years. Are there others like you? Are they hiding somewhere I can't see? Or are you God? Some kind of prophet?" My voice grew more agitated, a wave of frustration and anger rising inside me at being kept in the dark. It was a terrible feeling. After hearing me out, he suddenly turned to face me, his deep eyes locking onto mine. "Why is it like this? How should I know? God? Of course not. But what you just said, your curse. Man, before you start asking these questions, shouldn't you think things through? Never mind. Let me ask you, how did you die?" The unexpected question knocked the breath out of me. My mouth hung open, but no sound came out. How did I die? The words sent a jolt through my whole body. I could only stare at him, trembling, unable to speak. He saw the confusion on my face, sighed, lowered his head, and fell silent for a moment. Then, he continued, "All right, you really are a pitiful soul. I can tell just by looking at you how lost you feel right now. Let's just assume you don't know anything, so let me tell you the truth, the terrifying reality behind it all." He coughed a few times, clearing his throat as if preparing for a long speech. Then he turned his head, gazed into the distance at the smog-covered sky, and went on. "First of all, you probably don't even know where this place is. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about where we're sitting right now, or even this city shrouded in mist. I want you to try to understand what I mean. I'm talking about the whole world. Listen to me. It might be hard to accept, maybe even impossible to understand, but the truth is, this world before you is called purgatory. Just like people talk about heaven and hell, purgatory is real too. It's just not as obvious as the world we lived in. You can't see it or touch it, but it's there. In other words, every window and every door in life is like a mirror leading to another world. It's just that, as someone who's alive, you'd never be able to see any of it." I listened to him in a daze, understanding some of what he said, but completely lost with the rest. He went on, "When people die, they go to heaven or some fall into hell. Even children know this. But some people, though guilty, aren't beyond redemption. Those people come here to purgatory to atone for their sins." You might think him joking, but honestly, I don't even know if there's a God, or who set all this up. All I know is that once we're here, our only task is to seek redemption. Only then can we move on to heaven, which is where we truly belong. As for how to atone, or how to reach heaven, I still have no idea. But you, well, your situation seems even more complicated. You don't even know how you died. That's really unfortunate." He paused, as if suddenly realizing something, and his voice trailed off. "Wait, don't tell me you don't even realize that you're already dead?" After hearing what he said, my whole body started to tremble uncontrollably. Questions kept flooding my mind. What's going on? Purgatory? Where am I really? Who is this man? Is he telling the truth? Am I really dead? But how can this world look so much like the place I used to live? Wait, what does so much like even mean? It's not quite the same as before, but if I'm dead, when did it happen? Why can't I remember anything? My thoughts were a tangled mess, my heart raced, my throat was dry, and I kept swallowing, trying to calm myself. Just then, the middle-aged man spoke again. He looked a bit startled, as if realizing had gone too far, and his tone softened. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, or show off in front of you honestly. I'm not even sure you well, never mind. I don't really know how to explain it. Look, the sky might be covered in fog right now, and we can't see anything clearly, but if we could break through the mist and fly above it, the whole world would be laid out before us. A lot of things just depend on your point of view, don't you think? I suddenly laughed, a bitter and helpless smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. I shook my head, my throat tight, struggling to find the right words. Is everything you said true? I finally managed to speak, my voice raspier than I expected. Fine, let's say it is. But if the world after death is no different from the one before, how are we supposed to atone for anything? Shouldn't someone show up and tell me what's happened? My fingers clenched and relaxed unconsciously, my knuckles turning white. That's not how it works in the movies. There's always a guide, or at least some kind of sign. My voice trailed off, growing quieter. Forget it, I don't know. But I want to know, what am I atoning for? What did I do wrong? I suddenly looked up, my eyes filled with pain and confusion. It's been 3 years. Haven't I suffered enough in these 3 years? My voice started to tremble. And why are you in my world? Why do I still feel alive? The last words were almost torn from my throat, a desperate shout echoing through the empty space. But the person in front of me didn't seem disturbed at all, as if had grown used to outbursts like this. He watched me calmly, his tone unchanged, even tinged with a resigned warmth. Well, honestly, I don't know much more than you do. He shrugged lightly. I guess this might just be a coincidence. After I died, I was so lonely that I once wondered if someone died at the exact same moment as me, would we end up in the same place? His gaze drifted for a moment, as if recalling something. I never thought my wild guess would actually come true. But this world is nothing like the one we knew. He looked me in the eyes. I'm sure you've been through a lot in these 3 years. You must know what I mean. He glanced around and spread his arms, gesturing at the empty space. As you can see, it's just the two of us here. No one else. His voice dropped a little. Have you ever tried to die? When you were at your lowest? Before I could answer, he went on. I did. No matter how much you hurt yourself, all you feel is pain. You never lose consciousness, never find release. You're trapped in this endless cycle, and every attempt only deepens your guilt. He leaned in slightly, a probing look in his eyes. Think back, haven't there been things you experienced that defied explanation? Things so strange they felt like miracles? Strange? I repeated the word with a bitter laugh. Isn't that obvious? Just look at me. Look at how I got here. None of it makes sense anymore. Strange doesn't even begin to cover it. I traced an arc through the air with my hand, as if trying to grasp something invisible. How did I suddenly stop needing glasses? How did I survive danger again and again, for no reason at all? No matter how badly I was hurt, as soon as the sun rose, I healed. My body became strong as an ox without warning. Even after weeks without food, I felt that gnawing hunger, but death never came. My words tumbled out faster and faster, as if I needed to get every question out at once. And that's not even mentioning the terrifying creatures, the massive typhoons, the waterspouts at sea. None of that could ever happen in the world I used to live in. I took a deep breath, and for the first time, there was a sense of acceptance in my voice. You're right, this isn't the world I was alive in. I always foolishly believed that all of this was some kind of punishment from the heavens. If it really was about atonement, then yes, it was punishment, though I never realized there was another layer to it all. Well, at least I got the being punished part right, even if I still don't know what I did to deserve it. Gradually, I began to accept the truth he told me. I took the glass of whiskey he handed over, gulped down 2 big mouthfuls, and felt the burn of alcohol in my throat, which helped steady my nerves. Looking back on everything I'd been through, it suddenly didn't seem so strange anymore. Maybe I'd just been seeing things from the wrong angle. But in the end, punishment is just punishment. Does it really matter who's right or wrong? After all, it's not like I ever had a say in any of this. I took another deep swig, letting the warmth slide down my throat. Casually, I tossed the empty bottle behind me and listened to it roll across the floor. Then I asked, "So, can you tell me where this place is? And I'm curious, how come you're speaking my language? You look like a foreigner, but your Chinese is flawless. Are you some kind of scholar or something?" He suddenly widened his eyes, looking genuinely surprised. "Wait, you drank all the whiskey? Oh no, what a waste, what a shame." He glanced around anxiously, his body restless and uneasy. I couldn't understand why he was so upset over half a bottle of whiskey, or maybe there was something else I didn't know. "Well, fine," he sighed, taking a moment to compose himself. "But what did you just say? Chinese? What's Chinese? And you called me a foreigner? Isn't it the other way around? You're the foreigner here, my friend." His tone softened, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "But welcome to my home, anyway. Have you heard of London? A lot of people call it the city of fog. Strangely enough, ever since I died, this damned fog has never lifted." He pointed to the thick, grayish-white mist outside the window and continued, "As for your other question, I can't really explain it either. My guess is, maybe in the afterlife, everyone hears their own familiar language. It's amazing how even the smallest details are arranged so perfectly. God really is a terrifying fellow." He leaned closer, meeting my gaze. "Let me put it this way. I'm just as curious how your English is so fluent, with an accent just like my friends had when I was alive. It doesn't match your Eastern face at all. Does that help clear things up for you?" "I see," I murmured, feeling a wave of dizziness, maybe from the whiskey, maybe from this startling revelation. It really is a miracle. I don't even know how to describe it. But after everything else that's happened, this hardly seems surprising. After all, this isn't the real world. I paused, shaking my head. "No, that's not quite right. At least, it's not the world we used to know." My voice grew quieter as my fingers tapped absently on my knee. "But I still can't figure it out. What terrible sin did I commit to end up here? I was just an unlucky, miserable soul. Why would God single me out like this? Wasn't the suffering I endured in life enough? What did I do wrong? How did I die?" Seeing that I was getting worked up again, he gently patted my shoulder with his calloused hands. "All right, don't dwell on it. Some things will reveal themselves in time." He paused, a thoughtful look flickering in his eyes. "Let me share something from my own life, maybe it'll give you some perspective. Just like you said, I never believed I'd committed any unforgivable sin, certainly nothing that would land me in a place like this, atoning for my supposed crimes." His voice grew softer. "I'm a devout Christian, and if I regret anything, it's my drinking." His gaze drifted, as if he were looking back 3 years into the past. "The last time I blacked out from drinking was 3 years ago. But when I woke up, things were different. I was lying on an emergency room table. The surgical lights were blindingly bright, but there wasn't a soul in sight. I got up from the table, pulled off the wires with shaking hands, and wandered the hospital in nothing but a thin gown. After that, I walked all over the city, but I couldn't find a single living person." He gave a wry smile. "At first, I thought, just like you, that everyone was playing some kind of joke on a drunk. I even hid out in my hospital room, stubbornly waiting for the prank to end. But as time passed, the joke went on far too long. I ended up back in the operating room where I'd first woken. The sense of helplessness and isolation nearly swallowed me whole. For a whole week, I wandered the hospital eating nothing, drinking nothing, yet somehow I didn't die." His voice turned hoarse. "It wasn't until I stumbled across my own medical file that the truth finally hit me. That night, I'd passed out drunk in the street and was taken to the hospital. The alcohol poisoning had caused my heart and kidneys to fail, and they couldn't save me." He lowered his head, staring at the floor in silence for a long moment. When he finally looked up, there was a hint of self-mockery in his tone. "It's almost funny, isn't it? As a devout Christian, I know that, according to Catholic doctrine, suicide is a grave sin, one that leads straight to hell. My actions weren't much different from suicide, so I should have gone to hell directly. But maybe, Because I did some good in my life and wasn't all bad other than my damn drinking habit, I was given this chance to come here instead. He looked at me, searching my face. So what do you think? Does my story help you see your own situation any differently? As I listened to him, I tried to piece together everything he had said. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed through my Minda rainy afternoon, everything that happened in that filthy bathroom. When I rushed out of there, it felt as if I had stepped into another world. Memories from 3 years ago replayed before my eyes like an old film, and the mystery that had haunted me for so long was suddenly, effortlessly unraveled. I looked at him and gave a bitter smile. If I told you how I died, you'd probably find it ridiculous. I paused. I drowned myself in a toilet. He didn't laugh at me. Instead, he looked at me thoughtfully and said, life has no real meaning. Everyone does foolish things. Given where we are now, is it really any different? As he spoke, he covered his face and chuckled, but there was a hint of pity in his laughter. In that moment, I suddenly understood so many things that had always eluded me. Maybe what we've been given isn't punishment, but forgiveness. Even if I have to do more to make up for my mistakes, I'm willing. At least I have the chance to start over unlike that villain who killed his own sister and then took his own life. He's stuck in hell forever. I'm sorry, we've been talking for so long and haven't even introduced ourselves properly, he said with a graceful nod. My name is Alexander Alan Drake. You can call me Alan or Mr. Drake, whichever you prefer. And you are? My name is Shiyu, I replied with a smile. Chinese names are usually quite simple. Since you're a bit older, it's probably more polite for me to address you as Mr. Drake. In China, courtesy is very important. Perhaps that's something we have in common with British gentlemen. Age does bring a bit more knowledge, he said, laughing, but I'd rather we just be like brothers. Even though I'm nearly 50, with that thick beard of yours, you look about my age. He burst into hearty laughter. I looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Glancing back at Caesar, I saw it staring at us with those bright, eager eyes, its tail wagging non-stop as if silently sharing in our happiness. The feeling was indescribable, as if it transcended life and death, knowing I was already gone, yet still able to feel such pure joy. Maybe this kind of happiness can only be truly experienced after death. The thick fog still shrouded everything around us, showing no sign of lifting. Caesar and I were sharing half a cheese pizza that Drake had provided, while the dead drunkard had somehow produced a flat bottle and was drinking greedily. Watching him gulp down the liquor, I couldn't help but think, some habits really do die hard. As I chewed on the surprisingly decent pizza, I asked, can you tell me how you found me? It's been about 3 years since then, maybe longer. I've lost track. Honestly, it hasn't been easy. Have you stayed in this city the whole time? Never left. Drake shot me a sideways glance, took another swig, and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Yeah, I've always been here. It's not that I don't want to leave, just there are things I can't let go of. As for finding you, that was pure luck. He pointed ahead. See that intersection up there? I squinted, but the fog was too thick to make out anything, so I shook my head. He went on. There's a winery over there. I've already helped myself to most of their good stuff. Last night, after I finished the last of my stash, I decided to try my luck before dawn. You know how dangerous it is to wander around at night, but right as I was leaving, I noticed something strange under the statue. Never saw anything like that before. The rest, you know. I see. Still, your love for booze is something else. What will you do when you've drunk the whole city dry? He burst out laughing. That would take forever. Actually, I've even tried making my own at home, but it never packs the same punch. Nothing beats the real deal. With that, he tipped the last drop of liquor into his mouth and leaned back against the statue, clearly satisfied. I brushed the pizza crumbs from my hands, took a deep breath, and felt the comfort of a full stomach before asking. You mentioned you've run into a lot of trouble over the years. From my experience, the more crowded a place is, the more dangerous it gets at night. Why insist on staying here? I've definitely seen some strange things. At first, I couldn't believe my eyes, but you get used to it, he said. Luckily, I live out in the suburbs, a good drive from central London. Supplies are a bit scarce out there, but I figured things out over the years. As for why I stayed, you probably wouldn't understand. Besides, we're already dead. Why worry about safety? Look at me. I can drink as much as I want now. Drake dusted off his pants and stood up, and I followed suit, gathering my things. I bent down to roll up the canvas and strapped it under my backpack. Just as I slung the pack over my shoulders and picked up the rifle leaning nearby, Drake suddenly lunged forward and snatched the gun from my hands. His sudden move caught me completely off guard. Cold sweat broke out across my back as I instinctively grabbed the barrel with one hand and clutched his sleeve with the other. What are you doing? Give it back. Drake quickly pressed his finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and spoke in a low voice. Keep it down. I have no interest in your German-made junk. Who knows how many British men this gun has killed? His expression was grim. Listen, something's coming our way. That steady, rhythmic rustling sound. Right now, Drake seemed like a different person. Held the rifle expertly, crouched low, eyes scanning the foggy surroundings with sharp vigilance. Even his signature mustache seemed tense. I finally heard the strange noise too. At first, I thought it was just the wind rustling the leaves, but there wasn't even the slightest breeze, only the thickening fog all around us. I let go of the rifle and reached for the knife at my belt, crouching down and whispering, "Did you see what it is?" "Not sure where it's coming from yet, but I know what it is," Drake replied. "Put the knife away, it won't help. The fog's getting heavier. We need to get out of here. Listen to the rope from your backpack and tie it to our wrists. Stick close to me. It's easy to get lost in fog like this, but I know this place like the back of my hand. I could find my way with my eyes closed." I quickly did as he said, tying a knot and fastening the rope to our wrists. Suddenly, I remembered something and asked, "What about Caesar? What if my dog gets lost?" "Don't worry, a dog's sense of smell is 100 times better than yours. With how you smell, it could find you from miles away. Seriously, when was the last time you had a bath?" Drake joked. "Stop fooling around. Just tell me your hat could possibly scare you like this in broad daylight." "It's not daylight," Drake said quietly. "Haven't you noticed? What keeps those terrifying nightmares at bay isn't the ticking hands on your watch, it's the sun." Thick fog blanketed everything, obscuring the entire sky. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the air was heavy with dampness, signaling that a storm was about to break. In this city of London, where sunlight was a rare visitor year-round, it wasn't the gloomy weather that chilled people to the bone, but the presence of the eerie royal guards. Their patrols never ceased, not even in broad daylight. Royal guards. I was about to question this strange claim when a group of uniformed figures appeared at the end of the street, marching toward us in perfect formation. Seeing the shock on my face, Drake immediately turned, raised his gun at the advancing group, and grabbed my shirt with his free hand, slowly backing us away. 2 rows of imposing guards came into view, advancing with military precision. They wore scarlet-fitted jackets, white belts and gloves, and tall black bearskin hats straight out of a movie depiction of the British Royal Guards. Yet something about them felt disturbingly off, as if some vital detail was out of place. Before I could make sense of it, the guards had already spotted us. They swiftly changed formation. The front row dropped to one knee in unison, and every guard raised his rifle, aiming the dark barrel straight at us. "Run! Now!" Drake shouted, yanking me around as we bolted. Gunfire erupted behind us, bullets cracking against brick walls and shattering nearby windows. I could hear the whistle of rounds passing frighteningly close to my ears, and in that moment, I realized, after a few weeks of uneasy calm, true terror had returned. We ran for our lives, with Caesar darting back and forth, sometimes leading the way, sometimes circling back. Strangely, I felt a surge of inexplicable excitement. Maybe I'd grown used to this kind of adrenaline and had even missed it after a while. Or maybe it was the way Drake's mustache twitched nervously, which looked so comical, combined with the sound of gunfire that reminded me of firecrackers during New Year celebrations as a child. Whatever the reason, this crisis didn't seem any more frightening than those we'd faced before. After sprinting a few hundred meters, we ducked into a dim, narrow alley. Above us, only a sliver of dull light filtered between the buildings. Drake wanted to keep moving, but I tugged on the rope, stopped in my tracks, and burst out laughing. He turned around, glaring at me with a stern face. "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Lunatic." "No, no. Look, the bicycle, the bicycle," I said urgently, pointing to the dusty old bike leaning against the wall. Derek frowned and shook his head, waving his long fingers in the air with determination. "Don't even think about it. There's no way I'm riding that thing." "Fine, then let me show you how a citizen from the land of bicycles puts this thing to use. Hop on." I gave the back seat a pat, urging him. Derek kept refusing to sit in what he called second-class seating, but as the gunshots from our pursuers grew louder, he had no choice but to drop his gentlemanly airs. He swung his crane-like legs awkwardly over the back seat, looking thoroughly displeased. I pushed off, ran a few steps, and with a quick motion, hopped onto the saddle, pedaling as hard as I could. The bike weaved through the narrow streets, tires thumping rhythmically over the cobblestones. I chattered on about how the railway guerrillas in movies cleverly used bicycles to outwit their enemies, but Derek clearly had zero interest in my film trivia. "Left," Derek suddenly shouted from behind. "Then right." He kept barking directions, repeatedly reminding me, "Would you shut up and just focus on riding?" Under his command, we zigzagged through a labyrinth of intersecting streets. Sweat soaked the back of my shirt, but at last, we managed to shake off the royal guards. We finally reached a wide road, not far from a bridge I'd passed earlier. From here, I could see the churning river below. It had to be the Thames. Once he was sure we'd lost our pursuers, Derek jumped off the bike and strode toward the bridge. "Come on, this way," he called over his shoulder, not even looking back. "Forget that damn bicycle. Let me show you how modern society does things. Hurry up, keep up." We jogged to the bridge. Under the street lamp waited a black vintage car, with a taxi-style light on the roof. Derek pulled open the door and hopped in without a word, while I slid into the front passenger seat. Caesar was panting in the back, tongue lolling out. It was only then I realized I'd nearly forgotten what it felt like to ride in a car someone else was driving. The engine roared to life as Derek started the car. The tires screeched for a few seconds before we shot forward like an arrow. His driving was utterly nerve-wracking, speeding down the London streets, swerving left and right. As he drove, Derek loosened his tie with one hand and undid his collar, staring grimly at the road ahead. What a terrible morning, he muttered. Looks like we'll have to go farther out. Maybe one of the other places will have something I actually like. What? Something you like? I asked, puzzled. I don't really get what you mean. It's obvious, isn't it? I'm talking about booze, he said, eyes fixed on the road. Sure, it's all alcohol, but if I could stomach just any brand, that'd be great. Unfortunately, my palate's annoyingly picky. But honestly, I'm not really in the mood today. There's still some at home anyway. Maybe we'll just go another day. It's just this damned fog, and those boring royal guards, what a buzzkill. All right, let's not dwell on it. I tried to comfort him. At least nothing dangerous happened. Since things turned out this way, maybe it's a sign to take a break from drinking today, right? You've got to be kidding me, give up drinking? I'd rather die. Isn't that what's happening now? Oh, fine, then just let me die. The car sped through the thick fog, already several kilometers past where we first met. I tried to make out the scenery through the window, but the mist blurred everything into obscurity. Drake was rambling incessantly beside me. The monotony of the landscape combined with his droning voice made me even sleepier. Before I knew it, my head was resting against the glass and my consciousness began to drift. Suddenly, a screech of brakes jolted me awake. The car lurched to a stop by the roadside, and I slid off the seat from the force. Drake burst out laughing at the sight, practically doubled over, rubbing the spot where my head had hit. I cursed. Damn it. You drunk idiot. Why do you stop the car? I grumbled, but I had to admit, that nap was surprisingly refreshing, maybe even better than any I had when I was alive. Looking around, we had reached the outskirts of the city. The car was parked near a small country estate, where the fog was much thinner than in town, and visibility stretched a few hundred meters. In the distance, I could just make out a patch of woods. I got out, following Drake, suitcase in hand as I took in the building ahead. The sloping lawn was a faded bluish green, tinged with yellow, and the dew made it slippery underfoot. Less than 100 meters away sat the estate, though it looked more like a regular country house. A low stone wall encircled the property, with a simple wrought iron gate in the center, which didn't even have a lock. Inside the walls stood a two-story house. The faded red brick was covered in withered vines, and the white wooden doors and windows stood out starkly against the walls. The porch on the first floor formed a natural pavilion, its roof lined with dusty flower pots filled with long-dead plants. As we neared the entrance, I could just make out the marks where tables and chairs once stood. The whole place looked run down, with piles of fallen leaves and trash in the corners, hinting at a past life far more lively than the present. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, I followed Drake inside, with Caesar close behind. The house was spacious, with a staircase directly opposite the entry leading upstairs, and 3 doors lining each side of the hallway. Even though Drake had switched on every light, the place still felt oppressively dark, filled with an unshakable sense of gloom. Delicate floral wallpaper adorned the walls, complemented by paintings of various sizes. Art like this had never interested me, so I simply followed Drake ahead. After heading upstairs and turning right, we made our way down a long corridor. At the end, Drake opened the doors to 2 adjacent rooms and gestured for me to choose whichever I liked. I glanced around and picked the room at the very end mainly because the bed there looked a bit wider. Welcome, Mr. Shiu, Drake said with a shrug and a tired, wry smile. This will be your place. It's a bit messy, but it's mostly just books, how'd be too hard to tidy up. If you don't mind, you're also welcome to share a room with me. I'd even hold you while you sleep. Of course, if you prefer your own space, there are plenty of rooms to choose from. I dropped my backpack and blew a breath across the bed, sending up a cloud of dust. Rubbing the surface with my finger, I held up my now dusty hand. This is your idea of just some books to tidy up? You could have just told me to clean it myself. And as for sharing a bed, I'll pass for now. I'm not interested in men, though. In a world gone mad, who knows? I paused. But I do have one request. I want to be able to read your books whenever I like. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Drake laughed heartily. You're joking again, my friend. The whole world is just the 2 of us. What are a few books? Read whatever you want, keep whatever you want. ITLL, even free up some space for me to store more booze. All right, you lunatic, I said. I'm going to get some rest. Finally, I can have a proper sleep. Don't wake me unless it's important. And stop calling me Mr. all the time, it feels weird. I flopped onto the bed, raising another cloud of dust that hung in the air. Drake pinched his nose, grimaced, and left the room with a smile. Caesar whimpered softly and curled up on the round rug in the corner. Lying on the bed, I raised my hands, taking in everything around me. It all felt dreamlike. I couldn't quite understand how I was able to accept it all so calmly. Drake was becoming more interesting by the minute, easygoing, friendly, but with an odd streak. I didn't know what kind of person had been in life, but he seemed all right. It seemed my long journey had finally reached its end. London wasn't a bad place, all things considered. Aside from the royal guards in the city, there didn't seem to be much else to worry about. Maybe settling down here would make things better, maybe that was just wishful thinking. I found myself recalling what Drake had said that morning: purgatory, atonement, the world that awaits after death. Only when all sins are redeemed can one return to paradise. But what exactly is paradise? How does one atone for their sins? I looked down at my dust-covered hands, a question lingering in my mind. Had I really died? How foolish of me to ever believe I was invincible. In the end, dreams are just dreams. Every time I dream, it feels as though I'm standing on the edge of another world. The themes are always bizarre, but this time the ending felt different. I fell from a cliff, tumbling headfirst before landing heavily on a massive double bed. The sheets were a deep, velvety red, smooth and silky to the touch. Then, a dark cloud formed above me, slowly taking shape as a ceiling while faint, mysterious lights flickered within. When I woke again, it was nearly dusk. A gentle ray of sunlight spilled through the window, warming my face. I rubbed my eyes and sat up, realizing I'd fallen asleep sprawled across the bed. Getting up, I walked to the window, drew back the curtains, and pushed it open. The window was large, the thick glass requiring some effort. Outside, the air was fresh and the lingering fog was thinning. In the distance, I could just make out the outline of the city, suggesting we were somewhere on a hillside. Suddenly, I heard quick footsteps behind me. The door opened, and Caesar dashed in. I had no idea when had slipped out, but he seemed more at home here than I was. As soon as he saw I was awake, he bounded over and nuzzled against me affectionately. Before I could react, another set of footsteps followed, and that deep, resonant voice called out, "Ah, you're finally awake. You slept for ages. Come on, I've made dinner." Caesar's been getting impatient. "There's one more dish that needs a bit of time, so why don't you take a shower first? The bathroom's at the end of the hall." "All right, see you in a bit." "Ah, okay. Thank you. And sorry for the trouble," I replied, glancing down and catching a whiff of myself. Sure enough, I was covered in sweat and smelled awful. I really needed to break this bad habit of not showering for months on end. I grimaced, feeling a bit embarrassed. Drake seemed to sense my discomfort and nodded enthusiastically before turning to wipe his hands on his apron and closing the door behind him. "Wait a second," I called out suddenly. Drake poked his head back in. "What is it? Want me to shower with you?" he teased. Of course not. Why would you even say that? That's gross. I just wanted to ask if you have scissors." "Scissors? What for?" "I want to trim my hair," I said, pointing to my tangled, filthy locks. "Oh, I see. Well, how about I help you with that? Just give me a moment to wash my hands." "No, it's all right, thanks. Just the scissors will do." "All right, if you insist. They should be in the drawer behind you, if I remember correctly. And there's a razor in the bathroom, feel free to use it." With that, Drake left the room. I found a rusty pair of scissors in the drawer. Glancing back at the dust-covered, deep red velvet bedspread, I shook my head, gathered it up, and tossed it out the window. It fluttered away, sending a small cloud of dust into the air. Thankfully, the bedding underneath was still spotless. Looking at the massive bed frame supported by 4 thick logs, I couldn't help but think back to my dream. But which world was truly real? White steam filled the bathroom as I sank into the tub, submerging almost my entire body in the hot water. The sense of relaxation was unlike anything I'd ever known. It almost felt unreal. In life, I'd never enjoyed such luxury. Through the mist rising from the water, I studied the crisscrossing scars on my skin. It struck me as odd that I was already thinking in terms of when I was alive. Humans really are quick to adapt, I thought. I settled onto a wooden stool, facing the fogged-up mirror. Again and again, I wiped the condensation away with the back of my hand before picking up a pair of scissors and trimming my hair, watching my reflection carefully. The snip of the blades echoed in the small space, and hair began to pile up on the floor. Next, I lathered up some soap and carefully shaved away the stubble on my face with hot water. When I looked at my refreshed reflection, I barely recognized myself. I looked at least 10 years younger. Just as I was admiring the change, a sharp pain twisted in my stomach, accompanied by a wave of hunger. Remembering the hearty dinner waiting downstairs, I quickly wrapped a towel around myself, drying my dripping hair with another as I stepped out of the bathroom. But as I lowered my head to shake the water from my hair, a sudden chill shot up my spine. The last rays of sunset slanted through the window at the end of the hallway, casting a warm glow across the floorboards on the second floor. But in that golden light, I saw a trail of wet footprints leading straight to my room. A cold shiver ran through me. I distinctly remembered leaving my heavy boots outside the bathroom door. I was alone in the bathroom the whole time and hadn't set foot back in my room. So where had these footprints come from? Fear surged over me, and a terrifying thought crept in. Was Drake just another character in a nightmare? Had everything he told me been a lie? Drake? Mr. Drake, are you there? I called out, my voice trembling. Please answer me, Drake. Where are you? Silence. No response. I tried again, louder. Drake, are you there? Did you come into the bathroom? Hey, answer me. Caesar? Caesar, where are you? Even Caesar, usually the most loyal companion, didn't answer. Something was seriously wrong. Or was I, really? With no other choice, I steeled myself to find out the truth. Leaning closer to the footprints, I noticed they were smaller and narrower than mine. Clearly, they were a woman's. How could there be a woman in this house? Had that drunkard hidden a maid somewhere? No, this was a world of the dead. There couldn't possibly be any other living people here. Something must have happened, something I didn't yet understand. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, my footsteps had already carried me past the stairwell to the doors of the 2 bedrooms. Calling out Drake's name, I reached out and flipped the wall sconce switch. With a soft click, the dim yellow light pushed away the darkness in the hallway. As I instinctively turned to check the switch, a portrait made me shudder. It hung between the 2 bedrooms, less than a person's height from the floor, a painting of a woman. The dark brown frame and shadowy tones made it nearly invisible before the lights came on. The young woman in the painting sat upright, her head turned slightly, her deep, intense eyes fixed on me. There was a palpable anger between her brows that made me feel uneasy, as if it couldn't be resolved. I stared for a long time, almost as if the painting might pull me in, yet I couldn't fathom the source of her fury. Suddenly, a dull thud came from my room, thump, as if something had fallen to the floor. My already tense nerves tightened further, and I nearly jumped. What the hell is going on? I muttered, edging nervously toward the open bedroom door. Clinging to the doorframe, I peeked inside. The room was empty, except for a trail of wet footprints stopping at the threshold. I carefully avoided stepping on them, my mind racing with all sorts of unsettling thoughts. Once inside, I saw it was only my travel bag, which I'd tossed onto the desk by the bed, now lying on the floor. The scare was for nothing, but the question lingered: where did those clear, wet footprints come from? Before I could puzzle it out, Caesar suddenly appeared in the hallway behind me. Seeing me frozen in place, he immediately bounded over, tugging at my towel as if urging me to go eat. His presence eased my nerves a little. I pulled a clean set of outdoor hunting clothes from my bag, changed, slipped on some slippers I'd found by the bathroom door, and followed Caesar out of the room. On the first floor, an enticing aroma wafted down the hallway, pulling me around as if by an invisible string. Only then did I notice a hidden space extending downward beneath the stairs, faint light flickering in the distance. Descending a few stone steps behind the staircase, I saw an open wooden door, and what lay beyond took my breath away. It was a kitchen of staggering proportions. In the center stood a massive dining table, big enough for 20 or 30 people, draped in a spotless white cloth and set with gleaming candlesticks. Candlelight flickered over a feast of mouth-watering dishes. At one end of the table, a stone fireplace blazed with warmth. On either side were rows of kitchen equipment and workstations, everything from ovens to blowers, chillers to racks of ingredients perfectly organized. The knives on the counter caught the light, clearly top-quality tools. As I marveled at the luxurious kitchen, I finally noticed a tall figure standing by the fireplace. Dressed in a black shirt and trousers, a white apron tied over them, and a chef's hat perched on his head, sleeves rolled high, it was Drake. At that moment, he stood facing the wall, his body swaying slightly as he mumbled incoherently, the strange behavior immediately putting me on high alert again. As I quietly approached him, I found him standing in front of the oven with his eyes closed, earbuds in, and an old cassette Walkman in his hand, completely lost in the music. My resolve instantly faded. I turned around as quietly as I could and put the kitchen knife I'd been hiding behind my back onto the cutting board, then reached out and tapped him on the shoulder. Drake's eyes flew open. He saw me standing there, hands in my pockets, sizing him up. He looked a little embarrassed and quickly pulled out his earphones, tossing them aside. "Oh, thank God you finally came downstairs," he exclaimed with relief. "I was starting to think you'd ascended to heaven and left me here all alone." He turned and pointed proudly at the kitchen counter. "Come take a look at what we've got: roast chicken, sausages, smoked pork, and leg of lamb," he said, lifting the oven lid so steam billowed out. "We're going to have a real feast tonight. But you'll have to wait a bit longer. There's a turkey in the oven I made just for you. I know you haven't eaten properly in days. From now on, you don't need to worry about food." "I can't thank you enough," I said, glancing around the fully equipped kitchen in amazement. "I never expected you to have a kitchen like this. I have to admit, I'm really impressed. And your cooking skills." I paused, then laughed. "Honestly, I haven't had a decent meal in years. I can't cook anything worth eating." Drake waved a hand dismissively, checking on the turkey as he spoke. "Come on, cooking's no big deal. I'm more impressed by you crossing an ocean on your own to end up here." He straightened up and gave me a serious look. "I really can't imagine what you've been through. When I first saw you this morning, I thought you were about my age, but looking now, you're really just a kid. What are you, 25? Even younger? What are you talking about?" I gave a wry smile and shook my head. "I'm already in my 30s. Though I'm not sure whether I should count my age from the day I died. Maybe it's just that Asians are slimmer and look younger than they are." "Yeah, that's true," Drake nodded, pulling a tray out of the oven with oven mitts. "I knew a few Asians when I was alive. They were all pretty small. But I haven't met many as strong as you." He glanced at me meaningfully. "I bet you've seen a lot." "Yeah, I have," I said, my eyes darkening. "Back then, never mind." Drake tactfully didn't press the issue. "Forget it. If it's not a good memory, there's no need to bring it up." His gaze drifted over my gear, a smile tugging at his lips. "But I do have to say, you're quite the sight: a Chinese guy, with a British dog, carrying a German rifle, and kitted out in American gear. That's something you don't see every day." "What? This is a British dog?" I looked down in surprise at Caesar, who was wagging his tail by my side. Yeah, Drake said, setting the table. He's a border collie, from the Scottish border Regione type of collie. Didn't you know? Before I could answer, he went on. Well, you can tell me your stories later. Anyway, this dog's come home, and you can treat this place as your home too. Make yourself comfortable. A few minutes later, Drake brought out the freshly roasted turkey and stood by the table. He even tied a white napkin around my neck himself, which made me, a former waiter from the bottom of society, feel awkward. I watched as he filled both our glasses with red wine, then pulled out a chair and sat beside me. Suddenly, he asked, So, are we just going to eat in silence? Don't you think we should say something? Well, if we're going to say something, Drake swirled the wine in his glass, thinking, You're right, we should. All right, why don't you start? Well then, why don't we start with this kitchen? I said, my tone light and teasing. Can we? He smiled back, though there was a hint of hesitation in his voice. Of course, but what's there to say about a kitchen? Aren't they all pretty much the same? No way. I shook my head with a laugh, letting my gaze drift around the room and taking in the space. Just looking at your kitchen, this is luxury living fit for nobility. I've traveled halfway around the world and never seen a kitchen like yours. Are you some kind of royal or something? He chuckled softly, but there was a sudden seriousness in his eyes. You're joking. Of course not. But you're right. This kitchen has a story. The owner of this estate designed it himself. As you can see, it's massive. Besides this main house, there's an orchard and pasture out back. There used to be a lot of people living here, chefs, staff, a butler, maids, even some workers, and of course, the owner himself. Altogether, there were about 30 people. Drake paused, lifted his glass, and took a small sip before continuing. The owner was a highly respected chef, responsible for the royal court's meals, and he moved in the highest circles. He was wealthy, gentle, and had a remarkable presence. He loved the arts, especially painting and the violin, and he played quite well. And his wife, Drake added, was stunningly beautiful and truly sincere. Everyone who knew them respected this couple. I nodded softly, feeling warmth growing in the story, but what he said next made my heart tighten. So, by your logic, you must be the cook here, right? That's odd, the owner's a chef, but still hires someone else to cook? Doesn't make much sense. Drake glanced at me and spoke slowly. Listen, it wasn't like that. The lady of the house was always in poor health, very frail. For her sake, the owner did his best every day, preparing only the finest dishes, hoping they'd help her recover. But with so many people in the house, he couldn't be in the kitchen for every meal. I nodded silently, surprised by how complicated things had become, but he wasn't finished. Over time, her health never improved. She grew weaker, and it became the biggest worry for the owner. He lost his appetite, spent every day searching for doctors, but nothing ever worked. Why didn't they just take her to a hospital? Living at home must have been really difficult. I couldn't help but ask. That's what a lot of people thought, Drake replied, lowering his head, his expression growing pained. But she had her reasons. One day, she told her husband she was pregnant. She knew her illness was terminal, and she probably didn't have long to live. But she hoped that, by leaving him a child, he wouldn't be alone. That way, she could die with some peace. I was stunned, unable to believe such a warm, happy home hid such sorrow. Drake took another sip, then let out a long, heavy sigh. When he heard that, the master broke down in tears. He couldn't bear the thought of her leaving. So he did everything he could, took even better care of her, tried every possible cure. But life rarely goes the way we hope. My heart clenched. I knew this story was far from simple. On the day their child was born, she didn't survive the ordeal, Drake said, his voice low. She died in the operating room. What should have been a day of joy turned into tragedy. The owner was devastated, and the entire estate fell into deep mourning. His voice grew quieter, and I saw a flicker of complicated emotion in his eyes. The glass in his hand trembled slightly, as if time itself had come to a halt. I looked up at him, suddenly feeling a heavy weight in the air. Drake's smile had vanished, his face solemn. The silence pressed down on us, thick and suffocating. I realized then that the end of this story was far heavier than I had imagined. After a while, Drake's emotions gradually settled, and he continued recounting his past. His voice was low and hoarse, as if he were reliving an old, lingering pain. Not long after the child was born, I resigned from my position as a royal court chef, he said, unconsciously tracing patterns on the table with his fingers. I locked myself at home all day, drinking, ignoring everything about the child's life. Luckily, the loyal servants remained devoted, taking care of our daily needs. He paused, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. But I chose to run away. One day, I left without a word, wandering aimlessly. I didn't even know where I was headed. Then, one morning, I woke up alone in an empty hospital room. At this point, Drake's voice caught in his throat. I lowered my head, nervously rubbing my hands together, unsure of how to respond. A heavy silence settled between us. Suddenly, the crisp clatter of cutlery broke the tension. I looked up to see Drake smiling as he sliced the smoked pork for me. The speed of his mood shift made me breathe a little easier. All right, let's talk about something else, he said cheerfully. I'm not fond of these heavy memories, they're suffocating. You're right, I replied, hesitating for a moment before asking. But, do you ever regret it? Regret? He paused mid-action. If I regret anything, it's that I didn't keep her promise. I didn't take care of our child. I never even saw the child once. I let her down. She just wanted to leave me with the best possible memory at the end of her life, to give me the gift of our love's legacy. He took a deep breath and continued. Meeting a wife like her was the greatest fortune of my life. Even though I'm dead now, I believe that someday, I'll see her again in heaven. If that's how you feel, I pressed, unable to hide my urgency. Why haven't you tried to find your way to heaven in the past 3 years? Didn't you say that's where you ultimately belong? I am afraid. Drake's voice was barely audible. I don't know how to explain to her the way I treated life, how I failed our child, how I ran away from everything. I destroyed the two people she loved most. So all I can do is stay like this, trapped in memories and guilt. The air grew heavy once more. Looking at the broken man before me, a surge of anger welled up inside me, and I blurted out. How long are you going to keep making the same mistakes, you coward? My words hit Drake like a hammer, leaving him momentarily stunned. I raised my voice and said, how long are you planning to keep making the same mistake? Do you really think your wife would want to watch you treat yourself like this from the other side? Do you think she blames you or resents you? Don't you think she wants to be reunited with you? You really are an asshole, so selfish, always thinking only of yourself. Fine, I was wrong about you. I don't want to live with a coward. Even though you learned the truth about this world so early, you've done nothing, just wasted 3 years drinking your life away in this godforsaken place. Idiot. I'm leaving. Sorry for wasting your dinner. Goodbye. I suddenly stood up, the chair scraping harshly against the floor. I strode toward the door, my fists clenching and relaxing at my sides. Rage threatened to consume me. I wanted nothing more than to punch this jerk, but right now, all I wanted was to get out of this miserable place. I thought ID found a friend I could rely on, a place to belong, but it turned out to be nothing like ID hoped. I hated everything about this, hated how it always ended up like this. It was just awful. Wait. Drake's voice called out from behind me, trembling. Let's find a way to heaven together, okay? Take me with you. You and Mio, and Caesar too. What do you say? I stood there with my back to him, head down, silent. My hand rested on the doorknob, and after a moment's hesitation, I still decided to leave. I know this is hard for you. Drake's voice grew more desperate. I really am useless, but these past 3 years weren't for nothing. I've tried so many ways. Show else do you think I know all this? I want to make amends. I want to fix what I've done. And I want to see her again, more than anything. Do you understand? Can you understand that? His words broke off, replaced by muffled sobs. I heard the dull thud of his knees hitting the floor, and the clatter of cutlery as he tossed it aside, choking back tears. I still didn't turn around, just gritted my teeth, struggling to keep my emotions in check. But for some reason, the tears wouldn't stop, falling one by one onto the floor. In the end, I didn't leave. The two of us sat back down at the kitchen table and shared our first dinner together. Neither of us spoke a word, or even exchanged a glance. For over an hour, the only sound was the clinking of knives and forks against plates, echoing heavily through the empty room. After dinner, I grabbed a couple of books from the shelf in the hallway and went straight to my room. I collapsed onto the bed, my mind replaying the terrifying stories ID heard tonight, my mood heavy as lead. Caesar lay beside the bed, occasionally glancing up at me, as if he knew not to disturb me. He quietly curled up with the bone ID brought from the table and drifted off to sleep. I soon realized, to my frustration, that every book in this house was in English and I wasn't exactly fluent. I paced the room, staring blankly at the chandelier on the ceiling, not wanting to talk, not wanting to sleep, not wanting to do anything. There was no TV or anything else to pass the time in my bedroom. I spent a while searching every drawer and cabinet in the house, but aside from dusty English books, I couldn't even find a chess set. If I'd known it would be this boring, I'd have borrowed that drunk's Walkman to help get through the endless night. Thinking back, I really missed listening to those vinyl records in Moscow, but there was no way to bring them with Mew. Had a shame. Because of the time difference, I'd gotten used to staying awake at night. This place seemed comfortable and safe enough, but lying on that ridiculously soft bed, I just couldn't fall asleep. My mind kept circling back to what that drunk had said about purgatory, making my skin crawl and sweat break out all over me. Atonement, surely someone has to judge me for it. If baseless suspicions are all it takes to make me guilty, how am I supposed to face any of this? My mind was a mess. If I were truly dead, what would there even be left to do? From that perspective, maybe Drake's way of simply passing the time is a choice in itself. I lifted my head, gazing through the window at the moonlight, hazy and blurred as the mist slowly crept in again. The air around me felt so heavy, as if it had solidified. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and sat there, staring blankly out the window. Without thinking, I picked up the rifle propped against the bedside, then opened the drawer to take out a handkerchief. As I wiped down the gun, my fingers moved over the metal as if I were tracing the scars on my own body. The weight in my chest lingered, refusing to lift. Suddenly, there was a faint metallic sound behind me, so soft it was barely noticeable. Yet in the stillness of the night, it was unmistakably clear. My body reacted before my mind turned around. The door was still tightly shut, and nothing seemed out of place. The noise could have been a door closing across the hall, or maybe next door. Perhaps it was just that drunkard, wandering the house in the middle of the night. Restless, maybe had run out of booze and was searching for more. After all, it was his house. It made sense for him to look for more alcohol upstairs. But the footsteps were already close to my door. Beside me, Caesar was startled awake by the sudden noise. He lifted his head, locking eyes with me, his tail thumping quietly against the carpet. I quickly raised a finger to my lips, signaling him to stay quiet. He lowered his head, lying back down, but his eyes never left me. I quietly turned the doorknob, easing the door open and peering out. The lights in the upstairs hallway were still on, but it was empty, no sign of anyone. I called out softly, "Drake, is that you? Are you still up?" My emotions were tangled and hard to describe. Over the years, I'd grown used to the world's many forms of retribution, but the sudden appearance of a stranger instantly set off every alarm in my mind. Whenever something felt off, my whole body tensed and my heart raced. That was exactly how I felt now. I called Drake's name a few more times, but the hallway remained silent. There was no response. Still murmuring his name, I raised my rifle and stepped out of the bedroom. The upstairs layout mirrored the first floor, 2 bedrooms on one side, with a larger room across the hall. I wondered what might be inside. On the other side of the staircase were 3 more rooms, 2 bedrooms side by side, and across from them, the bathroom I'd visited earlier, elegant and spacious, a touch of luxury softened by a calm, understated style. I gently closed the bedroom door behind me and walked over to the door diagonally across the hallway. I knocked softly, then pressed my ear against the wood, listening intently. There was a deathly silence inside. I tried turning the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge, locked from the inside. That was odd. The drunk had told me these rooms were always open, so why was the door right next to mine locked? Could there be something or someone inside? Lost in thought, I was suddenly startled by a sharp clinking noise behind me, like glass tapping against glass. I whipped around, holding my breath, listening closely. There it was, again, a clear, crisp sound, unnaturally loud in the dim, silent corridor. Then a third noise, like a spoon striking the edge of a bowl. A chill ran through me and my legs began to tremble. But it wasn't just the strange, rhythmic clinking that unsettled me. Staring at the empty wall ahead, it hit meth portrait of the woman that had hung there was gone. There was no sign it had ever been there. No dust outline, no nail, nothing. It was as if the painting had never existed. Another clink. My heart leapt and goosebumps prickled across my skin. My toes curled involuntarily, as if a swarm of ants was crawling under my skin. I hesitated, debating whether to try the doorknob again, but an image kept flashing in my mind. If I took a step forward, that heavy door might suddenly swing open to reveal something unspeakable. My whole body went numb. My throat tightened with a wave of nausea. Swallowing hard, I steeled myself and decided to check inside. But when I reached for the neighboring door, it was still locked from within. A jolt of fear shot through me. The door had been open this morning. Drake had never set foot upstairs. When did he lock it? The thought of the lock turning from the inside made my skin crawl. I let go of the handle as if it had shocked me. Growing frantic, I rattled and pushed the door, calling out, "Drake. Drake, are you in there? This isn't funny. Open up. Drake, answer me." No matter how hard I tried, the door wouldn't budge. I was about to give up and step back when I heard the sound of glass clinking again, this time from downstairs. Without hesitation, I hurried toward the staircase, careful not to make too much noise. The night air was chilly, and I was only wearing a rough cotton shirt, unbuttoned, as I made my way down the stairs. The soft carpet felt strange beneath my feet. Rounding the landing, I entered the dining room. The lights were still on. Right away, I saw Drake slumped over the table, sound asleep. He hadn't left since dinner. Empty bottles were scattered on the floor. The noises must have just been the bottles rolling around. Relieved, I let my guard down. Maybe I was just too tense, too tired. Not wanting to disturb Drake's drunken slumber, I checked to make sure he was out cold, then quietly picked up my rifle and slipped out of the dining room, heading back upstairs. As I set foot on the staircase, I suddenly heard the sound of running water from the direction of the upstairs bathroom. It was unmistakable someone was in there. The sound of a shower growing louder and clearer. Something was definitely wrong. It couldn't be Drake. My expression hardened, a cold glint flashing in my eyes, and all traces of panic vanished, replaced by a grim determination. I shifted the rifle from a relaxed grip to a ready position, raising it to my shoulder as I advanced cautiously. I held my gun at the ready, my right hand gently pulling the bolt to chamber around. My back was pressed tightly against the wall beside the staircase, and I kept my eyes fixed through the sights, locked on the direction of the bathroom. Just like my grandfather when he hunted foxes in the snow, I kept my body low, inching my way upstairs. My ears were sharply attuned, catching every sound from the bathroom, while I stayed alert for any changes in my surroundings. When I reached the second floor and was about to approach the bathroom door, I made a discovery that was both expected and surprising. A pair of women's slippers sat outside the door. This confirmed my earlier suspicion. There really was a woman moving around inside the building. Clearly, the drunken guy downstairs was lying. This wasn't some kind of afterlife, but rather a carefully constructed deception. A surge of anger rushed over me. I couldn't stand being toyed with by these bizarre events any longer. Fury bubbled up inside me as I pressed against the bathroom doorframe, slowly easing the barrel of my gun into the room. In a flash, I leapt to the doorway, weapon raised, scanning every corner of the bathroom. I was so tense I couldn't even make a sound, just gritted my teeth and gasped for breath, my nostrils flaring. But aside from the lingering steam, the bathroom was empty. I stood frozen at the doorway for a long time, rubbing my eyes over and over. As the steam slowly cleared, and I confirmed there was truly nothing inside, I finally noticed that the showerhead had stopped running at some point. My hands trembled slightly on the gun, and sweat beaded on my forehead. Then, something even more terrifying happened. Under the bright bathroom light, I could clearly see two footprints reflected in the water on the floor. The water around them was quickly draining toward the grate. The placement of the prints made it obvious someone was standing right there. But when I looked up, there was nothing but empty air. Suddenly, the word invisible flashed through my mind. I'd had a harrowing encounter with something like this before, and the realization hit me instantly. There was no time to think. I immediately raised my gun and fired at the spot where the footprints appeared. The gunshot thundered through the room, the bullet striking the stone windowsill behind, sending up a cloud of dust that was quickly swallowed by the steam. The footprints didn't retreat. Instead, they began moving slowly toward me. I watched in disbelief as they glided across the wet floor, like the miracle of walking on water described in the Bible. The supernatural sight left me rooted to the spot, paralyzed by terror as if shackled by invisible chains. The clearly visible footprints drew closer and closer. Inside, I was screaming, desperately willing my body to move, but my feet felt as if they were nailed to the floor by an invisible force. Just as I was about to be consumed by despair, the trail of prints suddenly glided past the doorway, tracing a bizarre arc beside me, and slowly extended toward the opposite side of the staircase. What chilled me even more was that the pair of women's slippers by the door vanished before my very eyes. Terror washed over me like a tide. My hands shook as I raised my rifle, aiming it down the empty corridor. Who's there? Come out now, I shouted, my voice betraying my fear. Sweat dripped down my forehead into my eyes, and I wiped my face with my sleeve, never lowering the gun. This time, the footprints didn't approach my bedroom. Instead, they ended abruptly at the door of the large room across the hall. When you're confronted by true horror, helplessness and a strange surge of courage mingle within you. The weight of these conflicting emotions makes every step feel impossible, but in the end, you have to choose between fear and bravery. Suddenly, a distorted scraping noise echoed out, and the trail of footprints vanished at the doorway. I clearly heard the sound of a door opening, but the door in front of me remained perfectly still. If, as Drake said, this place truly was a purgatory, then perhaps these uncanny occurrences were only to be expected. After the door slammed shut, I summoned my courage and rushed to the room, rifle at the ready. Whoever's in there, answer me, or I'll bust in and fill you with holes. Drake, is this your doing? Are you in there or not? Silence was my only answer. My threats were all bluster, but at this point, I had no other choice. I kicked the wooden door hard. With a sharp crack, the lock splintered the frame. The door crashed against the wall, and I leapt inside. The room was pitch black, except for a narrow beam of white light standing upright, not far away, eerie and out of place. Reason told me there couldn't be a light like this in the middle of the night, especially with the windows facing away from any source, but there it was, glaring and inexplicable. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I crept forward, rifle raised, breathing hard like a cornered animal. By the strange glow, I could just make out the outline of a lavish European-style double bed, and there seemed to be someone sitting on it. Cautiously, I moved closer, trying to make out the blurred profile of the figure. The unbelievable happened in the very next moment. As I approached the bed, the person with her face turned away suddenly whipped her head around. In the dim light, I saw clearly it was a woman. Her face was so pale it was almost translucent, with dried, tight skin stretched over veins that bulged beneath the surface, like a corpse long devoid of life. Her gaze pinned me in place like a blade, and every muscle in my body tensed. Before I could react, the woman's neck, so thin it looked ready to snap, suddenly stretched as she opened her mouth. The way her jaws unhinged was horrifying, wide enough to swallow a baby's head. Inside, her mouth was as black as a bottomless pit, making me think of the endless torment described in ancient legends. No, this isn't real. This can't be happening. I screamed inwardly. It's just a hallucination. There's no way you maniacs can fool me. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to convince myself it was all an illusion. But fear overwhelmed me, and I snapped my eyes open, raising my gun and aiming desperately at that gaping maw as I pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. Only then did I realize that in my panic, I'd forgotten to chamber a round. My trembling hands fumbled with the bolt, failing again and again. In that moment, a gut-wrenching scream, no, echoed from nearby, the familiar voice nearly shattering what was left of my nerves. Instinct took over. I finally loaded the gun, swinging the barrel toward the source of the scream. Who the hell is it? I shouted, finger tightening on the trigger just as the curtains in front of me were yanked open. A deafening gunshot rang out, and blinding white light flooded the room. I instinctively raised my left arm to shield my eyes, stumbling back a half step. My head spun, my ears rang, and for a moment I was lost in the chaos until, slowly, my vision cleared. It was sunlight streaming through the window. As confusion washed over me, Drake's laughter suddenly broke the silence. Hey, how long are you planning to sleep? I thought you were contemplating the meaning of life. But here you are, passed out with your gun. What's wrong? Is my bed not comfortable enough for you? I looked up to see Drake standing by the dresser, one hand on the curtain, the other twirling his trademark curled mustache, a teasing grin on his face. I leapt to my feet, gun trained on him as my eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of danger. It was my bedroom. Sunlight poured through the window, a gentle breeze brushed my cheek, and everything felt unmistakably real. I could even hear Caesar's barking outside. Yet confusion lingered. Where was I, really? And where had that terrifying woman gone? This was supposed to be another room, late at night, but I can't seem to remember what happened before. The cold barrel of a gun pressed against my forehead snapped me back to reality. Drake stood by the bed, his rifle aimed squarely at me. Hey, why do you have to wake me up at gunpoint every morning? My voice trembled. Is this some kind of Asian tradition for saying good morning? Put that thing away. Drake chuckled and lowered his weapon, tapping his watch. Look at the time. It's already late. I made breakfast and waited for you downstairs, but you never showed. I finally got worried and came to check. I thought you might have slipped out in the night and left me here bored to death. I glanced at his watch. 11 o'clock sharp. 11 again. I paced barefoot by the bed, my head heavy and thoughts muddled. I wanted to apologize for overreacting, maybe ask what happened last night, but the memories were just gone, as if wiped clean by an invisible hand. I stayed silent and didn't mention the woman I'd seen before. Leaning on the old window frame, I gazed outside. Behind the house stretched a vast meadow, rolling into distant hills. The grass was lush and vibrant, and though a soft mist hung in the air, adding a touch of melancholy, the whole scene looked like something out of a fairy tale. No wonder Drake never wanted to leave this place. Since leaving the town years ago, I'd been to a lot of places, but none compared to this view. The sweet, pastoral air was so soothing, it felt like every burden melted away. I sighed deeply, stretched, and turned to look at Drake. He was leaning against the wooden bedpost, arms crossed, his face a picture of resignation. That bastardy was definitely hiding something from me. Honestly, it really is beautiful here, I admitted. But let's be real, have you packed your bags yet? If you want to leave together, stop hesitating. There are better places out there, and you've got someone you need to see, right? So let's get going. My words were blunt, but right to the point. And now that you mention it, you're right. Drake suddenly looked a bit downcast and lowered his head. Hey, come on, you've already made up your mind, haven't you? Don't tell me you're backing out now. No, of course not. It's just what? Are you about to come up with some excuse to change the plan? My tone sharpened. I'm not letting you hold me back. Whatever you've told me, true or not, I'm ready to give it a shot. If you don't want to leave, you'll go alone. No, that's not it. Drake hurried to explain. I just wish I could have a few more days here. I want to really take it all in, because if I never make it to heaven and end up lost along the way, at least I'll have these memories to keep me company. I want to leave, but I don't want to forget. Oh, come on. Quit with the doom and gloom. I cut him off impatiently. We haven't even left yet, and you're already talking like that? If you get lost, what about me? Do I look like the type to ditch my partner? If we're going to heaven, we go together. If not, I'm fine on my own. So spare me the speech. If there's anything else you need to do, just get it done. Drake's expression softened, and I caught a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. All right, just give me one more day. That's all I ask. Let me visit her grave one last time, and then we'll leave. Deal? Yeah, things are going pretty well, but now that you mention it, I realize leaving like this without any real plan does seem a bit reckless. I paused, feeling a little anxious. Then I decided to get things organized. How about this? You go do whatever you need to do, and I'll pack our bags. They'll see if there's anything useful around your place for the journey. After all, I have more experience with long trips than you do. Just focus on your memories. They'll handle everything before we leave. If you need any help, just call me. Oh, and make sure you bring Caesar for Met hats, only fair. As I spoke, I tucked my hands into my belt and glanced around at the chaotic pile of luggage, giving Drake a smile. He laughed. No problem. Let's split up and get things done. Looks like you'll have to skip breakfast for now. There's food in the kitchen. If you get hungry, help yourself to anything in the house. Don't be shy. If you need anything, just let me know. We'll meet up later and go over your plan. Drake patted me on the shoulder and walked out of the room with a grin. Left alone, I stood in the middle of the room, staring at the mountain of luggage. For a moment, I felt completely lost. Usually, I was full of energy, but now the mess in front of me was overwhelming, almost suffocating. 2 hours went by, and I hadn't packed a thing. Instead, I lay on the bed, flipping through my notebook, occasionally gazing out the window and breathing in the fresh morning air. My mind was blank. I had no idea what to do next. At lunchtime, I sat alone in the dining room, enjoying the hearty meal Drake had prepared for me. After eating, I planned to go back to my room, look through my notes, maybe draft a plan, or just rest for a while. But when I opened the door, I found Drake standing by my bed, fiddling with something I couldn't quite identify. I walked over, intending to sneak up and startle him, but he suddenly turned around so fast that he startled me instead. "There you are? Who knows where you disappeared to?" he said excitedly, patting my shoulder. "Come on, you have to see this. I got it ready just for you. With this, I think we can go hunting this afternoon." "Hunting? What do you mean?" I glanced at the clothes scattered across the bed. A traditional hunting outfit: brown jacket, white pants, even gloves and leather boots, all laid out, and in surprisingly good condition, considering how many years they must have been stored. Drake really was something else. I looked at the odd object in his hand, a sort of monocular, with several small pieces and bolts beside it. He was trying to fit them onto my rifle, holding them up and comparing the fit. "Curious?" I asked. "Wait, are you really trying to attach all that to this gun? It's so old I doubt it'll even fit, right?" Hearing what I said, Drake looked at the rifle in my hands with a dismissive sneer. He handled the weapon with practiced ease, his gaze carrying the scrutiny of a true professional. "This is an old relic," he commented as he inspected it. "A Mauser rifle from the Germans back in World War I, a real beast. I have no idea how it ended up in China, but judging by the worn rifling and the barely visible rear sight, it should have been retired ages ago. The scope is an original Mauser piece. One of our family's helpers found it at a flea market and gave it to me. I never thought it was worth much, but who would have guessed that after dying, I'd meet a Chinese man carrying a German Mauser? I suppose that's just fate." I only half understood his technical jargon, so I simply smiled and shrugged in agreement. Plans never keep up with change anyway, and the idea of hunting seemed fitting for someone from a family of hunters. We set out on horseback, a loyal hunting dog trotting alongside us. That afternoon was less about hunting and more about enjoying the ride. A cool, gentle breeze, tinged with warmth, brushed against our faces. The horses' hooves made soft sounds on the damp grass. Distant mountains and forests stretched endlessly, and a deep calm surrounded us. We rode in silence across meadows and hills, neither of us saying a word. Every so often, I examined Drake's newly restored rifle, running my fingers over the fresh leather of the sling, genuinely impressed by his craftsmanship. Looking through the scope, I could see mist drifting between the distant fir trees. Sometimes I glanced at Drake, his face full of quiet confidence, wanting to say something but never quite knowing how to start. Under a towering tree, Drake suddenly dismounted. He stood before the trunk, gently touching the bark, his eyes reflecting a mixture of heartache and contentment. It was as if the stories of this land were written in his gaze, and the laughter of young lovers still lingered in the air. "It's been so long since I came here," Drake said softly. "I want to introduce you to someone, say a few words to her, and then we'll head out." "There's someone else here?" I asked, puzzled. Drake didn't answer. He swung back onto his horse and sped up the hill. I followed, curiosity growing. At the very top, we stopped. The person Drake wanted to see was actually a gravestone. I guessed it must be his wife's resting place, so I respectfully dismounted and sat quietly on the grass. Drake knelt before the grave, whispering softly. When I saw tears on his face, I turned away and closed my eyes, giving the couple their final private moment. It wasn't until I felt a hand on my shoulder that I opened my eyes. Drake's face was streaked with tears, but he wore a peaceful smile. "She's given me her blessing to leave this place," he said, "to find the road to heaven. She said she'll be waiting for me there." "That's incredible," I replied. "I almost forgot we're both dead." "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to curse in front of your wife's grave." "This is your wife's, isn't it?" I just guessed. "Yes," Drake said gently. "Her name was Mariana. She was the most beautiful woman I ever knew. The person I wanted you to meet was her." I stood up impatiently, brushed off my pants, and shot back. "Didn't your wife mention me at all? She should have at least introduced me, right? Instead, she just kept rambling on, never said a word about me." Seriously, even as I spoke, I knew I sounded a bit out of line, but Drake didn't seem bothered at all. "Come on, my friend," he replied with a grin. "You're my life's mentor, the guiding light that led me out of the darkness. You'll always be grateful for what you did for me and Mariana." I was taken aback and quickly interrupted him. "Hey, cut it out. Don't start with that mentor and guiding light nonsense. That's all useless talk. Just say a proper goodbye to your wife. You need to get going. Forget what I said earlier, it's not important. Don't let it bother you." Still, despite my words, I walked over to Mariana's gravestone and gave a deep, respectful bow. "God, I'm so happy today. Tonight I'm going to make my best dish for you, and you have to try it. We'll celebrate properly, of course. There will be drinks." "Wait, more drinking?" I suddenly asked. "Aren't we supposed to be packing up and heading out? Where are we finding time to eat and drink? How could you hit the road on an empty stomach?" Drake turned back, looking smugly at me. I couldn't help but laugh. "You bastard, honestly. You're the bastard." He shot back, grinning mischievously. "No, it's you. Damn it, bastard. No, you're definitely more of a bastard than me." I shook my head, still laughing. No way. You bastard, say that again if you dare. His eyes flashed with mock menace as he suddenly pulled out a rifle and pointed it at me. Hey, stop. I quickly raised my hands and apologized. Please, don't point that thing at me, you bastard. What are you doing? I watched as he fired a round from his double-barreled shotgun into the sky, then burst out laughing. Are you out of your mind? Part of me wanted to knock some sense into him, but seeing how happy he was, I couldn't help but laugh despite myself as I chased after him. We traded insults as we spurred our horses back toward Drake's place. He rode ahead, occasionally firing his shotgun into the air in a show of bravado. I hadn't loaded the gun with any real ammo. I wanted to give him a good scare, but watching him act so wild, I just ended up laughing. By the time dusk settled in, we finally made it home. I sat quietly at the small kitchen table, resting my chin on my fist, eyes half closed, watching that bastard Drake bustling around, cooking and humming tunes I'd never heard before. Waiting for dinner, I felt myself start to relax. 2 hours later, after a hearty meal and plenty of wine, the two of us crouched on the floor, facing a pile of large duffel bags, carefully deciding what to bring and what to leave behind. Should we take a few bottles of wine? I eyed the vintage bottles, reluctant to part with them. Even though my favorite brand isn't here, these are from some good years. I can't just toss them out. Look at these bottles, and those over there. They're all good. Let's pack them in a wooden crate and take them along. We might never get the chance to come back, Drake suggested with a smile. You damn drunk. I couldn't help but complain as I watched the man in front of me stuffing bottle after bottle into his luggage. I've already counted nearly 100, and who knows how many more are hidden in this haunted house. How are we supposed to travel far carrying all this? Drake took a long swig from a bottle, then grinned at me through his drunken haze. Don't worry, we'll drink them all soon enough. Watching his reckless, inebriated behavior, I began to regret agreeing to travel with him. He embodied everything I despised in a person. Put those bottles down. I pointed at the ones in his hands. The bags are already too heavy. We should be packing more food and water if we want to survive out there. Survive? Drake's smile faded, his eyes suddenly deep and unreadable. Are you serious? Haven't we been dead for a long time already? Give up on those naive ideas. We don't need food or water anymore. All that stuff you're carrying is just to satisfy your greedy, corrupted appetite. He shrugged. I agreed to bring your food, so you should let me bring my booze. Don't worry, I won't fight you for supplies. Strangely, his words made a certain sense. Maybe learning to overcome basic needs was a kind of discipline, too. So we filled a dozen backpacks not just with food and alcohol, but also with essentials I'd scavenged from Drake's house. A precision compass, a military watch, maps of Europe and the world, camping gear, utensils, and spare clothes. I even grabbed the wide-brimmed felt hat hanging on his wall and tried it on in front of the mirror, looking every bit the part of General Montgomery described in books. We didn't have any modern navigation equipment, but our gear was enough for a long journey. The only thing we lacked was a sense of direction. Remembering what happened yesterday, I hesitated, then asked, your wife, what did she look like? Mariana? Drake seemed surprised by the question. Why do you ask all of a sudden? It's just I've never seen anything of hers in your house, not even a photograph, I stammered. I get why you're curious, Drake sighed. I've never been able to face those memories. Come with me. He led me to the large room across the hall. He flicked on the light with practiced ease. In the center of the room stood a lavish double bed. This is where she passed away, he said quietly. It used to be our bedroom. After she got sick, I moved into the room you're staying in now. This became her world alone. I haven't stepped in here for years, but today somehow, I feel ready to let it go. The room had been sealed away by time. Velvet red curtains and matching bedspread glowed softly, echoing with memories of happiness and laughter. In that moment, all traces of Drake's drunken swagger vanished. His hunched figure looked like a brittle skeleton, struggling beneath the weight of his sorrow. Drake rubbed his eyes, casually opened the cabinet beside him, and took a picture frame out of the drawer. He turned the painting around and handed it to me. When I saw the woman in the portrait, I almost cried out in surprise. Wasn't this the same portrait I'd seen in the hallway? But on closer inspection, there were some subtle differences. The woman in this painting looked serene and calm, her expression gentle and peaceful, as if she were at rest. With Drake's permission, I carefully took the painting and studied it closely for a while. The woman in the painting was truly flawless. Even though I'm Asian, I could appreciate the universal appeal of her beauty. Mariana was a rare kind of beauty, her elegance paired with an innate sense of dignity. It was a shame she left this world so young, such a tragic fate for someone so lovely. Well, this is my wife, Mariana, Drake said, looking at me calmly. You don't still doubt what I've told you, do you? I froze for a second, then quickly shook my head. Oh no, not at all. I misunderstood. I never doubted you. Really, I just wanted to see the woman you called the most beautiful in the world. Oh, is that so? Drake smiled. Well, go ahead, give me your opinion. I don't mind. I smiled, avoiding his gaze. I wouldn't dare judge. But honestly, she really is beautiful. There's something enchanting about her. You're a lucky bastard. Look at me, hardly a guy with any experience with women, Drake said with a half-joking sigh. Finally met someone who actually liked me. And then, well, never mind. No use bringing up old wounds. Oh, sounds like you've got your own story to tell. We have plenty of time, why not share it? I waved my hand with a laugh. Oh, there's nothing worth telling. Just some old, forgotten stories. Maybe some other time. Drake pursed his lips. You're so stingy. Come on, give me something. You gossip, I said with a laugh, patting him on the shoulder. Fine, we'll tell you while we pack, but let's not ruin the mood here. Since you like this room so much, let's leave it as it is. Yeah, you're right. But if you want, you can take the painting with you. Drake took the painting back and put it away carefully. No, it wouldn't mean anything to me. After all, she'll always live in my heart. I said softly, a trace of sadness flickering in my eyes. Drake didn't say anything more. He put the painting away and glanced around the room, as if making sure everything was in order. Maybe he knew that once that door closed, it would be for good. We left Mariana's bedroom and returned to my room. Drake teased me, urging me to share my own tragic story as he stepped inside. I was just about to follow him in when I instinctively turned back for one last look and froze. There, standing outside the door in a white nightgown, was Mariana. She leaned gently against the doorframe, her face lit by a warm, loving smile so beautiful it was almost unreal. I blinked hard, trying to make sure I wasn't imagining things. She seemed to wave at me, then slowly faded away before my eyes. I craned my neck, shaking my head over and over, trying to convince myself that what I had just seen wasn't a hallucination. But in my line of sight, Mariana's figure had already vanished. Whether it was the terrifying woman I saw last night or the face in the painting, I couldn't be sure if they were the same person. Yet, there was something I seemed to understand. The footprints from the bathroom to my room, and then to the room across the hall, might be ghosts from the past making their presence known again. Maybe these were just lingering echoes left by this house. Or perhaps they were real dreams that Drake relived night after night. It was even possible that the house and Drake's soul had become one, and I had simply stumbled into his life, his world, even his very soul, by coincidence. Suddenly, I laughed and shook my head. There was a time when I had doubted this bastard, even pointed a gun at him. But he accepted me so easily, simply because we were both pathetic lost souls. As I was lost in thought, Drake patted me on the shoulder from behind. I spun around with smiling, eyes steady, as if he knew exactly what I was thinking. Could it be that he saw the apparition too? I said, "Oh, you're here." Then I followed him back to the bedroom. In that moment, I made up my mind. No matter what happened, Drake was my comrade, my brother, my family. I would never point a gun at him again, only shield him from bullets. And maybe, the smile Mariana gave me held the same meaning. At 2 in the morning, I was packing my bags and double-checking everything. Food, water, emergency gear, tools, and the necessary guns and ammunition. I went through the list again and again until I could finally sit down and rest. During that time, I told Drake the whole story between me and Xening. To keep things simple, I glossed over the more miserable parts of my life. Drake listened intently, sometimes sighing, sometimes laughing out loud. When I got to the part where I fought Xening's brother to the death, Drake spat, "That bastard deserves to rot in hell." After that, he didn't say much more. Over an hour later, I sat with a cup of hot tea, gazing at the stars outside the window. Drake was lost in thought, clutching an empty bottle. The only sound in the room was Caesar's snoring. Suddenly, I broke the silence. "Since everything's packed, why not leave now? If you have unfinished business, we can leave tomorrow, I don't mind." I stood up and said, "I'll go start the car." Drake tossed out a quick, "I'll start the car," then threw on his coat and walked out. Bastard, he could at least answer me properly. What kind of attitude is that? Fine. I grumbled under my breath, then started complaining aloud. So I'm supposed to carry all the bags myself? Get back here, you jerk. Drake acted like he didn't hear a word, and instead broke into a run. Muttering to myself, I started hauling the luggage downstairs, Caesar stumbling along behind me. It took 3 trips to get everything down. Yet when I finally made it outside, Drake was crouched under the porch, drinking. I marched over and gave him a hard kick, which made me feel a little better. Looks like this miserable trip is about to start. With this drunk, I really don't have much hope. The hillside outside the manor was pitch black, not a star in sight, with the fog rolling in again and smothering the world in a dead silence. The old black Land Rover was parked outside the garage, its back door wide open. Drake and I struggled to cram all the luggage inside, making the cabin feel cramped and the wheels sink lower thanks to all that booze. Forget it, none of that matters now. I jumped into the passenger seat, and Caesar squeezed himself into the little space at my feet. I glanced back at the manor one last time, and for a moment, I thought I saw Mariana's figure flicker by the bed. But Drake didn't look back. He just gripped the steering wheel and gave me an odd smile. Then he grabbed the bottle beside his seat, took a long swig, and slammed down the gas pedal. The roar of the engine shoved me hard back into my seat. With the thunderous bass from the car speakers and a classic Beatles song blaring from the radio, both of us pointed our index fingers toward the barely visible road ahead and shouted in unison, "Let's go." After leaving Drake's manor, the car gradually slowed as he downed another bottle of liquor. The alcohol dulled his blood and nerves, and the car that had once sped along now drifted lazily down the winding country road. I leaned against the window, watching the shadows of trees flicker past under the streetlights stretching out, then vanishing into the night. Drake mumbled incoherently from time to time, but I chose to ignore him. The scenery outside felt heavy and oppressive, and it reminded me of that night when I had fled Uncle Tong's house in a panic. The route I took, the places I passed, even how long I had been running, all those memories seemed to have faded, erased by time. It seemed as though this endless escape had been going on for as long as I could remember. Fate was like a relentless driver, whipping my soul forward, forcing me to keep moving. Every time life seemed to show a hint of stability, something would always come along to disrupt it. This time, though, things felt especially complicated, but I couldn't be bothered to sort out the mess in my head. Instead, I just let things be. Hey, what are you thinking about? Drake suddenly slurred. You haven't said a word since we left. Is something on your mind? Huh. I snapped out of it. No, nothing special. Just thinking about things I can't even put into words. Maybe I've been alone too long. Sometimes my mind just goes blank, like right now. You ever get that feeling? I kept my gaze fixed on the window, not turning to look at him. Well, everyone's the same, Drake replied. Spend enough time alone, and you'll start acting a little weird. Take me, for example. I might seem normal on the outside, but something always feels off. Haven't you noticed? You? Come on. I couldn't help but tease. You're obviously weird. You drink so much every day, you'd think you'd need to use the bathroom, right? But I've never seen you go once. Don't tell me you don't have the necessary equipment. Give me a break. Drake shot back. Of course I've got the equipment. Want me to prove it? I just have a good metabolism, that's all. You wouldn't understand. Just go to sleep, will you? His explanation was flimsy at best, but it wasn't the kind of thing worth arguing about. After that brief exchange, I fell silent again, lost in thoughts that felt endless and pointless all at once. Maybe Drake felt the same way, though he never said it out loud. I glanced at the rearview mirror, startled by the stranger staring back at me, hair tied messily with a piece of string, face covered in scruffy stubble, the skin at the corners of my eyes and mouth cracked and peeling in layers. Beneath my darkened skin, my eyes looked disturbingly empty. Was this really the same person who once bowed and scraped to customers in a restaurant? I couldn't help but wonder if ID looked this tough back then. Would I have been treated so unfairly? People like Dongming and his crew probably wouldn't have dared to mess with someone who seemed ready to pull a gun at any moment. Lost in thought, my hand drifted to the knife at my waist, as if holding it could make me feel safer. In the mirror, my reflection wore a feral, bloodthirsty expression that even startled me. Drake's car slowly made its way into central London, crawling through thickening fog that nearly blotted out the road. Maybe to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, like from the Royal Guard sheds, switched off the headlights, driving at a snail's pace and relying on memory to navigate the misty streets. The tension inside the car was palpable, so I figured I should say something to break the silence. Have you, seen your wife Mary not home lately? In the past little while? Drake frowned. What do you mean, lately? Since you showed up? Oh, no, not just these past couple of days, I said quickly, but that too, I guess. I mean since you left. You mean since I died? He cut in bluntly. Yeah, maybe that's what I meant, I admitted awkwardly. Hope you don't mind me asking. Honestly, I still can't quite wrap my head around it. For more than 3 years, I've treated this whole thing like some kind of disaster. Fine, say whatever you want, Drake replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. You're such a weirdo. When did you get so soft? You sound almost polite, which is just weird. Dead is dead. Ever since I woke up in that filthy hellhole of an operating room, I haven't seen anyone. Of course, even before that when I was still alive, I hadn't seen Mariana either. Alright, maybe I phrased that wrong. I tried to ease the tension. But for the record, I'm not soft. It's just, whenever your wife comes up, you seem a bit. A bit what? His voice sharpened. You think I'm pathetic? Caught off guard by his question, I hesitated, then blurted out. Yeah, sometimes you do come off as a bit of a sad sack, and other times you're just a complete jerk. If I wasn't forced into this, if I had any clue about all that heaven and hell stuff you talk about, I wouldn't want to be stuck with someone I barely know, someone who means nothing to me. My words spilled out before I could stop them. And honestly, you're not really my kind of person anyway. Maybe that sounds harsh, maybe it's a cultural thing. Even though you sound just like anyone else to me, I can't say I feel any special connection to a Westerner. There was a moment, I'll admit it, when I thought maybe we could be brothers in arms or something, but the whole thing just feels too weird. Honestly, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Just forget I said anything. I get it, Drake replied simply, and fell silent. The car grew even quieter. Damn, what did I just say? Why did I let that all spill out? ID only made things more awkward. Maybe, no matter how much I've changed on the outside, deep down I'm still that same annoying guy. Maybe I'm the real sad sack here. The car continued to move slowly through the city, the streetlights casting mottled shadows across the windshield. I watched Drake's profile as he drove, sometimes shaking his head and sighing, sometimes spreading his hands in frustration. Yet, I still had no idea where he was actually headed. This uncertainty made my anxiety grow even worse. To break the suffocating silence, I decided to steer the conversation back to the matter at hand. I've been thinking, I said, if we're looking for an entrance to heaven, whether it's a door or a staircase, there must be some specific direction, right? We can't just wander aimlessly through the city at night. I paused, then continued, if there really is a gateway to heaven, where would it be? How big is it? If it's a road, what would it be made of? Drake let out another sigh when he heard my questions, then glanced over at me. The light from the street lamps highlighted the exhaustion on his face. Maybe to you, I'm just a useless drunk. But ever since I learned certain things, I haven't been able to stop thinking about these questions. I've found clues in some old, fragmented texts, but I've never made any real progress. There was a trace of self-mockery in his voice. Maybe it's because I never wanted to leave that place in the first place, so nothing ever moved forward. But now, we've set out, and I still have one last lead left. Maybe this is what people mean when they say desperation drives you to try anything. Wait, I suddenly realized something. Are you saying you had the destination planned all along? Even the next steps? Drake cut me off, a faint, disdainful smile on his lips. What? Did you really think I was just some drunk who spends all day in a stupor? Don't forget, I'm the one who told you the truth about this world. Since I know that, of course I know other things too. But you haven't asked me anything these past 2 days, just kept to yourself, acting mysterious, claiming you're some kind of expert at long journeys. Honestly, I can't deny you might be, but do you really know where we're going? His words stuck in my throat, and I stared at him, speechless. Shame and regret washed over me as I realized how wrongly I'd judged the man sitting next to me, who seemed so lost in drink and dreams. I'm sorry, I said quietly. Please don't take what I said before to heart. Maybe I've just lived alone for too long. I've forgotten how to talk to people. Honestly, I was never any good at it to begin with. Please forgive me for what I said earlier. Drake stopped the car at the intersection, the misty glow of the traffic lights casting blurred shadows across the window. I hesitated for a moment, sighed, and said, honestly, I don't really care that much. You're right, I was being an idiot. I knew there was no point in staying in that place, but I stubbornly refused to leave. If you hadn't shown up, I probably would have wasted away there. I gave a bitter laugh. It's ridiculous. Really, I'm already dead. But hold on, you mentioned Marianne earlier. What exactly did you mean? Drake turned toward me, his eyes intense. Wait, did you actually see Marianne? His words hit me like a punch, and that terrifying image flashed across my mind. I shuddered, eyes wide. How did you know? He smirked. Just a wild guess. Drake watched my reaction closely. But judging by your face, it's true, isn't it? Where did you see her? What does she look like now? He grabbed my collar, shaking me, forcing me to spill everything about those two strange encounters and my suspicions. Oh my God. Drake let go, loosening his collar and leaning back against the seat, sweat beading on his forehead. So, according to you, it happened every time after I fell asleep. Maybe my soul really has fused with that house, trapped in an endless loop of memories, dreams and reality overlapping. When you entered the house, you got pulled into my dream world, which is why you saw the same things I did. That's terrifying. In the end, what does reality even mean in a place like this? I shot back. If this hellhole counts as real life, that's the biggest joke of all. All right, enough about that. Drake straightened his collar, his expression returning to normal. Since we've cleared the air, how about I finally tell you my plan? You maniac, you really kept me in the dark. I shrugged. I just wasn't sure about my own judgment yet. As a chef, I tend to go with my gut. For now, I only know where the first stop is. As for what comes next, maybe the answer is with you. The first stop? I turned, resting my arm on the back of the seat. You haven't even told me where we're going, just talking about first stops and second stops. And now you say the answer's with me. Give me a break. I'm not exactly a genius, so you'd better tell me where we're headed. And don't take me to some winery or cellar again. I'd rather drift out at sea than go back to a place like that. Drake squinted his eyes, feigning mystery as he leaned out of the car window to survey the surroundings. After a moment, he turned to me and, pointing to the massive building looming across the street in the darkness, whispered, that's the British Museum. We'll find the guidance we need in there. As we drew closer, the museum's outline became ever more distinct. The majestic structure glowed subtly in the night, its architecture reminding me of the Parthenon I'd seen in textbooks. 8 enormous stone columns stood in perfect alignment at the front, each soaring to a height that would take 20 people stacked atop one another to reach the top, and so thick that it would take 3 or 4 people to wrap their arms around one. The columns were intricately fluted, and behind them, a second row of pillars added depth and grandeur, evoking the layered layout of a traditional Chinese gateway. Hanging from the outer columns were 2 massive banners, once bright advertisements for exhibitions, now faded and grimy from London's perpetual rain. After climbing a series of steps, we finally stood before the imposing main entrance. Under the portico, a huge chandelier still glowed warmly, casting a stately, opulent light across the scene. I turned to remind Caesar to stay in the car in case anything went wrong, then followed Drake into the museum. According to him, we were searching for key clues from his memory that would determine our next move. Given the nature of our mission, neither of us was armed. We only carried small backpacks with water, food, and flashlights. Drake's boots echoed crisply against the marble floor as he led the way, clearly familiar with every corner of the museum. Meanwhile, I was completely captivated by the countless displays around us, barely able to take my eyes off them as I trailed behind him. After a few turns, Drake located the main lighting switch. With a single flick, the entire museum sprang to life, brilliantly illuminated as if awakening from a long slumber. I kept close to him, venturing deeper into this mysterious building. I was really curious about how he knew all these hidden secrets. When I asked, Drake just shrugged it off, saying he'd found the building's blueprints at City Hall, as if it was the most ordinary thing in the world. He made a point of warning me that the search could take a long time. He didn't say how long we'd be staying, just that we'd keep going until we found those clues. If you get bored, feel free to wander around the building, he said. But whatever you do, don't go outside, or you might never find your way back. That's when it dawned on me his was the real reason Head told me to bring plenty of food and water. The moment the power was switched on, a blinding light filled the entire hall. Instinctively, I raised my right hand to shield my eyes. It took several seconds before I could even begin to adjust to the sudden brightness. Peering through my fingers, I saw that the hall was filled with artifacts and relics from different countries and eras. After passing 2 corners and a corridor, we entered a dimly lit gallery. This room was also packed with rare treasures, including some from China. I stopped in front of a large square glass case, inside which stood 2 blue and white porcelain vases. Hey, come here. I called out to Drake, frowning. These are definitely Chinese. Look at the dragon pattern, the porcelain itself. This whole room is filled with national treasures looted from our idiotic emperors by British thieves like you. And you're laughing? What's so funny? I should execute you right now, on behalf of the people and the motherland. You blonde devil. Drake played along, raising his hands and leaning his face toward my finger gun. You lunatic. What's this got to do with me? I'm a pacifist. Besides, I don't even know your emperors. But if you want these things, you can take them. No one's going to stop you. As he spoke, he struck his signature pose, chin raised, hand thumping his chest, lips curled in a smirk, and his right hand twirling the ends of his upward curled mustache. Hearing that, all my righteous indignation fizzled out. My patriotic fervor vanished as quickly as it had come. I cursed to myself. What do I care about those useless emperors and their mess? Here, these things are just a bunch of worthless porcelain anyway. As I turned to leave the China gallery, I finally noticed the sign overhead. Following Drake as we wandered through the museum, we kept glancing at the exhibit descriptions and directional signs. I aimlessly poked around, pinning all my hopes on that booze-loving bastard. Just praying he wouldn't let me down, though. I certainly wasn't expecting to provide any answers myself. Before long, I lost interest. I grabbed Drake's half-empty bottle of whiskey and sat alone on the stairs, drinking in silence. Without realizing it, I dozed off against the banister, only to be jolted awake by Drake's shrill scream. Oh my God, come here. His voice shot up several octaves, sounding like a soprano or a eunuch. I found it. Damn it, I knew it. I knew I'd seen this thing somewhere. I just couldn't remember where. Yes, this is it. ID, bet anything on it. Judging by his wild excitement, he must have stumbled upon something incredible. I rubbed my eyes, picked up my bag from the floor, and headed toward the source of the voice. As I walked, I finished off the whiskey in my bottle, then held the empty bottle up to my eye and peered around the room like a child playing with a telescope, searching for that familiar tall figure. Finally, in a secluded corner of a small gallery, I spotted Drake. He was standing in front of a shattered glass display case, shards of glass glinting at his feet. Only then did I notice the shrill alarm blaring in my ears. Apparently, I'd been sleeping so deeply that neither the crash of breaking glass nor the alarm had managed to wake me. Drake was clutching something tightly in his hand, his face lit up with a wild, almost manic joy. I shook my empty bottle and frowned at him. Hey, maniac, what treasure did you find? What's got you grinning like a lunatic? Before I could finish, Drake grabbed my collar and shook me excitedly. The tablet. This tablet. I've seen it in books. I can't believe we found it so easily, and that it was just sitting here. What tablet? What memories? I snatched the so-called treasure from his hand. Under the light, it was nothing more than a palm-sized piece of clay, looking fragile and etched with some kind of marks that were almost, but not quite, like writing. I waved it in front of him impatiently. It's tiny. By the way, how long was I out? Did you make all this mess? And what are these markings supposed to be? Caveman business cards? Drake carefully took the tablet back, cradling it like it was priceless. It's cuneiform. Don't break it. This is just a fragment of the whole tablet, but it's enough to lead us to the end. He pulled out a magnifying glass and began to study it closely. By the way, you were out for a full 6 hours. 6 hours? Damn that whiskey. I shoved my hands into my pockets, watching him work like a curious student. Cuneiform, huh? Sounds mysterious. You can actually read this alien script? This world is truly insane. A cook who can communicate with aliens? But what's the point of that, really? A puzzled voice shattered the silence. Calm down, my friend. Drake looked up, motioning for him to lower his voice. I need a quiet environment to work. Let me explain the cuneiform script on this tablet. He leaned in closer, carefully examining the ancient symbols. This is the common script of ancient Mesopotamian civilization, dating back to the Bronze Age around 3000 BC. It was first invented by the Sumerians, and then refined over thousands of years by the Babylonians, Assyrians, and Arameans, finally evolving into the writing system we see here. Wait a second, the other man interrupted. Cuneiform? Mesopotamia? That sounds like something out of a song. How does a cook know any of this? Are you some kind of tomb raider? With the way you look half drunk most of the time, don't tell me you're cooking from recipes carved onto ancient stone tablets. Drake ignored the teasing, pulling a small brush from his jacket pocket and carefully dusting the grooves of the tablet. I'm not just a simple cook, but I'm no tomb raider either. I'm just someone who loves to read. If you read as much as I do, you'd realize the world isn't as big as it seems. The truth of history is hidden in books, always within reach for those willing to look. Maybe you're right, the other man's tone softened. Honestly, I thought I'd be completely different after I died. But aside from getting stronger and talking rougher, not much has changed. Compared to a scholar like you, I'm just a worthless drifter, only good for fighting. I have read quite a few books over the last 3 years, but they're mostly trashy romance novels and comics. Drake set the brush down and turned to him. Don't say that. Love nourishes the soul, and comics aren't a waste of time. Besides, you're fluent in Russian, which means you probably understand most Slavic languages. When we venture into the vast lands of Eastern Europe, we'll need someone like you to guide us. In fact, it was your influence that got me started on this path. That alone proves your perspective is broader than mine. I smiled gently and shook my head. You're giving me too much credit. I tend to overthink things, but am not as great as you say. As for Russian, I only know the basics I taught myself. I can't really say how accurate those translation tools are, but it doesn't matter much. As long as I can read the documents, that's enough. About this stone tablet, I continued, how did you know it was here? You said it's a place from your memory. What kind of memory? You seem so familiar with this area. This can't be your first time here, right? No, I've only been here once before, he replied. I was a teenager back then, so it's more of a childhood memory. Honestly, I wasn't even sure I'd find it again. I studied the inscriptions on the tablet carefully. Wait, I think I'm starting to get something. I can understand the literal meaning, but the deeper significance is still unclear. It seems to mention a place, the tallest building in the world. Then it goes on about the structure of this building? No, that's not quite it. It says something is stored there. The tallest building in the world? He mused. Do you mean the Empire State Building? The one the giant gorilla climbs in the movie King Kong? This is just one corner of the tablet, I went on, and the text is incomplete, but I'm confident in the translation. It says that inside the world's tallest building, something is installed or stored, something connected to the light of faith. At the end, it mentions the source of wisdom. So, he summed up, it's saying that the tallest building houses some kind of light of faith, and that this light is linked to wisdom? Yeah, that's pretty much it. The light of faith might refer to some kind of energy or power, I analyzed. If we're interpreting this correctly, there are 3 key pieces of information here. First, the world's tallest building, which could be a coordinate. Second, the power of faith, which might be what's stored there. And finally, the source of wisdom, which could represent a direction or a definition. The problem is, I pondered, these clues aren't exactly plentiful. And if we want to track down this tallest building in the world, we first need to know how old this tablet is. What was the tallest building during that era? It probably wasn't the Empire State Building. That's right, your question is exactly what I'm wondering about too. Drake placed the stone fragment on the table and examined the inscriptions carefully. From what we know, the tallest building in the world is the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. But this stone clearly comes from a much earlier era back when the very idea of a world didn't even exist. They would have used words like all under heaven or the human realm instead. He continued, to solve this puzzle, we need to trace back to the time the stone existed and identify the tallest structure of that period. That means we have to look into the country where the stone was unearthed, the people who lived there, and the political situation at the time. I looked up and added, and there are 2 other terms, the power of faith and the source of wisdom. Without more fragments to fill in the context, these words seem pretty meaningless on their own. After all, whether religious or not, faith can be seen as a form of wisdom or power, something that can influence political change or even reshape the world. But for us, these concepts are just too abstract. Wait, Drake suddenly sat up straighter. I don't think these words are meaningless at all. Look, the text before and after tallest building is missing, probably on other fragments. But light of faith and source of wisdom are together, with nothing following them. Maybe we're not dealing with 3 clues, but 2. It could mean the power of faith is the source of wisdom, and the place those coordinates point to is where we'll find this source of wisdom. Hearing this analysis, I couldn't help but smile. Seeing this, Drake grinned with satisfaction. See, I knew you'd be the one to crack this riddle. You always call yourself a wanderer, but maybe now you'll believe Mayor my guide through the unknown, and am your supporter. Sorry, I shook my head. For the past 3 years, I've just been drifting, fighting monsters wherever I go. Most of what I've been through is a blur. Honestly, The things I've seen are far scarier than you can imagine. I used to worry if you could handle yourself, but now I see you know a lot more than I expected." Drake didn't reply. Instead, he calmly took a thick handkerchief and a spray bottle filled with dark liquid from his bag. He sprayed the liquid onto the stone fragment, then pressed the handkerchief over it. After a moment, the inscription transferred perfectly onto the fabric. Finally, he carefully placed the stone into a plastic box and packed it away with his other belongings. Drake glanced at his watch, his expression wary. "That's as far as we can go for now. Dawn's coming, we need to get out of here and find somewhere safe to hide for the day. We'll head out again tomorrow night." I hurried after Drake toward the museum's main entrance, asking as we walked, "Tomorrow night? Where are we going? Are you seriously thinking about heading to the site where the tablet was unearthed? Do you actually know where that is?" "I was just making a suggestion earlier. We don't even know where this thing was dug up." "I don't know the exact location yet," Drake replied, not slowing his pace. "But I'm not completely in the dark, either. Your idea matches up with my own. No matter where the other fragments are scattered, we have to start from the source. Looking at things from a new vantage point might give us different answers. I have some leads, but I need to get this piece first before I can follow up." "Why wait until tomorrow night?" I pressed. "And what are these other leads?" "We've been so focused on analyzing the tablet that I almost forgot to ask how you even know where it's from. And what's the real connection between this tablet and that secret you mentioned, the one about the path to paradise? You've never explained any of that." "Let's talk as we walk," Drake said, lowering his voice. "It's too complicated to explain right now. Moving around during the day is too dangerous, and you absolutely want to avoid tangling with the Royal Guard. I don't know what kind of monsters you've dealt with before, but none of them are as terrifying as these living threats. As soon as we find somewhere safe, they'll tell you everything. But first, we need to get out of here." As we passed through the main hall, my eyes were drawn to an ornate long sword mounted on the wall. I couldn't resist stopping to take it down and examining it as I walked. Drake scoffed. "That thing's just a fake. Why bother taking it?" "A fake? Seriously?" Annoyed, I tossed the sword to the floor. But then, feeling stubborn, I picked it up again and smashed it through a nearby glass display case. Sifting through the broken glass, I pulled out a large pocket watch inlaid with gemstones. Through the transparent cover, I could see a complex arrangement of triple gears. Ignoring Drake's look of disdain, I stuffed the watch into my pocket. Maybe it was just a thief's instinct to never leave empty-handed. I had no idea what use it might be, but I just wanted to take it with me. Perhaps it's human Naturian innate greed, and who knows if this little act will end up on the list of sins to be punished for in purgatory. As I stepped outside, I looked up toward the east. The faint light of dawn was already beginning to show on the horizon. It was almost the same time as when I first met Drake. We hurried toward the car, with Caesar alertly scanning our surroundings in complete silence. He was already used to keeping quiet. When the engine roared to life, its sound echoing down the empty street, both Drake and I felt a surge of excitement, so strong it left us nearly speechless. My hands fidgeted nervously, clutching the rifle tight to my chest, while he drove with practiced ease, taking long swigs of whiskey. "Where are we headed? Are we going back to your estate?" I couldn't help but ask. Drake was silent for a moment before he replied, "Of course not. Tomorrow night, we're heading to Dover. It's a port city. I think we should leave England by boat. Even though you once told me you could fly solo to some places, I still worry about the unpredictable dangers of that method. So don't blame me for not trusting it. For me, traveling by boat is much safer after all. I used to be a member of the yacht club." I gave a resigned smile. "All right, if that's your decision, I won't argue. Even if I told you about the 2 shipwrecks I survived, you wouldn't change your mind. So here exactly is Dover? And where do we go from there? Where are we going now?" Drake glanced at me and answered, "Head southwest from here, about 130 kilometers, and we'll reach Dover." "You Chinese always use kilometers, huh? Once we get there, we'll need to rest. Of course, if you want to see the famous cliffs, that's fine to have plenty of time. After that, we'll take a boat to France and cross the continent. But for now, we need to eat. Judging by how tired you look, I think a good meal might rekindle your hope for the future." I didn't respond right away, just pursed my lips and shrugged, offering a minimal protest to his shameless teasing, though in truth, I didn't really mind. At first, the car was parked in the square in front of the British Museum. We drove out of the plaza, and straight ahead was Great Russell Street. Lined with dense tree canopies, the wide road was dotted with galleries, souvenir shops, and coin collectors' stores, filling the area with an artistic atmosphere. But today, the place seemed tinged with a hint of desolation. We continued on, crossed the intersection at Little Russell Street, and at the second blinking traffic light, Drake turned the wheel, pulling up in front of a restaurant. When I looked up, I was caught off guard for a moment, then smiled. It was my family's restaurant. Of all the Japanese, Mexican, and Italian places nearby, had parked in front of this Chinese eatery. The sign read noodles, so I guessed it was a noodle shop. I wasn't sure if they served Beijing Zhajiangmian or Lanzhou Lamian, but it didn't really matter. The important thing was the chef here already knew my taste, maybe even understood my appetite better than I did. A wave of homesickness washed over me, making my eyes a little misty. In the end, What arrived at the table was just plain boiled noodles, topped with a bit of ketchup, nothing fancy, and not much to fuss over. I stared at my chopsticks for a long time and shook my head silently. Drake asked if I was dissatisfied, and I smiled. Not at all. It's just been so long since I've had a taste of home. Maybe these noodles aren't great, but this feeling is impossible to put into words. He just replied with a simple, "Oh," not seeming particularly moved. He was busy at the table with a piece of stone, snapping a few photos with his camera and jotting down notes in his notebook. He didn't touch the food, and instead went next door to the Italian restaurant to buy some spirits for himself. The air was filled with the faint scent of alcohol and noodles, while my thoughts drifted away on that familiar aroma, quietly returning to my homeland. As I ate my noodles, I mulled over the questions swirling in my mind. Drake sat across from me, listening intently. "Can you tell me about the origins of this stone tablet? And, more importantly, what's your real purpose in searching for it? I have a feeling it's tied to the reason we're here." I set down my chopsticks and met his gaze. Honestly, stumbling upon all of this was pure chance. If I hadn't happened to read about it in a book, I'd probably still be wandering around this forgotten place, just like you. Drake closed his notebook with practiced ease, carefully removed his white gloves, and turned toward me, bracing himself on the table. There was a distant look in his eyes, as if he were recalling old memories. "When I was alive," he began slowly, "I spent most of my time practically living in libraries. The night watchman at the British Library was an old friend of mine, and I'd often read there late into the night. I was also a regular at several other libraries." He paused. "After I died, I couldn't stand the thought of being alone at home, or rather, alone in death. So I wandered the libraries like a ghost, day after day, poring over every book I could find." "So, you mean the situation we're in now? You read about this in a book?" I couldn't help but ask. In a manner of speaking, Drake nodded. "Besides major collections like the British Library, I'd visit book clubs and cafe-like places looking for information. During that time, I followed the only clue I had and gradually uncovered the true nature of this space. I also found a reasonable explanation for what happens after death and the cycle of life and death. These were concepts I'd only ever heard about from priests and Bible stories, but experiencing them firsthand is a completely different matter." "I imagine you feel the same?" I gave an embarrassed smile. "Yeah, if I hadn't met you, I'd probably still be angry about that stupid curse, or thinking the whole world was playing a trick on me." I couldn't help feeling a bit ashamed, thinking about how I'd barely read anything substantial in the past 3 years. Drake went on, "One day, I got completely drunk and stumbled into a tiny bookstore. While looking for more to drink, I ended up in the owner's bedroom and found an old-looking document. Inside was a fascinating story, more myth than novel. It told of a suicide victim who sought help from a medium living in France, trying to escape a lonely world much like the one we're in now." "A medium?" I perked up. "You mean someone who can communicate with the dead, maybe even channel spirits, sort of like a wizard, right?" I watched Drake with great interest, my chopsticks paused midair. I asked, "So, if people die at the exact same moment, they end up in the same world? That's actually not such a rare occurrence. But the odds of actually meeting one another must be pretty slim. Also, I have this idea: I don't think the beings who create these worlds or universes would measure time in seconds. After all, seconds are just a human construct. Maybe, to the creator, time doesn't even exist." As I spoke, I pulled a pocket watch from my pocket and examined it closely. Drake smiled and continued, "You sound like quite the scholar. Looks like you'll need to pick your brain more often. All right, let me go on." After that, the medium kept communicating with people in this parallel world, recording everything she learned. Eventually, she compiled it all into a detailed diary, which was later turned into a kind of spiritual textbook. This book described in detail what happens after death, the lingering of memories, the mysterious restoration of the body, and so on. It was eventually adapted into a novel. As for the truth of these experiences, I think you and I have both lived through them ourselves. There's nothing made up about it. "Yes, please go on," I said, increasingly drawn in. Drake stared thoughtfully out the window for a moment. After a sip of strong liquor, he continued. Then the medium made another breakthrough. He began to categorize these parallel spaces and came up with two main types. One is a twisted world full of fire, darkness, and hatred. The other is peaceful and serene, a kind of spiritual haven. These two worlds are a lot like what we'd call hell and heaven. But unlike the traditional idea, there are countless versions of these hells and heavens, so many they can't even be numbered. The world humans live in sits right in the middle, constantly influenced by these other spaces, almost like some form of radiation. From this, the medium theorized there's a third type of space, which is similar to ours, but always slightly distorted, like a shadow. It seems to match the purgatory described in the Bible. With this, all the connections start to make sense. I nodded, feeling as if the picture before me was coming into sharper focus. Drake was still lost in his story, his tone growing heavier. A few months later, the medium helped the unfortunate woman as she struggled through purgatory. Every step was a battle with death. She explored every corner, gathering clues wherever she could, while the medium supported her from our world. digging up whatever information he could find. Then one day, the medium came across an ancient book that mentioned a mysterious stone tablet. Drake paused, as if deep in thought. This tablet recorded the first time a messenger from heaven descended to earth. It described how the messenger distributed pieces of the tablet to different representatives around the world, entrusting them with its safekeeping. More importantly, this tablet possessed a miraculous power. It could redeem humanity's greed and sins, and served as the only key to heaven. The medium immediately relayed this information to the woman in purgatory. Following his guidance, she traveled far and wide, crossing mountains and rivers to collect all the pieces of the tablet. In the end, she overcame every obstacle and finally reached heaven, where she was reunited with the medium's grandfather. What's fascinating is that the woman turned out to be the medium's grandmother. Maybe it was their blood connection that allowed them to communicate so seamlessly across these two realms. A faint, enigmatic smile played at the corners of Drake's mouth. I was stunned for a moment, the image of the mysterious tablet and the legend of heaven swirling in my mind. I couldn't help but shiver a little. I see. That really is full of drama and coincidence. God, this story is unbelievably moving. It's like something straight out of a movie. I always thought so-called mediums were just weirdos with walkie-talkies in their heads or bodies that could pick up radio signals. But from what you're saying, wasn't that stone tablet taken away ages ago? So what are we even looking for? What's the point? Besides, even after hearing the whole story, I still can't find any motivation. I just don't get how that dead woman managed to pull off something so impossible all by herself. Every time I think about what I've been through, I feel sick. Sometimes I even want to throw up. Did you even listen to what I said? People who die at different times don't end up in the same purgatory. In other words, purgatory, heaven, and hell aren't just three unified realms. They are countless, layered systems. Since we've never been to any of those places, how can we say they don't exist? This world was created by God. So could humans possibly understand its logic? And more importantly, isn't this fragment we're holding the most convincing evidence we have? Think about it from another angle. Maybe the world we used to live in is just one of countless others. Every choice and decision could split that world into a completely different version. Maybe the person you knew so well a second ago becomes a total stranger in the next. Honestly, these ideas are pretty bizarre, and I don't dare dig too deep. Sometimes I feel like if I think about it too much, my brain will just explode. But what you just said actually makes some sense. People are complicated. Sometimes they feel as familiar as the air you breathe, and sometimes they're as distant as a shadow. The ones you know best often become the most unfamiliar, just like yourself. Oh right, you said that woman ended up in heaven and was reunited with her lover. But if there are infinite heavens, how did they even find each other? You mean the man was the medium's grandfather, right? That doesn't make any sense. Oh well, I don't really know how to explain that. Maybe they just happened to die at the same time, who knows? Or maybe it's just a story, so why bother picking it apart? No way. I shook my head. If it's just a story, why should I believe it? And how can you use a story as a basis for searching for the truth about this world? You want me to run around the world for some pieces of stone, solving riddles? And besides, if those two died at the same time, just like you and me right now, why did one go to heaven and the other end up in purgatory? Go ahead, explain that. How should I know? He shrugged. Maybe the woman committed some kind of sin, and her lover stayed pure? That's the only explanation I can think of. Otherwise, why do people call her the medium's grandfather's lover and not his grandmother? Having an affair is a sin, after all. Then why does the woman have to bear all the consequences alone? Didn't the man do anything wrong? My voice turned cold. That's not fair. It makes no sense. All right, don't get stuck on that detail. He waved his hand dismissively. Like I said, maybe it's just a story. Maybe the publisher turned it into a love story on purpose, so it wouldn't cause a scandal. Who knows? Maybe it wasn't even written by the medium, but by some prophet who left it behind. Who can say? He paused, his gaze settling on the shard in our palms, its strange light glinting. Suddenly, his tone grew firm. Anyway, you've got to trust Metas really happened. Like I keep saying, the fragment we're holding is the strongest proof we have. I smiled and raised my hands in surrender. To me, a life without adventure is no different from a disaster. It means I've been defeated by death, beaten by the monotony of everyday existence. People are often undone by boredom and loneliness, but I've already lost to them for an entire lifetime. Now, even in death, I refuse to lose to anything or anyone again. It seems, no matter what, I have no choice but to trust Drake and search for the other fragments first. I hurried out of the restaurant, speeding down the road. I had no interest in the scenery outside. Apart from the thick fog, my numbness made every place feel indistinguishable from the last. Each building we passed seemed like an invisible backdrop. The only thing they had in common was the absence of people. Come to think of it, having someone constantly by my side these past few days has been strange. Calling us living people doesn't seem right, since we're both dead. But according to Drake's theory of parallel spaces, there isn't much difference between the dead and the living. It's just a matter of different forms of existence. We still have bodies of flesh and blood. The Jeep roared across the Thames. This was my fourth time passing this way. Soon after, Drake pulled the car under the arched entrance of Waterloo Station. With our luggage in tow and dragging Caesar along, we quietly slipped into the station. As we entered the vast hall, I suddenly asked Drake, I remember you said earlier that the medium learned about the tablet from an ancient book. That was one of his 2 clues about purgatory, right? So where did he get the book? Drake shook his head. I don't know. That's why, when we were at the British Museum, I mentioned that once we find the tablet, I have another important lead to follow the ancient book you mentioned. But first, we need to confirm the tablet's existence to determine whether the medium, or rather the author, wrote a fictional story or concealed some profound truths. I nodded. I see. So what do you think about that ancient book? Drake glanced at me and frowned. What do I think? In many ways, it's about authenticity. As for how to find it, I think the question is no longer whether we can find it, but whether we'll be able to understand it once we do. I was silent for a moment. What if we find it, but can't make sense of it? Drake smiled faintly. If it's about authenticity, the tablet itself should give us the most direct answer. Maybe this is the test left for humanity since its creation. As for how to find it, don't ask me again. Our goal in Dover is to cross the channel by boat to Calais, in France. As I mentioned, the medium was French, and also the author of that obscure novel. He deliberately revealed world-shattering secrets in his book. If I'm right, the address he described in the novel should be real. Maybe we'll get lucky in Paris and find the book. Maybe? I couldn't help but laugh. You're crazy. I'm growing more and more anxious about this journey. All our clues are wild guesses, and yet you insist on dragging me along for these impossible tasks. I let out a sigh. For all your questions, the tablet always seems to be the only answer. Is it really worth it? When asked about the mediums, Drake simply shrugged and replied nonchalantly. Since mediums are just ordinary people, any writing they can understand, we should be able to understand too. That's not really the issue here. As long as we stay safe and make it through the day, then head straight to Dover. All our questions will be answered eventually. Besides, isn't the Eiffel Tower's night view in Paris still waiting for us? I had nothing to say to that. I could only throw up my hands and shake my head in resignation. With my rifle slung over my shoulder and Drake's double-barreled shotgun at my side, I stood by the second-floor railing of the station, keeping watch. Behind me, in the corner, Drake was absorbed in studying his notebook. When I looked up, a massive cell phone advertisement hung from the high dome above. I lit a cigarette, my gaze growing unfocused. You're awake? Want to get some more sleep? It's still early. Drake's voice pulled me out of my haze. I glanced at my watch in a daze. It was already 3:15 in the afternoon. Looking up, I saw Drake sitting cross-legged not far away, still holding his diary and occasionally jotting something down with a short pencil. It's that late already? Damn, I slept way too long. I rubbed my neck, sore from leaning against the wall. Where's Caesar? He's patrolling the lobby downstairs, Drake said without looking up. He's got a real knack for keeping watch. Must be your good training. By the way, you've been sleeping a lot these past couple of days. Are you feeling all right? Are your old injuries acting up again? I let out a long sigh and struggled to sit up, leaning on my backpack. I can't say I feel sick. I just keep wanting to sleep. Sometimes, I even feel like I could sleep forever. But since we're still alive, I guess it doesn't matter much, does it? Rubbing my tired eyes, I added weakly, let's not talk about the past. I wish I had some interesting stories to share, but I just don't have the energy. If you're curious, you can read my journal. Maybe you'll find something useful in there. Drake slipped his notebook into his bag, crossed his arms, and looked at me. Of course, if you don't mind. But what do you mean by useful? Drake rested his head gently against the glass railing, his gaze drifting through the hazy world outside the window, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Maybe so, but you can't deny that there are things you just have to experience for yourself. Isn't that what you told me? Besides, what else can we really do in this world? He paused, his tone growing heavier. It feels like every force out there is pushing us down a single path, like livestock trapped in a pen. Aside from heading to the slaughterhouse, there doesn't seem to be another way out. His words sent a shiver through me. I looked up, meeting his eyes. But don't you think, for those animals, the moment they break free from the pen, even if it's just for a second, that taste of freedom must feel amazing? Even if it's only an illusion. I lowered my head, my voice barely above a whisper. Tell me, who's more pessimistic, you or me? Forget it. Let's not dwell on this, Drake interrupted, a note of resignation on his face. Things have come this far. We're like grasshoppers tied to a string, no point overthinking it. He managed a small smile and asked, by the way, any new progress in your journal? I shook my head, a wry smile crossing my face. Honestly, not much. I keep having to scrap everything and start over. To tell the truth, your arrival turned my whole worldview upside down. You've become the starting point for me to rebuild everything. In your world, I'm back at square one too. If we hadn't met, maybe none of this would have happened. Drake nodded. I get what you mean, but talking about it now doesn't really change anything. You should do something more meaningful instead of wasting your time drinking and complaining. As he spoke, he stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and walked over to the glass railing, gripping the metal bar and looking down at me. Watching him, I found myself lost in thought. That deep, unsettled feeling I'd been holding back suddenly surged to the surface. I didn't even know why I'd blurted out all those scattered thoughts. Maybe It was that nameless anxiety finally breaking through. Drake gave a rueful smile. There you go again, giving me the mentor speech. The way you look at me, it's like you think I'm just drifting through life. I won't deny I've played a part in these results, but honestly, what's the point in arguing about it? Like you said, we should focus on doing something real. He barely finished speaking when a thunderous crash erupted from above, followed by the deafening roar of an explosion. Glass shattered, shards flying everywhere as dust and smoke filled the air. Damn! I spun around, realizing things had just taken a turn for the worse. Instinctively, I shouted and lunged toward Drake, grabbing him by the collar and yanking him down beside me. In that split second, through the glass railing at my side, I caught a shocking sight. Something had blasted a jagged hole in the iconic glass dome of Waterloo Station. Shards of shattered glass rained down like a storm, their fall accompanied by a piercing, splintering noise. Thick black smoke poured in through the gaping hole, while at the same time, harsh sunlight streamed through the breach, casting eerie beams through the swirling haze. Suddenly, another deafening explosion shook the air. The station's famous four-sided clock plummeted from the dome, crashing violently onto the floor below. The impact shattered the tiles, leaving a gaping crater, while fragments of the broken clock shot out like bullets. A screw whistled past, striking the glass railing next to me and leaving a web of cracks. Chaos erupted throughout the station. Dust from the ground and smoke from above mingled into a suffocating fog. The sharp wail of fire alarms cut through the air, intensifying the sense of panic. I quickly scanned my surroundings. I didn't know exactly what had happened, but my instincts honed over years of training were screaming at me. ID grown too relaxed around Drake and nearly forgot the vigilance ID developed over the years. Whatever was happening, it was clear we needed to get out immediately. Just as that thought crossed my mind, two more massive explosions ripped through the air, even closer and more powerful than before. The entire second-floor platform shook violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. We had to move now, there was no time to lose. Drake let out a piercing scream, and I instinctively ducked with my hands over my head, trembling uncontrollably. Not far away, two plumes of black smoke shot into the air. As the smoke cleared, rows of royal guards appeared, dressed in red uniforms and tall bearskin hats. They had us completely surrounded, their rifles aimed directly at us from less than 50 meters away. Damn it, this is all your fault, I muttered under my breath as I slowly raised my hands. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Of all the places, you had to pick this dump and say it was safe. Now look, we're surrounded. Even as I complained, I kept shooting meaningful glances at Drake. Drake stared back at me in confusion, first shaking his head, then nodding. As the royal guards advanced, rifles raised, I made my Movemi right hand shot out, grabbing Drake by the collar and yanking him backward. He lost his balance and fell flat on his back. Almost simultaneously, I dove toward the corner on my left. My left hand, already prepared, pulled a smoke grenade from my jacket and hurled it precisely at the royal guards just before I hit the ground. White smoke exploded in the air, quickly engulfing the area. Chaos erupted as gunfire rang out, bullets whistling overhead. I scrambled into the narrow alleyway between two buildings, the very spot where I'd been napping earlier. Bullets slammed into the glass walls above and around me, the shattering sound sending chills down my spine. I hunched my shoulders, grabbed the double-barreled shotgun leaning against the wall, and pushed both backpacks toward Drake. Run, grab the stuff, and get out of here, I shouted at him. He frantically snatched the backpacks, his long legs springing into action as he sprinted toward the stopped escalator nearby. Once I was sure Drake was safe for the moment, I leaned out from behind the wall and raised the shotgun, aiming toward where the smoke was starting to clear. 2 shots rang out, and several soldiers dropped to the ground. But as their bodies hit the floor with a heavy thud, a strange thought crept into my mind. There was something off about these men, but what, exactly, was it? Though ID managed to get a bit of an advantage, the situation left no room for hesitation. With gunfire crackling all around me, I quickly grabbed another rifle from against the wall. Now armed with a weapon in each hand, I kept low and sprinted toward the escalator. Bullets screamed past me, sparking off the floor and walls. Looking up, I saw more and more royal guards rappelling down from the gaping hole in the ceiling, their dark silhouettes swarming in like a suffocating tide. In that split second, a couple of bullets whizzed so close to my head that I had to duck even lower. That's when I caught a glimpse of something that made my heart skip a beat. Derek was trapped, clutching 2 backpacks, surrounded by a dozen royal guards. Behind him, Caesar bared his fangs and let out a menacing growl, ready to pounce at any moment. The situation was critical. I crouched down and quickly drew the bayonet from my belt, snapping it onto my rifle with a click. "Drunkard, catch!" I shouted to Derek, tossing him the extended rifle as I braced it across the escalator rail and launched myself downward. Derek snatched the rifle and sprang into action, cursing under his breath as he fought back with a vengeance. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, I pulled out my last smoke grenade, bit down on the pin, and kicked off hard from the floor. I landed flat on the slick metal connector between the up and down escalators. It was as smooth as a slide, carrying me straight down. As I slid, I skillfully loaded the ammo Derek had stuffed into my pocket earlier. My double-barreled shotgun roared twice, dropping 3 royal guards in quick succession. Controlling my speed with my feet, I kept reloading on the move. In that moment, I was grateful that Derek had handed over all the metal lumps just to make more room in his pockets for booze. Derek wasn't slacking either, picked off targets with precise shots, switching to his bayonet for close combat, and swiftly taking down 2 more enemies. Whenever he needed to reload, I covered him with my shotgun, blasting any would-be attackers who tried to take advantage. With my ammo running low, I reached the ground floor. At the last second, I pushed off the rail and sprang to my feet, using my momentum to leap again. I aimed at the royal guard behind Derek and squeezed the trigger. The guard whose skull I had shattered collapsed instantly, warm blood quickly spreading across the floor. Before I could catch my breath, another guard had already leveled his gun at me. The muzzle flashed, and a bullet, trailing a wave of heat, grazed my collar. As I kept falling, my body became his moving target, and he adjusted his aim to match my trajectory. In a split-second decision, I twisted my body and slammed hard into Drake. The impact sent us both tumbling to the ground, narrowly avoiding the hail of bullets that whistled past. I used Drake's body to cushion my fall, then leaned back, raised my gun, and pulled the trigger at the last guard. The thunderous shot tore through the air, and his head exploded. At the same moment, I heard the sound of metal being ripped from flesh behind me. Drake was pulling his bloodied bayonet from another corpse. I'm out of ammo. Did you bring any shotgun shells? I asked, pulling the smoke grenade from my mouth. They're in the car outside. Who knew we'd run into these guys? Drake replied. Damn it. You bring booze, but forget the ammo. Complacency is the deadliest poison. Hanging around you is going to get me killed one day. I spat. Save it. Switch guns. I cut him off. The rifle's got 3 rounds left, and I know you're holding on to some extras. We're about even in marksmanship, but I've got the strength. Give me the shotgun and the bag. I'll take point. You cover the rear. Before I finished speaking, we'd already swapped gear. Drake slung the shotgun over his shoulder, grabbed the backpack with both hands, and sprinted for the entrance. Above us, and on the second-floor platform, enemies were closing in, tightening the noose. It had been barely 3 minutes since the first explosion. If we hadn't been prepared, we'd be dead by now. I kept racking the bolt and picking off the nearest targets with precise shots. In the hailstorm of bullets, I had to keep moving. Crouch, stand, crouch again, stand up. The bayonet's weight threw off the balance of my rifle, making every shot less accurate. When I fired my last round, I hurled my final smoke grenade. As thick smoke billowed, Drake and I dashed for the door, one after the other, with a torrent of bullets raining down behind us. Drake charged ahead, grabbing a metal luggage cart from the side of the road. With practiced efficiency, he tossed our bags onto it and sprinted toward the exit, legs pumping furiously. I followed close behind, firing back as I ran, my bullets aimed at the shifting shadows of our pursuers. My chest heaved with ragged breaths, each inhale burning, my whole body feeling as if it might burst into flames. This wasn't a battlefield, and it wasn't a game. It was hell on earth, terrifyingly real. The crazed soldiers showed no mercy, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets mixed with grenades and shrapnel bombs that screamed through the air toward us. Drake's figure grew smaller in the distance. Even Caesar had already raced ahead. My legs felt as though they were filled with lead, refusing to move any faster. Whether it was exhaustion catching up with me or the comfort of recent days dulling my edge, all I could hear was a sharp ringing in my ears. Suddenly, a fragmentation grenade exploded just behind me, the blast wave tossing me over a meter through the air before I crashed heavily to the ground. Damn it! I clutched my neck, checking myself for injuries. As I struggled to get up, Drake doubled back without a word, hefted me onto the cart, and charged for the exit, jaw clenched in grim determination. His face was twisted with strain, but whatever he shouted was drowned out by the chaos. We finally burst out of a side door of the station. I rolled off the cart and slammed the heavy iron door shut behind us with everything I had left. My clothes were soaked with sweat, nausea surged up, and I vomited until my stomach was empty. Oddly, it cleared my head a little, and my hearing slowly returned, but my limbs still felt useless as I lay sprawled on the ground. That grenade must have rattled your brain. A textbook mild concussion, Drake said. But you're tough. You'll be fine. No time to rest now. Watch Caesar and the bags. It'll get the car started. Before he finished, a massive explosion jolted us back to reality, followed by bullets hammering the side of the vehicle. Drake tried to dash out, but had to retreat, pressed flat against the car. As he reached for the bags, a ricochet grazed his hand, blood immediately welling up. Gasping for air, I watched Drake wrap a handkerchief around his wound, trying to play it cool. The sight almost made me laugh. You old drunk, I yelled. It's just a couple bottles in that bag. Not worth dying for. Caesar, go fetch it. Caesar understood instantly, darting out to grab the exposed backpack and dragging it back to safety in a heartbeat. Leaning against the Land Rover, I patted Caesar's head and said to Drake, if we get out of this alive, he'll tell you all about the messes I've been through. Compared to this, they're nothing. Thinking back to the terror I felt facing that giant snow monster in Beijing, It all seemed so distant now. The danger in front of me was the real nightmare. The world was getting more insane by the day. Who knew what kind of monster would show up next? I stared at the scene before me, unable to hold back my curiosity. I turned to Drake and asked, "What exactly are these royal guards? They look almost human, but there's something off about them." Drake glanced down the street, his tone heavy. "They're definitely not human. Remember those tin soldier toys sold in the souvenir shops? The ones in red uniforms? These royal guards are basically life-sized versions of those toys, only much more detailed. Their features and expressions are painted right onto their metal shells. That's why they seem so unnatural. Sounds like something out of a twisted fairy tale," I muttered, shivering involuntarily. "Fairy tale?" Drake scoffed. "There are no fairy tales in purgatory. This is as real and brutal as it gets." He shot a wary look around us. "Check your ammo. Looks like we're in for another fight." I quickly counted the bullets in my pocket. 35 rounds. That's all I've got. There were a few homemade Molotov cocktails in the backpack inside the car, but as I tried to reach for them, a hail of bullets tore the vehicle apart. The windows and mirrors shattered overhead, the tires blew out, and the whole car sank lower to the ground. Shards of metal flew everywhere, and I didn't even dare lift my head. Gunfire kept coming from 100 meters away, bullets pelting the car door like a relentless downpour. At this rate, the gas tank would get hit and explode any second. "This is it. We're done for this time," I whispered. "Hey, drunkard," I said bitterly. "If you hadn't met me, would things have been better for you? You could have stayed at the manor with Mariana, lost in your memories, quietly drinking and dreaming, pretending none of this ever happened." "Don't be ridiculous," Drake shot back. "What good would lying to myself do? I chose this path. Everything has to end one way or another, and it's got nothing to do with you." Curled up, I forced a bitter smile. "If we don't make it out this time, if we die again, where do we go? Do we end up in hell? Who even made these stupid rules, throwing us into this place to suffer, treating us like game characters to be tormented over and over, as if dying is the only punishment that matters? Screw video games. In a game, you might get a second chance, but here, there are no do-overs. My advice? Don't even think about it. Whoever made the rules, doesn't matter whatever we do, we have to break out. I'm not as clueless as you think. Take a look at what's actually in this bag. See for yourself before you start worrying about impossible things." Before I could finish, Drake yanked open the zipper of his backpack. I leaned in, and a cold sweat broke out over me. There was no liquor in the bag, just bundle after bundle of explosives, 8 detonators wired together, ready to go. There had to be at least 20 bundles of dynamite in there. Drake hunched lower, set the bag on his knees, and started fumbling with the wires and explosives. I had no idea what he was up to and couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing? When did you even get all this? Walking around with a bag full of explosives, and you never told me?" "I didn't think I needed to report everything to you," Drake muttered without looking up. "You've got your own way of surviving, and I've got mine. I'm not some gentle mediator. Ever since I was a kid, whenever I ran into a problem I couldn't fix, I'd use force and it's never let me down. Once I wire these together and toss them at those bastards, boom. Guess what happens next? What do you think? If you're not careful, we'll both go up with it. You lunatic. So what if I am? Got a better idea?" Drake didn't even acknowledge my protest, completely absorbed in his plan. "Don't count on those Molotov cocktails in the car. Tin cans aren't afraid of a little fire. Let's give them a real show." Drake's fireworks. He went back to work, methodically arranging the dynamite and wires. I frowned, cautiously peeking out from the rear side of the car to assess the situation outside. The sight crushed any hope I had left. Gunfire rained down on us relentlessly. The engine was already shot through, spewing white smoke at first, then thick black clouds. The temperature on one side of the car was rising fast. It was only a matter of time before the whole thing exploded. I urged Drake to hurry. I still didn't know exactly what he planned, but at this point, we had no other option but to go for it. I made a split-second decision, jumped to the back of the car, flung open the rear door, and crawled onto the back seat. The hail of bullets made every movement a struggle, the rounds whizzing past my head and ears. Desperately, I started tossing bags and luggage out of the car, one by one. The roof had already been pierced, flames licking through the holes as the temperature inside soared. Just as I threw out the last bag, a wave of exhaustion nearly knocked me out, but I forced myself to keep going. I knew this was no time to give up. "All right, let's give those bastards a taste of Drake's masterpiece." His voice suddenly called from behind me. I struggled out of the car, feeling on the verge of collapse at his words. His face was streaked with dust and smoke, but Drake didn't look fazed at all. He just frowned, grabbed my arm, and pulled me up, standing like a wild hunter by the bullet-ridden car. Suddenly, he shouted, shaking his hair like an enraged lion. With a burst of strength, he wrenched the car door right off its hinges, the metal screeching as he tore it free. What the hell? Is he even human? My mind reeled. The scene was surreal, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. Drake shoved the bag of explosives into my arms and yelled, "Follow me. We're too far away. There's no way you can throw this much dynamite from here. We'll use the door as a shield. You stay right behind me." We charge together, and when I see the opening, you throw the dynamite. That'll settle everything. Ready? Let's do this. I clutched the backpack Drake had tossed to me, swallowing hard as I looked down at the explosives inside. A wave of indescribable anxiety washed over me. After a moment, I turned to Drake and said, "No, you should throw the explosives. No matter what shape I'm in, I know I can't match your arm strength. He'll go up front, I'm smaller. It'll be easier for me to dodge. You stay behind the car. When I draw their fire, use the chance to rush out and throw the explosives. That might give us a better shot at success." Drake didn't hesitate. He grabbed the bag of explosives from my arms, crouched next to the car, and fixed his eyes on me, as if to say, "Go on, meet Shield. Your country needs you." I felt a surge of anger and humiliation, but there was no time to dwell on it. ID made my decision point, regretting it now. Fine, let's just do this. Worst case, I die and maybe find some peace. I pulled open the car door beside me and took a deep breath of air thick with the smell of burning. I yanked my sleeves down over my hands for extra grip, trying to steady my breathing. Finally, I gritted my teeth and burst out. To avoid exposing myself to enemy fire, I zigzagged forward in a serpentine pattern. But the car door was so heavy. After just a few steps, I was gasping for breath, my head spinning, my legs feeling like they were filled with lead, harder and harder to control. Still, I pressed on, jaw clenched, pushing forward inch by inch. Bullets clattered relentlessly off the car door, a constant metallic ringing that piled on the pressure. It felt like a team of people was taking turns swinging sledgehammers at my makeshift shield. Each impact nearly knocked me off my feet. Even so, I refused to stop, forcing myself onward with everything I had. But after less than 20 meters, I couldn't hold out any longer. The pressure finally crushed me like a mountain, and I collapsed to the ground. The car door landed on top of me, but thanks to the angle, most of the bullets aimed at me ricocheted harmlessly away. Drake, meanwhile, seemed to have avoided notice. He stood by the rear of the car, occasionally poking his head out and signaling for me not to give up. All I wanted to do was curse him out. "Damn it, why don't you try this? You think it's easy, you lunatic, coming up with a plan like this." From a distance, I saw Caesar peering out from under a car, watching me with concern, and humiliation burned in my chest. Right now, I felt like a stray dog, but even if I died, I'd make sure to take a chunk out of them first. Letting out a wild yell, I scrambled to my feet, shoving the heavy shield forward with all my strength, charging straight into enemy fire. At that moment, Drake suddenly sprang out from behind the car, clutching the explosives in both hands. The enemy's guns immediately swung toward him. I swung my shield and roared, pushing myself to close the distance as fast as I could. The enemy was clearly rattled. For a few seconds, they froze, their gunfire faltering. By the time I was nearly on top of them, they snapped out of it and frantically took aim at me again. At such close range, a few bullets grazed my head and face, and my arm was hit, leaving bloody wounds. I couldn't feel any pain, every nerve in my body was on fire, but I knew I had to keep going, at least until the explosives were delivered. Maybe I'd just lost my mind. When Drake hurled the explosives at the enemy, I was barely a dozen meters away from them. The blast wave hit me in an instant, sending me flying through the air. If Drake hadn't rushed over and caught me with his own body, I would have crashed headfirst into the ground, me skull shattered, dead on the spot. I escaped death, but the force of the explosion left me with another brutal concussion. My lungs burned, as if scalding air was trapped inside, making every breath a struggle. Drake kept pounding on my chest, shouting something I could barely hear, as if his voice was muffled behind thick glass. My vision blurred, and even the warmth of Caesar's tongue on my cheek faded away. Worse, I couldn't feel my hands or my lower body at all. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. My body must have been blown apart. Warm, sticky blood filled my mouth and clogged my throat. I coughed desperately, trying to spit it out, but it was useless. The pain in my head was so intense that my face went numb, my teeth lost all feeling, and I couldn't keep my eyes open any longer. I wanted to shout to Drake, "I don't want to die," but he couldn't seem to hear anything. Death felt so real, so close. I wanted to tell him, "Forget about me, just take Caesar and run. Let them tear this useless body apart. There's no reason for you to risk your life for a pile of ruined flesh. Drake, run, take Caesar and find a better life somewhere, anywhere." Damn it, is this really how it ends? This isn't the ending I wanted. Through the glass, I watched the distant sky flicker between light and shadow. Clouds drifted lazily in the wind, heading off to who knows where. I lay with my head on the desk, one cheek pressed against my hand, staring out the window in a daze. There was a nagging feeling inside me, something I couldn't let go of, but I couldn't quite remember what it was. Maybe I never should have come to this godforsaken place in the first place. Behind me, Bamboo Stick and Short Fatty started gossiping about me again. Bamboo Stick had a freckled face, all his features squished together, looking like a kid with a disability. Short Fatty was more ordinary. Aside from being short, overweight, and ridiculously loud, he was just as ugly as the rest. I ignored them, pretending to be asleep. That was always my way of dealing with things. Pretend not to see, no matter if I liked it or not. After all, you can't avoid what you hate, and what you love never lasts. But when Short Fatty mentioned my parents, I couldn't help but flinch. Just as I tried to keep up the act, Bamboo Stick suddenly grabbed me by the collar from behind and snarled, "You little bastard, don't pretend you can't hear me. Did you bring the money or not? Get up. Don't think you can get away with this, you shameless brat." He grabbed me by the collar and yanked me up from the desk. The people around us reacted as usual, first with panic, then indifferency, as they all started to back away. They knew what was coming next. These two would beat me up, just like always, as if it were some routine business. But what they didn't realize was that today, things were going to be different. A few students in the front row whispered among themselves, and after a few seconds, they quietly slipped out of the classroom. Soon, only King and the short, heavy-set guy were left. King kept a tight grip on my collar, his expression growing more twisted with rage, while the short, heavy-set guy rubbed his fists together, grinning as if he couldn't wait to join in. King snarled, "Hey, are you deaf? Where's the money? Did you bring it? Why the hell aren't you talking?" He shouted as he shook me hard by the neck. My head spun, my stomach churned, and I felt like throwing up. But more than that, I wanted to rip that ugly face of his right off. Without a second's hesitation, I answered quietly, "I didn't bring it. I don't have any money. Do whatever you want, I just don't have it." "You got a death wish, huh?" King bellowed, his fist already flying toward me. Pain exploded in my head. Everything went fuzzy, but I clenched my teeth and refused to make a sound. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the short, heavy-set guy stand up, fists clenched, ready to jump in. The classroom door shut completely, sealing us in, and everything went silent. None of those indifferent people realized they'd locked a beast inside a cage with no escape. They had no idea their coldness had destroyed the last glimmer of hope. This world is so dull because it's filled with too many people who are alive but pretend they're already dead, just piles of garbage going through the motions. Enough talk. Teach this bastard a lesson. Let's see how tough he really is. King yanked me by the collar again and dragged me toward the guy head called Dachong. My head was down, breathing fast, hands gripping King wrist tight. He looked like he was ready to explode, but I knew it was all a coward's bluff. He kept yelling, acting like he was about to tear me apart, but I was determined. I wasn't letting go. As Dachong gave me a mocking smile and his fists inched closer, my right hand slipped under the desk behind me. In one swift motion, I drove the pencil sharpener blade into King wrist. For a moment, both of them froze. Time itself seemed to stop. King eyes went wide, his rage turning instantly to terror, but no sound came from his throat. Dachong's smug smile vanished, and he collapsed back into his chair like a deflated balloon. I stood in front of them, a cold smile on my lips and murder in my eyes. I didn't stop. Almost on instinct, I stabbed King arm again and again. It wasn't until the green bamboo pole let out a piercing, desperate scream and his arterial blood sprayed hot across my face that I seemed to snap awake, jolted by the stench. My hand froze mid-motion. I let go of the blood-stained utility knife, allowing it to clatter to the ground, while my fists continued to tremble uncontrollably. I stared hard at the squat, heavy-set man whose face was twisted in terror. The sight, instead of amusing me, filled me with nothing but disgust. My voice came out low and heavy, like a hammer striking stone. "Do you want to try it too?" "No, I don't. Please stay away. Don't come any closer." He stumbled backward in a panic, babbling incoherently. Whatever else he tried to say, I couldn't make it out. Maybe he didn't say anything at all, just kept howling, the sound eerily like a pig with its throat slit, shrill, ugly, and nauseating. To silence that disgusting noise for good, I grabbed the wooden chair next to me and brought it down hard on his lumpy, sweating body without hesitation. The blow knocked him to the floor. Watching him collapse, I kicked him a few more times, my breath coming in ragged bursts. ID had enough of pretending nothing had happened, enough of this wretched place, enough of those cold, indifferent stares, and the people who never cared, enough of the malicious words that crushed me, time and time again. I couldn't pretend anymore. I tried to remember who once told me that violence could solve everything. Had tried it, and it always worked. Frowning, I stood there in the spreading pool of blood, straining to recall who it was. My mind was a mess. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't remember. But one voice lingered deep in my mind, whispering, "Kill those two bastards, and you'll be free." "Hey, are you hungry?" The voice came out of nowhere. I froze. The morning air could easily trick you into thinking you were hungry, but I didn't feel it. As long as I had alcohol, I needed nothing else. I looked up at the window. The sky was a startling, vivid blue. Suddenly, my body shuddered violently. My fingers twitched involuntarily, followed by a wave of aching pain that spread through me. Who was speaking? Had those awful things just been my imagination? But then why was there this wrenching sense of confusion, this vague feeling of danger? I struggled to open my eyes, only to be stabbed by the first shafts of sunlight, so bright it almost took my breath away, like fire needles piercing my eyes. Instinctively, I raised my hand to block the glare, but the ache in my arm made my whole body tense up again. Gritting my teeth, I curled up in the cramped car seat, the cold wind and the jolting motion gradually dragging me back to reality. Where was I? What had happened? I couldn't remember a thing. Why couldn't I remember? I closed my eyes, trying desperately to calm the storm inside. At least I knew this. I was sitting in a speeding car. The scenery outside was unfamiliar. Trees flashed by. The roadside scenes repeated in a way that made me uneasy. In the front passenger seat, the man beside me kept lifting a bottle of harsh liquor to his lips, gulping it down. It was Drake. That's right, it was him. He was still alive. But why did I think of the word still alive? Something must have happened, but why couldn't I remember? Why? Are you feeling any better? He asked suddenly. Honestly, I'm amazed you made it out alive. I thought you'd forgotten how to speak. Can't imagine what that feels like. Thank God it's not me. His words rang in my ears like a bell, making my scalp prickle. I forced myself to speak. Where am I? Oh, thank God. You're talking again, Drake sighed in relief. I thought you were done for. You're fine now. We've been on the road since we left London, nearly a day and a night. We're heading to Dover now, so just relax. No one's chasing us anymore. We'll be there soon, as long as I haven't forgotten the way you used to come out this way a lot, drinking with some old friends down by the port. He gave a short laugh. Once we get there, we can rest up for a few days, catch our breath. As for what's next, honestly, I can't even remember where we're supposed to go. Huh, Dover. What kind of place is Dover? When did we leave London? I forced the words out of my dry throat. The car was dimly lit, and Drake was focused on driving. He just gave me a knowing, almost cryptic, chuckle in response. A cold wind rushed in through the partially open window, jolting my foggy mind. Fragments of memory tumbled around in my head, but I couldn't piece them together. My stomach churned, and I blurted out, "Can I have some liquor? My stomach's not feeling great." "Here you go," Drake said, handing me a bottle. "But don't blame me if it makes you feel worse. Honestly, I'd suggest you just try to get some more sleep." Where are we now? What happened? Why can't I remember anything? I pressed. Drake's hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel. Like I said, we're on our way to Dover. We left last night, and I've been driving the whole time. You've been out cold. To be honest, I thought you were done for. After what you went through, it's a miracle you're still breathing. This world really isn't as simple as we thought. I rubbed my hollow feeling eyes and glanced out the window. The last traces of sunset were being swallowed by darkness, and another uncertain night lay ahead. I took a long swig of the liquor, the burning sensation surging through me and triggering a fierce coughing fit. The pain seemed to snap my nerves back into place, and the world around me slowly came into focus. I remember. No, I can't remember anything. What about the thick fog? And those? My voice trailed off. Fog. Drake snorted. We left London ages ago. Did you think the fog would follow you all the way here? And by those, do you mean the Royal Guards? Those tin cans? Sounds like you really don't remember a thing. Your boat is healed up, but your brain's still scrambled. Yeah, those tin cans. I can't recall what happened. Tell me the truth, what really went down? Drake sighed. All right, it's a long story. After we left the museum, we planned to catch a boat to France. That was step one. We hid out at Waterloo Station, trying to avoid getting caught during the day. But those tin cans were already waiting for us. Do you remember any of that? The highway stretched out into the night, our headlights illuminating just a small patch of the road ahead. We kept talking, trying to piece together the truth from the haze of lost memories. As I listened, I rubbed my forehead, fragments of memories flashing through my mind, never quite coming together into a complete picture. Helpless, I could only shake my head gently, then nod again. Though the pieces wouldn't fit, I had this vague feeling that what Drake was describing had really happened to me. My memories were still foggy, but at least a few details had started to surface. Well, at least I can remember something, I muttered under my breath. But things didn't end there. Soon enough, we were cornered by those tin cans, trapped with no way out. That's when the bag of explosives ID brought from home became our last hope. ID thought they'd save us at a critical moment, but I never expected they'd end up being the finale of our journey. Our plan was to use the doors from my two old Land Rovers as shields, charge the enemy, and then blast them with the explosives. But we never got that far. The moment the explosives went off, you went berserk and dove straight into the crowd. The result, I paused, feeling a tightness in my chest, and asked, what happened after that? Drake's laughter rang out again, that mocking tone almost suffocating. What happened? Your lower half was blown to pieces, and your hand went flying. I thought you were dead, until Caesar dragged you back and I realized you were still alive. To save you, I hauled your upper half into the van. Remember the old milk truck? Drake didn't wait for me to respond, just kept laughing. Huh, I knew you'd be freaked out by that. You're hilarious. Who'd believe a word of what I just said? You were blown up so bad, not even God could have saved you. Look at Caesar, he's laughing even harder than I am. I let out a sigh, clenching my teeth, silently cursing. What kind of joke is this jerk trying to pull? Still, it was just a prank. Thankfully, things hadn't turned out the way he said. But strangely enough, his story did help me remember more. Some details were still hazy, but it didn't matter. I was alive, still on the road to Dover. After escaping those tin cans, the road ahead finally seemed clear. As for Drake, once we got to Dover, I was definitely going to get even with him. Got anything to eat? I'm starving, I broke the silence. Have you not slept at all? There should be some jerky left in the bag at your feet. Thanks to you, we lost more than half our gourmet treasures are all gone. burned up. When we get to Dover, you owe me a few crates of supplies. There's a wine cellar there, always stocked. We'll make do. Trust me, once we're in Dover, you'll have plenty to eat. Another stretch of silence followed as the scenery slowly changed and Drake started talking more. He sounded excited, like we were almost there. It wasn't late yet. The sea breeze carried a salty tang, filling the air with the scent of the oceana, feeling that helped me relax. The car sped down the highway, drawing closer to the coastline. I felt smaller as we approached. Dover was just ahead. Look, that's Dover up ahead. Southern edge of the empire, the busiest port in England. Right across the channel from Calais, it's a hub for shipping and trade. That's why it's called the Strait of Dover. Historically, it's always been a military stronghold. See that hill? It was bombed repeatedly during World War II. The city itself had to be rebuilt after the war, so most of the ancient sites are long gone. But if we get the chance, they'll show you the castle. It's one of the symbols of this place. I listened quietly as the scenery outside gradually blended with his words. Forget it. I'm not interested in those places. This world is just too dull, I said impatiently, turning my gaze to the scenery racing past the window. Drake, seemingly unfazed by my complaints, continued his enthusiastic commentary. We'll be able to see the White Cliffs soon. Over there on the left, that vast stretch of water is the Strait of Dover. If you cross it, you'll reach France. He paused for a moment, as if recalling something. Right, we're heading to France to find that medium's house. There might still be some clues left there. I glanced at him indifferently. Even though I claimed not to care, I had to admit the view was mesmerizing. The only thing spoiling the moment was the thickening clouds overhead and the increasingly wild sea wind, both warning of an approaching storm. The car wound its way up the mountain road, sometimes climbing steeply, sometimes leveling out, until we finally stopped at a small port. Drake told me that ports like this were common in the city. We parked our nearly out-of-gas old car beside a warehouse and soon spotted a white pickup truck nearby. We tossed our few belongings into the back and covered them carefully with a tarp. Leaning against the hillside, I gazed across the water toward France, lost in thought. Was there really such a thing as paradise? Did it have the same breathtaking sea views? Or forests blanketed in snow, like my homeland? I wondered if I would ever set foot there again. It's getting late. Drake interrupted my reverie. There aren't any boats here we can take. We'll try somewhere else tomorrow. The storm's about to hit, so we'd better get moving unless you want to be swept away by the wind. He suddenly grinned. Traveling with me, you should count yourself lucky. I know the perfect spot for the night ride on the cliffs by the sea, with a view of the whole channel. Whatever you say. As long as it's free, I don't care, I shrugged. Just hope I get a decent night's sleep. Maybe even a hot meal, if we're lucky. Drake nodded, tossed his backpack into the truck, and started the engine, heading toward Dover along the ring road. The whole way, he kept muttering about how he felt like a servant. I just smiled quietly, saying nothing. By dusk, we finally arrived at a cliff overlooking the coastline. Below us, a cluster of European-style buildings was scattered across the landscape. It seemed to be a sizable resort area. Some parts looked a bit run down, but there was still a sense of elegance. Rows of white houses, reminiscent of the little Western-style villas in China, created a unique silhouette. Closest to the edge of the cliff stood a tall white building. From a distance, it looked like a hotel, but I couldn't be sure. The entire area was shrouded in thick sea air and heavy clouds, the sky growing darker and lower as if it might collapse at any moment. Although there was no trash strewn about, a layer of dust covered everything, giving the place a desolate feeling. I didn't want to linger. The oppressive atmosphere made me grab my rifle and quickly pick a 3-story villa, forcing my way inside without much thought. Drake had seemed interested in looking around, probably eager to show off his knowledge with his usual pride. But when he saw me silently rush into the house, he didn't say a word and followed me in. As soon as we stepped through the door, he slumped onto the sofa in the first-floor lobby, ignoring the thick dust. He closed his eyes and was asleep in seconds, clearly exhausted. After settling my things and tidying up the room, I ate some dry food from my backpack, then took Caesar out to scout the area. Seeing Drake still sound asleep, I decided not to disturb him. At the very least, I needed to make sure it was safe here before I could relax for the night. I walked along the lush, grassy edge of the cliff, the sound of distant thunder rumbling in my ears. The rain hadn't stopped, though it wasn't heavy. It had made the ground soft and muddy underfoot. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, but the path ahead was blurry and uncertain. Some spots felt spongy, as if the earth had shifted, while others splashed with water as I stepped. I kept moving, with Caesar trotting ahead, glancing back at me and letting out low growls, as if he'd sensed something. The sea breeze, mixed with fine rain, brushed against my face, so I quickened my pace to catch up with Caesar. Gradually, we drew closer to a faint glimmer of light up ahead, standing out starkly against the gloomy surroundings. As I approached, I saw a grove of withered trees towering into the sky, their branches bare, stripped of every leaf, as if consumed by time and storms. The blackened trunks formed a barrier, blocking my way forward, while the faint light filtered through the branches and fell harshly on the ground. It was only when I was about 800 meters from where we were staying that I could see the scene clearly. Caesar seemed to have run into the woods. I called his name anxiously, glancing around with a growing sense of unease. My steps faltered as cold sweat trickled down my back. Still, I couldn't bring myself to move forward. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over me, and it felt as if the world was tilting. A thunderous crash echoed in my ears, like church bells ringing across the land. For a moment, I thought I'd fallen, but when I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in bed. Only then did I realize I'd just woken from a strange dream. A sudden noise startled me awake. The rain outside was now pouring down, raindrops tapping sharply against the glass. I tried to clear my head, realizing that the crashing sound from my dream was actually the rain. I sat up, my head still spinning, probably a lingering effect of the concussion. Caesar was pacing by the bed, occasionally shaking his head, a big bone clamped in his mouth. "Hey, come downstairs and eat. I know you're awake. You have to see what old Drake found. I'll never guess, you lucky bastard." I shook my head with a wry smile, genuinely impressed by his ability to find humor in tough situations. Just as I was about to head downstairs, a sudden gust of wind slammed the window behind me open, the loud crash making me flinch. Oddly enough, when I turned to close the window and pull the curtains, I thought I caught a brief flash of light in the distance. I rubbed my tired eyes and looked again, but there was nothing. Probably just lightning, I muttered to myself, then made my way downstairs. What greeted me left me wide-eyed. The dining table was covered with a feast of vibrant, mouth-watering dishes, the scent of fresh seafood filling the air. My stomach growled loudly, and I couldn't help but reach for it. "Whoa, where did you get all this? Don't tell me I slept through another day and night?" Drake grinned, showing off a row of yellowed teeth. "Huh, you're one lucky guy. Believe it or not, the house you picked seems to be part of a hotel complex. There's a full walk-in freezer out back, packed with frozen food, mostly seafood." He scratched his head, a puzzled look crossing his face. "But what I can't figure out is, after all these years, how does this stuff look so fresh once it's thawed? It's a mystery." I eyed the glossy shellfish warily. "So it's not poisonous, right? Is it actually safe to eat?" "Poisonous? The kind that kills you?" Drake burst out laughing, his voice echoing through the empty house. "Come on, you're already dead. Did you forget how you lost your lower half in that explosion yesterday?" He picked up a bright red lobster and waved it in front of me. "Tell you what, you can skip the meal if you want, I won't mind. More lobster and abalone for me. Honestly, these are too good to share. Please, leave them all to me." I swallowed hard. I forget I said anything. That night, we enjoyed a rare moment of peace after our meal. Rain tapped against the windows in a hypnotic rhythm. Drake and I sat a few meters apart on different couches, each wrapped in a blanket, silently watching the rain outside. I found myself lost in memories of our journey, while he was probably planning our next adventure. Rainy days always seem to make people reflective. The night passed without incident. By morning, the clouds had cleared, and sunlight spilled across the abandoned town. Drake and I split up to search nearby houses for supplies and gear. By 3 in the afternoon, we'd hauled an entire truckload of goods to a spot near the harbor, not far from where we were staying. Out of all the private yachts, I picked a white one named Maria. Drake's face lit up with a rare smile when he saw the name. It was the same as his mother's, and his eyes sparkled with nostalgia. We offloaded all our gear, keeping only enough food and fuel for the journey across the sea. As sunset painted the water gold and red, we finally prepared to leave the dock. On the way, we made a detour downtown and each picked out new outfits from a few small clothing shops. Drake looked every bit the movie Sea Captain, black wool coat over a turtleneck, white pants and boots, topped off with a sailor's cap. The best part was his exaggerated English mustache and the pipe clenched between his teeth. He even mimicked an old captain swagger as he walked. As for me, I stuck to my usual style, a battered tactical vest and stained pants, looking every inch the mercenary hood just crawled out of a war zone. After searching through several multipurpose stores, they finally managed to gather the essentials: 2 still functioning GPS devices, a couple of raincoats, a set of fishing gear, a large net, and a few thick blankets. At his insistence, they also loaded nearly half a truck's worth of drinking water. On the way back, Drake kept complaining that his demands were excessive, arguing that the trip to Calais port was less than 40 kilometers and didn't warrant such elaborate preparations. He chose to ignore these inexperienced protests. As night fell, the once clear sky suddenly changed. Torrential rain and flashes of lightning tore through the darkness. Caesar barked uneasily while Drake, headphones on, focused on preparing dinner. Sitting alone by the half-open door, he carved a piece of wood from Drake Manor with his knife, his gaze drifting north from time to time. He wondered, could there really be a forest there, towering into the clouds? While he was absorbed in his carving, he thought he glimpsed a flash of light passing in that direction, so brief, he wasn't sure if it was real or just his imagination. "Aren't you planning to stay here a few more days?" Drake asked, scooping caviar with a spoon. "This place feels dead. Let's leave tomorrow," he replied, sipping his soup at the table. Drake snorted. "Isn't everywhere dead now? France will be the same. We have no idea what's out there. Honestly, Sometimes I'm scared to even think about it. When I realize all that's left in this world are these strange, unexplainable things, I can't even describe the feeling. Maybe that's what despair feels like. He set down the empty lobster shell and got up, heading for the door. The more you think about it, the more terrifying it gets. There's nowhere to run no matter where you hide. Something will find you. The worst part is, you can't even die. Who knows how much longer this will last? The more I dwell on it, the more I feel we need to act. We have to do something. Hey, you're not leaving right now, are you? At least wait till I finish eating. Hey, where are you going? It's nothing. I'm just going for a walk. Don't wait up. He slung his rifle over his shoulder and headed out. It's pouring outside. Are you crazy? Whatever. Do what you want, lunatic. I just feel like walking in the rain, he said, waving as he stepped into the downpour. The wind and rain lashed across his face, plastering his hair to his cheeks. He left Caesar behind this time, checked his direction and flashlight battery, and headed toward the darkness. With each step, the wind nearly knocked him off balance, but he felt as if something out there was calling his name. Maybe it was because of his name, but had always felt a strange kinship with the rain, never afraid to wander alone on a stormy night. The overgrown, muddy ground was slick from the rain, and he nearly slipped several times. When he finally reached the base of the forest, looming like a black wall, the downpour grew heavier. He shouted into the darkness, "Who's there? Who are you?" A flash of lightning lit up a row of pale tree trunks, reminding him of the shadow creature's head encountered before. He shivered. Suddenly, two blinding beams of light pierced through the trees, shining directly on him like a pair of unblinking eyes. The circle of light at his feet became a solitary spotlight on an empty stage. His legs began to tremble as terror gripped him once more. What was hidden behind those massive trees, emitting such intense, oppressive light? He couldn't bring himself to look away, but was just as afraid to stare directly into it. The light grew even stronger, and he felt as if he were about to melt, collapsing helplessly into the muddy ground. He tried to use his rifle to push himself up, but it was too late. A low, muffled horn sounded. His head hit the ground hard, and everything went black. His last sensation was the mud beneath him, burning as if it were molten lava. Where am I? I jolted upright, shivering all over, my heart pounding wildly. Huh, what's with you now? Jumping around and making a scene? Can't you just let people get some rest? A voice called out from nearby. I looked around in confusion, a wave of bewilderment washing over me. The blanket draped across my legs was warm and heavy. The dying embers in the fireplace cast a faint light and warmth, and I was still wearing those familiar slippers. Caesar was curled up at my feet, snoring softly, while Drake lounged lazily on the sofa across from me. What on earth is going on? I muttered, clutching the edge of the blanket tightly. Why am I back in this house again? Where did things go wrong? Why does everything look like nothing ever happened? But I clearly. Where else would you be? Out in the rain? Drake cut off my thoughts. You're crazy. I've always said your head would get you into trouble one day. Every night you start acting up honestly, you scare me. But I could have sworn I tried to remember, but my memories were shrouded in a thin mist. What just happened? I can't even recall anymore. It felt like I'd been curled up on the sofa all night. I hadn't even managed a couple of hours sleep before daylight crept in. Just like yesterday, the morning sun streamed into the room without mercy, and at some point, the rain outside had quietly stopped. Drake was busy packing the last of our supplies, 2 boxes of liquor and a whole crate of emergency food. When he finished, he stood outside in the sunlight, hands behind his back, stroking his beard and surveying the scene as if inspecting his troops. I have to say, the weather by the sea is really something, Drake announced loudly. The sun sets, and then it rains. But you know, I kind of like it. Every day feels like a brand new world, all fresh and clean after the rain. Don't you think it's inspiring? Let us know. Let me, old Drake, lead the young sailor on a grand adventure. Haha, give it a rest. What's so funny? I grumbled, pulling the blanket over my head. Shut the door and keep that damned sunlight off my face. Let me sleep a little longer, you lunatic. A new world every day is a new world. Something about Drake's words struck a chord in me, but it felt just out of reach, like trying to grasp something through a pane of glass. What was it? What am I missing? It was almost noon by the time I dragged my exhausted body to the harbor, trailing after Drake. The sunlight was still blinding, and even with sunglasses on, I felt faint. Drake boasted about his seafaring skills and wasted no time claiming the captain's seat for himself. What he didn't realize was that I had no interest in dealing with any of that nonsense. I just wanted to lie down in the cabin and keep the harsh sunlight at bay. At first, everything went smoothly as we set sail for Calais on the opposite shore. The sea was perfectly calm. Apart from the occasional cries of seabirds and the rhythmic lapping of the waves, there was nothing else to hear. It was enough to lull me to sleep. With the lingering warmth of half a bottle of red wine, I stretched out on the leather seat in the cabin and drifted off. It felt like I'd barely slept at all. Just a quick blink and suddenly the air around me had turned bitterly cold. The boat was rocking violently, slamming into the waves with heavy, dull thuds. Something was seriously wrong. I snapped my eyes open, tore off my sunglasses, and tossed them aside. My fingers clung tightly to the round window of the cabin as I peered outside, and I was instantly stunned. The once clear, sunny sea was now shrouded in ominous black clouds pressing down from above. The thick, dark mass looked like a sandstorm about to erupt, or a giant hat descending from the sky, making it hard to breathe. I stood up and shoved the cabin door open. A rush of icy wind, mixed with fine droplets of water, blasted inside, so cold it nearly took my breath away. I had to raise my arm to shield my face, squinting as I tried to make sense of the scene outside. Suddenly, several blinding bolts of lightning tore through the black clouds, illuminating the entire area, followed by a deafening crash of thunder. The sea churned violently, the boat tossed by the waves, my nerves on edge. Memories of that terrifying shipwreck before I met Drake surged back so vivid. It felt like yesterday. It looked like another storm was coming. Hearing Caesar's anxious shouts, I rushed out of the cabin and raced up the spiral staircase to the second-floor cockpit. Drake was there in a yellow raincoat, his face grim as he stared out at the surging waves, both hands gripping the wheel, so tightly his knuckles were white. "This is bad. What's with this damn weather? It doesn't make sense," Drake muttered through clenched teeth, his voice nearly swallowed by the wind. "How did this happen?" I grabbed a nearby handrail to steady myself. "How long have we been out here? If it's less than 40 kilometers, we should have reached the other side by now." "Yeah, by my count, we've been out here just over an hour," Drake replied, frowning. "But ever since we left the harbor and hit deep water, the weather just turned. I'm not even sure how long we've been going." "What? You don't know how long we've been sailing? What have you been doing?" I stared at him in disbelief. "Is this my fault?" "Damn it, I think it's weird too," Drake snapped, slapping the dashboard in frustration. "My watch just stopped working right when this all started. I thought it was just the watch, but then I saw the ship's clock had stopped too. And the strangest part? All the electronics on this boat are dead. This is a nightmare. The instruments are out." My heart sank. Wait, isn't this the same thing that happened to me before? I rushed to the helm and stared at the wildly spinning gauges, cold sweat trickling down my neck. When I glanced at my own watch, despair washed over Meth hands had stopped more than an hour ago. I remembered checking the time soon after we left port, and now it was frozen at exactly 12:35. Damn it, we're in real trouble. I took a deep breath. Wait, let's not panic yet. We need to figure out where we are. He'll get the locator from my bag. I dashed down the stairs and rummaged frantically through the cabin until I found two slightly more advanced GPS devices I'd gotten earlier. My hands shook with anxiety as I switched them on, but it was pointless. Neither device would start. Even when plugged in, the screen showed a full battery, but the power button did nothing. "The GPS is dead," I shouted up to Drake, my voice nearly lost in the howling wind. "We must have been off course for a while, otherwise we should have reached the shore by now. But all I can see is endless ocean. We've definitely strayed from our route." The wind was picking up, whistling through the boat with an eerie, bone-chilling sound. Even on a calm day, the sea can be unforgiving, but now the waves were towering 3 or 4 stories high, crashing against the hull. Who knew how much longer this little yacht could hold out? All I could do was hope for the best. But what scared me most was the thought of falling into the endless, bottomless depths of the open sea. It turned out that neither Drake nor I were cut out to be sailors. Faced with the sudden storm, we completely lost our composure. I fumbled with the instruments, desperately hoping to find some way out, while Drake pounded the cabin walls with his fists, cursing nonstop. We blamed each other, but it was pointless. When a wave as tall as a mountain crashed toward us, we finally fell silent. The wind howled and wave after wave battered the fragile hull of the Maria. Icy seawater poured in through the windows, leaving us no time for further arguments. I quickly pulled on my raincoat, tied the lifeline tightly around my waist, and grabbed a bucket, running back and forth in the first-floor lounge, trying to bail out the relentless flood. Drake clung to the wheel upstairs, doing his best to keep the little boat from spinning out of control. The only life jacket on board, I strapped it on as Caesar with my belt and secured him to the metal handrail in the cabin. After just a few more waves, the Mariah's deck was already flooded. I kept bailing water, but then saw an even bigger wave slam into the second-floor cockpit, warping the roof with a sickening screech of twisting metal. The freezing rain and wind numbed me to the bone. In despair, I dropped to my knees on the slippery deck, ready to beg the gods for mercy. But as I looked up, all I saw was a towering wall of darkness, a massive wave, high above my head, bearing down on the Maria with unstoppable force. "Get out of the way, you lunatic!" Drake's scream snapped me back to reality. He tumbled down the stairs from the second floor, practically sliding across the slick deck to reach me. Grabbing my jacket, he dragged me toward the lounge, both of us scrambling and crawling as the boat pitched beneath us. The wave blotted out the last bit of daylight. I curled up on the floor, trembling and praying to any god who might listen. Drake braced himself against the door, pressing his hands together in silent prayer. The next moment, the wave smashed the door open without mercy. Drake was hurled against the ceiling and then crashed down on top of me. In an instant, seawater filled the cabin. I choked, trying to speak, but I couldn't even hear my own voice. It was over. The gentle swaying and rhythmic rise and fall of the waves carried the damp, salty sea breeze, brushing against his face and arms, seeping through the seams of his clothes, clinging to every inch of his skin. The wind moved at its own steady pace, almost as if it were caressing him in time with a silent melody. Occasionally, the piercing cries of seabirds echoed overhead, lingering in his ears and making the whole world feel like some surreal dreamscape. The waves lapped against his body, their rhythm calm yet forceful, like the comforting embrace of a mother from long ago, warm, enveloping, lulling him into a state that was both exhausted and oddly peaceful. His mind was a blank void, filled only with confusion, while complex emotions churned in his chest. Utter exhaustion, the weight of despair, yet beneath it all, a faint warmth of hope and a strange sense of calm he couldn't explain. Head thought he was done for this time, resigned to his fate, but somehow against all odds Shed survived yet again. How many times had he escaped death now? He couldn't remember. When he finally forced his eyes open, he was met by a merciless, blinding sunlight so harsh and white it made him dizzy. He tried to lift his arm to shield his face, only to find his limbs heavy as lead, refusing to move. A surge of acid roiled in his stomach, violent as an underwater volcano, followed by a gnawing hunger that tore at him without mercy. He was soaked to the bone, his skin stuck to tattered clothes, the briny tang of sea salt seeming to have become part of him. He didn't know how long had been lying there, or even where he was, only that he was still afloat at sea, that the damned storm hadn't finished him off. His head throbbed, leaden and dizzying, as if his very thoughts were being drained away. His stomach heaved, nausea threatening to overwhelm him. Once was torture enough, but this was the second time. His body was spent, his mind a blank slate, reason struggling to reassemble itself. Even the act of thinking felt almost beyond him now. All that remained was a gnawing resentment at the tsunami, clinging to his consciousness like barnacles to an old hull. Then, with a jolt, he realized he couldn't even remember who he was. Going out to sea, what a foolish adventure. Had never been cut out for this kind of life. Looking back, if Head had the choice, he would never have set foot on the ocean. He gulped down the heavy, salt-laden air, filling his lungs with the taste of the sea, and finally managed to summon enough strength to raise one arm and bring it down on his forehead. The blow wasn't hard, but it was sharp enough to jolt him awake, every muscle and cell in his body crying out. He took a deep breath and forced his blurry eyes open, scanning his surroundings. A battered white boat came into view. The Maria. It was still there. The upper deck and pilot house were gone, swept away or smashed to pieces by the waves, leaving only the lower cabin, listing and battered, clinging to what little remained like an old man refusing to let go. But then something was off. He suddenly realized he didn't quite feel like himself. Who was the person in his memories? Drake? Where was that annoying, booze-soaked oaf? He tried to turn his head, searching for that familiar broad figure, but there was nothing. Only then did he notice his own body was half draped over the edge of the deck, one leg dangling so low his toes nearly touched the water. The door to the cabin hung ajar, swaying gently with the tide, whispering its own weary sighs. Caesar, my dog, where was he? He wanted to call out, but no sound came. His throat felt raw and parched, as if it had been scoured clean by salt water, leaving only a rasping breath. He let his arm fall limp, closed his eyes, and felt a reckless urge to give up. Living like this, maybe it would be better to just let go. Maybe he could just drift away, let the gulls peck him clean, or let the sun dry him up until there was nothing left. Maybe then he could finally leave this world that seemed determined to break him. But before darkness could claim him, a warm, wet touch brushed against his cheek, a gentle, familiar pressure. He startled, eyes snapping open, and saw that lean but resilient shape pressed close to his face. Caesar. He was alive, licking his face with slow, persistent strokes, eyes shining with stubborn affection. He nearly cried out. If he hadn't been so weak, he would have thrown his arms around his dog and held him tight. After surviving such devastation, to find his dog, his last family, still alive beside him felt like the greatest gift fate could offer. Seeing that I was still alive, Caesar tilted his head back and let out a few low growls toward the sky, as if questioning the heavens for their injustice. He then gently grabbed my collar with his teeth and carefully dragged me toward the cabin. I wanted to move on my own, even just an inch, but I found I couldn't even lift a finger. Gasping for breath, I could feel the stubborn spark of life inside me slowly returning. At that moment, a tall figure blocked out the light above me. Shoo! Don't say anything, the figure whispered. I know everything, it's all right. Just rest. We're still alive, just off course. Go to sleep, we're safe now. It was Drake. Just like at the station before, I had no idea how he managed to come out of every ordeal unscathed. That mysterious strength of his was still a puzzle to me. As dusk settled, I finally regained full consciousness. The first thing I saw was the battered, ruined cabin. There was no sign of a roof, and broken glass and puddles of water were everywhere. Drake was sitting at the bow, calmly smoking his pipe, while Caesar kept a watchful eye on the horizon. The salty tang of the sea seemed even stronger in the wind. Forcing myself up, I stepped out of the cabin, silently cursing my own weakness. This fragile body of mine had escaped disaster again and again, but always needed someone else to pull me through. Look at Drake, always calm in a crisis, while I was completely useless. So, awake again? Drake asked. Why do you say again? Because you always seem to be sleeping when I'm awake, he replied casually. But that doesn't matter. Do you know where we are? Do you? I'm not sure, he said, exhaling a cloud of smoke. But judging by the sunset and the current, we might have drifted toward the southwest coast of France. Then again, in this world, nothing is certain. Let's skip the guesses, I interrupted. Why aren't you starting the boat? Why just sit here in the wind? Drake spread his hands with a helpless expression. You're asking me? I'd be shocked if this thing could still start. I pressed a hand to my forehead, annoyed at myself for asking such a stupid question. The wreck beneath us barely counted as a boat. How could I expect it to run? So what do we do now? I asked, defeated. Well, Drake said, taking his time, I was waiting for you to wake up so we could decide together. All right then, what's the plan? If my guess is correct, we now have the option to take the lifeboat and head in the direction where the sun sets, in other words, east. As long as we don't go too far and the currents work in our favor, we should be able to land somewhere along the western coast of France before too long. But it's a risky move. I can't be sure my judgment is right. Who knows how long we'd have to row, and the whole plan might fall apart. Haven't you been through something like this before? I turned to my companion. He was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on a distant point as if he could see through the storm. Yeah, something like this. It's definitely a tough call. So, if we don't leave the ship, is there really no other way? I shook my head. Right now, it doesn't look like we have any other options. You know, this ship has no sails, and the engine's out of commission. We're just drifting with the current. From what little I remember about geography, the Earth spins from west to east, which causes the currents in this channel to flow east to west. The flow along the coast will push us southwest. Eventually, we'll probably get swept out of the English Channel, and after that, who knows where we'll end up. So what if we use the lifeboat's oars? Or maybe we could fix the engine. Maybe that could save us. I couldn't help but laugh. Come on, don't joke around. The oars are barely 2 meters long. There's no way we could move this whole ship with them. And as for fixing the engine, that's not my area, even if you're more into mechanics. There's a toolbox under the deck, way in the back by where the luggage is stored. The engine's under the hatch at the stern. Give it a shot if you want, but hurry up. There's a crack in the hull, and there's no telling when the ship might go under. I lowered my head and sighed. Damn, are you just complaining at me? You know where the tools are, but you're not even going to try to fix it. Fine, forget I said anything. So, should we set out now or wait until tomorrow? Honestly, though, I'm surprised you're so calm in a storm like this. How do you do it? He smiled faintly. How do I do it? Maybe I'm just lucky. Though honestly, it's kind of funny, how can someone lucky end up in a world like this? I didn't say anything else. Anyway, let's just go now. I've got everything ready. Double check and see if there's anything we missed. I opened the 4 large duffel bags Drake had packed. Aside from food, water, clothes, and emergency gear, there wasn't much else. Had even left behind most of the weapons and ammo, including a few grenades, so it was clear Head let go of any selfish thoughts. Surprisingly, he hadn't even brought a bottle of liquor. Must really mean it this time. Once everything was ready, we tied the rope securely and lowered the lifeboat into the water. With our bags on our backs and Caesar with us, we climbed aboard the little boat. The sky was still a bit light, and we started paddling gently, moving slowly in the direction opposite the setting sun. A few hours later, Drake started grumbling impatiently. I glanced over at him. Can't you put in a bit more effort? You've been spacing out ever since we started. The sea is so still, it's almost unsettling. Seriously, it's making me uncomfortable. Who knows what you're listening for? Are you expecting aliens to send you secret messages, or something? I raised my voice. Hey, can you help out a little here? Drake kept complaining that I wasn't rowing hard enough, mumbling under his breath the whole time. But he didn't even realize that I hadn't moved the oar at all. Night had already fallen. After the storm, our watches started working again, but I knew the time wasn't accurate anymore. Judging by the moonrise, it was probably somewhere between 9 and 11 at night. The ocean was eerily silent, not even the faintest ripple. The only source of light was the moon, occasionally peeking through the clouds. The moonlight was so dim that I could hardly see anything. Not even Drake's face was clear, but I kept hearing strange, drifting sounds. They came in and out, so faint they made my skin crawl. I tried to focus on them, but they seemed to come from far away, impossible to pinpoint. Was I losing my mind? Was I just imagining things? At least Drake, who was still complaining nonstop, didn't seem to hear a thing. Hey, are you even listening to me? I whispered to him. What are you listening for anyway? Drake kept griping. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or something? If you can't even hear me, what makes you think I can hear anything else? Quiet down, will you? Stop fussing like an old woman. Don't you hear anything at all? I leaned closer, lowering my voice. Listen, there's something out there. I'm serious. I hear it again. Drake just shook his head. Huh? Hear what? Are you out of your mind? You're the only one saying there's a voice. This is the middle of the ocean. Where would a voice even come from? I pulled back a little, staring at him. What's wrong with you? Weren't you just talking about taking turns rowing? I think you're just looking for excuses every time things get tough. I paused, locking eyes with him. Are you going to row or not? He still didn't get it, so I dropped my voice even lower. Just put down the dam, or for a second. Listen, do you hear it now? Someone really is talking. This time, Drake finally realized something was off. He carefully set down his oar and listened intently. I put my oar aside too and crawled over next to him, whispering, well, you hear it now, right? Sounds like a woman's voice. Weird. Where's that coming from? Yeah, someone's definitely talking, Drake whispered back. What are they saying? Lost people come here. Drake's eyes narrowed as he tried to make out the words. That's right. It wasn't this clear before, but now it's getting louder. I nodded. We're heading straight toward the voice, there's no mistake. I stopped and looked out over the endless sea, doubt creeping into my mind. Are you still sure we're going the right way? Based on the position of the moon and the direction of the currents, our course is mostly correct, though we might be a little off, Drake said. But before he could finish, that strange voice echoed again from the distance. Listen, it's definitely getting closer. Damn it, could it be some kind of ghost? He muttered as he turned to rummage through his bag for a weapon. I pressed down on his hand and whispered, don't be ridiculous. You've lived at home for 3 years. Have you ever seen a ghost? There's no such thing. If we're talking about ghosts, the only ones here are Usuri, a drunk, and I'm a lecher. Guns are useless right now. Let's stay quiet and get closer to check it out. Drake nodded in agreement and slowly turned the boat toward the direction of the sound. We both moved as quietly as possible, careful not to make a splash with the oars. As we drifted forward, the temperature seemed to drop suddenly, and even the air felt icy, making me shiver uncontrollably. Drake glanced around warily, his expression tense. Strangely, a thick fog began to rise over the sea, growing denser by the second. The enchanting voice became clearer as the mist thickened, eventually blocking out the moonlight overhead so completely that I could barely make out Drake's face beside me. Just as I reached for my flashlight to get a better look, a huge face suddenly emerged from the mist, looming right in front of me. I gasped and instinctively swung my fist, only for it to be caught in a firm grip. Chill, it's me, and scream, Drake whispered. Damn it, you nearly scared me to death. If I had my gun, I muttered under my breath. I took your gun a while ago, Drake replied. With this kind of fog, we can't see a thing. We'd better stick close together, just in case. Fine, you row, I'll keep watch. But don't get too closey, it's creepy as hell. The woman's voice grew clearer, repeating over and over. Lost travelers, put down your scythe and come into mother's embrace. She alternated between English and Chinese, but the message was always the same. Why a scythe? Is she some sort of communist? I wondered aloud. Who knows, Drake said. Maybe it's a distress signal from a shipwreck, or maybe it's just music looping from a boat before we crossed over. I nodded along, but deep down, I knew that was unlikely. Let's hope you're right, Drake added. Maybe we'll even find some good liquor and fine tobacco on board and have ourselves a little celebration. Shut your mouth and row harder. Nothing good ever happens to people like us. I dug my oar into the water, forcing the boat forward across the pitch-black sea, moving closer to where the singing was coming from. The woman's voice rang out, powerful and alluring, laced with a teasing edge. In the loneliness of the night, her song felt like an invisible temptation, growing more irresistible with every note. I couldn't help but feel a strange, overwhelming urge stirring deep inside me, an unfamiliar desire that left me unsettled and flustered. My cheeks burned as, for the first time, I found myself thinking about lust. This sudden, uncontrollable impulse crashed over me like a storm, impossible to resist. The feeling swelled inside me, growing stronger by the second. Without realizing it, I glanced over at Drake. He was staring at the water with a dazed look, swallowing hard, his neck looking thicker than usual. Damn it, what on earth was that woman singing? Why did it make me so restless? I couldn't help but mutter, hey, you drunk, are you just as weak as me? Can't stand her flirting either, can you? Drake shot back with a mocking grin, please. There's no such thing as a man who isn't tempted. It's probably some private yacht out here, throwing a naked party. I bet there's all sorts of weird stuff going on, probably a drug deal, too. I couldn't help but laugh. Impressive imagination. You and I really are cut from the same cloth. But before I could finish, a dull thud sounded behind me, followed by a violent jolt that nearly knocked me overboard. If Drake hadn't grabbed my collar in time, I would have fallen into the icy water. Instinctively, I reached for the side of the boat, but in the scramble, my flashlight slipped from my hand and plunged into the sea. The beam vanished beneath the surface, sinking out of sight. I whipped around, just in time to catch a glimpse of the fading light illuminating a pale face in the water, a corpse-like face, floating upward. Her skin was swollen, as if she'd been soaking in the sea for ages, her eyes tightly shut, yet it felt like she was silently watching us. A chill shot through me, my body trembling uncontrollably as I shrank back into the boat, eyes fixed on Caesar curled up at my feet. I didn't dare look back again, but the image replayed in my mind over and over. Drake noticed something was wrong. He craned his neck, his voice low and uneasy. Hey, what did you see? Why did you go quiet all of a sudden? I didn't answer, just shook my head mechanically, my eyes vacant, unable to shake off the vision of that corpse's face. Drake must have asked again, but I didn't really hear him. My mind was numb, my body rigid. Hey, say something. What did you see? Drake's voice was urgent now. Damn it, did we hit something? Why did the boat stop? Did we run aground? Still, I said nothing. The image of that pale face haunted me, refusing to fade. In that split second when my flashlight fell into the sea, ID caught a glimpse of that ruined face, floating parallel to our little boat, staring silently at us from the water's surface. But the twisted, swollen face wasn't what truly terrified me. What I couldn't bear was that, in the instant I turned to look, just as I noticed that face, he seemed to open his eyes and glare at me with those pupilless, white eyeballs. A chill of despair shot through me like electricity, leaving me numb and hollow, as if my soul had been ripped away. My mind froze in that horrifying second, refusing to function, unable to break free from the grip of fear. The image, the blank, white eyes haunted me. I couldn't even be sure if the memory was real, yet I was powerless to erase it from my mind. Terror washed over me like a rising tide. Derek was shaking my shoulders desperately, his lips moving as if he was saying something, but all I could hear was a piercing ringing in my ears. It wasn't until he slapped me hard across the face that I felt myself yanked back into reality. Damn it, what did you see? Snap out of it. Derek's voice finally cut through the noise. You're still in the mood for jokes? I'll ask you again, what did you see? My lips trembled. A face. There was a face right under the boat. What? Are you kidding me? Derek spun around in panic, anxiously scanning both sides of the boat. In the pitch darkness, he couldn't see anything. As he rolled up his sleeves, ready to reach into the water, I grabbed his arm. Calm down. No one knows what's down there. Let's just wait and see. Besides, it felt like we hit something, but we can't be sure what it was. Now our only light is gone, so we just have to hope for the best. Damn it, and this useless boat won't budge, Derek cursed. What the hell's got us stuck out here in the middle of nowhere? It's been half a day since we got in this thing, and we've kept heading in the right direction. The sun, the moon, the North Star, even the currents all pointed the way. So why can't we see land? I don't get it. What now? We can't just sit here and wait to die. How would I know? I sighed. I've always just gone with the flow. I thought you'd have some bright idea. Maybe we should just sleep for a bit. By morning, things might be back to normal. Who knows? Maybe when the sun comes up, we'll have drifted to shore. With that, I slid down, folded my arms under my head, and lay quietly in the boat. Above me, there was still nothing but a thick blanket of white mist. Oh, that's easy for you to say. If only everything. Derek started to argue, but then gave up. Forget it, looks like we don't have any better options anyway. He began to settle in beside me, but suddenly his eyes widened in terror. He pointed past my head, his mouth hanging open, speechless. Hey, what's with you now? Trying to scare me? Is this payback or something? Derek shook his head, his face twisted in genuine fear. He kept pointing, and seeing he wasn't joking, I sat up to look. Don't tell me you've seen something even creepier. If I turn around and there's nothing there, I swear. My words died in my throat. When I turned to look, I was utterly speechless. Not 20 meters from our boat, a faint glow shimmered on the surface of the sea. The light came from a reef, and perched on that reef was a woman. She was bare-chested, her youthful skin beaded with droplets that sparkled like dew, glimmering in the misty night like a scattering of stars. The glow was breathtaking, impossible to look away from. Her figure was graceful, her breasts full, her neck long and slender, her arms pale and delicately so perfect, it was hard to believe she was real. Her long hair, tinged with a soft orange hue, hung down her sides and fluttered in the breeze. Her features were exquisite beyond description. I had never seen such beauty in any woman before. Even those I once thought perfect paled in comparison, their allure utterly eclipsed. She smiled faintly, her charm utterly bewitching. Even the slightest movement of her hand was enough to make me question whether I was dreaming or hallucinating. No woman in the world, no matter how beautiful, could compare to the being before us. Beautiful, beautiful, yes, it's incredible, unbelievably beautiful. Watching Drake gaze at her, completely entranced, I couldn't help but join in his admiration. Beautiful, so beautiful, a mermaid. Drake suddenly shouted, his voice tinged with a hint of madness. Mermaid? That word jolted me awake. I realized I'd been fixated on the woman's delicate features and voluptuous upper body, completely ignoring her lower half. Everything below her waist was submerged in the water by the rocks, and at her waist, dazzling, multicolored scales shimmered in the light. I'd thought it was a jeweled belt, but to my shock, this stunning creature was, in fact, the legendary mermaid. In that moment, an absurd thought crossed my mind. Compared to all those grotesque monsters, I'd rather die right here than ever leave this place. Drake seemed to be lost in the same obsession. He set down his oar, letting the current carry our small boat closer to the reef. As the distance closed, the mermaid's true size became apparent. My initial dizziness faded, and I realized her figure towered over us, as massive as a mountain. Are mermaids really supposed to be this big? I muttered. How would I know? I looked around warily, my sense gradually returning. Look at the way those scales shine. That color doesn't even exist in nature, and with weather like this, There's no way it's a reflection from any outside light. But Drake was far beyond reason, deaf to everything but his desire. I don't care. I can't take my eyes off her. She's too beautiful, unbearably beautiful. She must be a goddess. That radiance let it melt my soul. Hey, I tried to snap him out of it. She's beautiful, sure, but she's at least 10 meters tall, and that's just sitting down. I don't want to be crushed by something that size. Are you even listening to me? They say mermaids eat people. Are we really just going to sit here and do nothing? Let her do what she wants, Drake murmured, entranced. So what if she eats us? I'd rather be devoured by her than drift endlessly at sea. I want to know what it feels like to dissolve in her stomach. That must be beautiful too. Watching Drake lose his grip on reality, I was secretly glad I'd never been intimate with a woman. For me, just seeing something like this was enough. Any physical urge had evaporated the moment I saw the immensity of her body. What troubled me even more was that, although our boat had broken free of the reef and was drifting with the current, the distance between us and the mermaid on the rocks never seemed to change at all. This constant distance felt more like we were drifting in sync with the reef, rather than actually moving closer to it. I couldn't help but wonder if this sensation was more than just an illusion. After all, the current beside the boat hadn't slowed down. In fact, it was growing even stronger and faster. Yet from my perspective, the waters near the reef always remained hazy and indistinct. It was as if we were perpetually floating in the area indicated by the mermaid's chin, never able to actually approach it. I gently shook Drake, who was frozen stiff like a zombie, his eyes glazed over and locked on the bewitching mermaid ahead. His pupils were dilated, and drool hung from the corner of his mouth. If I'd had a camera, I would have captured that moment for posterity, something to tease this lustful bastard about at Mariana's grave someday. But now was hardly the time for jokes. Skirting around Drake's rigid form, I grabbed my backpack from the stern, pulled out a rifle, and loaded it with 2 rows of bullets. Just as I gripped the gun and turned to get another look at the enormous mermaid, things took an unexpected turn. Caesar's sharp barking was followed by a violent jolt that nearly threw me overboard. I quickly set the gun down and grabbed the side of the boat to steady myself against the sudden rocking. Ripples spread across the water, as if some massive force beneath the sea was causing a deep resonance. Drake remained lost in the mermaid's spell, so I shoved him down into the boat, afraid he'd be tossed overboard by the force. What happened next was beyond anything I could have predicted. Suddenly, the currents in our part of the sea changed drastically, so strong and swift they nearly capsized our little boat. I clung desperately to the side, trying to keep us steady, but the boat suddenly started spinning around its center. At first, the rotation was slow, but it quickly gained speed, faster and faster. As the boat spun, the water around us shifted as well, and a whirlpool began to form. The entire sea surface was caught in a massive vortex, and I couldn't help but think of a toilet being flushed. Damn it, I did not want to be the thing getting sucked down. By now, the whirlpool's diameter was 2 or 3 times wider than the boat, and we were squarely at its center. The surrounding water had sunk down several times its usual depth. When the whirlpool grew to 50 or 60 meters across, I shouted, "Drake! Drake! Wake up! Damn it, we're done for. Snap out of it. Man, this is no time to be sleeping." I kept yelling and tried to hold Drake down, afraid he'd get flung into the sea by the spinning force. The wind whipped by my ears, growing so loud and shrill with the speed that it was almost unbearable. Just when I thought the boat would be swallowed whole and dragged to the bottom, everything changed. The whirlpool, now over 100 meters wide, suddenly slowed, and the towering waves around us began to drop, inch by inch. The change was so abrupt, I could barely process what was happening. As I stared in shock, a massive force surged up from beneath the boat, sending us rocketing upward, as if an invisible hand had hurled us into the air. The moment the small boat was hurled into the air like a bullet by that mysterious force, I could barely breathe. The sheer speed and impact made me squeeze my eyes shut, shutting out all light. All I could hear was the wind roaring past my ears, as if the entire world was being swallowed by this overwhelming power. I felt adrenaline surging through my body, every muscle tense, my teeth clenched tight. I let out a faint cry, but it was so weak that even I could hardly hear it. The boat was flung skyward by some incomprehensible, supernatural force, soaring dozens of meters, maybe even higher. Terrified, I looked down at the vast, pitch-black sea below, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst from my chest. Suddenly, I saw the enormous mermaid, gazing up at us with a bizarre, mocking expression. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and a row of sharp, gleaming teeth curled at the corners of her mouth in a sneer. Above us, flashes of lightning split the clouds, the sky churning and oppressive, as if a storm was about to break. In the next instant, the boat's lift vanished and was replaced by a sickening plunge. The sudden weightlessness sent everything into chaos. Caesar, Drake, and all our belongings were thrown in every direction by the force. I clung desperately to the side of the boat, but as it tumbled through the air, the violent tilt made me lose my balance. Below was an endless abyss of darkness, as if the very depths of the ocean were waiting to swallow us whole. That terrifying mermaid might be lurking in the void, waiting for us to fall into her domain, ready to greet us with those monstrous faces. In the end, we might become her prey, just another addition to the countless tragic faces she'd already claimed. Strangely, I suddenly thought of Andersen's The Little Mermaid. What a Joquito remember a fairy tale at a moment like this, on the edge of life and death. Yet I couldn't deny it, mermaids were real. The sea holds mysteries beyond human comprehension. Ordinary people can never truly reach them. When we humans recklessly trespass into forbidden places, nature's punishment comes swiftly and without mercy. Don't wait until your final moments to regret the absurdities of your life. At least, I have stood on the edge between life and death, and I understand now that seductive beauty is just another form of death's call. Drake once said that life is like a bottle of wine, each one tastes different, and only you can know its true flavor. I may not be as fond of drinking as he is, but I can understand the sentiment. Life can't be measured or defined so simply. It's far too complex and elusive. From birth to death, who can truly grasp the meaning of their existence? In this fleeting lifetime, can any of us really understand why we are here, or why we must leave? What proof do we leave behind that we ever existed? What I want to know most is, what can truly prove that I was here? Perhaps many people have felt this way before. In a certain moment, in some ordinary instant, everything around you suddenly feels unreal. And then, in the next moment, everything comes into sharp focus. Life becomes vivid and tangible, as if you've stepped back onto the field after a pause, and even the air feels solid in your hands. That strange sense of reality is so improbable, yet so clear. Maybe everyone has experienced it at least once. I have no idea where I am. Drake calls this place purgatory, but to me, it's even more terrifying than the hell I'd imagined. Maybe, as Drake said, the difference between purgatory and hell is that before you fall into utter despair, you get one last chance to fight. And right now, that final chance is unfolding before my eyes. After drifting for hours, our small boat struck a reef, and a gigantic creature emerged from the sea. It was the legendary mermaid, but its size was so enormous that I couldn't even grasp its full form. Before I could react, a terrifying force hurled our boat into the air. The boat plummeted wildly, and I flailed my hands in desperation. Everything important, Drake, Caesar, my grandfather's rifle, our luggage, my journal scattered around me like lifelines slipping through my fingers. Below us yawned a bottomless, pitch-black abyss. The endless ocean waited to swallow everything. Towering waves rose around us like walls, stretching far beyond what my eyes could see. In that moment, I finally understood the true meaning behind the phrase. The sea is the origin of all life. The mermaids were just bait, luring the lost back into the arms of the mother of all living things. I shut my eyes in anger, filled with unwillingness to give in. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed. My back slammed hard against a solid surface, nearly knocking the wind out of me. I coughed violently, tasting blood at the corner of my mouth, and frantically checked myself. Luckily, my limbs were all intact. I hadn't fallen into the sea, but landed on something solid. Rolling over, I pressed my palm to the ground. It felt rough, like asphalt after rain, but with a strange, sticky texture. I hesitantly pounded it with my fist. It was definitely real. Just then, a massive wave crashed down several dozen meters away, drenching me with spray like a torrential downpour. Suddenly, Drake's voice rang out nearby. Damn it, what the hell was that? Nearly broke my back. Ugh, my waist. In the moonlight breaking through the thinning clouds, I saw him a few meters away, sitting on the ground in pain and looking around in confusion, just as lost as I was. Hey, Derek, are you all right? A voice called out in the darkness. Just moments ago, a strange force had tossed them high into the air and slammed them down in this unfamiliar place. We're done for. This is it, Derek groaned, clutching his aching arm. Can you be a little more positive? This is purgatory. Stuff like this is pretty normal here. Stop acting like we're doomed every time something happens. His companion snapped, clearly annoyed by Derek's complaints. Seriously? I was just checking on you, and now you're blaming me? If you hadn't gotten all starry-eyed over that mermaid, none of this would have happened. Mermaid? What mermaid? Derek looked confused. Where are we, anyway? What is this place? Don't play dumb with me. And stop copying the way I talk. His companion shot back, but then softened a little. Whatever. Since you apparently forgot, let me ask you. We were just on the boat, right? How did we suddenly end up here? Derek tried to remember. Yeah, I recall the boat hitting something. Then we were thrown into the air. At least we've landed somewhere solid now. By the moonlight, his companion glanced around at the churning sea in despair. This wasn't land at all, just a massive rock barely 100 meters across. If this is the west coast of France, then France is way smaller than I thought. Just then, Caesar came running over from about 10 meters away, carrying a rifle in his mouth. Derek began gathering up their scattered luggage and ammunition. What was left of their boat was now just splinters. Clearly, even if they waited for daylight, escaping this tiny island would be nearly impossible. Worse yet, the giant mermaid was nowhere to be seen. How long until sunrise? About 3 or 4 hours. All right, set your watch to 2 o'clock. We'll figure out the rest when it's light. As they discussed their next move, a flash of lightning split the night sky, and a huge shadow loomed over them. Caesar started barking wildly, a sense of dread settling over them once more. This is bad. It's that creature from before. Run. Seeing the massive shadow on the ground, his companion grabbed his rifle and sprinted to the far side of the island. Derek scrambled to grab their bags and followed, shouting as he ran, "What creature? What are you talking about? Where the hell are we supposed to run in a tiny place like this?" No sooner had I spoken than a powerful gust of wind roared toward us from behind. Instinctively, I shouted, "Get down," and dove to the ground. Drake, though totally confused, immediately followed suit, throwing himself flat. Just as we hit the ground, a massive arm swept past, barely missing our backs. The force of the wind it created was terrifying, the icy gust sending chills down our spines and making us break out in a cold sweat. I scrambled to my feet, grabbed my rifle, and peered through the scope. The sight that greeted me was enough to make my skin crawl. A gigantic creature, half human, halfish, loomed into view. Its long hair, once silky smooth, now hung in rotten seaweed-like clumps, while its body was covered in glowing green, algae-like stripes. The most horrifying part was its mouth, full of razor-sharp fangs, and its fingers, each tipped with claws as sharp as blades. This was no mermaid, it was a full-fledged man-eating monster. Drake, terrified by the sight, kept scrambling backward, feet frantically kicking against the ground. Shivering, he edged closer to me and stammered, "Thighs is the mermaid you were talking about? Are you kidding me? This thing is nothing like a mermaid." "Of course I know that," I snapped. "But just a moment ago, she didn't look like this. Anyway, talking won't help us now. If we can't run, we have to fight." Without hesitation, I racked the bolt, aimed at the creature's eye, and fired. The gunshot rang out sharp and clear. To my surprise, the bullet hit the monster right in the eye, slipping past the claws it had raised to block the shot. I barely had time to feel proud of my improved marksmanship before the creature, enraged by the pain, lashed out with its other claw, swinging from the darkness straight at my head. Luckily, Drake tackled me out of the way just in time, otherwise I wouldn't be here to tell the tale. I quickly regained my footing, ready for another shot. "You want to ambush me, you ugly freak? Eat lead," I yelled, firing again, this time aiming for its other eye. But the monster was ready. It twisted expertly, blocking the bullet with its claw. The shot ricocheted off its arm, grazing the scales near its gill and sparking in the night. Just as I was lining up for a third shot, Drake suddenly pulled 2 bottles of liquor from his backpack and, with a furious yell, charged straight at the monster. I had just tried to stop him, but it was already too late. The bottle in Drake's hand wasn't liquor at all, it was one of his homemade Molotov cocktails. "Damn it. He's trying to go all out again," I muttered under my breath, quickly raising my gun and aiming for the monster's weakest spot, just beneath its armpit. Without hesitation, I pulled the trigger. The gunshot split the night air, the bullet hitting its mark with precision. The monster, completely fixated on Drake's furious shouting, was about to bring its claws down and crush the lunatic charging at it. But my shot struck its raised arm, making it freeze for just a moment, long enough for Drake to close in. With a sharp yell, Drake hurled 2 flaming bottles that exploded in bright bursts as they struck the creature. Flames erupted, instantly engulfing its body and lighting up the night around us. Not wasting a second, I fired 2 more shots, leaving bloody streaks across its twisted face. The searing pain from the fire gave us a brief window to catch our breath. I quickly reloaded, while Drake pulled out a more powerful fragmentation grenade, readying for another attack. But just then, the ground beneath us began to shake violently. This wasn't a normal earthquake he'd see. Tremors like this usually signaled something far more terrifying, a tsunami. The ground rolled and pitched, making it nearly impossible to stay upright. Drake was thrown hard to the ground, 3 grenades tumbling away, leaving only one clutched tightly in his hand. I hit the deck, clutching my rifle and scanning our surroundings. The sea was already churning in a strange way, and a massive wave was rising like a wall on the horizon. Even more unsettling, the monster suddenly looked terrified. It turned and dove into the ocean, fleeing in panic. It couldn't have been our attack that scared it off. A creature that vicious wouldn't be frightened by such resistance. Was something even more fearsome approaching from the depths? The thought had barely crossed my mind when the island beneath us suddenly shot upward at an impossible speed. This wasn't like being tossed by a wave, the entire island was rising of its own accord, so fast it took my breath away. The powerful wind made it nearly impossible to keep my eyes open, and the force pinned us to the ground. Drake struggled a few meters away, while Caesar clamped his jaws onto 2 duffel bags, refusing to let go. A tide of fear swept over me. No one knew where this bizarre island was taking us. As the air grew thin and icy, the floating island suddenly stopped rising. The momentum sent Derek, Caesar, and me tumbling into the air before we landed hard on the ground. I managed to lift my head, and the moon seemed almost within reach, though I had no idea how high we'd actually climbed. The clouds above were so close I felt I could touch them, and fear no longer seemed a strong enough word for what I felt. I lay flat on the ground, my ears ringing with a dull roar, completely bewildered by what was happening to the island. Just as I tried to crawl toward the edge to look around, a deafening blast erupted like the horn of a massive ship exploding right beside me. The noise knocked me to the ground. I clutched my ears in agony, feeling as if my skull might split apart. I lost all sense of time as the roar continued, slipping into unconsciousness and even losing control of my body. When the sound finally faded, my teeth were still chattering uncontrollably. But when my vision returned, my fear was replaced by something even more overwhelming. In the darkness, fluorescent green cracks began to spread across the island's surface, like eerie magma seeping from fractures in the earth. Derek scrambled to avoid the glowing fissures, and I instinctively followed, dodging them as best I could. The floating island started to sway, making me dizzy. I tried to stand but could only cling to the ground. That's when I saw something truly terrifying on either side of the island, enormous, dead tree-like shapes stretching toward the sky, their silhouettes so massive in the darkness that they were impossible to describe, as if I were staring at a mountain from miles away. Derek and I noticed the changes at the same time. Is this a mirage? We asked each other, our voices shaking. Why are there trees so huge? Where are we? Derek tried to calm himself. This has to be an illusion. Everything that's happened here must have an explanation. But his voice trembled. Look at those things, they're moving. They're coming closer. This island is alive. It always has been. I knew he was right, but there was nothing I could do except be afraid. I kept telling myself to stay calm and find a way out, even though everything happening was beyond anything we could understand. As I listened to Drake, a cold shiver ran through me in the biting wind, and then I couldn't stop. I started trembling uncontrollably. I stared out into the distance in near despair, watching as a massive black shape rapidly approached. It was so enormous it seemed to blot out the entire sky. Even though night had fallen, all I could see was a looming, oppressive shadow hanging over us. As the thing drew closer, we finally made out, in the darkness, several huge, round shapes almost like slowly unfurling suction cups. In that instant, an image flashed through my mind. A giant sea monster, one of those legendary creatures from sailors' tales. Could it really exist? And if it did, was it truly this massive? Was it an octopus? Drake suddenly shuddered and collapsed to his knees, his eyes vacant, his face twisted in a terror and despair I couldn't describe. No way is that really an octopus. I almost wanted to laugh at how absurd it all was, but I couldn't get a word out. It felt like we were standing right on top of that creature's head. Maybe this little island was actually part of its body. Damn, what a joke. If I'd known this would happen, I would have run off with that mermaid, headed to some mermaid island, maybe even met a smaller, younger mermaid. Who knows? Forcing myself to speak, I managed a forced grin, trying to hide my fear. Hey, come on, don't think like that. Just tell me what we should do. Didn't you have a plan? Now's the time, let's hear it. Deep down, I knew we might really be done for this time. You think I have a plan? Drake shot back. You're always so calm, but now you're asking me? Hell, I don't know what to do. If nothing works, maybe we just die here. Who knows, maybe death means starting over somewhere else. At least that's better than having absolutely no options. Looking at the hopeless scene before me, I couldn't help but mutter a bitter joke. Die? I'd rather not. I don't want to go out like this. You know, when you're dead, that's it, gone forever, no trace left behind. If we die here without even leaving a memory, that's the real tragedy. I won't let it end like this. Drake's face twisted with anger and frustration. Stop talking like we're already fish food. The three of us together, there's no way we're just going to get digested by this thing. But you're right, I don't want to die here like a coward either. To hell with this octopus, this sea monster, let's show it what a real fight looks like. Boozer, get the rest of the firebombs. Tonight, it's all or nothing. Drake and I, out of sheer frustration, simply sat down on the ground and pulled all the scattered bags nearby toward us. We rummaged through every last item, laying everything out in front of us. We barely managed to cobble together enough firepower for a small squad. For fragmentation grenades, 6 bottles of homemade Molotovs, 30 rifle rounds, and over 20 shotgun shells. But Drake's shotgun was nowhere to be found. I gripped my rifle, loading the 7.92mm rounds into the magazine one by one, my gaze unfocused as I stared at the distant, still swaying, octopus tentacles. There was a sense of absurdity I couldn't quite put into words, reloading bullets in the middle of the night while sitting on top of a giant octopus. If I ever wrote this down and told someone, I might just end up sounding like some kind of unbelievable hero. Ridiculous. While we blindly prepared ourselves for whatever disaster was coming, one of the octopus' massive tentacles, towering like a skyscraper, had already crept close to us. I watched in horror as its disgusting, circular sucker began to expand, emitting a sickening, sticky sound that made my stomach churn. I could feel bile rising in my throat, barely managing to keep it down. Drake, his face twisted in disgust, turned around with his hands over his ears, cursing, "Damn it, what is this thing? It's disgusting." Then his expression changed suddenly. "Wait, no, something's not right. Hey, look. Inside that sucker, yeah. Right inside there, something just fell out. Look, quick." Following Drake's pointing finger, I forced myself to look in that direction. Sure enough, the sucker, now as wide as a full moon, had fully expanded, and as the viscous fluid kept oozing out, a pitch-black mass was expelled along with it. The sight almost made me throw up. Within seconds, that black mass drapedno landed in the octopus head, the very surface we were standing on, which couldn't have been more than 100 miles across. The enormous black object rolled across the octopus head like a ball, at least several kilometers away from us, but its sheer size made it seem much closer. The illusion only made us feel all the more insignificant. As the sucker contracted again, the giant tentacle began to move away from our area. Drake and I, who had been bracing for disaster, found ourselves inexplicably relieved. But then, the ground beneath us, what looked like solid land, started to slowly sink once more. What the hell is going on? Why is this thing moving again? Drake asked nervously. I have no idea. It's so strange. Shouldn't it have just crushed us already? Maybe we're just too small to notice. Maybe it doesn't even realize we're here, not aware of us. Well, let's hope it never does. But we still have no way off this godforsaken place. Are we supposed to ride the octopus across the sea? And why isn't it getting light yet? Time feels like it's crawling. Drake grumbled, glancing at his watch, then sat back down, covering his face with one hand in silence. As Drake complained, my eyes stayed fixed on the massive, spherical object that had fallen from the tentacle. Its surface shimmered with an indescribable sheen, catching the moonlight and reflecting a rainbow of colors. Some kind of liquid still clung to it, slowly sliding down the surface. While I stared, entranced, a sudden burst of fire erupted on the surface of that giant object. The flame was tiny compared to the massive sphere, but I was certain I hadn't imagined it. It looked like something had exploded right on its surface, lighting up the night. As I wondered if my eyes were playing tricks on me, a second flash of fire appeared, making my heart skip a beat. Then a third, a fourth burst of fire kept erupting across the surface as if it were being bombarded. Just as I was about to reach out to tap Drake, a series of distant booms echoed in my ears. That was its sound lag behind the light, confirming that the explosions I'd seen were real. I shook Drake with all my strength and said, "Look, over there. It seems like something is fighting that black sphere." "Fighting? What are you talking about?" Drake replied, a note of exasperation in his voice as he instinctively turned to look. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes, and when he finally registered what he was seeing, he gasped, his expression shifting instantly from doubt to shock. We exchanged a glance and, without a word, decided to move closer and investigate. By now, the ground beneath our feet was sinking beneath the sea at a speed visible to the naked eye. The island, which had just stretched for dozens of miles in every direction, had shrunk in an instant to barely a fraction of its size. The ocean hungrily swallowed the land, racing toward us. "Go! We have to get to that conflict zone now," I shouted, grabbing Drake and breaking into a run. "It's so damn far. It looks like it's right in front of us, but we never seem to get any closer. Damn it, how big is this thing?" I complained between gasps for breath. It felt like we were running on a treadmill that never stopped. We pumped our legs as hard as we could, but the distance to our goal never seemed to shrink. That massive sphere remained as distant as ever, while the sea behind us kept closing in, its cold, damp air already licking at our backs. "Move. Keep going. If we stop, we'll drown," Drake panted. "I don't want to have some tragic ending in this freezing water. Damn it. All I can think about right now is that scene from Titanic. Hang in there. We can't give up." Caesar was out in front, occasionally glancing back at us as if urging us to pick up the pace. Seconds ticked by, the wind howling in our ears. For a moment, I thought I might black out. My legs moved on autopilot, my lungs burned, and my vision swam. We were running with every ounce of strength and willpower we had, but the ocean still gained on us, and the sphere ahead seemed frozen in place. It looked like we still had several kilometers to go, maybe more. Could the two of us really make it there on foot? Back in my world, I never would have believed I could do something like this. But right now, the thought of giving up never even crossed my mind. All I knew was to keep running. I have no idea how long we ran, but eventually, the sea stopped closing in behind us, and we finally allowed ourselves a brief sigh of relief. I stumbled, falling to the ground with my rifle, landing flat on my back and gulping in cold, damp air. I couldn't say a word, just spat out a mouthful of saliva. My legs throbbed with pain from lactic acid, and my lungs felt like they were on fire. Drake collapsed nearby, gasping dramatically, still cursing between breaths. "Damn it, I'm gonna die from this. Seriously, this thing couldn't have waited or come sooner. Had to pick now to mess with us." "Stop copying the way I talk," I managed to reply, forcing myself to stand. My legs spasmed so badly I nearly fell again. Using my rifle as a crutch, I wiped the sweat from my forehead and gestured for Drake to get up so we could keep moving. We still needed to see what was going on ahead. "Hey, you lunatic, that thing is way too far from us. Even if we ran over now, it'd probably be daylight by the time we got there. Who knows if that damn octopus will just dive to the bottom of the sea by then. Forget it. I think we should just wait here and see what happens." As soon as I finished speaking, Drake still seemed hesitant. Right at that moment, The massive object in the distance suddenly exploded with tremendous force. The shockwave roared like a wild beast, reaching us in an instant, shaking the air and even making the ground beneath our feet tremble slightly. The blaze that followed tore through the night sky, the burning orange light, far brighter than anything before, illuminating everything like a second sun. Drake and I turned at the same time, eyes fixed on the scene far away. As the flames faded, thick black smoke rose slowly into the night, and we saw that enormous spherical object begin to change. It was shaking violently, as if something inside was desperately trying to break through its hard outer shell. Soon, the black sphere flattened out, losing its roundness and taking on an oval shape. Meanwhile, something inside seemed to be squirming and thrashing, as if it was fighting to escape. During this time, several more powerful explosions erupted on the surface, but the chaos didn't seem to affect whatever was inside. It kept struggling, the force growing stronger and stronger, until finally, with a muffled boom that split the night, the shell burst open. A thick stream of black liquid shot out like a fountain, soaring into the sky. Since we were so far away, the liquid didn't reach us, we could only watch from a distance. When the giant object finally collapsed, limp and lifeless like a deflated ball, the black liquid poured out along with the shattered shell. At that moment, I saw granule-like things slowly spilling out from the broken husk, just like seeds from a pomegranate. Each one was wrapped in a glistening, translucent membrane, resembling insect eggs, all tumbling out at once. My stomach churned violently, an overwhelming wave of nausea hit me, and I doubled over, retching. Sour bile burned my throat, and fear twisted inside me so much I could barely stand. "What's happening over there?" Drake asked, his face full of confusion. Clutching my stomach, I forced myself upright, struggling to calm down. In the distance, the now empty shell of the massive object still glowed faintly under the moonlight. As I stared at it, another explosion echoed across the night, closer and clearer than before. We were now standing at the highest point right on top of the octopus head. Whatever was happening out there, those unknown things were heading our way. A sudden thought struck me: explosions were getting closer, because those things were moving toward us. Before I could even finish processing the idea, what happened next confirmed my fears. In the distance, a barrage of explosions and fire lit up the night like daylight. Drake and I saw something far from ordinary. Countless alien-looking creatures and mechanical flying objects locked in a deadly battle. We couldn't make out every detail, but it was clear they were fighting desperately, all surging in our direction. I turned to Drake, swallowing hard, my face pale and my voice shaking. Did you see that? What the hell are those things?" "Honestly, I can't really say what it is. It looks like some kind of UFO, but how could a UFO show up here? And those bizarre alien creatures, what are they?" "It seems like they hatched from those tiny eggs." "Yes, those eggs that spilled out when the huge object cracked open, looking like ants, subtly disgusting. What's even more terrifying is how many of them there are. You know, Drake, the thing I'm most grateful for right now is that they have no idea we're here. We're so insignificant, and that smallness has actually given us a bit of luck. To be honest, I've never experienced real war. Even though my grandfather told me countless war stories when I was a kid, I still have only a vague idea of what war really means. But what's happening right in front of me, it's just too horrifying. It's as if a battlefield has fallen from the sky, and I'm left speechless. Right now, I'm looking up at the sky, and there's a faint gray light on the eastern horizon. Yet, this bloody and brutal scene before me feels completely disconnected from the world." Drake shifted from shock to confusion, frowning and rubbing his beard out of habit. He muttered under his breath, "What is that? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." "Seen it?" I asked in surprise. "You've seen these things? Where?" Drake's eyes drifted. "It feels familiar, but not exactly, I just can't place it. Maybe I saw something like this in a movie?" "Maybe," I replied, frowning. "It doesn't matter." Drake suddenly pointed ahead. "Look at those strange humanoid creatures there coming this way. They remind me of the mermaids we saw before, or maybe they're mutated versions. From this distance, they look much bigger than the last one, and clearly a lot stronger." "You're right," I nodded. "Up close, the difference is obvious. It seems like they have different ranks, maybe even specialized types for scouting or luring prey. The last one we saw must have just been bait to draw us in." "Exactly." Drake fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. "But I still can't figure out, what is this place, really? Why do these unimaginable creatures exist here? Is this hellish space created just for the two of us? Do these monsters only exist in this layer? What about the other layers? What are they like there? If they have no idea whether anyone else will show up, or even what layer they're on, then who are they waiting for?" The air was thick with unease, and the mysteries surrounding us remained as unsolvable as ever. Drake listened to me with a frown, then waved his hand dramatically and pretended to gag. All right, enough already. My head's spinning from all your questions," he said impatiently. "How would I know any of that? If I did, would we be wasting our time trying to track down that medium's place? Honestly, I don't think any of this speculation matters. If we can just piece that tablet back together, the truth will come out, right? Right now, we need to get out of here as fast as possible. Speaking of which, the tablet." As Drake spoke, He started frantically patting himself down, searching his pockets and clothes. A cold sweat broke out along my spine, and my heart began to race. What? The tablet's missing? You didn't really lose it, did you? I blurted out, my voice trembling with anxiety. Oh, thank God, it's still here. Drake sighed in relief, patting his chest. Good thing I kept it on me. If I'd left it in a bag somewhere, would be in real trouble. He stopped mid-sentence. Suddenly, a deafening roar split the air, and a black, disc-shaped aircraft shot over our heads, kicking up dirt with its wake. Instinctively, we both looked up and watched as it looped around not far behind us, then darted straight back in our direction. The thrusters beneath it blasted a fierce gust of air, and before we could steady ourselves, the force knocked us both flat to the ground. In that split second, I shielded my face with my arm, peering through my fingers just in time to see a massive, half-human creature looming over us. Its enormous shadow swallowed both Drake and me. The creature brandished a long blade in its hand, the glowing patterns on the blade matching the ones on its own skin. With a swift motion, it brought the blade down, striking the top of the aircraft with pinpoint accuracy. Lightning exploded with a terrifying crackle, and the craft crashed to the ground, skidding across the earth and leaving a deep trench behind. The strange creature didn't seem to notice us at all. It turned mechanically, twisting its half-human, half-fish body, and charged back into the chaos of the distant battle. The fishman was so gigantic that, compared to the flying saucer, it made the craft look tiny. The sudden shock left Drake and me scrambling for cover, barely able to process the creature's size as we focused solely on getting to safety. We crawled as far as we could, and when I finally looked back to see the monster disappearing into the distance, I let out a shaky breath, my heart still pounding. God, that's not a fight we want any part of, Drake said, his voice trembling. We need to get out of here fast. The farther away, the better. Go? Go where? I shot back, pointing at the ground. Have you noticed this whole place is slowly sinking? I told you, these monsters, and those things that look like flying saucers, they're all going to end up right here. This is the center of the high ground. I don't even know what they are or why they're fighting. Who cares what they are? Drake cut me off, sounding agitated. All I know is this place is terrifying, and we have no business being here. I don't care what you say, I'm not staying another minute. Mermaids fighting aliens? It sounds like the plot of some low-budget, doomed-to-fail movie. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? Snap out of it, and think of something. I lay flat on the ground, eyes fixed ahead, pressing my finger to my lips to shush him. I didn't answer, just kept my gaze locked on what was unfolding in front of me. Hey, you're not about to lose it again, are you? Drake whispered urgently. You're not seriously thinking about getting involved in this fight, are you? A war like this is way beyond anything humans can handle. What are you thinking? Come on, say something. Shoo, keep your voice down. I whispered back, lowering my voice right next to his ear. Look over there, 1 o'clock. Do you see it? What? Drake squinted in the direction I was pointing, trying to make it out. I can't see clearly. What did you spot? Look, that's a UFO. I pointed at the black object that had just crashed not far away, my expression grave as I spoke to Drake. Suddenly, I noticed the hatch at the bottom of the craft swing open, and a mass of pitch-black material began to seep out. Quickly, I pulled a small pair of binoculars from my jacket pocket and handed them to Drake. Take a look over there, something's escaping from inside the UFO. Drake took the binoculars and, after a careful look, sucked in a sharp breath. My God, that thing looks like a moving blob of tar. It's disgusting. Watch closely, I said, lowering my voice as I analyzed the scene. As soon as that creature leaves the craft, it starts giving off white vapor, like steam. It's also shrinking in size. Looks like Earth's atmosphere isn't suitable for it. At this rate, it won't survive much longer. Drake stared at the black mass, deep in thought. Maybe it's trying to crawl into the sea to cool down? Salt water would only hasten its death, I replied firmly. Those high concentrations of salt would dissolve it instantly. But right now, the UFO is what matters most. The UFO? You're not thinking. That's right, I cut him off. It's our only shot at escaping this death trap. Those giant sea creatures know these waters better than anyone, and this sinking land will be swallowed by the ocean soon. There's only 3 of us left. Do you really want to face that giant octopus in the water again? At the mention of the octopus, Drake shuddered and blurted out, Hell no, I never want to see that monster again. You're right, let's check if we can get that UFO working. We immediately got up, slung our rifles over our shoulders, and sprinted toward the black UFO. As we drew closer, we realized just how massive the craft really weighs. It was easily big enough to fit 7 or 8 cars side by side. Even more astonishing, it wasn't resting on the ground, but was hovering about 2 meters above it, swaying gently on some kind of anti-gravity system and crackling with bursts of electricity. Drake circled the craft anxiously. Damn, this thing is way bigger than I thought. But judging by the looks of it, that crash must have done some serious damage. Not necessarily. I studied the unidentified flying object hovering in the air. The fact that it's still floating means its propulsion system is probably still working. It might just be a minor malfunction, or maybe the pilot was injured and had to abandon the craft. We need to find a way inside to check things out. The craft was suspended quite a distance above the ground. Drake crouched down and suggested, "Climb onto my shoulders first. I'll boost you up. Honestly, I don't want to be the first one in there who knows what's inside." Carefully, I climbed up onto Drake's shoulders, using his bent knee for support. He slowly straightened up, steadying himself before whispering, "How's it looking? Can you reach the hatch?" I didn't answer right away, focusing instead on keeping my balance as the craft swayed. Finally, my hands found the inside edge of the open hatch at the bottom of the saucer. Conveniently, a metal bar as thick as an arm jutted out, just right for gripping. I grabbed it with both hands, took a deep breath, and pushed off Drake's shoulders. He gave me a helpful boost, and I was suddenly hanging in midair. With a twist of my waist, I managed to get one leg over the edge of the hatch. "Careful," Drake called up from below. "To your left. There's a foothold, yeah. Move your leg a bit more to the left. Push. Almost there. Nice." With a final effort, I pulled myself inside the craft. The saucer was still rocking unpredictably as the sea wind howled around us. Standing just inside the hatch, I cautiously peeked upward. The interior was pitch black, lit only by the occasional flicker of electric sparks and the crackle of static. "What's up there?" Drake shouted. "Should I toss you a gun? In case one of those disgusting things pops up again, at least you'll have something to defend yourself with." He glanced nervously at the blackened remains of the creature that had nearly evaporated in the distance. "I can't see much. There doesn't seem to be anything here," I replied. "Hold on to the gun for now. Let me take a look around first." Slowly, I crawled further inside. Suddenly, a soft orange glow lit up the space, shifting gently from darkness to light in a way that felt oddly comforting. I stood up, brushed the dust from my hands, and took a look around. The cabin was small, less than 3 square meters, even smaller than the attic I used to live in. Despite the light, there was no visible source. Even stranger, there were no flight controls or displays anywhere. The whole space was spotless. The walls and ceiling were covered in a material that resembled bone, with a textured, organic feel. The only discomfort was the damp, stifling heat inside. "Hey, maniac!" Drake called impatiently from below. "What's going on up there? Say something." I leaned down and answered, "It's empty in here. Nothing seems seriously wrong, but I have no idea how to get this thing down. Listen, I've got some rope in my backpack. You'll drop it down, and you can bring Caesar up with you. At least it's safer inside here. Then quit talking and throw the rope down already." Drake replied urgently. I set down my backpack and tied the rope I always carried with me to the edge. Experience had taught me this kind of thing always came in handy. Down below, Drake was struggling to use his long scarf to tie Caesar tightly to himself. After some clumsy climbing, he finally managed to haul both himself and Caesar into the interior of the UFO. "Is it really this cramped in here?" Drake glanced around, his voice full of disappointment. "I thought it'd be spacious, but there's not even enough room to lie down and rest." "Just make do," I said, patting his shoulder. "But you can see for yourself there's nothing in here." When I came in, the lights only turned on for a moment, but I couldn't find a single bulb, let alone any controls or instruments. "Stop complaining. Let's figure out how this thing flies first." So, Drake and I started feeling around the smooth inner walls, trying everything we could think of. The cabin wasn't big to begin with, and within minutes, we were both sitting on the floor, frustrated and cursing our luck. "What the hell is this supposed to be?" Drake waved his hands in exasperation. "There's no way we're going to figure this out. Even if we brought it to NASA, they'd be just as clueless. Look at it, it's just a heap of junk." As he spoke, he gave it a hard kick. Ow, I frowned. "Actually, you just reminded me of something." Drake eyed me warily. "You're not cooking up another crazy idea, are you?" No. Listen." I leaned in and lowered my voice. "Did you notice this thing doesn't really feel like it's made of metal? Maybe we're being misled by our own ideas of what a UFO should be. When you kicked it just now, didn't it feel different? Not metallic?" Drake narrowed his eyes, thinking it over. "Now that you mention it, it was more like kicking a tire. Like rubber, yeah. But so what? It still doesn't respond to anything we do." Suddenly, he stood up and shouted into the empty cabin. "Take off. Land. Start the engine. Attack them." The only response was his own echo bouncing back. "See? Nothing. You've watched too many sci-fi movies," he mocked. "You're so stubborn," I said, pacing in the cramped space. "Remember that thing that crawled out of here earlier? That sticky mass. I have a bold theory. What if this UFO isn't a ship at all, but some kind of living organism?" Drake's expression shifted from mocking to thoughtful. "That thing that fell out could have been its brain or heart," I continued, running my finger along the wall. "And what's left is just the shell, which is why it feels like bone. Maybe this isn't a UFO at all, but the body of an alien creature, and we're inside what's left of it." Drake listened intently, locking eyes with me for a few seconds before shuddering. "That's creepy. What if it suddenly secretes some kind of stomach acid and dissolves us?" He paused. "But honestly, you might be onto something. Maybe we've been thinking about this all wrong, trying to force our human perspective onto something completely different. For all we know, this thing could be the alien itself." "Exactly." I nodded, my eyes lighting up with excitement. "But I have another theory too." "Oh, come on," Drake groaned dramatically. "How do you come up with so many theories?" "Fine, let's hear it." I stood inside the UFO, my thoughts racing like electric currents. What exactly was this place? If our suspicions were correct, if this was purgatory, a destination for the dead, did the concept of aliens even make sense here? Think about it, I said to Drake, tapping my fingers against the cold, metallic wall of the capsule. In our world, aliens are just an unsolved mystery, a fringe topic no one's ever proven they exist. What if so-called aliens are actually some unknown species from Earth? Something superior to humans, ruling over us? Drake frowned, his face looking especially pale under the strange lights inside the UFO. If our fate is being controlled, I continued, my voice echoing in the cramped space, would never have a chance to know who's pulling the strings. Or maybe, aliens are actually beings from another dimension like this purgatory. I paused as a new idea struck me. Wait a second. If that's true, then there aren't really any aliens at all here, just other creatures from our own planet. Wouldn't that make these so-called aliens the very gods we talk about? Drake's eyes widened. The thought seemed to shake him. Even if your other theory holds, if aliens are unique to purgatory, they wouldn't be aliens anymore. What would we call them? Demons? I chuckled. Who knows, but it's possible. I even suspect the tablet we're holding was made by these higher beings. I looked out the porthole into the endless darkness. If you zoom out even further, if the whole universe is a single entity, then what kind of supreme being controls the workings of the cosmos and decides where every life goes after death? Some kind of energy? I mused aloud. Like a universal substance that flows everywhere, pure energy. Isn't that exactly what you mentioned? The God described in the Bible is said to be a pure spirit. Spirit is just pure energy, and that actually fits. Drake's expression shifted from confusion to surprise, then to a kind of awe. Well, I have to hand it to you, your mind really works in mysterious ways. Maybe I shouldn't have called you crazy, Mr. Einstein. His tone was a bit sarcastic, but mostly sincere. But tell me, what does any of this mean for us? Aliens aren't really aliens. Their life forms more advanced than humans, maybe even controlling our fate. The merfolk we saw are just another unknown species. And above all these monsters, there could be even higher beings, on and on. Drake's voice grew louder and more agitated. But right now, how do we get out of this hellhole? Who's the god pulling these strings? His composure suddenly broke, desperation creeping into his voice. I just want to ask him, can you cut me some slack? I'm just a washed-up drunk who drank himself to death. Why pick on me? Can you just let me go? Drake sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping. Ugh. I shook my head, deciding to be blunt. Look, talking to you is pointless. He'll just say it straight. If energy is the universal substance of the cosmos, then even in the afterlife, in this so-called parallel space, energy still exists absolutely. It won't fade just because the dimensions overlap. I stepped closer to Drake, looking him in the eye. So, do you think it's possible this biological flying machine is controlled by some kind of pure energy? Just like our bodies are subject to our souls, not just our brains. Our soul is the engine of energy. So that thing we just saw. I looked down, my voice dropping. Just now you mentioned that black thing. Are you saying it was the soul of this UFO? Drake's face went white. That can't be. Souls are invisible, intangible. How could he stop mid-sentence? A flash of realization in his eyes. That's right, I nodded. I think you've noticed it too. In this world, a lot of things we've only heard about but never seen before show up right in front of you, is absolutely real, absolutely tangible. Maybe that's just the rule of this dimension. I tapped the inner wall of the UFO again. But there's something else. The solar energy source capable of controlling such a massive body must be thousands of times stronger than a human soul. Our bodies are tiny and fragile, after all. But if an energy form could become that powerful, maybe it could manifest itself physically. Drake's eyes widened even further, his confusion turning to shock, then to something like reverence. That makes sense. I never thought of it that way. I never expected an Easterner to understand all this. He stepped closer, hope flickering in his eyes, his voice tinged with urgency. So, Mr. Einstein, since you know so much, what do we do now? Can you use that brilliant brain of yours to get this flesh and blood UFO moving? Drake stared at me, both awed and bewildered, as if I really could unravel all the mysteries of the afterlife. What else can we do? There's really no other choice but to wait it out. I took a deep breath and decided to face reality head-on. To be honest, I said, rubbing my throbbing temples, even if we combine the energy sources our souls off, all three of us, it's still nowhere near enough to control a body of this size. Not to mention, this body is way denser than ours, and we have to keep our own bodies running at the same time. I continued, there must be some kind of security mechanism between the soul and the body to prevent any mix-ups, maybe something related to DNA. But that's just my guess. All right, that's enough, Drake interrupted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Eugene, you could have just said we're not going anywhere. All this explanation is just tiring you out. He handed me a canteen from his belt. Here, have some water to wet your throat. Let my brain take a break. If I keep listening, I think my energy source is about to run dry too. I took the canteen and drank a couple of gulps, finally easing the dryness in my mouth. The air in the cabin was damp and stifling, sweat trickling down my cheeks. Luckily, the hatch was still open, letting the air slowly exchange with the outside. I don't think we need to worry too much, I said, glancing around, searching for a glimmer of hope. At least this thing is far from the battlefield now. You saw it yourself, it's floating. Maybe that's some kind of self-preservation mechanism for its body. As long as it stays like this, even if the giant octopus below sinks to the bottom of the sea, we'll still be floating on the surface. I paused. And if it does run out of energy, we can always close the hatch and rely on the air inside to keep us afloat. After that, we'll just have to leave it up to fate. You're pretty optimistic, Drake said with a crooked smile. But you're right. There's no point worrying about it now. Might as well leave it to fate. With that, he leaned against the wall of the cabin, wrapped his long arms around his head, closed his eyes, and actually started to doze off. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. I honestly didn't know which of us was the more optimistic fool. Wiping the sweat that kept dripping from my forehead, a wave of exhaustion washed over me. I leaned back against the cabin wall, my thoughts scattered, and slowly drifted off to sleep. I had no idea how much time had passed when I suddenly jolted awake, realizing I'd actually nodded off. Glancing down, I saw that both Caesar and Drake were still fast asleep. The world around us was completely silent. Not only had the sounds of the monster battle vanished, but even the crashing of the waves was gone. I quickly crawled over to the edge of the hatch, only to see nothing but pitch black water outside. The giant octopus that once looked like solid land had disappeared. Just as I'd expected, it must have sunk to the bottom. Yet here we were, still floating above the sea in this strange craft. Hey, wake up. Come on. Get up, I said, shaking Drake's shoulder. Huh, what's going on? Drake woke up, rubbing his eyes. All those weird things are gone, but it looks like we're still in the same place, I said, peering out into the darkness. Honestly, I can't even tell if we've moved at all. Anyway, whatever was below us is gone, and now it's just us and the sea. But before I could finish my sentence, a sudden and powerful force hit us. My head slammed hard against the wall of the cabin, and at that moment, Drake stumbled and fell right in front of me. Caesar was sprawled on the floor, barking wildly. Only then did we realize that the UFO, which had been hovering motionlessly in the air, seemed to have been pushed by some invisible force and was now miraculously taking off. What confused us even more was that the UFO was climbing rapidly toward the sky, showing no sign of stopping, and we had completely lost our sense of direction. The centrifugal force pressed us violently against the floor. My chest felt like it was being crushed, making it almost impossible to breathe. It was clear this thing was moving at an incredible speed. I had never experienced supersonic flight, but this was far more intense than any roller coaster ride. Despite that, Drake didn't seem to be suffering as much as I was. He braced himself against the wall with one hand, shielding Caesar with the other, and started looking around, occasionally peering out through the hatch in the floor. Hey, this thing is really flying fast, Drake muttered. We're already way above the ground. At this speed, I'd say we've broken the sound barrier. Oh God, we're above the clouds now. Actually, I think I underestimated it. We're going way faster than that. I clenched my teeth and frowned in pain, struggling to breathe. The intense pressure pinned me down so completely that I couldn't move, and my vision blurred. What I couldn't understand was why Drake seemed fine. He barely seemed affected, even casually observing what was happening outside. I told you this thing was fast, but you got the numbers wrong, Drake went on. If we keep going like this and leave the atmosphere, we're done for. We should really close the hatch. With that, Drake reached for the hatch. Even though it looked like a struggle, he managed to pull it shut. Instantly, the air inside became hot and stifling, then gradually thinner. The lack of oxygen made my head spin and my thoughts fade. I tried to remind myself this was just a normal reaction to low oxygen, but the UFO kept rising at breakneck speed. As the feeling of weightlessness intensified, my eardrums felt like they were about to burst. Drake's voice became muffled, and I could barely make out what he was saying. I knew that if the UFO actually made it into space, we wouldn't survive the vacuum and freezing temperatures. There was no life support system here. What awaited us was instant death and eternal ice. I'd imagined different ways I might die, and some of them even seemed a little thrilling. But I'd never pictured myself freezing solid like a popsicle. No matter how much I protested, there was no real choice. I just had to accept what was happening. I closed my eyes, bracing for the end. But fate wasn't done with me yet. Just as I was about to give up, a sudden sense of weightlessness flung both Drake and me toward the ceiling. I was thrown into the air, my face smashing into the rough metal above, nearly breaking my nose. Drake was tossed around too, yelling as he tumbled through the air. Hey, what the hell? What's going on now? Are you kidding me? We're falling. We're falling. I covered my ears, trying to block out his panicked screams as we were tossed around the cabin like dice in a jar. With the UFO plummeting, we bounced off every surface, each impact sending fresh waves of pain through my body. I'd just resigned myself to freezing to death, only for fate to serve up the possibility of being smashed into a pancake instead. When it rains, it pours. Who could have imagined that in a single night, I'd face so many brushes with death drowning, freezing, crashing from miles above the earth? What kind of nightmare had we stumbled into? Perhaps the UFO lost some kind of power, which caused it to suddenly plummet while flying at high speed. At least, judging from the way the lights inside the cabin went out, that seemed to be the case. As we fell, the glow in the cabin faded, and our speed noticeably slowed, as if we were now moving forward on nothing but our own weight. With the loss of thrust, the UFO was no longer as fierce as it had been during the ascent, and a sense of imbalance set in. A thought flashed through my mind. How could I possibly judge any of this? From tens of thousands of meters up, falling toward the sea, if we weren't smashed to pieces, would at least be killed by the impact. There weren't even any airbags inside the UFO, or fate seemed sealed. Still, I clung to that old saying. As long as you're alive, there's always hope. The UFO tumbled and spun, pitching and rolling violently, until with a thunderous crash, we were all thrown hard into a corner of the cabin by the force of the landing. Then, suddenly, everything stopped. The UFO had come to a standstill, buried vertically in some unknown place. I expected that to be the end, but to my surprise, we weren't dead and our insides hadn't been pulverized by the impact. Instead, some kind of cushioning force had protected us, leaving us completely unscathed. We had no idea what was happening outside. All we knew for sure was that we were still alive, every bone and limb intact. I brushed the dust off myself and let out a long sigh, my hands still trembling violently, my whole body shaking uncontrollably. Damn, we actually survived again. I checked my pockets. My notebook and a dozen rounds of ammunition were still there, which was a small relief. These had always been my only sense of security, and it was the same for Drake. He pulled a flask from his pocket, took a few gulps of strong liquor to steady his hands, then fished out a stone tablet and gave me a reassuring look. We exchanged a glance, both drew a deep breath, and together kicked hard at the cabin door. With a loud clang, the hatch swung open. Blinding sunlight flooded in, making it almost impossible for us to adjust our eyes at first. We paused, letting our vision adapt, and finally saw what was outside. The UFO was stuck upright in the sand, with waves crashing against the shore all around us. Gentle sunlight bathed the beach, a soft breeze stirred the coastal plants, and the vegetation swayed in the wind. By some miracle, we'd crash-landed on solid ground, pure luck on top of luck. I grabbed my rifle, made sure it was loaded, and was the first to climb out of the cabin. Drake followed close behind, tugging his coat collar as he stepped onto the sand. I looked around behind us. Mountains rose steeply, their peaks lush and green. Ahead, a sheer cliff towered 400 or 500 meters high, maybe even more. It looked like we'd landed safely, but where exactly were we? Damn it, of all days to forget the compass, I muttered. Still, judging by the sun, we're probably somewhere in southwestern France. We're heading in the right direction, but I have no idea where we are exactly. Drake grumbled, who knows what this place is? Let's get ashore and see what we're dealing with. As I walked ahead, I kept scanning my surroundings. The early morning sunlight at 6 o'clock spilled over the cliffs, and through my rifle's scope, I examined every detail on the rock face. The smooth stone shimmered faintly in the light, offering not a single foothold. Although it felt like we had only spent about an hour inside the UFO, the brief experience left a lasting impression. Why do you think that UFO suddenly crashed? Drake asked thoughtfully as he followed behind me. Do you think it dropped us here on purpose? I kept walking along the soft sand and replied, maybe it just ran out of power and crashed. In a way, we're lucky. If it had kept flying into deep space, we probably wouldn't have lasted long before freezing to death. Maybe, Drake said, frowning. But what I really want to know is why it took off so suddenly and tried so hard to escape into space. There's got to be a reason for that. Of course there's a reason, I said, stopping to face him. If I had to guess, I'd say these UFOs all come from a single source. We call them aliens because we always see them zipping through the atmosphere at high speed, but I think the truth is more complicated. Drake suddenly put on an exaggerated expression and bowed to the empty air. Ahem, let's welcome Hawking to give us a lecture on extraterrestrials. Applause, please. He started clapping theatrically. I ignored his joke and continued. These disc-shaped entities, let's call them that for now, must have a base or origin point. It could be a massive mothership stationed in space, or maybe they're hiding somewhere close, like on the moon. They might have technology to open wormholes and travel freely. When one of their craft gets damaged or malfunctions, it probably gets recalled automatically, just like a drone returning home when it loses signal. Wait a second, Drake interrupted. Why does that sound so familiar? I'm pretty sure I've seen that in a sci-fi movie. Your theory is a little too conventional. It's still locked into human ways of thinking. Remote controls, motherships in space, that's all just human logic. And aliens, he suddenly paused. Wait, what's that? Oh, it's just a seabird. Oh, where was I? I couldn't help but tease him. You called my theory old-fashioned. So tell me, famous British genius chef, do you have any more brilliant ideas? Well, forget it. I waved my hand with a hint of resignation in my voice. You're right about everything. No matter what, we're lucky just to be alive. Whether it was that creature or the UFO, they really did save us. I promise, next time I'd rather die than get on that damn boat again. I don't care if it's a plane, a train, or even a tank. You'll take anything. Just keep those giant octopuses, mermaids, and whatever else far away from me. This place is nothing but trouble. Drake and I bickered as we struggled across the beach and into the dense forest. The ground was scattered with uneven rocks, forcing us to stop every few steps so I could scan ahead with my sniper scope. Drake kept glancing toward the rising sun, double-checking our direction as we moved. By around 8 in the morning, we finally emerged from the trees into a clearing. The landscape was strange. Patches of thick weeds alternated with bare, barren spots, making the ground look like a patchy scalp. The earth was covered in fine black granules. I kicked at it a couple of times, couldn't tell exactly what it was, but since plants could grow here, I figured it probably wasn't too dangerous. This kind of caution had become second nature. My brain automatically categorized anything that could threaten my life. As the sun climbed higher, the temperature soared and the air grew increasingly humid. It reminded me of the small town I'd stayed in before. Could we really be south of the equator now? Given the size of France, that didn't seem likely, but there was no time to dwell on it. I took off my jacket, tied it around my waist, and kept moving. Exhausted from a sleepless night, and still rattled from everything that had happened, the three of us were running on empty. We found an open patch of ground with a good view, and had no choice but to stop and rest. After finishing the last drop of water from my canteen, I started taking stock of what we had. One sniper rifle, 12 7.92mm rounds, an empty canteen, 2 unopened bottles of mineral water, 2 watches, half a flask of liquor, a backpack with some rope and 2 pieces of clothing, a knife on my belt, and 2 battered grenades in Drake's pocket. It was the most desperate supply situation we'd been in since leaving the outskirts of London. So what's the plan now? I asked. The plan? Honestly, I have no idea. Drake wiped sweat from his forehead. This heat's only getting worse, and we've just got these 2 bottles of water left. Here, one for you, and one for Caesar. They'll manage for now. With that, he tossed a bottle of water my way. Forget it. You're already looking pretty pale. I glanced at Drake's ashen face and pulled the water bottle back. You should keep this for yourself. Besides, going without water for a while won't kill anyone. No sooner had I finished speaking than a wave of heat rolled over us. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and looked up at the sky in confusion. What's with this crazy weather? It's barely past 8 in the morning and already scorching. You'd think France's climate wouldn't be much different from England's, even if we are on the southern coast. But this is just ridiculous. Drake couldn't take the heat any longer. In no time, he stripped off his shirt, his bare chest glistening with sweat. I wasn't faring much better, with only a sweat-soaked tank top clinging to my skin. You might not believe me, I said, watching the shimmering heat waves in the distance, but ever since I arrived in this world, the weather's been off. Think about it. During those years you spent in London, never setting foot outside, did you ever notice any real changes in the weather? Drake frowned, thinking it over. Now that you mention it, not really. I'd almost forgotten there were supposed to be seasons. I thought maybe it was just that there's no temperature in the afterlife, but that doesn't seem right either. Exactly, I nodded. Every place I've visited is either wildly unpredictable, swinging between extremes, or stuck in a single season. London's the latter, always blanketed in winter fog. And wherever we are now, the weather's bound to be unstable. So I'd hang on to your clothes. If I were you, you'll need them later. Drake picked up his jacket, spread it out on the ground, and flopped down on top of it. Well, for now, it's going to be useful as a mattress. Einstein, I'm taking a nap. Don't bother me. We're in tough times. If we can't eat our fill, at least we can sleep. If our bodies give out, nothing else will matter. A few hours lost won't make a difference. Before he even finished, Drake closed his eyes, his breathing quickly settling into a steady, peaceful rhythm. I looked up at the sun blazing overhead, feeling like it could evaporate us on the spot. I poured the last of the water into my palm and held it out for Caesar. He lapped at the drops eagerly. I whispered, "Go on, check the area. If anything happens, wake us up." Caesar trotted off, quickly vanishing into the tall grass nearby. I leaned back against my pack and draped my shirt over my head, trying to block out the sunlight. Truthfully, I hated sleeping during the day, even if it was the safest option. The worst thing you can do in life is make plans. Planning out your life, your future, even your day, it's all pretty pointless. Nothing ever goes the way you expect. No matter how carefully you prepare, there will always be unknowns that throw everything off. That's why people say plans can't keep up with change. The more you plan, the more likely things will go wrong. The hardest part is dealing with the frustration and helplessness when your plans fall apart again and again. We'd hoped to sleep until we woke naturally, to forget about time and worries for a while, but once again, our foolishness cost us. Another half-decent dream was shattered by a sudden gale. When I opened my eyes, the weather had completely flipped. A fierce wind whipped up dust and sand. The sky had turned dark, and it looked like a storm was brewing. Glancing over, I realized Drake was gone. For a moment, every hair on my body stood on end. I couldn't even describe the feeling, a sudden, all-consuming fear of the unknown. I sat there, numb, trying to figure out if this was just another dream, but I could never tell what was real anymore. All I could do was keep the story moving. If this was a dream, no matter how bad things got, I'd end up back at the start. If it wasn't, then I needed to act, and fast. I threw on all my clothes and stood in the howling wind, shouting, "Caesar! Caesar!" The wind nearly swallowed my voice. I turned and yelled at the top of my lungs, "Damn it! Drake, where are you? Answer me! Where are you?" No one answered. I thought maybe, while I was asleep, that drunk had noticed the weather change and decided to look for water or a way out on his own. But the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. Drake would never go off alone unless we'd agreed to split up. And ID told Caesar to wake me at the first sign of trouble. Something was definitely wrong. I checked all the supplies and found that aside from the grenades and the bottle of water that Drake always carried with him, he hadn't taken anything else. My backpack and rifle were still here, which ruled out the possibility of us being ambushed by some kind of creature. That left only one other explanation. He must have left on his own accord. But what reason could possibly make him do something so out of the ordinary? Shouldering my backpack and raising my rifle, I stood alone in the open, scanning the surroundings for any sign of movement. There was nothing suspicious in sight. The view here was wide open. I could see everything within a kilometer or two through the scope. Ever since we landed, we had been moving slowly from the south toward the northeast, so the dense forest ahead in that direction was likely my only option. Its edge was about 3 kilometers away, with a stretch of wild grass and uncertain terrain between me and the trees. The wind was getting stronger, and I didn't have much time to stand around and think. I started running, rifle in hand, slowing down every few minutes to scan the area ahead. Glancing at my watch, I saw it was 1:15 p.m. over 4 hours since we last stopped to rest. If they kept moving at this pace, they could already be deep inland by now. Damn that drunken fool, what was he thinking, running off and leaving me behind like this? If I catch him, I swear I'll cut out his tongue. So I alternated between running and walking, my mind racing with endless anxious guesses. Had something happened to them, or did they just leave me behind? People like me, who lack confidence and are prone to suspicion, hate having to face this kind of uncertainty. All I could do was keep moving forward, but I didn't even know where I was heading. After about 40 minutes, I finally reached the edge of the forest. Up close, it was far denser than it had looked from a distance. The trees towered overhead, blocking out the sky and sunlight. I had no idea there were places like this along the coast of France. These woods weren't just thick with foliage, they seemed almost alive, tangled together in a way that felt suffocating and oppressive. Standing there, I hesitated, suddenly unsure of how to take the next step. An ominous feeling crept up behind me. The forest ahead was pitch black, and I had no idea what might happen if I ventured in. The path forward was gone, and only faint rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy. I wasn't afraid, exactly, but I did feel overwhelmed. In the end, I forced myself to press on. I crouched low, carefully searching every inch of ground as I moved forward. The only sounds were the eerie rustling of the wind through the trees, and, beneath it, a strange, unidentifiable noise like the low growl of some beast, steady and muffled, or perhaps the rhythmic thrum of machinery. It made me slow my pace, every sense on high alert. As I ventured deeper into the dense forest, the grasslands and open spaces behind me had completely vanished, leaving me surrounded by identical-looking plants in every direction. Regret quickly set in for barging in so recklessly. I realized I had no sense of direction at all. Even if I wanted to turn back now, I wouldn't be able to find my way. If I'd known it would be like this, I should have taken the time to study a few books on tracking. My heartbeat grew faster, strangely echoing the distant, guttural roar I kept hearing. Suddenly, a deafening, explosive roar erupted just ahead, making me scream and drop to the ground. The sound reminded me of the fierce roars of lions or tigers I'd heard on TV, but could there actually be big cats living here? No, that roar was nothing like any ordinary animal. This was purgatory. Any kind of monster could appear. That thought made my hands start trembling uncontrollably. I pressed my face into the earth, paralyzed by fear and helplessness, feeling as if the anxiety was twisting my features. In my mind, I cursed nonstop. What the hell is going on? Drake, you bastard, you ran off and left me here, and you even took my dog with you. Damn you. I stayed motionless, pressed to the ground like a turtle hiding in its shell, straining to listen. Minutes passed, and the sounds seemed to fade away. Even the low growls from earlier were gone. Slowly, I lifted my head and, still shaking, got to my feet, crouching low as I moved forward step by step. The scenery around me only made me more disoriented. I had no idea which direction I was heading anymore. The only thing I was sure of was the stream of angry curses running through my mind. Damn it, just show yourself already. I don't care if it's a monster, Drake, or anything else, just stop scaring me and come out. Even as I muttered to myself, I hadn't taken more than a few steps when that wild, ferocious roar ripped through the silence again, slicing into my ears like a blade. My right leg, which I had just lifted, suddenly trembled, and a chill shot up my spine. Almost by instinct, I spun around and ran. The forest was dense, branches tangled overhead, and as I darted through the trees, turning this way and that, I quickly lost all sense of direction. Behind me, I could hear the rustling of leaves and branches, as if something was moving stealthily, circling around me. It felt as though thousands of eyes were locked on me from the shadows, silent and unseen. I was like a desperate clown fleeing for my life, stumbling and panicked, just wanting to escape this eerie forest. My feet kept tripping, and I didn't even care where I was going. I only wanted to get out as fast as possible. Just as I rounded an enormous ancient tree so thick that it would take 2 or 3 people to wrap their arms around it, a large hand suddenly grabbed the back of my collar with a thud. I was yanked off my feet and thrown to the ground. My body hadn't even registered what had happened before my mind went completely blank. My rifle flew from my hands and landed somewhere in the bushes. Clutching my aching back, I reached out for the gun, but before I could move, that same hand yanked me again, dragging me into the shadow of the giant tree. Darkness swallowed me whole, and I didn't dare move a muscle. As I gasped for breath, trying to struggle free, the hand let go. A figure stepped in front of me, lowering his voice. Quiet. It's me, Derek. He crouched down, and his face came into view from the shadows, those sharply upturned English-style mustaches, a long face as rough as tree bark, deep-set eyes watching me like a hawk, and a mop of hair wild from the wind. Damn it, it really was this bastard. I froze for a second, then anger surged up in me. I lunged at him, swinging my fists and cursing at the top of my lungs. You bastard. Where the hell did you go? You nearly scared me to death. Damn you. I'm gonna kill you. Drake fought desperately against my attacks, gripping my arms tightly as he spoke in a low voice. Keep it down. I told you before, don't make any noise. There's something out here. I stared into his eyes, suddenly recalling that terrifying sound from earlier. My heart skipped a beat. I let go of his arm abruptly and turned to grab the rifle nearby. I picked it up and quickly crawled back under the shade of the trees, pressing close to him and crouching down. The surroundings made me tense. I whispered, why the hell aren't you sleeping where you're supposed to? How did you end up here? And where's Caesar? Drake frowned and replied quietly, don't panic. It's probably deeper in the woods. I came here tracking it, must have followed when I realized you two were gone. Same as me. What do you mean? I asked. He nodded and said in a low voice, I fell asleep, but then I woke up needing to take a leak. I found some bushes, but before I could finish, I heard Caesar's howl coming from deep in the woods. Something was off about it. It sounded wounded, like a cry fading away. I panicked and figured there wasn't time to go back and get you, so I just followed the sound. I sighed, exasperated. You could have at least shouted for me. Whatever. Go on. Did you see it? Did it go into the forest too? Drake shook his head slightly. I can't be sure. The sound definitely came from this direction. On my way here, I caught glimpses of something moving, but I couldn't tell what it was. With nowhere else to go, I just ran into the woods. And once you're inside, you must notice that there's no way out. He paused suddenly. Wait. Listen. That sound. I strained my ears. The noise came in a deep rumbling, almost mechanical, with a steady, rhythmic pulse, wave after wave. I heard it a few minutes ago, I whispered. It's really strange. Could there actually be something in these woods we can't even imagine? Drake let out a dry laugh, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. What do you think? It's not like we'll find 7 dwarves making pumpkin soup waiting for us to knock. But honestly, since earlier, doesn't it feel like there are 1,000 eyes watching us? It's seriously unnerving. A chill ran down my spine as I glanced around. Yeah, I feel it too. It's making my skin crawl. To be honest, that sound and the whole atmosphere of this place is giving me the creeps. Drake took a deep breath, speaking softly. But right now, saving Caesar is all that matters. As long as there's a sliver of hope, I'm not giving up on him. He's been with me for so long, he won't just leave him here. I was silent for a moment, then my gaze hardened. I get it, but right now we're stuck. We're trapped here, can't move. If something does show up, these weapons aren't going to help us much. This forest isn't our territory. We can't afford to make a wrong move, one mistake, and we won't even get the chance to regret it. I stopped mid-sentence, swallowing my words. Drake was right. Whatever was hiding in these woods, it seemed we had already walked straight into someone else's trap. At this point, all we could do was wait and see, feeling our way forward one cautious step at a time. I glanced down at my watch. It was exactly 2 o'clock, and the sun was already beginning its descent. In another 3 or 4 hours, darkness would fall. Once the deep shadows of the forest closed in, we'd lose our last glimmer of hope. In my mind, I was already preparing for the worst. It wasn't that I thought my fate was somehow more significant than Caesar's. It's just that, as humans, we're destined to find ourselves at life's crossroads. Whether you're ready or not, some things are simply meant to happen. Fate doesn't care about your feelings. Otherwise, could it really be called fate? Leaning against a thick tree, I was torn with indecision. For a moment, I had no idea what to do next. Just then, that unsettling sensation of being watched crept up on me again, making every hair on my body stand on end and cold sweat bead on my skin. Damn, there was definitely something strange in these woods. Every move we made was probably under surveillance. If they really wanted us dead, they would have made their move by now. Either they weren't interested, or they simply didn't have the ability. Personally, I was inclined to believe the former. You're right, but either way, we can't afford to act rashly, I said, keeping a close eye on our surroundings. There was nothing visible, but I could sense the presence of living things all around you, unseen to the eye, but unmistakably felt. It was impossible to put into words, but the feeling was so real, it was impossible to ignore. While Drake and I were still marveling at this strange sensation, everything around us suddenly changed. The entire forest seemed to come alive, not literally, but the atmosphere became charged with a new energy, tense and vibrant. Those unseen presences were now darting through the trees at incredible speeds, moving in patterns I couldn't decipher. I had no idea what they were, but somehow, I knew they were the soul of this forest. I looked up abruptly, scanning the treetops. "Let's get a look from above," I said, pulling a coil of rope from my backpack. My mind was still reeling from the mystery of these presences, but the sense of danger had faded for a moment. Drake glanced at me, puzzled, but my actions made the next steps clear. I drew the knife from my belt, tied the rope securely to its guard, then stepped back a couple of paces from the tree, carefully judging the distance. With a swift motion, I spun the knife in the air and hurled it at an upward angle. The knife sailed through the air, slicing cleanly through a thick branch. I yanked the rope downward, using inertia to change the knife's path. It wrapped tightly around the branch, the blade wedging itself firmly in place. The whole process was smooth and precise, not a wasted movement. I tugged the rope to test its strength, feeling a bit of relief when it held firm. It would easily support a person's weight. Before Drake could say a word, I leapt up and began climbing the trunk, hauling myself up with the rope. When I reached the sturdy branch, I swung my legs over and sat securely, then tossed the rope down and waved for Drake to follow. Drake scrambled up after me, mimicking my moves. Standing 5 or 6 meters above the ground, the view was completely different. Our field of vision opened up. The drunk brushed the dirt from his hands and grinned. "Not bad. He wouldn't have pegged you for the outdoorsy type. That was a pretty professional nod." I nodded at him, saying nothing more. Looking out over the dense forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that tonight we might be facing a danger more unpredictable than anything we'd imagined. "Come on, I already told Yumi family's been hunters for generations." "What? Are you not listening to a word I say?" I snapped at him, clearly annoyed. Right, right, hunters. I totally forgot," he said, suddenly acting like he'd just remembered. "But tell me, Mr. Hunter, if you're so used to wild beasts, why were you shaking on the ground when you heard that roar just now?" I thought hunters got excited at the sight of danger, not scared stiff. "Honestly, you're a real credit to your title," I scoffed, unable to resist teasing him. He frowned, clearly a little ticked off, but didn't say much, just grumbled, "Get lost. Who's got time for your crap right now?" "Hey, listen, that sounds back, and it's getting closer," I said suddenly, pointing into the woods, my tone turning serious. "Everything out there's moving faster too. Something's not right. But it feels like nobody's paying any attention to us," I added casually, though there was something odd in my voice. "Might as well just stay here and watch the show." So the two of us leaned against a big tree, quietly watching everything unfold around us. Drake pulled out his half-empty bottle of water and took a swig. Before he could put it away, I snatched it from him. "You planning to drink it all by yourself? Hand it over." As I gulped down the cold water, I scanned the area. Thunder rumbled overhead, and a fine mist of rain started drifting through the leaves, signaling that a storm was about to break. Suddenly, heavy, rapid footsteps pounded the ground beneath the trees, growing louder by the second as dust began to swirl. I barely had time to swallow before the sound rushed toward us like a charging beast. I whipped my head around just in time to see a massive creature burst out from the depths of the forest. It was huge, unlike any animal I'd ever seen. On either side of its head were two fan-shaped protrusions, kind of like a triceratops frill, only much bigger. Its beak was sharp and hooked like an eagle's, and its eyes were narrow, glowing with a cold, blue light. Jagged rows of spikes jutted out from behind its brow, uneven and sharp like a shark's teeth. The beast's body was at least 2 or 3 times the size of a full-grown elephant, packed with muscle and raw power. It moved on all fours, each step from its clawed front legs thudding with force. Its skin was rough and scaly, more like a rhino's hide, with no fur, just bony ridges along its back and down its limbs, shimmering faintly against its blue-green skin. Its tail was massive, ending in a shape like a giant axe, slamming into the ground as it ran, sending up clouds of dust with every blow. The creature charged forward with a terrifying presence, completely ignoring everything else as it barreled straight toward us. I stared blankly at everything happening in the distance, accidentally spitting out a mouthful of water. Quickly crouching down on the tree branch, I glanced at Drake, who looked just as stunned. "Oh my God, what is that thing?" he blurted out. "No idea," I whispered back, "but whatever's been showing up lately is huge. Good thing we climbed this tree. Who knows if that thing's a herbivore or a carnivore? Aren't you a hunter? Can't you tell? And you're a cook, right? Then why don't you tell me what it would taste like?" I suddenly feel a bit sick," Drake said, turning pale. "Let's change the subject. Do you think Caesar might have been eaten by that thing?" "Shut your mouth. No way." All right, forget I said anything." Below us, the giant beast crashed wildly through the forest, its hard skull smashing into the trees with deafening thuds. Drake and I clung desperately to the thick branch. Even though it didn't hit our tree, it passed so close that we could have touched its back from 5 or 6 meters up. Drake's long legs nearly brushed against the beast, and we both covered our mouths, barely daring to breathe. After circling twice, the creature charged off to our right and soon disappeared into the darkness of the forest. The world went quiet again, only to be broken by a torrential downpour and thunder that shook the sky. Even though the forest was dense, the rain still seeped through, showing its resilience and vitality much like my nearly forgotten name. We waited in the tree for a while longer, making sure it was safe before climbing down with the rope. As I demonstrated how to retrieve the rope and knife, Drake was full of amazed praise. I ignored his teasing about my being a hunter. The law of the jungle in this darkness was just as ruthless as the world we lived in. Any hope for something better was just wishful thinking. With no tracking devices or compass, we could only rely on our instincts. I recalled the wind direction in the open field before we entered the forest and used the flow of rainwater to guide us, marking trees with my knife every so often so we wouldn't lose our way. After more than 2 hours, we finally emerged from the forest only to be stunned by what we saw. How is this possible? Drake stammered. This should be inland. Why is there a cliff? And the ocean below? I stood at the edge, staring at the sheer cliffs and the endless sea below. The sun was setting behind us to the left, and where the French mainland should have been, there was nothing but open water. Suddenly, everything became clear. We hadn't landed on the continent at all. That damned UFO had crashed us onto a deserted island. I let out a heavy sigh and sank to the ground, rubbing my forehead in silence. Drake, meanwhile, started cursing at the sky and sea, picking up rocks and hurling them off the cliff in frustration. With trembling hands, I fumbled in my jacket pocket and pulled out a battered pack of cigarettes, with only 2 left. ID carried it all the way from London, and it had been soaked by seawater more times than I could count. The pack was wrinkled, its edges starting to mold, but it was my only comfort now. I searched every pocket but couldn't find a lighter, so I just held the bitter taste of tobacco in my mouth, unable to light it. As I put the cigarette between my lips, tears spilled out uncontrollably. My whole body shook violently. I tried to wipe my face, but the tears kept coming, unstoppable as a flood. The evening was cold and stormy, the wind cutting like knives, raindrops stinging my skin like 1,000 tiny needles. Is this how the world spits us out? I muttered, my words swallowed by the wind and rain. Are we meant to take this kind of inhuman treatment? What's the point of it all? In the distance, the sea faded into darkness through my blurred vision, the last trace of sunset swallowed by the relentless downpour. The world felt like a drenched sponge, every bit of color squeezed out, leaving nothing but endless blackness. Its true face finally revealed. I crouched in the mud, hugging my knees, shivering uncontrollably. My sobs were drowned out by the rain. Drake finally stopped his endless tirade, pulled a metal lighter from his pocket, and tossed it into the puddle at my feet, splashing mud everywhere. What good is crying? He looked down at me, his voice full of contempt. I've had it with you always complaining. This is how you handle things? You call that being a man? He pointed at the lighter. Go on, smoke your last cigarettes, and then we go our separate ways. I'm done with you. His words were the spark that set off the anger I'd been holding back for so long. I jumped to my feet and threw the soggy cigarette to the ground, crushing it under my boot. Screw you. I spat, rain and tears running down my face. Just get the hell out of here. I've had enough of your sarcasm and your crap. Always acting like you know everything. Talking about hell and stone tablets, it's all lies. You old fraud. Always going on about your Wafago to hell. Go join her and leave me alone. Before I could finish, Drake's fist smashed into my nose. I stumbled back, collapsing into the mud. My face buzzed with pain, and hot blood rushed from my nose, filling my mouth with the taste of iron. I'm warning you, you lunatic, Drake shouted, rain streaming down his face, fists clenched so tight the veins stood out. Don't you ever talk about my wife again. And I'm done with you always whining, always yelling at people. He bent over me, yelling in my face, rain dripping from his chin onto mine. Remember when you were huddled in a corner like a stray dog, stinking and filthy? I was the one who took you in, gave you a hot shower, a meal, a place to stay. You were the one who dragged me out here. I never complained about that. You were the real liar, always claiming you've been on all these adventures. Look at you, just a dog. My face twisted with rage as I clutched my nose, blood running through my fingers and staining my shirt. I knew I'd lost all control. I must have looked hideous, but I couldn't stop the ugly feelings boiling up inside. I scrambled to my feet, grabbed the rifle lying nearby, and smashed the butt into Drake's jaw. He toppled over into the mud, shock flashing in his eyes. Without thinking, I lunged at him, straddling his chest and pounding his face with my fists, pouring all my rage and despair into every blow. Damn you! I screamed, rain and tears and blood running down my face. You hit me? I swear I'll kill you. You bastard, you fraud, hit my face, will you? Go to hell. Faced with my furious punches, Drake had no intention of simply taking the hits. Instead, he fought back relentlessly. He quickly shielded his head with his arms while his legs lashed out, landing powerful kicks to my abdomen. The pain was so intense I nearly ground my teeth to dust, but I refused to stop. My fists, though almost spent, kept swinging as I tried to dodge his counterattacks and lunged at his head again and again. As the struggle dragged on, I felt my rationality slipping away. Suddenly, I clamped my hands around Drake's throat. But he was clearly stronger. With a forceful jerk, he pried my fingers off in seconds. I rolled away, grabbed the rifle from the ground, chambered around, and aimed it straight at his forehead. The drunk glared at me, pressing his head forward, his eyes locked onto mine with ferocity. He spat, "Go on. Pull the trigger if you've got the guts. Coward." Those words pierced my defenses like a needle. I froze, my finger trembling on the trigger, unable to pull it. Just then, a gunshot rang out from the distant coastline, a sharp, faraway sound. I jerked my head toward the darkness along the shore. That shot clearly hadn't come from my rifle, yet my fingers still wouldn't move. Drake noticed my hesitation. His eyes darted to the coastline, and then he suddenly shoved my gun aside, tackled me to the ground, and grabbed me by the collar, ready to strike. My head was still turned toward the distance, my gaze unfocused, mind swirling with confusion. He roared in anger. "Damn it, you really had the nerve to aim a gun at me? I ought to teach you a lesson." But even as he threatened me, his raised fist never fell. Instead, he eyed my averted face with suspicion. For a moment, we both froze, tension thick in the air. Suddenly, two more gunshots echoed clearly from afar. This time, I was certain the shots were real. Drake seemed to hear them too. His gaze followed mine toward the coastline. I shoved him off, crawled to the edge of the cliff, and raised my rifle, scanning every possible spot through the scope. The shots had definitely come from that direction. How could there be gunfire? I muttered under my breath, my mind racing. If those were real shots, then someone must be out there. But how? Are there others on this island besides us? No, that's impossible. At least, that's what I thought until I met you. Maybe we're not alone here after all. But if those really were gunshots, could it be something else? Like aliens or something? Drake shot back with a mocking laugh, though he sounded unsure himself. You can't be certain we're the only ones here. Maybe there are more people. Lots of them. Our argument did nothing to dispel the heavy sense of uncertainty. Just then, another crisp gunshot rang out from the distant coastline, and this time, I saw the flash of muzzle fire at a specific spot along the shore. Without hesitation, I leapt up and scrambled over the cliff, searching quickly for a way down. Drake followed close behind, but we had no lights, and the path was slippery and treacherous. Rain kept washing over the ground, and more than once, we nearly slid off the edge. Luckily, the rain soon stopped, and moonlight broke through the clouds, finally lighting our way forward. We kept running toward the direction of the gunfire. The beach was eerily silent, shrouded in a gray haze that made it impossible to see what was happening or figure out what was going on. We decided to get closer for a better look. Drake stayed right behind me, and as we rounded the slick slope and neared the beach, he suddenly grabbed my arm and pulled me behind a large boulder, whispering, "Stay quiet, there's something out there." I followed the direction of his finger and carefully peeked out from behind the rocks. Under the bright moonlight, something in the distance was glinting, reflecting the light. Waves crashed against the shore in steady succession, and in the uneven landscape, that glimmering outline stood out starkly. Just as I was setting my rifle atop the rocks to get a better look, a dark shape suddenly darted across my line of sight, no more than 7 or 8 meters ahead. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly ducked back behind the rocks. "Well, did you see anything?" Drake whispered. "There's something reflecting light over there. It might be an abandoned boat, but it doesn't really look like one," I replied, pausing for a moment. "But I saw something else, too." "Something else?" I was asking about the shining thing. "What else did you notice?" "It's hard to say. Something flew right past me. Maybe it was a seabird," I answered, a bit uncertain. "Flew by?" "Maybe it really was a seabird," Drake mused, then changed the subject abruptly. "By the way, I want to apologize for what I said earlier. I didn't mean it. Please forgive me." "Let's not talk about that now," I interrupted him. "I'm going to check out what that thing actually is. I'll leave the rifle with you, cover me from here. I'm small, so I'm less likely to be spotted. Once I get in position, I'll signal you." "Be careful," he reminded me. Clutching my knife, I began to move slowly across the beach. Every time I reached a rock, I stopped to scan the surroundings, only moving on once I was sure it was safe. Although the few hundred meters took a lot of time, everything went surprisingly smoothly. When I finally got close to the target, I stopped in my tracks, stunned. There was no one here. No seabirds, only the wreckage of a crashed plane lying silently on the sand. I realized then that the glint I'd seen earlier was coming from the plane, not a boat. Once again, I ignored that voice in my head warning me. Something is leaving this island. It wasn't the first time I'd brushed it aside. After checking the area thoroughly, I signaled to Drake that it was safe. While waiting for him to catch up, I confirmed that the crash had happened only a few hours ago. The fuselage was split in two, and fuel was slowly leaking into the sea. Through a gap in the wreck, I could see there were still plenty of supplies inside. That discovery convinced me that Drake and I weren't the only ones on this island. The bright moonlight illuminated the spilled fuel, creating a shimmering, iridescent film on the water. The sight reminded me of those environmental public service ads, but the irony was clear. In this world, People like us were at the very bottom of the food chain. Maybe the true tragedy of being human is something you only understand after death. Before long, I heard Drake's heavy footsteps approaching. His tall figure loomed in the darkness, carrying my backpack and rifle, panting as he reached my side. He scanned the area cautiously to make sure it was safe, then looked up at the massive object in front of us, eyes wide with shock. "It's a plane," I said, bending down to pick up a black leather backpack that had been left open on the ground. "Not a ship. Judging by these scattered items, I'm certain the gunshots we heard earlier came from here. There are other people on this island." I rummaged through the backpack and pulled out a few brand new military glow sticks, a baseball cap, 2 packs of cigarettes, and a pair of gloves. "You mean someone crash-landed this plane here?" Drake asked. "Yeah, but I'd say it's more likely it crashed outright." I pointed to the inside of the plane. "There's still a lot of fuel in there, so it was probably a navigation issue. There's nowhere suitable to land on a deserted island like Tis. It must have been an accident. And it couldn't have happened too long ago. Let's go inside and take a look. Some of the supplies scattered around might come in handy." With that, I slipped through the broken opening in the fuselage, and Drake followed close behind. The cabin was pitch black, still warm, and smelled of burnt wiring. I cracked open 3 glow sticks and tossed a couple to Drake. Under the faint green light, we could clearly see supply crates strewn across the floor. It was a medium-sized military transport plane, but I couldn't tell the exact model or which military it belonged to. Some of the metal supply crates were open, others still locked. Clothes and document pouches were scattered across the damp floor. I flipped through a few, but they were nothing important. "Hey, check this out," I said, pulling a heavy, metal, vase-shaped object from a crate. It had handles on both sides and a flared opening. Drake leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, "This is solid gold. Look at all this," he said, gesturing around us. "The whole cabin is filled with gold and jewels. And hey, race, a picture frame, the painting's been cut out with a knife." "What does that mean?" I asked, confused. "These aren't just ordinary valuables," Drake explained. "They're artifacts, pieces of Historia treasure trove. I've never seen any of this before, but what's really strange is why they're here of all places." "Humph, I don't think it's strange at all," I replied with a cold laugh. "Where there are people, there's greed. Seeing all this useless stuff just makes me more certain that someone else landed on this island around the same time we did. That gunfire we heard was probably a fight over the treasure. But based on your analysis, there are still some inconsistencies," I said, frowning as I glanced around the cabin. "First of all, there aren't any human bodies or traces of blood. Second, if there was infighting over treasure, why is all the loot untouched except for a missing painting? Even stranger, their backpacks were left behind on the floor. That suggests they must have left in a hurry, under extreme stress so quickly they didn't even grab their valuables." As I spoke, I ran my hand along the metal frame inside the cabin. Where did these people come from? Were they a gang of criminals? Were they still obsessed with hoarding wealth in the afterlife, not realizing this was a different world now? While Drake rummaged excitedly through the supply crates, I crawled down the twisted, buckled corridor toward the cockpit. The crash had mangled this part of the plane, so I had to get down on my stomach and inch my way inside. The cockpit was flooded, shards of windshield glass scattered everywhere. On the co-pilot's seat, an overturned coffee pot still gave off a rich aroma. In the water beneath the pilot's seat, I found a flashlight, its lens cracked, but still functional. There was also a palm-sized leather notebook, completely soaked, which I carefully tucked into my backpack. "Find anything?" Drake called out, unable to squeeze inside because of his size. "Hold on," I replied, still searching. "So far, just a flashlight, a notebook, some coins, and coffee beans. These thieves sure had refined tastes." Wait. I suddenly noticed a dark, rough object dangling from a shaped lever above the control panel, tied on with a piece of string. It didn't feel like gold or jade, more like a meteorite. I cut the string with my knife and tucked the mysterious item into my backpack before making my way back. Once back in the main cabin, I switched on the flashlight and examined the coins closely, then handed them to Drake. He shook his head, unable to determine their origin or age. Each bore an indistinct, genderless profile and was stamped with Arabic numerals. The craftsmanship looked modern, neither antique nor alien. I casually sat down on a supply crate, holding the backpack in my hands as I opened it. The first thing I did was put on the black baseball cap with the New York logo. Then, I pulled out the meteorite-like pendant and was about to hand it to Drake for a closer look when his sudden reaction startled me. "The tablet. This is the tablet," Drake shouted like a madman, grabbing my shoulders and shaking me wildly. "You lunatic. Do you realize what you found? My God, it's the tablet, me precious." His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he'd just recovered a long-lost treasure. I stared back at him in shock, taken aback by his enthusiasm. A familiar feeling crept over me. Finding another piece of the tablet in a place like this was just too strange. What was even more unsettling was what it implied were other people here after the same thing as us. If Drake's theory was right, did it mean a large group of people died at the same time and ended up in this world? The thought sent a chill down my spine. If that was true, this island was far more dangerous than what imagined. "Hold on," I said, rubbing my temples. A lot has happened. I need to sort things out. It's around 7:40 in the evening now, which means 12 hours ago, we arrived on this island on that damned flying saucer. It was a total accident, and we still have no idea why it crashed. Damn, this thing is beautiful, Drake murmured, still mesmerized by the tablet. I went on. At first, we thought we were somewhere on the southwest coast of France. We climbed the cliffs, crossed plains and jungles, and in the jungle, we ran into those indescribable monsters and those strange beings you can only sense, not see. The two kinds of creatures seem to be mortal enemies. Yeah, those monsters. Drake started, but I cut him off. Later, we realized this was an island. The invisible beings are aware of us, but they choose to ignore us. That means either they don't want to be our enemies, they can't be, or it's just not time yet. Given how hostile this world is, I'm leaning toward the last option. Hostile is the perfect word, Drake interjected. But, I continued, my tone more serious. Finding the plane wreckage completely changed our understanding. Judging by the crash marks, it happened no more than 2 or 3 hours ago. And those gunshots were just over an hour ago. Either they started fighting among themselves, or they ran into something on the island. Either way, it forced them to abandon all the valuable loot they'd worked so hard to collect. This means we're in serious danger right now, too. So after all that, that's your big point, Drake replied dismissively. Right now, I just want to know how this tablet ended up here. That's not what I meant. What I'm saying is that we're facing two options right now. One is to leave the island as soon as possible. There's an inflatable raft and some basic supplies on the plane. Even though there isn't enough food or water, at least it gives us a chance to escape. The other option is to go back and thoroughly search the island, figure out what kind of life forms are here, find any survivors from the crash, and then leave together with Caesar. As I spoke, I jotted down our current situation in my notebook. Drake rubbed his face with both hands, looking frustrated and defeated. He sighed and said, "This is just too hard. If I had to make the call, I'd rather sit here and wait to die than make such a tough choice. But I'm leaning toward looking for your dog. Maybe what I said earlier is making me uneasy, or maybe running away isn't the best idea. Either way, hell with it. If we die, we die. Might as well go all in." "Humph, sounds like you're pretty confident," I replied with a cold laugh. "I'll take back what I said before. I really was being too negative. Don't take it personally, man. Sometimes you have to fight to really get to know someone. After all this, I guess we understand each other a bit better now. That's something, at least." Drake grinned, flexing his fists. "Say whatever you want. If you piss me off again, it'll give you another beating. But next time, I won't hold back, got it?" We exchanged a look and couldn't help but laugh, letting go of any lingering grudges. I went back to rummaging through the luggage in the cabin and turned to Drake. "Come on, help me get this inflatable raft down. I want to stash it somewhere else, just in case those people come back. Right now, it's our fastest way off this island. If they get to it first, we're in real trouble." As we spoke, a sudden metallic clang sounded outside, followed by a series of footsteps that faded into the distance. My heart dropped, a cold sweat running down my back. I spun around and shouted, "Who's there?" Drake reacted instantly, grabbing his flashlight and darting through the crack in the fuselage without hesitation. Once again, we were exposed under the harsh, pale moonlight. The shoreline was as silent as ever, with only the sound of waves crashing against the sand and wreckage. The spilled fuel on the water still glimmered faintly. We both heard if those were footsteps, human footsteps. There was no doubt left in our minds. There were definitely people on this island. "Hurry, we can't wait any longer. We need to get out of here now," I said. Drake and I quickly grabbed the inflatable raft and the supplies we'd picked, hauling everything out of the cabin and retracing our steps. We pushed ourselves to the limit, finally dragging everything to the base of the mountain. As we passed a slope halfway up, I noticed a cave. The terrain there was treacherous, surrounded by thick vegetation, and the entrance was well concealed by bushes. I suggested we rest here for a bit. We were both exhausted. We decided to hide the raft here. This would be our rendezvous point when it was time to leave the island. The two of us sat in the cave, our eyes level with the moonlight streaming in through the entrance. I'd lost count of how many times we'd found ourselves in such an awkward predicament. Carefully, I took stock of the supplies in our large bundle. A Russian-made revolver and matching ammunition, which gave us a little more confidence for our search across the mountain. For dry cell batteries, a military compass, a lighter, a pack of dried beef, a monocular, and a few old clothes that smelled odd, along with a raincoat. With the backpack we'd picked up earlier, we were just about ready to set out again. But the most intriguing thing was the fragment of a stone tablet. As soon as Drake entered the cave, he couldn't wait to examine it, sweeping his flashlight back and forth, holding it up to the moonlight, inspecting it over and over. But his excitement faded quickly when he realized the fragment was just a corner of some ornament, with not a single character on it, just a hole at the edge, where it had clearly once hung from a cord around someone's neck. Damn it. What kind of idiot would wear something like this as jewelry? You can't put a price on an artifact like this. It's such a waste. Drake muttered in frustration. "Keep your voice down," I reminded him. "Besides, who says it was worn by someone ignorant? Maybe it belonged to a scholar, someone who studied history." Look at the finish, it must have been unearthed a long time ago, and it's quite different from the one we found before. This piece is polished smooth, clearly carried around for years. What do you think it is? Drake asked. I can't tell. It just looks like a black stone to me, I replied, shaking my head. I don't think it's from Earth, Drake said seriously. It might be a meteorite. The color, the texture, the unusual hardness and weight, it's nothing like any stone you'd find here. Even though this place feels like purgatory, it's still part of our world. I suspect this fragment holds secrets from a higher civilization. When are we heading out? Drake suddenly looked up. Are you in a hurry? I'd rather wait until dawn, I said. This island feels too strange. I don't want to run into something unimaginable at night. Just thinking about that creature we met today still gives me chills. All right, we'll do it your way, Drake sighed. I just want to find the others who came to this island. Maybe they know something we don't. I want to find Caesar too, I said, but rushing in blindly would be dangerous. It's like we're grasshoppers in a jar or goldfish in a tank. Everything we see and hear could be an illusion, and we're nowhere near the truth. This place reminds me of home. The moon here looks just the same, but I still feel like I'm on another planet. Sometimes, it even feels like the moon is where I really belong. I can't explain it. Don't get so sentimental, Drake changed the subject. Tell me about your hometown. What was it like? Did you have caves like this there? I looked at the moon, trying to recall the bittersweet memories, only to realize I could no longer feel them the way I used to. In just a few years, my heart had grown numb. Nothing could stir it anymore except life and death moments. After a pause, I said, all right. My hometown had caves too, though not quite like this one. It was a place that was both small and vast. I lived with my grandfather on a mountain where snow never melted even in July or August. It lay a foot thick. That's where my life as a hunter began, and where it ended. It sounds like an idyllic place. Although I wasn't born into a family of hunters, I've always longed for that peaceful, carefree life. That's why I chose to move to the suburbs. The scenery there is truly beautiful. At least you don't have to deal with the suffocating smog of the city. Still, reality always finds a way to remind us how hard it is to find a place of true tranquility. Is it really that difficult to find somewhere quiet, where no one bothers you, and you can just live your life in peace? That question brought back memories. Suddenly, I could see myself as a child, following my grandfather on a hunt. I don't remember exactly how old I was, but one particular night stands out as if it happened yesterday. Grandpa and I were lying in the snow on a hillside, covered with straw and branches, holding our breath as we waited for game to appear. The silence was shattered by a sharp gunshot, and, in that moment, the cave entrance and the bright moon before me looked exactly like they did in my memory. Drake seemed to notice that I was lost in thought, and smiled. I remember the stories you told me about your childhood, though the details are a bit fuzzy now. Honestly, I've never been one to pry into other people's business, and I hate having my own privacy invaded. But your stories always make me feel like I'm actually there. It's a unique feeling. If I ever get the chance, I'd love to visit your hometown and see that hunter's paradise for myself. Humph, trust me, you'd only be disappointed, I said coldly. All that's left there now is scorched earth. There's nothing worth seeing. My words cast an awkward silence over us. As I stared absent-mindedly at the moonlight, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure slipping through the bushes outside the cave. The movement was quick, but not quick enough to escape the eyes of an old hunter. Someone's out there, I warned Drake in a low voice, gripping my rifle as I crept to the edge of the cave entrance. After crouching and scanning the area, I confirmed there was only one person. I bent down and slipped outside. Drake quickly covered our supplies in the cave with brush and followed me out, revolver in hand. Staying low, I examined the footprints and the disturbed undergrowth. Everything my grandfather taught me as a child came rushing back, allowing me to read the signs with precision. I nodded to Drake, and together, we moved quietly up the only path leading up the mountain, keeping low as we followed the trail. The moonlight was exceptionally bright, illuminating the clouds drifting over the sea. For the first time in my memory, the blue sky, white clouds, and twinkling stars all appeared together in the night sky. I bent down carefully to examine the footprints on the ground. Though smaller than mine and with a shorter stride, the tracks were deliberately erratic, clearly meant to throw off anyone following. This convinced me that the person ahead had already sensed we were on their trail. I signaled to Drake and slipped behind a large tree while he crouched in the nearby grass. Our eyes were fixed on the area a few dozen meters ahead. As we held our breath in anticipation, a shadow suddenly darted into view. It was startling enough to make anyone cry out, but we forced ourselves to remain calm. The figure moved through the grass, my gun trained on his back, but I couldn't bring myself to pull the trigger. Sweat beaded on my palms and forehead as I wrestled with indecision. When the figure vanished again, we had no choice but to continue the pursuit. The third time we spotted our target, we had reached the edge of the mountaintop, with a dense forest ahead. I crawled nearly on my belly to the summit, only to find the figure had disappeared without a trace. Regret washed over me. Should have taken the shot when I had the chance. Stranger still, no matter how hard we tried, the distance between us and the figure never seemed to change, as if we could never catch up. Was this really a person, or something else entirely? Full of questions, we entered the forest once more. To our surprise, it was even brighter inside than outside. The sight was breathtaking. Countless specks of light, like stars, floated among the towering ancient trees, shimmering in a rainbow of colors. These lights danced and changed, casting a dreamlike glow over the entire forest. Yet beneath the beauty, I felt a primal sense of dread, as though the forest itself was warning us to stay away. Drake was entranced by the scene, unable to hide his amazement. I reminded him to stay alert and listen carefully to our surroundings. After all, our target had entered the forest right in front of us, yet in such a well-lit place, there was no trace of him to be found. That alone was suspicious. We followed the only winding path deeper into the woods. Along the way, we encountered surreal sights. Giant mushrooms the size of cars, fruits hanging from branches that looked uncannily like owls, and carnivorous plants covered in glowing blue glands. Compared to these bizarre creatures, the mermaids and sea monsters we'd seen before seemed almost ordinary. The whole forest felt like a fairy tale wonderland. We searched every corner, but found no sign of anyone. The footprints on the ground gradually faded away. Then, a particularly large tree caught my eye. Its bark was black and deeply wrinkled, looking ancient beyond measure. Most striking of all, a transparent, sticky liquid was oozing from the cracks, glowing faintly with a yellowish light. I walked up to the big tree and examined the strange substance seeping from its bark. The golden liquid shimmered faintly in the sunlight, making me wonder if this could be some kind of money tree. It was fascinating to see something that looked like gold oozing out from inside. I brought my nose close to the trunk and took a deep breath. The smell was somewhat like pine resin, nothing out of the ordinary. Drake stood nearby, a mocking smile on his face. Maybe that's just the tree snot, he joked. Looks pretty gross. I'd stay away from it if I were you. Ignoring his comment, I continued to circle the towering tree, searching for anything unusual. Just as I was about to give up, something on the trunk caught my eye. The thick canopy cast deep shadows, making it hard to see, so I pulled out my flashlight and took a closer look. Hanging from the bark was a strip of cloth. The fabric looked ancient and weathered, as if it had endured centuries, just like the tree itself. Drake's joke flashed through my mind, and I almost laughed. Maybe this was what the tree used to wipe its nose. What's that? Drake asked, already reaching out to touch the strip before I could stop him. Before I could react, he had grabbed the half-foot-long piece of cloth. What is this? Just an old rag. He muttered, frowning. Feels ice cold, like it just came out of a freezer. And it's stuck to the tree. Damn, it won't budge. He tugged hard a few times, but the cloth didn't move at all, as if it was fused with the trunk. Suddenly, a piercing shriek exploded right by our ears. The spot where the cloth was embedded tore open into a gaping hole big enough to fit a motorcycle through. With the scream, the tree seemed to come alive, its trunk opening like a giant, gaping mouth, letting out a deafening roar. Thick branches twisted down like giant pythons, lunging toward us. Luckily, we reacted quickly. Aside from Drake's jacket getting ripped, we escaped unharmed. He still clung tightly to the ragged strip of cloth. My heart was pounding as I scanned the area, half expecting the other trees to come to life too. What the hell were you thinking, pulling on that thing? I snapped at Drake. You might as well have pulled the pin on a grenade. Nearly scared me to death. Damn it, how did that tree just come alive? What the hell is this place? Drake cursed, tossing the rag to the ground in disgust. I bent down to take a closer look at the cloth, feeling a wave of nausea. Maybe it was some leftover scrap from something the tree had eaten, like the way food sticks to the corner of your mouth after eating noodles. The thought alone gave me goosebumps. This is seriously messed up. We need to get out of here now. But before I could finish, the scene in front of me made me freeze. Drake suddenly jerked backward, as if some invisible force had grabbed his ankles. His body arched through the air in a strange arc, then slammed hard onto the ground, landing flat on his back, motionless. I was completely stunned, frozen in place, and unable to react. My body tensed up instinctively, and I could hardly believe what I was seeing. Just as I was about to step forward to take a closer look, a dark shadow suddenly lunged at me. Because I was facing the light, I could barely make out its shape. It was small, its limbs flailing, yet unnaturally long. It seemed to be holding something sharp in its hand, and in the faint light, the blade glinted coldly. I barely had time to react. I stumbled backwards, tripping over a tree root and landing hard on the ground. Luckily, my reflexes kicked in just in time. I raised my rifle and managed to block its attack. The blade struck the wooden stock with such force that my elbow slammed into the ground, and a sharp metallic clang rang out as the machete embedded itself deep into the wood. In that moment, I finally got a clear look at the creature in front of me. Its head was about the size of a coconut, dark brown, with narrow, almond-shaped eyes pressed close to its face, gleaming with a menacing light. It had no nose, but its mouth was grotesquely large, like a slit cut open by a knife, curving upward at the corners to reveal 2 rows of sharp, triangular teeth just like a piranha's. Its breath was revolting, but I didn't have time to wonder what it was. I just knew I couldn't afford to hesitate. I gripped my rifle tightly and swung it hard, throwing the creature off. Despite its small size, its strength was incredible. Cold sweat poured down my face, my whole body trembling with fear. I scrambled to my feet, fumbling with the bolt of my rifle, preparing to aim. But when I looked around, the shadow had already vanished. Damn it, what on earth was that thing? My hands were shaking uncontrollably with anxiety. Suddenly, I heard Drake shout from nearby, "Above you. Move." I hesitated for a split second, my eyes darting toward Drake, who was lying on the ground. Realizing the danger, I leapt away and dove to the ground, rolling over and trying to bring my rifle up to defend myself. At that exact moment, the little black shadow darted at me again, lightning fast, raising its machete and swinging from my arm. I knew this wasn't the time for a desperate fight. I couldn't afford to lose too much blood before dawn. So I quickly pulled my rifle back, holding it up to block the attack. The blade struck the wooden stock again with a sharp crack. This time, in the dim light, I finally saw its features clearly. It was naked, standing barely half as tall as my leg. Its entire body was dark brown, its head shaped like a coconut, with sparse hair on top. Its neck and limbs were incredibly thin, its body shaped like a misshapen gourd, with a bulging stomach completely out of proportion to its limbs. It had only 3 fingers on each hand, and the machete it wielded didn't look like something made by humans, more like a heavy, sharp blade used by some tribe for butchering livestock. The sight of this creature was so revolting, I could barely stand to look at it. But this was no time to be shocked. I desperately swung my rifle to shake it off and push myself backward with my legs, putting some distance between us. The creature stood a few meters away, opening its huge mouth and letting out a strange cry. The sound was angry, but tinged with a mocking, almost comical tone that sent chills down my spine and made every hair on my body stand on end. I was filled with a deep, bone-chilling fear. Just then, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind the creature. Drake cursed, "What the hell is that?" He swung his long leg and delivered a fierce kick to the monster's rear, sending the dark mass flying toward me like a soccer ball. I reacted instantly, gripping the front of my rifle with both hands and swinging it like a baseball bat. With a dull thud, the rifle connected with the creature, knocking it several meters away until it tumbled into the pitch-black undergrowth and vanished. "Run! Go run!" Drake shouted, grabbing me off the ground and dragging me forward at a frantic pace. As we ran, I glanced back. Shadows flickered among the trees, and dozens of glowing, menacing eyes glinted in the darkness. They darted through the woods with predatory agility, closing in on us like hunters chasing their prey. "There's more of them, right behind us," I yelled, gasping for breath. "Doesn't matter, just keep running. Who knows what these things are?" Drake shouted back through gritted teeth. We ran desperately, one after the other, when suddenly a massive rock, half buried in the earth, appeared ahead. As we reached it, our path was blocked. The creatures had surrounded us. That strange sound we'd heard was actually a call to their companions. In that moment, I realized the life signals I'd sensed in the woods earlier must have belonged to them. I remembered from experience that these things only reveal themselves at night. But that knowledge was useless now. Whether we could make it out alive was anyone's guess. "What do we do?" "We're surrounded," Drake asked nervously. "How should I know?" I snapped back. "I told you, I always lose my nerve at critical moments. You're the one who should come up with something. There are too many of them, and it's still hours until sunrise. There's no way we can hold out that long." "Damn it. I think this is the end for us," Drake muttered, biting his lip. "We can't outrun them, and this handgun only has a dozen bullets left. If it comes down to a fight, our chances aren't good. So what now, run, or stay and fight?" "Run? Where to? I don't even know which way to go." I gripped my weapon tightly. Screw it. If I'm dying today, I'm taking some of them with me. With that, I raised my rifle and aimed at one of the snarling creatures on a branch. I pulled the trigger. The shot rang out, and the bullet hit its mark, exploding the creature's head. Dark green fluid sprayed across the faces of 2 others nearby. To my shock, instead of retreating, the creatures let out a chorus of excited screeches, as if the blood and death of their companion made them even more frenzied. I instantly regretted my impulsiveness. Maybe I'd just triggered their bloodlust. In a flash, the monsters on the ground and in the trees charged at us all at once. There was no time for words. I gripped my weapon, a surge of determination flaring up inside me. "I'm a damn hunter," I muttered fiercely. "No matter how many of you there are, you're not taking me down without a fight. Let's see who survives this." A surge of adrenaline rushed through me, making my hands tremble with excitement. My movements as I racked the bolt and chambered around were smooth and practiced. With each pull of the trigger, 7.92mm rifle rounds spat out, dropping the charging creatures one after another. The air was filled with the sound of gunfire, green blood splattering everywhere, brains bursting open. But the thrill came at a price. With a sharp click, my heart sank. The magazine was empty. That brief moment of hesitation gave one of the monsters its chance. It lunged at me, but I reacted instinctively, powering my right leg into a hard kick that sent the small beast flying, crashing into the muddy ground. "Reloading. I'm out," I shouted, quickly retreating and scrambling onto a massive boulder behind me. After years of surviving in this hellhole, I wasn't about to lose my cool now. Drake immediately raised his revolver, firing precise shots. 2 cracks later, another monster dropped, but its companions surged forward, trampling their fallen kin. Drake didn't spare a single bullet, firing rapidly to buy me time to reload. All set. He'll cover you, reload now. As soon as Drake's revolver ran dry, we switched places. He jumped onto the boulder to reload while I took aim, covering him and picking off the monsters attacking from every direction. Still, 2 people just weren't enough. The creatures were closing in, forming a ring around us. I yanked the bayonet from my belt and fixed it to my rifle. Let's go down swinging. If they think they'll take me prisoner, they're dead wrong. I'd rather go out fighting. Come on, you little bastards. At that critical moment, a machete came swinging out of nowhere, slicing deep into Drake's arm. Blood sprayed as he cried out and collapsed. I barely had time to react. I lunged forward, driving my bayonet into the monster's gut, sending it shrieking and tumbling off the boulder. Covered in blood, I stood protectively over Drake, fighting desperately and shouting, "Hey, drunkard, don't you dare play dead on me. As soon as I carve us a way out, we're getting the hell out of here." Despite my bravado, I was already exhausted, my body burning, lungs ready to burst. The monsters kept coming, wave after wave. I gave a bitter laugh. Where were all these bastards coming from anyway? Then it hit me. Maybe we were the real intruders here, disturbing their world. Drake gritted his teeth and got to his feet. He shrugged off his coat, yanked up his sleeve with one swift motion, and bit down on the wound, desperately trying to bandage his arm, which was already mangled and bloody. I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye and felt a jolt of shock. The cut on his arm was so deep I could see bone, with torn flesh and bright red blood mixing with a sickening stench that filled the air. My heart sank. Could those monsters' blades be poisoned? But Drake didn't seem to care. Despite the severity of his injury, he was still standing. I forced myself to push these thoughts aside. There was no time for distractions. The enemy was closing in, and even the slightest slip could cost me my life. I fought with everything I had to protect Drake, whose hands were empty and who could no longer defend himself. All I wanted was another miracle, just one more chance to escape this deadly island. But I feared I'd never see Caesar again. Forgive me really can't bring you home. At this moment, I stood atop the massive boulder, my mind in chaos, legs numb, body shaking, barely able to hold myself up. Yet this was our final stronghold, the line between life and death. Death was closer than ever, but I refused to let those monsters advance another step. The ground was littered with corpses, their twisted limbs piled together, the stench of death thick enough to make me gag. Suddenly, I remembered a night from many years ago. I had just arrived in that small town and found a night shift job at an auto repair shop, where I spent several days. That year, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the boss and his family went home to celebrate, leaving me alone. Seeing I was by myself, he gave me 3 tickets to a Beijing opera. Though I didn't understand opera, I still went and watched for 3 nights in a row. In the play, during the Battle of Changban, Zhao Zilong charged into enemy lines alone. For a moment, I saw myself in him. Now, I too was facing my enemies, alone and helpless. Was that just as brave as Zhao Zilong? So I couldn't give up. If I had even a little strength left, I'd shout into this hopeless sky. Even if I've forgotten the opera's melodies, I still remember that gleaming silver spear, just like the rifle in my hands. Whoever comes at me, will fight them off. As long as I still draw breath, I won't fall. Even as my vision blurs, I refuse to lose to fate. My life may have been one long tragedy, but I won't surrender in this battle. Never. Just then, a thunderous roar split the sky. Lightning flashed, tearing through the darkness and illuminating this desolate island. Suddenly, the monsters wolf-like, savage froze in place, as if held by some invisible force. They stood motionless, like wooden statues, their eyes vacant and empty. All traces of their former ferocity vanished. That sudden turn of events completely stunned me. I stood there gripping my rifle, my legs numb and trembling uncontrollably, a rush of blood surging in my chest. I thought to myself, am I about to cough up blood? I glanced back at Drake. He seemed to be all right. Then I looked at the creatures in front of us. They were fighting as they retreated, but the situation hadn't really changed. For the first time, I felt a bit of relief. Every extra minute we survived was a bonus. But right now, things were at a stalemate. No one could afford to back down. What should we do? Either make a run for it, or charge forward and face whatever comes. But then, right after the thunder, my legs suddenly gave out. Without any warning, I just collapsed onto the ground. The next moment, rain poured from the sky, drenching everything in an instant, as if the world itself was about to be submerged. Strangely, the creatures that had been holding their ground suddenly scattered like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace. What just happened? I couldn't figure it out. Were those things afraid of the rain? But at that point, I couldn't move any farther. Life or death? I didn't care anymore. I just lay down on a giant rock, gulping in the cold air, rain pelting my face, bringing a sharp chill. My mind was in turmoil, thoughts churning restlessly. Something about those creatures felt oddly familiar. Drake was sitting on the ground, clutching his wound, mumbling to himself. Really? So you've seen these things before? I didn't get it at first and asked, seen them? What do you mean? He frowned. I can't remember. They just look familiar, like something from stories I heard as a kid. I was puzzled. Fairy tales? Drake shook his head. More like the elves or goblins you hear about in legends. Maybe it's just old stories from my childhood. You know, in Europe, there are always tales like that meant to scare kids so they don't run outside at night and get snatched by strangers. I couldn't help but laugh. That's something we have in common. We don't have many fairy tales, but there are plenty of stories about old monsters. If kids misbehave at night, the monsters come and take them away. Grown-ups use those stories to scare kids into behaving. Not much different, really. As soon as I finished speaking, lightning flashed overhead, followed by a deafening crack of thunder. It wasn't just thunder, it felt like an omen. But I knew this wasn't the time for small talk. We had to get moving. I pulled Drake to his feet, and together we scrambled off the rock, supporting each other as we made our way deeper into the forest. The path had long since disappeared, the wet, loose soil making every step a struggle. Our feet sank into the mud, each step heavier than the last, while the freezing rain poured down on us. The cold was bone deep, and every flash of lightning momentarily lit up the darkness, throwing nightmarish shadows all around us. I rummaged through my bag and pulled out the compass ID found earlier. The needle swung wildly, completely useless for telling direction. I gave a bitter laugh and tossed it back in my bag. I was used to this kind of thing by now. Hey, I want to ask you a stupid question, Drake suddenly said, breaking the silence. Go ahead. I've heard plenty of stupid questions. Is it true you really have dragons in China? He asked, dead serious. Maybe. I've never seen one though. Who knows? I replied. Then why does everyone say there are dragons in China? Maybe because we call ourselves the descendants of dragons. But honestly, nobody's ever seen one. It's just mythology. You sure? He pressed. But with so many stories, who's to say they're just stories? Like Adam and Evithyr, just stories from the Bible, too. Their conversation in the rain began with tales of dragons. Have you ever seen a dragon? No, but if the Bible says so, it can't be wrong. So maybe all those ancient legends are true? I still haven't seen one. Then can dragons fly? I told you, I haven't seen one. Hey, don't fall asleep. If you doze off now, you could really die. Drake, the drunk, half closed his eyes and spoke weakly. Relax. I'm just tired. He'll live. But tell me, what do dragons actually look like? Are they really like the ones carved on those ancient relics? I honestly don't know. Maybe. That's the only kind I've seen. But if dragons really existed, then they must have looked something like that. Really? So you actually believe dragons are real? Yeah. Years ago, there was a Chinese man, his name is known all over the world, Li Xiaolong. I think, if there are dragons in China, he must be one of them. Drake chuckled. Oh, you mean Bruce Lee? Yeah, he really was a dragon through and through. As soon as he finished, Drake passed out. I shook him with all my strength, but he was too heavy. Out of energy, I collapsed with him onto the ground. Cold rain beat down on our faces through the leaves. I slapped him hard, twice, before he finally opened his eyes. Don't you dare die on me. I shouted. Didn't we agree to get out of here together? Think of all the fine liquor waiting for you in France. Stop pretending, get up. I can't carry you, and with rain like this, we need to find shelter fast. Drake managed a weak nod. Relax, I'm all right. I'm not dying. He splashed some rainwater on his face and leaned on me as he got up. Just then, a clap of thunder rolled overhead, and the ground began to shake violently. The whole forest felt like a blanket being shaken, waves rolling across the earth. We clung to each other and dropped to the ground. Suddenly, the earth split open beneath us, and we both tumbled into the crack, screaming. But this wasn't an ordinary fissurite, it was a deep tunnel. We slid rapidly down the vertical shaft, banging into the walls as we went. Gradually, the tunnel sloped, eventually leveling out. We finally came to a stop in pitch-black darkness. Drake coughed violently. Did we stop? I think so. Are you hurt? It's okay. My arm hurts like hell, but at least that fall snapped me out of it. I muttered under my breath while rubbing my sore arm. Wait, you mean you weren't knocked out from your injuries? You were just sleepy. Yeah, that's right. I was just tired. Drake managed a weak smile, his eyes unfocused. His words caught me off guard, and a sudden surge of anger flared up inside me. Damn it. I thought you were dying. I practically dragged you half to death running all that way. And it turns out you were just sleepy? Get out of here, stay away from me. I waved him off furiously, wanting nothing more to do with him for the moment. The silence around us felt heavy, broken only by the damp earth and a strange smell in the air that reminded me I was somewhere completely unfamiliar. My palm touched the slick ground, and the soil had a sharp, sour scent, part sulfur, part something else. Feeling the hard, compacted earth, I kept groping around, trying to get my bearings. Sure enough, it seemed we'd fallen into a massive underground tunnel. There was no light, just a faint draft carrying that indescribable smell. I tried to recall the fallout couldn't have lasted more than 7 or 8 seconds. By that logic, the hole wasn't too deep. If I did the math, it was probably only a few hundred meters at most. Maybe less, maybe more, it didn't really matter. One disaster after another. Out of one pit, into another. When was this ever going to end? Whatever, the most important thing now was to get out of here. If you're not too badly hurt, we need to keep moving, I said, giving my flashlight a tap. Thank God I still had it. Weird I hadn't thought of it until now. A beam of light swept across the tunnel. It wasn't very wide, I could barely stand upright, and Drake had to stoop. The ground beneath us was solid, almost as if it had been tamped down. There was no give underfoot, but the place felt unnatural. The floor was perfectly flat, with no tool marks, yet it looked strangely refined, as if shaped by some unknown force. Occasionally, dirt would crumble from above, and the air was thick with dampness and mold. Every step brought faint, mysterious sounds from the ground, like walking on loose soil, almost like the noises you'd hear inside an anthill. What are you talking about? This isn't some kind of miniature world. There's no way ants could make tunnels this big, Drake grumbled, glancing around in annoyance. Miniature world or not, did you already forget about those things that tried to eat us just now? I snorted, still unable to shake my irritation. Before I could finish, a sharp pain shot through my arm, followed by a wave of numbness. Damn it. It's hurting again. I need to find a spot to patch this up. I cursed under my breath and turned to keep moving. Drake clutched his wound, his face pale, and whispered through clenched teeth. Shoo, listen. There's something ahead. Doesn't it sound like a horse? A horse? I frowned. No, not really. It sounds more like a rhino. A rhino? What does a rhino even sound like? I've never heard one, Drake said, puzzled. You've never heard a rhino before? I raised an eyebrow. Well, it does sound a bit like a horse, I guess. Wait, look up ahead. There's a fork in the tunnel. 3 paths. Which way do we go? Drake pointed ahead, and the flashlight cast a pale glow over a 3-way junction. One tunnel was wide. The other 2 were lower, their uneven shapes hinting at rough excavation. The noises were definitely coming from the tunnel on the far right. After a moment's hesitation, Drake made up his mind. Let's go this way and check it out. I nodded and followed his lead down the right-hand tunnel. Hey, wait a second. I frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice, unable to hide a trace of unease. This place is a bit high up, but something about that sound feels off. It's weird. Are you sure you want to check it out? What else can we do? Drake replied through gritted teeth, raising an eyebrow. You want to crawl through that low tunnel instead? We could get trapped in there, and if anything happens, we wouldn't even be able to stand up. I'd rather die on my feet than be stuck in a hole like that. I told you before I'm claustrophobic. Listening to him, I noticed a fleeting hesitation on his face, a rare sight for someone as tough as Drake. Maybe it was because he got hurt during the fight earlier. Whatever, he suddenly muttered, curling his lip. What's the difference? We've got our cards on the table. Whoever comes, we'll deal with it. We'll figure it out when we get there. Let's go check it out. I looked at him and nodded, feeling cautious but saying nothing more. In the end, I followed him into the side tunnel. Like the other passageways, it was pitch black, nothing but the beam of our flashlight cutting through the emptiness. The damp, chilly air kept creeping in, and apart from that, there wasn't a single sound. The silence was unnerving. But as we moved deeper, the tunnel gradually grew taller, and it didn't feel so oppressive anymore. The darkness seemed a little less suffocating. We walked for quite a while. The tunnel continued straight ahead, sometimes twisting or sloping up and down. The endless turns made it feel like there was no end in sight. I started to get a feeling that this passage might lead somewhere far away. That strange noise, whatever it was, had stopped abruptly as we approached. An ominous feeling crept over me, and fear began to take hold. Instinctively, I raised my empty rifle and aimed it into the darkness, my heart pounding harder with every step. Hey, something's really off, I whispered. Why does this tunnel feel like it just keeps going? You don't think it actually leads straight out to the sea, do you? Drake chuckled and glanced back at me. You're not usually this nervous. What's up with you today? I shrugged with a smile. You're asking the wrong person. We're already in here, so let's just keep going. Who knows what's ahead? Drake didn't seem to notice my anxiety and kept walking. But suddenly, he spoke up, his voice low. To be honest, this isn't what scares me. What really freaks me out is ants. I stopped in surprise, not expecting that answer. Ants? He's afraid of ants? Seeing the confusion on my face, Drake paused and explained, I've had this fear since I was a kid. I was maybe 3 or 4, on a family trip out in the country. I was sitting by a river with half a piece of bread, just dipping my feet in the water. Somehow, that bread attracted a bunch of things. When I looked back, the bread was covered in these little black dots. At first, I thought my mom had put some kind of nuts on it or something. But then, I frowned. Then what happened? He hesitated, his expression darkening as if he didn't want to continue. Forget it. I don't want to talk about it. Whatever I saw, I really don't want to remember. Please don't ask. His voice suddenly dropped, a flicker of pain in his eyes as he recalled the memory. I was curious, but I didn't press him. We walked on in silence, the heavy atmosphere weighing on us. The tunnel still showed no sign of ending, and the sense of dread in the air only grew stronger, making every step feel heavier than the last. TCH, come on, you were the one who wanted to talk about it. Honestly, I'm curious what it tastes like too. I once read a book by a French author about ants. Supposedly, there are 3 volumes, but I've never seen the last 2. It said ants taste really sweet. Wait, hang on. Did you hear that? Something's off. Damn it, stop making the atmosphere so tense. I've had a bad feeling about this from the start, but you insisted everything was fine, and now we've ended up here. You're driving me crazy. If a giant ant, several times our size, suddenly jumped out from around the corner, well, I wouldn't even be surprised. Come on, get a grip. Listen, there's a sound, and it doesn't sound human. It's faint, almost like whispering. Can you hear it? It's close. As I spoke, I pressed my palm to my ear, scanning the area, and even stopping to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. It's getting closer, I whispered, moving silently toward the source. Drake was listening intently too, a puzzled look on his face as he cupped his hand around his ear, trying to catch those strange, whisper-like noises. After a moment, he tapped the tunnel wall, producing a dull thud. Some loose soil crumbled and fell from the wall. It sounds like it's coming from inside the wall, he said. Before he could finish, a round bulge suddenly formed on the wall. With a loud bang, the wall burst open, sending chunks of dirt flying. Quick on my feet, I grabbed Drake by the collar and yanked him aside. As he tumbled next to me, something dark and round dropped from the wall, a massive ball-shaped thing, but more like a living creature. I quickly shoved Drake away and aimed my flashlight at it. In an instant, the beam illuminated its outline. It was a crustacean-like insect, with overlapping black plates on its back gleaming in the light. Its limbs were long and slender, antennae twitching constantly, and its eyes weren't visible. Tiny legs covered its sides, making it look like some oversized sewer bug. As the light hit it, the creature recoiled instantly, darting away from the beam with lightning speed and vanishing into the darkness of the tunnel. But the high-pitched, chittering noise it made lingered in the air, exactly like the whispers we'd heard moments before. Drake, what the hell just happened? He turned to me, completely bewildered. Now's not the time for questions. We need to get out of here now, I shouted, sprinting deeper into the tunnel. My footsteps echoed thunderously in the cramped space, with Drake right behind me, his boots pounding the ground. But besides our own footsteps, there was another sound: countless tiny feet, rustling and closing in fast, sending chills down my spine. What the hell is that? Is this really some kind of ant colony from a land of tiny people? I yelled back at Drake as we ran. Listen, you drunk, don't freak out. When you were listening at the wall, a giant bug burst out at least as big as your head. Whatever it was, it's right behind you now. I didn't get a good look at it, but if you don't want to die, just keep running. Damn it. I knew I'd fallen into a bug nest. And you still tried to deny it. Move, let me go first. Drake cursed, pushing past me and sprinting ahead. I swung my flashlight behind us and immediately felt a chill run down my spine. Not just one monstrous bug, but at least a dozen of them, their bodies writhing in the darkness as they chased after us. Without a word, I sped up, determined to outrun that drunken bastard. We grabbed at each other's clothes, each trying to pull ahead, as if death itself was at our heels. Suddenly, the tunnel veered sharply upward, twisting into a steep curve. Drake reached the bend first and, like an agile monkey, scrambled up the incline, using both hands and feet to climb. I followed right behind, pushing myself to the limit. This desperate race for our lives left no room for sportsmanship or gentlemanly conduct. The so-called British gentleman ahead of me was a perfect example of that. In our panic, neither of us had a chance to see where the tunnel led. The slope got steeper and steeper, demanding every ounce of strength to climb. Dirt kicked up by Drake's frantic scrambling stung my eyes. I cursed as I climbed, only to get a mouthful of mud. I had to drop my head, shut my eyes, and dig my fingers deep into the earth, clawing my way upward, not caring what might be waiting ahead. The chittering of the bugs behind us was closing in fast. Just then, my flashlight slipped from my pocket and tumbled down onto the flat ground below, landing with a dull thud. But that accident turned out to be a lifesaver. Glancing down through my legs, I saw the beam shining back the way we'd come. Those huge, multi-legged beetles, perhaps because they'd lived in the darkness for so long, recoiled instantly from the harsh light and retreated. Drake was already far ahead, so I had no choice but to abandon the flashlight and keep climbing. Using every bit of strength I had left, I finally hauled myself over the top of the steep incline. The tunnel leveled out again, but the section we'd just come through now seemed much lower thanks to the slope. How did I know that without a flashlight? It was the light moonlight filtering in from outside, mixed with other strange, ethereal glows from the forest beyond. The tunnel had become an exit. We'd finally found a way out, though what awaited us outside was still a mystery. Shit, that scared the hell out of me, Drake gasped, out of breath. Be honest, were there really bugs? Did you actually see them? Of course. If there weren't, why would you be running? I shot back. You're full of it. You're the one who freaked me out about the bugs in the first place. Stop copying my way of talking. It's annoying. I glared at him. But honestly, if I hadn't scared you with those bugs, I doubt either of us would have made it up here alive. Look at my hands, they're all torn up, nails broken off. I guess people really do have limitless potential when it comes down to it. All right, enough bragging about your so-called accomplishments. You nearly scared the crap out of yourself. I cut Drake off impatiently. If you ever try to spook me with that stuff again, don't blame me for turning on you. I let out a soft chuckle and untied the old cotton scarf that had been around my neck for ages. The fabric was worn out and carried an odd, indescribable smell. Carefully, I shook it open and used it to wipe the dirt and blood from my fingers and beneath my nails. The pain was sharp-tinned fingers, all nerves connected, but I was used to it by now. After cleaning my hands, I wiped the sweat from my forehead and tied the scarf back in place. Then, I quickly tore off one of my shirt sleeves, split it into 2 strips, and wrapped them around my injured hand. Drake, still catching his breath nearby, followed my lead and did a rough job bandaging his bleeding fingers. He then waited quietly for my next move. I lay down and peered into the tunnel, watching the way it sloped downward. The flashlight ID dropped earlier was now nothing more than a faint white dot in the distance. The disgusting creatures that had crawled out of the tunnel walls weren't chasing us anymore, but there was no guarantee more wouldn't appear. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, making me tremble. No wonder Drake was so terrified of bugs after this. ID probably end up with the same kind of trauma. Let's go. Looks like we're almost at the surface. We should check it out, I said, and Drake and I started walking toward the distant light. We're just going to stroll out of here like it's nothing? Are you sure that's safe? Drake asked hesitantly. What else do you want to do? Go back? No, no, no. ID never go back. Not in a million years, Drake said, shaking his head. It's just I suddenly feel exhausted. Who knows what else we'll run into? Ever since I left home, there's been no peace. Do you ever wonder what kind of place we'll end up in? What do you mean later? How much later? Like, after we leave this place. After we leave this world. You know what I mean? Have you ever thought about what comes next? Do you think we'll go to heaven? And if so, where is it? What's it really like? I was quiet for a moment. Honestly, how would I know? I've never really thought about it. I just try to get through one day at a time. To be honest, this place feels more real to me than the world I came from. Life here might be a little too intense, but at least I get to decide my own fate. The tougher I am, the longer I survive. Compared to that, my old world was just boring. No, disappointing is a better word. As we talked, I glanced at my watch. The luminous hands showed that dawn was approaching. We kept moving forward, leaving the darkness behind. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.